Correct. Tap in, tell a friend, and wipe your feet when you come in. You have now entered the trauma unit. This is generally speaking. Make sure you tap that thumbs up, hit that like button, make sure you subscribe, and tap that bell button. We are now live. Correct. Tap in, tell a friend, and wipe your feet when you come in. You have now entered the trauma unit. This is generally speaking. Make sure you tap that thumbs up, hit that like button, make sure you subscribe, and tap that bell button. We are now live. Correct. Tap in, tell a friend, and wipe your feet when you come in. You have now entered the trauma unit. This is generally speaking. Make sure you tap that thumbs up, hit that like button, make sure you subscribe, and tap that bell button. We are now live. Correct. Tap in, tell a friend, and wipe your feet when you come in.
Watch out for CMB, baby. It's going down. You better watch out for Cash Money, cause we landed down. Money making is my thing, cause I'm trying to be rich, trying to put away meals. That's why I'm in the studio dropping hits, dropping rap after rap like you sell key after key. Backed up by the best fresh, dropping beat after beat. My clique is the hot boys, best believe we so high and dangerous if we in beef with the whole block. No fading us at all, player, cause we roll too deep. With AKs off safety, knocking busters off their feet. I go by the name of BG. I ride on chrome and then I 8 like CS3. I'll bust a dome for baby known as B3. Because I know one thing, he'll do the same for me. We family, Cash Money is the army, better yet a navy. So if you ever play a heavy, look at it and grab it. Don't try to knock me, player, cause I'll leave your head stale. Light you up real good, you will never get well. Cash Money is the army, better yet a navy. So if you ever play a heavy for you, it ain't gravy. Cash Money is the army, better yet a navy. So if you ever play a heavy for you, it ain't gravy. I got a path that you don't wanna cross, but if you do decide to cross, your wig get knocked off. I play it raw cause it's a dirty game, a dirty world. I play it raw and do my thing, hell with the world. Ain't nothing changed, we still flossing the rest of the ride. I ain't gotta name it, you know it is on 20-inch ties. I know I'm tired of these girls trying to get me killed. Then turn around, they smiling all in my grill. It's just too real, and I'm in a battlefield trying to get my meals. It ain't no secret, I got skills to pay the bills. I'm climbing all the way up the hill. Cash Money was respected before the major deal. I'm still representing Chopper City and I like to chill. Your head's still a banana if you slip it, you'll get peeled. I drop my nuts in any situation in the day, cause on the real,
BG got trick the play,
Cash Money is a army, better yet a navy. So if you ever play,
nigga,
you, it ain't gravy.
It ain't
Cash
gravy.
Money is a army, better yet a navy. So if you ever play, hit me, for you, it ain't gravy. My stomach sounds always been the UPT. You want me, I could be found on VL in the 13. Rest in peace, my heart goes out to my round LT. A still soldier, 2 at the bottom, 4 across the TOP. A high boy who was sided, part of rider. Lay low and be cool, I'll meet you on the other side. I've been thinking about your day and night. Without your all-night flight, it don't go right. But you know one thing, I've been keeping it real. Your little one is like mine, ain't gon' miss a meal. I'm still shining like you left me, dog. My Rolex still winding like you left it ball. Me and my clique still ball, still stunned for show. I just got the Lexus Jeep off the showroom floor. Outdoor best touchdown, we maintaining, representing, draining, going to hotels, training, going to hotels, training. Cash Money is the army, better yet a navy.
That nigga Salsa Walker said BSF is the army.
Not the army, better yet a navy. So if you ever hit me for you, it ain't gravy. Believe that. Play with us, playboy. You gon' get what's coming to you. I can promise you that one. It's going down. We ain't taking no prisoners, you heard me?
Welcome to Trauma Unit TV. You are now rocking with the best.
Yeah, nigga, y'all know what's cracking in this motherfucker, man. Nigga, let me get this shit right, man, one time, man. Yeah, man. Tap in, tell a motherfucking friend. Wipe your feet when you come in. Y'all already know how that shit go, man. Protocol for this motherfucker, man. Yeah, man. Another motherfucking reaction to the action, nigga. Yeah, man, your boy Trama in this bitch, nigga. Yeah, man, y'all know how it go, man. The lingo, man, motherfucking through the roof, nigga. These niggas better get with it or get without it, nigga. Or live without it, nigga. But never doubt it, nigga. Yeah, man. Everybody saying Kanyeezy crazy. That nigga crazy. Nigga, yeah, man. You'd be crazy too, nigga, if you was a motherfucking billionaire, nigga, time and time over again, nigga. Every time niggas counted you out, you bounced back. But then you had these motherfucking weirdos on your back, nigga. But shit, nigga, hey, everybody don't know the pain, nigga, of a motherfucker that, you know what I'm saying, go through the slopes, nigga, go through the motherfucking ins and outs of these games, outs and ends of this motherfucking game, man. You dig what I'm talking about? It's not always gonna be good. There's gonna be times where you on the motherfucking downside, nigga, the downside of the game. But nigga, your money might be up, but you might be on the downside, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, but shit, you gotta keep your motherfucking head up, nigga. You can't let these motherfucking busters and weirdos tell you ain't shit, nigga, when you know you are the shit. That's what you gotta do, nigga. You gotta be focused. You gotta find a reason to motherfucking get back in the game, nigga. If you can't get yourself motivated, nigga. You dig me? You gotta find a reason to keep going and not let these motherfuckers defeat you. Cause you know they planning on trying to eat you, nigga. You understand me? You gotta stay ahead of these motherfuckers, man. Ahead of the curveball, my nigga. And that's what that nigga Kanye, I feel like he trying to do, nigga. He might be going about it the wrong way sometimes, but nigga, he going about it, nigga. So where all these niggas got something to say, nigga, well, nigga, hey, what you doing, nigga? You know what I'm saying? These niggas ain't doing a whole lot of nothing but a whole lot of complaining, nigga. You feel me? They ain't running for president, but then want to hate on a nigga that do run for president, nigga, and damn near could probably motherfucking win. Yeah, nigga, like, you know, but it is what it is, man. They gonna hate you for the same shit they love you for, nigga. You see what I'm saying? Got this nigga meeting this nigga in a fucking
Like, man.
Hey,
How's
this
everything,
nigga Kanye the type nigga that rent out a whole hotel just to motherfucking he be in it by himself, nigga. And the nigga motherfucking like take meetings all day, but like send them to different rooms. He'll be like, hey, oh yeah, just send Dr. Warren Buffett or whatever to the send him to room 39 or some shit like that, or room 42 or some shit like that. And this nigga got it like where he got the suites, nigga, where he got them connected. You know what I'm saying? So he could just pop in on any room and that nigga Kanye, man, like he watched how these motherfuckers do shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man, this nigga he's not as crazy as motherfuckers be acting like he is, nigga. He just says shit that's gonna motherfucking shock. It's shock value, nigga. Shit that's gonna get people thinking, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Charleston White do the same type of shit, but his shit really don't be motherfucking making no sense sometimes. But it does make sense at the end of the day because you have to respect it even if you don't like it. But nigga, yeah, man, nigga, I feel like this shit is funny as shit, bro. But like, nigga, look, I fuss with Kanye, I fuss with Yeezy, nigga. He does some shit I don't agree with sometimes.
How do you stay out here, though?
Man?
I just be like in my office.
I told her to do the warehouse.
I know, right? But I just decided I was supposed to leave yesterday, but then I was gonna do the interview with you yesterday, and I was doing it earlier and blah blah.
Nah, I seen online shit. I'm like, damn, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, so I just got like a little bit exhausted from that bullshit. It was just.
I get it.
What's good with it? Yeah, man, hit that motherfucking thumbs up. Say something, nigga. Let people know you in this bitch.
All right.
I'm just
All right. I think my job is decent, right?
getting around on my shit.
Is that a game? What game is that? Oh, we play on that like Pokemon? It's a Nintendo Switch. I don't know why I thought like you would be up there with like some music NPCs like banging it out, that shit.
Edit shit.
It do look like kind of like the Switch, right?
It's not. That's not no Switch. Switch you can pick the remote from.
That's probably some new shit, man.
Nigga, that's the shit they used to go down the subway in the submarine and shit.
Yeah. Now I'm calm. I don't know. For another reason, I thought like there was gonna be like assistant staff. Now I'm calm. Like it. A little bit simple. Oh boy. A little saucy in here, right? A little hot. Hat forward and backwards. My hat. Not the other hat. My hat. This way? Or this way? This is like the classic look. Yeah, I've been trying to take off my hat for a while. You know what I mean? Don't let it go. But yeah, nah. Okay, you can get a good angle if I'm sitting here.
What's that sketch, nigga?
Wherever you want. You can sit right here. Yeah. You think? Okay. So it's like magnetic. So one goes in here. Oh shit! I think it fell. Oh yeah. I see the bust down chain too, man.
He said,
Took that Nazi chain and made it bust.
like he meeting God. Oh,
I wanted to wear it with this, but the part
that
comes
nigga
down a little bit too low.
God, nigga.
Like it need to sit right there.
But nigga,
I got a white leather one and fall right in the perfect place.
Really?
Yeah. Like,
you got this made specifically.
He's
absolutely.
God, nigga.
The leather, the nigga KKK shit. I think the best place for the photo. Can we move that to the side? Damn, can't move this shit up. It'll be like here, or.
Bro, he's just a designer at heart, man. Like,
I need to get at Barry. Like if you had that chair.
If we had like two of them, it would probably work. If you're looking for that type of look.
This nigga got the black KKK. Hey man, I'm not responsible for anything he says in this shit.
And then I agree with your chair right there.
Everything you say. So
take my Timbs.
I'm just motherfucking reacting.
So like put this there.
Yeah, like if you.
Let me get this out of the way.
Yeah, it's perfect. So you can take that away. So we just had like this, frame it right here.
Okay. So move this or keep it?
Yeah. Like
we keep this as the middle or this?
I would take that over just out. You don't need none of that bullshit.
Yeah.
Now, what's the frame look like? Because I like just standing right here.
Okay.
But also, be nice if you sat back here, you can get like a full frame. Now, do you want to talk to me or stand when I'm here? Like this?
I mean,
this nigga setting up
I'm
the
letting you set this out right now.
This nigga is real meticulous.
I should have to throw the boots on with it.
Have you worn this out in public?
We got them out in the woods.
Nah, the funny thing is I really wanted to wear it yesterday.
Got them hiking boots.
I thought they would put me in a hospital for my outfit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like they would put me in the hospital for my outfit. So,
so even yesterday, I'm watching the video, and I'm like, who do you think? Like someone knocks on the door. That's what the tweet said or the video said.
Yeah.
Who do you think that is, and what do you think? Obviously, you're saying things that how you feel at the moment, and some people might feel like you're ruffling feathers. But who do you think would care that much that they would want to threaten your life? Because you do feel like your life is a little bit threatened, right?
Yeah, I think I definitely when I start bossing up for my kids, I definitely feel. One second, let me do this. Yeah, I definitely feel that I was pushing life to the limits by pushing into the truth. Like we know that wasn't surprising when I put that image up of my youngest daughter. Yeah. That wasn't like the most surprising idea, but it'd be things that happen that we know happen that we just can't do anything about. But then they push whatever agendas like on the media that they want us to focus on. And that's something where, I don't know who the people are, so it would sound like real conspiracy theory. I just know that the kid from Lincoln Park got killed for expressing some of these same truths. And for me, just as a father, at a certain point, it's not about, it never was that, but when you're a celebrity, it starts to be about more of what fame is going to get you, what clout is going to get you, what money is going to get you over. Is this the right thing for your children? And, I'm willing to die for my children or to allow them to be in this kind of environment that I know they're in. And what I noticed on the comments, they always used to try to for the past 10 years, they used to try to write me off. Oh, he's so crazy, so crazy. I'm seeing the comments is now 60, 70% like, oh, he's just telling you exactly what's going on. He's just the only one.
Because he is. He's just saying it in a manner that's gonna motherfucking make, people like, what the fuck did he just say? Oh shit. A lot of the shit is just outrageous the way it sounds, but it's real shit coming from a real motherfucking place, man. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he's trying to exuberate or make people feel the same feeling, but without causing them physical pain, but causing them mental pain. Like he wants motherfuckers to understand, man, this shit he's saying is just as serious as the shit, you know what I'm saying, being said by the motherfucking other side. You feel what I'm saying? Like, fuck, nigga, y'all paying attention to my motherfucking outfit rather than paying attention to what I'm saying. So how about I wear the most outrageous outfit because that's how you seeing everything I'm saying anyway, man. I don't give a fuck. Like, I feel like that's the level he on. Like, what the fuck? I need to sugarcoat my words for when y'all gonna feel them. Y'all gonna make of it what you want to anyway. So I'm gonna say exactly how I feel with no motherfucking cut, and let y'all motherfucking take it how you want to take it. You see what I'm saying? Man, nigga, after so long, motherfuckers can't live no lie or go over no motherfucking you know, or tiptoe. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers don't like living on eggshells, nigga. I'll be damned if I live on eggshells, nigga, especially if I'm a motherfucking billionaire over and over again. Nah, nigga, I'm gonna say what I gotta say in the way I wanna say it. I mean, but shit, some people say shit differently. I don't know, but shit.
That's in a position to be able to do it because I don't have any brand sponsorships. It's like I'm past cancel. So these people out here, they toying, they playing. It's interesting. The swastika, I want to just, you know, I know we have a little bit of time. I want to tell you, by doing it, it's sort of like a magnet where people get so mad and they start exposing themselves because the Jews, they move in the tunnels. They move where you can't see them. They're an invisible hand, and they'll get like, what they'll do is they'll threaten people. Oh, we're going to take your tours away. We're going to drop your artists. You got to say this. You like, how many people I stand with my Jewish people, 3 years ago. And what I did is I stood on it this time. I never backed down. That's my whole thing. That's why I was mad about removing that somebody taught me into removing that Jay-Z tweet, because it was just like, nah, the whole idea is no matter what, I'm not going to back down. So by doing the swastika chain, it then ruffled some feathers. And then I really saw the comparison of me and Puff with the Diageo and the Adidas situation. Yeah. Regardless, if they could have locked me up for taxes and that, they wasn't playing fair. Like, okay, cool, fair deal. You did good. We did good. It's like, no, you leaving with nothing. We have to destroy you. Even though they came and used us to tap into the culture and make money off of black people and people who enjoy black culture. If we said like, yo, you doing this wrong, you stealing my style, you taking all of my employees, you taking Jerry Lorenzo and making him do my same designs as he's the agreeable Kamala nigga. They started lowering the budget for Puff. So I related to Puff, and then they pulled out a video with him and Cassie from 10 years ago. And then it made everybody be like, oh, Puff's a woman beater, so he's the devil. He needs to be in jail, right? Meanwhile, I don't know somebody who hasn't gotten to an altercation with a girl at one point, and including Cardi. So now Cardi's like he the number one guy at Rolling Loud, and Puff is in jail. And then you got two women beaters, and you got two supposed pedophiles. Watch this. You got three. Watch this. Cardi, Puffy, Kendrick, the two pedophiles. Drake, R. Kelly, or supposed. Puffy and R. Kelly are in jail with Drake 5 years from now, however long, when they feel like they really want to get that boy up out here, they're going to play the Kendrick song. So that's how far they going. The Kendrick mix with the universe, all that takedown of Drake reminds me of the No Diddy campaign for Diddy. Like, they going all out. But see, I know how to go all out, and I'm not even in a position. I just work on behalf of God. Like, how this shit comes together, the timing, everything is like a God sense. I had a couple things I want to say. So I pushed into the Puff song. I put my daughter on the song. The timing was so perfect. She went in, rapped it. She said, I'm getting sleepy. So she said, okay, good night. And that was the end. And she was giving me like the Lil' Kim on the old Bad Boy record. So that's why we put that. And the idea was family. It's so many people who dad actually killed somebody, and they would do anything to have their dad home. The two twins, and Christian, lost their mama died and their daddy in jail, and everybody running around listening to murder music, right? But being like, Puff is the enemy. And when I see all these videos, all tapes, everything, Puff more like my twin. Me and him got into it because it's just like I'm telling these top 5 niggas, it's like, yo, actually we probably could be friends, but nigga, you ain't bringing none of that shit over here, nigga. Y'all niggas ain't as crazy as me. And that's why I asked Puff back in the days. It's like, man, how you just made it through all this shit tonight? He's like, I'm the craziest one, nigga. It's like, so once them people, we family, we can get into it. But they started taking that shit too far. I started taking it personal at a certain point with Puff, like all of the media. Because I wake up every day, whether I did something positive, negative, somebody got something negative to say. You know what I'm saying? So I relate to the idea of being torn down by the media. You know what I'm saying? But keep going. I know, because we got a short amount of time, I just want to hit you with that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, so like the whole thing about, and even whether it's an outfit, a swastika, I think some people like, they feel like you're spreading hate and
I'm sorry,
encouraging violence versus people.
The thing that I forgot to say was, when my daughter was put on song, that's when I realized that I didn't own their name and likeness. So watch this. All the brands that I've made, I don't get the name and likeness ownership, or at least 50-50 with my kids. So how's it joint custody? My kids are celebrities, and I don't have to say so. So watch this one. So this white woman and this white family have the control of these highly influential black kids that are half the children of Ye. And that's just in everybody's face. And they was playing in my face like that. You know, I try to go to Japan and keep it calm. And my dad would call me, say, "Hey, don't go in on that woman because it's going to affect the children." But now it's like, it's war. Y'all niggas, they think they too powerful. The Jews think they too powerful. They think they could get Cardi to play with me. They think they too powerful. They think they could get Kim to play with me. The Jews and the whites above the Jews. You get what I'm saying? That's my life is on this shit now. These are my children. Cardi, you could leave me off the album and do that faggot ass trap shit if you want. But now you mention my daughter, like the whole plan is that y'all gonna pull my kids into y'all, whatever the word is, Illuminati system, and I don't have no say-so with my kids, nigga. And anybody close, whether it's the Jews, whether it's Cardi, anybody within my reach, I'm doing everything legally in my power, everything with my fucking mastermind. You get what I'm saying? That's why I'm about to tweet this shit. I want Kendrick to always remember that Jay-Z tweet before he ever crossed the line.
Okay.
Nobody that worked for none of these fucking labels wanted with the king. I am the Don. Lucian, don't send none of your motherfucking slaves. Don't send nobody because they getting their head torn off. Quick. We ain't got no problem. Ain't no motherfuckers. I'm the only king. I'm the only nigga that'll go up against these niggas. I'm the only nigga that survived through this shit. You know what I'm saying? Me, pussy ass, faggot ass, pink polo ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never killed nobody ass nigga. Fuck all you niggas. All you street niggas, all you rap niggas, just any nigga that ever said something about my fucking hat. None of these niggas. You didn't help me when I fucking was having problems with my kids. You could have used your influence. No, your influence is for politics. Your influence is how you could use a nigga you never wanted to sign anyway, but Dame signed. You ain't show up to my first fucking wedding. You ain't my family. I always wanted some kind of family. Never had family out here.
Is he talking to Jay-Z right now? Is he talking to Jay right now, cuz? Cause nigga, it seemed like he definitely talking to Jay right now, man. Am I tripping, bro?
So what the fuck? And then they take my actual blood family from me in my face. All right, so go ahead. I just had to get that stream of content. Thank you very much, sir.
Of course.
I mean, now when this nigga is the definition of rant. You know how they say when niggas go on rants, this nigga is the definition of going on a rant, nigga. That was like a 500-word rant right there. Nigga, and it's gonna be followed by another one. And nigga, just know, nigga, all he gotta do, nigga, is ask this nigga a couple of certain type of questions, and he's gonna get some of the best content he ever motherfucking got, because nigga, the shock value is everything. And this motherfucker Kanye always delivers, bro. He always delivers.
I'm intrigued by, and I think people look at some of the stuff he said on face value. I see how, you know, there's three themes that come across with everything with you.
Yeah.
It's betrayal, it's being used, and your ideas, whether it's what you say or what you create, being censored. And I think every time I see it, no matter what you do, it falls under one of those. Like betrayal, there's a shit ton of people.
Yeah.
I mean, like even the J, you don't regret the tweet, because if he said something about your daughter, you'd probably be upset, right?
He should be upset. You know, I ask people, like if I know somebody that's woke, like I knew this girl that only like hangs around really super woke, like some of like fat black girl models, is like her friends type shit. And I was like, yo, you gotta tell me, you know what tweets y'all didn't like.
Yeah.
You gotta tell me what hurts so I could do it more.
Oh,
why?
Because that's when we're weakening the enemy. We breaking them down. All this, I'm a fat bitch on the runway. I'm so powerful. No, you're not. Models is like her friends type shit. And I was like, yo, you gotta tell me, you know what tweets y'all didn't like.
Yeah.
You gotta tell me what hurts so I could do it more.
Why?
Because that's when we're weakening the enemy. We breaking them down. All this, I'm a fat bitch on the runway. I'm so powerful. No, you're not. You're causing death. That shit is unhealthy. Let's do statistics. Everything to decentralize, remove the fathers. Also, I had this theory that I just wanted to say. Wait a second. I have another theory. On the runway, I'm so powerful. No, you're not. You're causing death. That shit is unhealthy. Let's do statistics on black obesity rates. Everything that's being pushed in the media is about decentralizing and tearing down communities. Even I low-key feel like the ICE is like basically like doing to the Latin communities what they did to the black communities. It's everything to decentralize, remove the father.
He's saying they pushing obesity, you know what I'm saying, with the way that they're trying to make it seem like, you know, like they're promoting this sense of empowerment to people that are obese, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, and you can see, like, you know, the way they're doing it, like they're promoting these plus size models now, you know what I'm saying? Shit like that, which is a good thing in a lot of ways, right? But I think Kanye's saying they're using it in a sinister way. Like, they're promoting this obesity because it does contribute to health problems, less you know what I'm saying, along shorter lifespan, stuff like that, you know what I'm saying, and that does motherfucking come out true. That's real shit. Because nigga, if everybody thinking it's okay to be obese, it's okay to just be, you know what I'm saying, like, and I don't mean like nigga a couple of pounds, I mean like to the point where nigga motherfucker just is unhealthy for real, nigga. Like, you feel me? They can have a heart attack any day, nigga, type shit, nigga. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the type of shit motherfuckers gotta understand, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I think Kanye saying, nigga, like, they're promoting this shit because they want us to motherfucking be unhealthy. They want us to be empowered but lose our lives or die early, you know what I'm saying? And that's
fathers.
That's a
also, I had this theory that I just wanted to say. Wait a second. I have another theory. It's about football and music industry, but I want you to get that Jay-Z answer. You get what I'm saying? Because everybody's like, what about the fact that everybody knows what I'm saying is true related to that photo that I put up with my youngest daughter, right? But everything is like, you know, but you offended Jay-Z. Fuck him. Fuck him. You know what I'm saying? Put it like this. Let's take that Jay-Z answer. You get what I'm saying? Because everybody's like, what about the fact that everybody knows what I'm saying is true related to that photo that I put up with my youngest daughter, right? But everything is like, you know, but you offended Jay-Z. Fuck him. Fuck him. Right? But everything is like, next subject. That I put up with my youngest daughter, right? But everything is like, you know, but you offended Jay-Z. Fuck him. Fuck him. You know what I'm saying? Put it like this. Let's take it to money. How much money do you think Jay-Z make off my catalog versus what I make off it? Next subject.
Well, some people might feel like, well,
hey, and this is crazy.
Like, even with the situation with kids, I hear you speak about that a lot. Like, nobody really.
Let's also remind y'all, Kanye is richer than Jay-Z, and it's been the other way around before. Like, you know what I'm saying? Believe me, that nigga Jay-Z didn't set Kanye up to pass him on the financial scale. If we know motherfucking Jay-Z's history, he keeps everybody below him. Like, he'll essentially cause the ending of a motherfucker's career on his label if he feels like they're gonna surpass him or they're gonna make him look like yeah. I believe Jay-Z is the literal definition of never try to, you know, outshine the master. Whoever made up that motherfucking rule, but it's real because you see in every motherfucking example when the student becomes the master or outshines the master, what happens? The master tries to take him out. It's almost like, you know what I'm saying, if the master wants to be, the student wants to become the master, he has to kill the master. You see what I'm saying? Like, because that jealousy and envy becomes a nuisance in the life of the motherfucking student that became the master. Now you got to worry about this ugly decrepit motherfucker, you know what I'm saying, hating on my young fly and trying to motherfucking get a nigga out of there. You dig what I'm saying? We seen what happens when that motherfucking takes place. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, nigga, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, shit. Hey, I bounced back, nigga, when y'all motherfuckers, nigga, didn't expect me to. You know what I'm saying? I took it to the next level. Yeah, nigga. I took it to the next level. And I did it in a way that I didn't sell my people or I didn't sell myself out to motherfucking do it. Now, the shit that I speak on ain't for y'all motherfuckers to just sit here and play with. This is some real shit, nigga. Y'all can like it or not, nigga. But I'm gonna keep winning. And Kanye showing that he can keep winning. Like, nigga, Adidas, all that shit, nigga, they had to motherfucking pay him. You know what I'm saying? He had to motherfucking be the one who took measures, nigga, to keep himself, nigga, on everything that they thought he was doing because he was motherfucking making stupid decisions. It was actually a part of his plan to get where he's at now.
He spoke on your behalf. But even when you speak about Kim, people might be like, well, you picked her. Like you put yourself in that.
Absolutely, I did. That was my fault.
Maybe they're saying that you don't take accountability.
Except this, I guess, because he's saying nigga Kim Kardashian, nigga, he wasn't trying to have kids with her. I don't know. That's kind of crazy because yeah. Whoa.
Oh, that was my fault. I didn't want to have children with this person after the first 2 months of being with her. I didn't want to have children with this person after the first 2 months of being with her. With this person after the first 2 months of being with her. But that wasn't God's plan. But my issue with all these faggot ass celebrity niggas is if you ain't gonna speak on my behalf of the situation right now with my children or where I was when I asked for the help years ago, don't talk about my political views. Plus your T. Like, nigga, I bled for you. If nigga asks you about me, say we ain't speaking on Ye. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how y'all looking at me like a Vic because you a street nigga. But it ain't that time no more. I'm the lawyer off Carlito's way. I'm the boss. You niggas is broke. You niggas is not masterminds. And you niggas should never have ever gone. Look at John Legend, old sissy ass. I ain't never do nothing wrong to that nigga. I changed generations of his life. And they got all that faggot ass hot sweater nigga come up and just this nigga wears sweaters in motherfucking August and Barbados. John Legend, Master Teddy.
Barbados.
No, he said he smelled like mashed potatoes. I don't know why I got this.
He used to be your guy though. And like so, all these relationships, like, repairable, like even the Pusha, the Jay, the like. There's a long list. Even Cardi. Like I feel like Barbados. I know you say you want to hurt them, but you might overstep the line where maybe at a point Jay's like, man, I'm cool. Like I think after that tweet, he definitely, you know. And I don't know if these are relationships that's salvageable.
Why would I want to salvage relationships with
a lot of people?
Why would I want to salvage relationships with broke ass slaves and slave herders? Like everybody. So this is what I'm saying. The Jay-Z thing leads me to the NFL. Why do they want a Drake to be out of there? Why do they want somebody with no hits like Kendrick to do the Super Bowl, right? This is a theory I had. The people that run the Super Bowl had to come to people who run the music industry and be like, you guys, you're letting your niggers get out of hand. Oh my God, that Kanye. Somebody take a knee for it with him. Where's he out of there? See, that's the problem. You let them last too long. In our league, they're for 2 years, 3 years, they're out of there. They dealt with we got Tom Brady. He's great. You know, we made Mahomes throw that fucking Super Bowl, you know, so Tom could get his 7th ring and shit. But like, you guys at the music industry, what you got to do is start getting smaller artists and put them on. We're going to set you up. We're going to take Rolling Loud. We're going to connect them with Live Nation. And then we're going to get a bunch of small artists, and then, you know, you'll be able to make your money off of that. And then, you know, if we take, Cardi's doing good, we'll make them take the blue pill. We'll have them rap about Skims. And then mention Northwest. We love Northwest. Oh, Kanye, don't worry about him. He's a lunatic. Don't worry about him. Does any of that sound right or sound?
Yeah, he sounded like, who did he sound like? He sounded like somebody, bro. But shit, nigga, like, hey, I could definitely hear motherfuckers saying exactly those words that he's using. Like some executives or some motherfucking big wigs in the office, you know, somewhere where their line ain't motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, being listened to by nobody else. Yeah, they talking like that. They definitely talking like that. You dig what I'm saying? Kanye ain't lying. He's not fucking lying, bro. And they expect this nigga to go away and enjoy his money and just not speak on shit the way he feel about it. Because, like, the money is supposed to be a means to shut the fuck up. But nigga, if I don't give a fuck about money, you can't control me with it. Especially if I got so much, I got more of it than you got. Motherfucker, you better motherfucking, nigga, hey, nigga, take some motherfucking notes and some quotes, nigga. Cause you did, a nigga then showed you, nigga, my financial motherfucking abilities, nigga. Yeah, I done showed you my motherfucking impact on society, my impact on the motherfucking fashion. Yeah, nigga, all that shit, nigga. I done showed you, nigga, I can have your motherfucking kids motherfucking loving me. Even if you hate me, nigga, yeah. All that. And then some.
Sound accurate to you?
Yeah, if you look, it does seem like, I don't know if it's that control, but you can see. Wait
a second, you don't think, you can see my eyes to the mask right there. You don't know if it's that control. Meaning, but
so I'm the person who, again, I'm not gonna normie analyze me, where like I'm the guy on Twitter, but I'm like, wait, you really think there's like this hidden hand that's really kind of moving in this direction, or it just kind of happens to be?
Do you think it's not? Do you think it's a possibility it's not? You think it's just all by chance and shit?
I would be opposed to it, but it feels like you know a little bit more. That's why a lot of people are intrigued too.
Yeah.
Because if probably one of the richest rappers ever is
not probably, definitely. But keep going on.
When you've gotten to the heights, and I've said you're the greatest hip hop artist ever. When that person's then telling us it's like that, you then got to step back and be like, he knows definitely something we don't know.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we're also trying to like watch you and even listen. Even if people don't like some of the stuff you say, they're trying to figure out connect the dots and really see what's going on.
Well, you know what? I'm a leader and I channel and I don't see everything. You know, I didn't picture us being here right now. I didn't have this vision yesterday, but I had one bag with me. I just got my leather outfit and it was there. So it's meant, I always thought, wow, that would make a really iconic interview setting. And I'm happy that I'm not sitting in it. And this is now making the movie. Like I said, with the North situation on the song with his son and the new artist, Jasmine Williams, it happened like that. Certain things I lean into. People think I'm strategic. The enemy might, my enemy, our enemy might think I'm strategic, but I'm not strategic. I just lean into what I really feel and I say my truth. And whatever comes with it, comes with it. But my truth is so obvious to so many people because people are not allowed to say their truth to the point where they psych themselves out to think it's not true. And then so I'm not saying people's truth. I'm saying people's feeling now. Because your truth can be told to you. You could be programmed. But your gut is going to have millions of lifetimes of information. So when I go and I tweet, especially now, I'm speaking to people's gut feeling. Like Iggy, not taking sides, but she's going to do everything in her power to make sure Onyx never is next to Kris Jenner. And you know why, and she knows why. That girl came from Australia, then no family in the middle of Miami. Now she's out here in California, and her whole goal as a mom is to keep her son as far away from Kris Jenner as possible. And we all know why. We all know those sex tapes are signed for. We all know those children, just in general, celebrity exploitation. Like when my daughter wants to rap, it's a thing where, damn,
I can already predict motherfuckers, a few motherfuckers just outraged by this. Kanye's fucking lost it. Kanye's gone. Kanye's this. I'm starting to believe those people are literally paid to do that shit now because they're trying to sway public opinion and make motherfuckers keep believing or thinking that this motherfucker's crazy and the shit he's saying is bullshit. So motherfuckers just write it off. Like, man, I'm starting to believe that they literally, they do have motherfucking people that like are paid to motherfucking fuck up the public point of view or make people in society believe that like they're insane. They can't be taken seriously. They can't be taken literally. Like, man, these motherfuckers know how to sway public opinion and they do this shit, bro.
Really want to get into this game like this, and it's this balance. I had people around me. I was like, yo, this man Cardi is calling my baby mama rapping about Skims and then saying he need vocals. She may have supporting slip, needs vocals for the album. And the man was like, well, that will blow her up. I said, it's my daughter, nigga. And see, that's the time when nigga hear me screaming from the other room and be like, why he's screaming?
Wait, who said they would blow her up?
Well, I purposely didn't say the names and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to. Anybody that never spoke out against me publicly, I'm not going to speak out against them publicly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So did I answer that? So it's just God. I'm just channeling. Yeah. I'm just channeling something. So I ain't telling y'all to follow me or do not. Yeah, people not even in a position to follow me. It's like I could change hearts and minds, perception. But at the end of the day, you still got to go work for a white man. You still got to work for a Jewish man that works for a white man. The black dollar has been so decentralized since gentrification and the fall of Black Wall Street that it's next to impossible for a community to get on their feet, get past the drugs, the food. The food's the original drug. The hurting, the fucking 25%, definite, not chance, but definitely being locked up, the abortion rates. Like our position, I don't have the exact answer to the equation of how to get out of where we are, but I'm not going to say we're not in where we are. And this might be some Star Wars shit where it take generation after generation after generation where it'd be North and it'd be this and be that, but it's like you either on this side of it or you on that side. Cardi took the blue pill, but he made his name off of the red pill. The Matrix. The red pill is the niggas like Neo. The blue pill are the agents. So now Cardi is an agent.
Maybe both.
And you'll see him like, you see on the joint where somebody touches them and then they become the agent?
Yeah.
That's what happened. They come, them Jewish people come,
Hey,
the record people come, they'll say, they literally call Tight Island and say, and this is coercion. That's why these niggas gonna be locked up someday. They'll come to you, they said, Ty, you have to denounce Ye.
Hey, touches him, right? Touches him. You see how when he said touch, he touched academics. Hey, you know what he meant by touch, right? I'm not gonna say it, but y'all know what he meant by touch, right? After the industry touches them, they become agents. Nigga, you gotta listen to the jewels that nigga dropping, nigga.
Publicly, or we're gonna drop your artist agents. So now Cardi is an agent. Where we are. And this might be some Star Wars shit where it take generation after generation after generation where it'd be North and it'd be this and be that, but it's like you either on this side of it or you're on that side. Cardi took the blue pill, but he made his name off of the red pill. The Matrix. The red pill is the niggas like Neo. The blue pill are the agents. So now Cardi is an agent. And you'll see him like, you see on the joint where somebody touches them and then they become the agent. That's what happened. They come, them Jewish people come, the record people come, they'll say, they literally called Tight Island and said, and this is coercion. That's why these niggas gonna be locked up someday. They'll come to you, they said, Ty, you have to denounce Ye publicly or we're gonna drop your artist, Leon. We're gonna cancel all your tours. So they on some mob shit.
So, I mean, think about it. Like I just said a second ago, I said, I can already predict that motherfuckers is gonna be so like there's gonna be some other content creators and other motherfuckers that's gonna immediately come out and say Kanye's tripping, he's just outraged by the shit he says. He just basically told us right there, like they have agents to do that job, just to do just that. You dig what I'm saying? To dumb down the motherfucking messages of from the people that really have impact, from the people that really have influence, to dumb down society and keep the people in their positions to keep us from being able to, you know what I'm saying, get to that level that, you know what I'm saying, we should be motherfucking rising to, you know what I'm saying, or ascending to. This is real shit, bro, because nigga, look at all the other shit going on in the world right now. They finding shit under the pyramids of Egypt, shit that's way more important than fucking Diddy. Right? But this is how they spend their time, motherfucking trying to on this is what they're putting out there. They're pumping into the fucking sound waves. You see what I'm saying? You gotta think deeper, man. This shit's real talk.
So it's die, nigga. You know what I'm saying? They up here threatening niggas, stopping their money. This is real life shit off of a statement, off of me wearing a motherfucking chain, off of me wearing they pain. But they playing, turning up, promoting, and making money off of our pain. But if I wear a piece of their pain, then they're gonna to destroy everything moving, everyone around, destroying people's lives. We're going to destroy Leon's life. Leon did that whole Scissor album, and now we're gonna destroy his life if you don't denounce this man's tweet type shit.
Do you talk to these people like before you say?
That has to be what goes on, because that's immediately motherfuckers start going against some shit like that. Like they have to be agents of the motherfucking people that are using them to do this shit, whether it's blackmail, whether it's some type of motherfucking extortion, you know what I'm saying, like a spiritual extortion, so to speak, you know what I'm saying. Well, they might not be extorting you for money, but they're extorting you for your peace of mind. They're extorting you for your motherfucking freedom of speech, your freedom of beliefs, you know what I'm saying, like your moral base is motherfucking being attacked, and they have strategic ways of doing this shit to keep shit in their favor, man. And I feel like that's what Kanye be trying to like get bits and pieces of out there, you know what I'm saying, in the most effective way he could think of, is just saying something that's shocked followed by some real shit. Okay, because I'm gonna make you hear me regardless if you don't want to or not, because I'm gonna say something that's outrageous, but it's just so motherfucking real. You have to fucking take a look at it. You know what I'm saying?
You send out because I would imagine he would give you a call and say, "Hey, I'm in a tough spot." Like, you know, and again, I think you said something important. You're not expecting everybody around you to be dick riders and agree with you, but when they speak out against you, you feel like it's either necessary or that's a form of betrayal, right?
Yeah, like Ty put up the tweet before we landed. He said, I got to say something. I said, I'm not racist, but Ye is. We agreed upon that. When I landed, he put up, I don't condone hate speech. You letting these niggas put words in your mouth. I 100x'd, 137x'd his career. Not one, not two, not 20, 137x'd it. And while I'm on a plane, you put up word by word Jewish vernacular. My thing is we can sit and talk it out. I know they on your head, but nigga, you don't got to denounce me, period. And if you do, you talk to me about how we gonna do it. See all these street niggas and this niggas running around with guns, got bodies. They think they boss, so they think I'm a motherfucking Vic or some shit. They think because I give niggas high salaries. Nigga, I'm a billionaire. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about that shit. See, this is my issue with Jim Jones, right? So he says he's gonna get a jib or a div. I don't know what the fuck the word is, but basically like he's gonna get a percentage if he introduced me to this crypto nigga, right? And I know this shit sound like a Tarantino movie. Jim Jones wants me to meet with Mr. Pink to make $2 million off a crypto coin. Next Tarantino film, right?
Hey.
So then I found out before the second meeting that he was gonna make this money.
Now let me reiterate something.
Did he tell you?
No, he said that he's gonna get a percentage. He didn't tell me.
How powerful does this nigga Kanye have to be that this motherfucker is willing to pay him, some billionaire motherfucker or some industry motherfucker is willing to pay him $2 million just to get him in the same room as Kanye? Think about that for a second. He's gonna give Jim Jones $2 million just to get him in the same room as Kanye, because you know Kanye don't fuck with everybody. Not everybody's gonna be able to get Kanye's access, which is actually smart because it even makes him more valuable. I mean, when you have a mysterious, when you have that works for you. Mystery sometimes works for you, especially when you're scarcity. Not scarcity like, you know what I'm saying, like he doesn't have something, but scarcity as in not many people can motherfucking get in the same room as Kanye, right? He doesn't make himself accessible like that. And rightfully so. I mean, shit, he probably don't trust a lot of motherfuckers. And a lot of motherfuckers he already probably done did his research on. So if he doesn't have a relationship with you already, he probably doesn't even waste his time. You see what I'm saying? But $2 million just to get in the same room as him shows his power and his influence. Because why would they want him so bad? See what I'm saying? That should tell y'all something right there.
Tell me what it was, and he ain't say he's gonna give me a piece of it either. When I found out how much money it was, I was like, you know what? Get a jib or a div. I don't know what the fuck the word is, but basically like and while I'm on a plane, you put up word by word Jewish vernacular. My thing is we can sit and talk it out. I know they on your head, but nigga, you don't got to denounce me, period. And if you do, you talk to me about how we gonna do it. See all these street niggas and this niggas running around with guns, got bodies. They think they boss, so they think I'm a motherfucking Vic or some shit. They think because I give niggas high salaries. Nigga, I'm a billionaire. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about that shit. See, this is my issue with Jim Jones, right? So he says he's gonna get a jib or a div. I don't know what the fuck the word is, but basically like he's gonna get a. So he says he's gonna get a jib or a div. I don't know what they think they boss, so they think I'm a motherfucking Vic or some shit. They think because I give niggas high salaries. Nigga, I'm a billionaire. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about that shit. See, this is my issue with Jim Jones, right? So he says he's gonna get a jib or a div. I don't know what the fuck the word is, but basically like he's gonna get a percentage if he introduced me to this crypto nigga, right? And I know this shit sound like a Tarantino movie. Jim Jones wants me to meet with Mr. Pink to make $2 million off a crypto coin. Next Tarantino film, right? So then I found out before the second meeting that he was gonna make this money. So
Did he tell you?
no, he said that he's gonna get a percentage. He didn't tell me what it was, and he ain't say he's gonna give me a piece of it either. When I found out how much money it was, I was like, you know what? What's saying? Hello. Yeah.
Now, you see how that shit work, bro? You see how that works? That's how those motherfuckers work, bro. Behind the scenes. And that's another fucking example how they use us to get to us. They'll use us to infiltrate us because they know they can't do it themselves. So what they'll do is, you know what I'm saying, they'll get one of our people and offer them some money to cross us or to get us, you know what I'm saying, or put us in that position. You see what I'm saying? That's how fucking conniving these motherfuckers are, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. Nigga can't trust everybody, nigga, because a motherfucker might be paying you to get next to me. And I don't know why he wants you to get next to me. Do I know that motherfucker that wants to get next to me ain't gonna kill me? Do I know that motherfucker that's trying to get next to me ain't gonna try to set me up? Ain't gonna try to motherfucking extort me? Ain't gonna try to motherfucking harm me? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's a lot of shit to deal with mentally. So yeah, the niggas thinking differently. Oh yeah, I'm a motherfucking have my shit set up like the president. Oh yeah, nigga, I'm gonna just rent me a motherfucking. Oh nigga, nah, I don't want a room in the hotel. I want the whole top floor. Yeah, give me the whole top floor of the hotel, and then nigga, I can control who comes into each room. I can have the motherfucking presidential suite. So if I want to meet with somebody, yeah, I come into his room. I get him the room, tell him what room to go into, and then I come in when I'm ready. I already have cameras in that room. I already have, you know what I'm saying, my shit set up in that room to where now I control how we meet. I control how we are introduced. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's powerful way of thinking. Like, that's billionaire ways of thinking. Everybody's not accessible. These motherfuckers literally make motherfuckers pay millions of dollars to meet them. To meet them, not to motherfucking get to be able to meet these motherfuckers, man. Just to shake hands, take a picture. Yeah, that's crazy shit when you think about it, bro. But that shows the value of, you know what I'm saying, Kanye, bro.
Okay, send him to room 59 right now.
Y'all hear that shit? Send him to room 59, nigga.
You found out about
when I found out that he was getting the money, I was like, how much money is it? Yeah, I'm gonna take that meeting for you to get the money, but I guess I gotta sit there. What you go? Like, I wasn't like, oh, nigga, you ain't tell.
Position to be in one day though, bro. When you could just take meetings, nigga. You could just make millions of dollars just taking meetings, nigga. Like, that's crazy work right there, bro.
I'm not gonna. I still took the meeting, and the nigga still got the money, right?
So he got paid $2 million.
Yes,
for you taking the meeting.
For me taking the meeting. But watch, and that was a bit. It was the money was a bit behind my back. I didn't really know about it.
Damn, Kanye,
people be doing shit behind my back. My issue with Jim was we working on clothes. Damn, and I said, look, send me a PDF. For anybody who doesn't know, it's like a group of pictures in a folder that you send to the iPhone. You can do like 300 pictures, 10 pictures on it, 10 pages. I said, send me a PDF of all the ideas, all the young niggas you know in New York. Let me see all of this shit right now. Let the king see everything that's happening, right? This man tells me, I don't know how to make a PDF. That was way more disrespectful to me than the nigga figuring out how to get the $2 million. Do you understand why? Because this shit to my face, nigga. You gonna lie to me about a fucking PDF, you faggot ass nigga? After I sat and took the meeting for you, you took the money and I ain't even asked your broke ass for a percentage?
Maybe you didn't know how to do it.
Do you think one of his young niggas knew how to do it? Do you think that he could have figured it out after that nigga made $2 million?
Definitely.
Next subject.
Definitely.
If I could call a millionaire broke, nigga.
What is it?
I'm rich in the
like, I've always been confused. It feels like I can't tell if it's a love-hate thing. You know, I've watched hundreds of hours of you talking about just interviews, and at a point, it felt like the energy shifted, and then we just started seeing it everywhere. And I can't tell, what is it?
Yeah, it's like family members that you don't fuck with. Like, I appreciate. One thing is, Drake is a million times better than Kendrick and a million times more important. You know what I'm saying? What Future has done, Thug, what Drake just culturally is. That shit last year, I couldn't barely sit through that shit. That shit was insane, bro. That shit had Lucian Grange, Universal, Drake lawsuit shit written all over it. This shit, at the end of the day, all this shit I'm saying, Jim Jones, Kendrick did, all these celebrities, the funny thing is we're all in the same boat. But while we're on that boat, we're also fighting amongst each other. And as I get stronger and stronger, I get more into a position of being who I really am. But right now, or maybe I get into that position right now, but where I was yesterday, it was like, how the fuck I'm supposed to lead y'all and you got these niggas that's running y'all making you fuck with me? So none of y'all niggas can fuck with me or will fuck with me, and if you fuck with my daughter, then I'm sitting down for that.
Real shit.
So, and that's my stance on it. It's like, nigga, I make music better. I push niggas no one make music That's nowhere near as good as music. Like when I made Moon, it basically ended Frank Ocean's career. He ain't have a song since then. He's like, sipping some wine. Like, nigga, like I knew I heard it. I was like, oh, this nigga's never gonna be able to make another album again. I wanna go to the moon. Any genre of music that anyone has, I make a better version of it. I'm 10 times stronger at music than anyone living. But then in 5 territories, okay, what do I do? Clothing, this, political stance, social media, expression, gravitational pull, momentum creating, all that. So what do we do with that? Why do I go at the celebrities? Because they're in the way. They're making, as J. Cole said, false idol. Nigga, you're the false idol. You can't fuck with me no day.
You in the way, nigga.
They're the false idols. They want to put people, camouflage the truth, the goal, the true God. And everybody know, all of them know what it is. All of them needs to work for me. Drake need to be my writer. Trav need to be my producer, like how it always was. But somebody, they pull him to the side, they Virgil them niggas. See, the thing is, Virgil going to LVMH, the black situation don't change. Kamala, vice president, the black situation don't change. Or the world situation, period. Obama president, the world situation don't change. Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, Ye, Disney, Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes changed flight. You know what I'm saying? And if you watch The Aviator, him as a white man, him because he's a maverick, they fuck with him. They fuck with him. At the end of the day, y'all fucking with me, but I'm here to just tell y'all that y'all can't fuck with me. That's the whole idea. Like,
why say fuck Virgil after he passed? I think a lot of people feel like, you know, he's not here to defend himself. And that, I think people are just confused by that. We get the story of how you guys kind of separated and how you feel, but you know, they always say sometimes, you know, when someone passes away, you know, can't be for the dead man, you know? It feels like you still have a little bit of animosity there.
I'm evil.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
You don't think about like his family and other people that love him?
I am an evil person.
It's crazy. I'm evil.
I feel like you've always represented God-fearing ideals, though.
Yeah.
So how does that, how could you identify that person?
God has the wrath. You only play with God for so long.
Oh, man.
Niggas is out here playing games. Don C and him starting RSVP behind my back. This nigga taking money, like kind of the Jim Jones situation. Oh, yeah, you're gonna come to the club. I was a Louis Vuitton Don. They take that position, they put them in that position. They built the anti-Kanye club, the Nike, everybody worked for me. And what's them put it in perspective is Virgil is the Jesus of the niggas that work for me, right? Because every nigga that worked for me would have rather been me. Why do I have problems with almost every celebrity? Because they're jealous. And they should be, because I'm better than them. Because I'm more anointed and I'm appointed. And I understand the jealousy in the hearts of men. But they have to understand the wrath of the king also. All these pussy faggot niggas could shut the fuck up. Don C pussy ass. Supposed to be the realest nigga alive. You know what I'm saying? I remember him sitting with me and saying, brah, what's up with this red hat, bro? What's up with this red hat? They told me, who's they, nigga? They told me that, you know, if you don't stop wearing a hat, man, they're gonna give it. And they named the rapper right here. Now, I love this rapper, so I don't even want to like put him in this conversation. But it was like a they, you know, the invisible hand. The people, you know damn well, that Super Bowl, that Kendrick Super Bowl and that Grammy Super Bowl had invisible hands on it. Yeah. Like everyone culturally fucking knows that. They fucking know that. So watch. Don C tells the nigga A-side. The nigga A-side was talking about the other day with the scoliosis. Like, first of all, like I said, I make it clear. This singer to me talking about how my teeth don't look good. I was like, nigga, you telling me about something that look good. And of course, he's Tremaine's friend. And it bothered me. Win-win, A-side, because it bothered me every day after you said that. Like, yo, how did I let this nigga, you know that nigga say some shit to you? Mm-hmm. And like 10 minutes later, you're like, yo, how I even let this shit happen? Yeah. Right? So, but A-side did give me a bar. He said, Don C once told me, and this is towards the end of the conversation, the last time I spoke to him. He said, man, and Don C was working for me at the time. Man, I'm glad Ye didn't get the Nike deal. And when I didn't get the Nike, it was heartbreaking. So because I had the fucking Yeezys. I was on the second Yeezy. And I just, man, I'm like, we about to make the biggest. We about to make Yeezy and Nike. We about to tear people's heads off. You know what I'm saying? I'm a nigga from Chicago. I got the hottest shoe. I'm at Nike. It wasn't no J. Cole, Kendrick, Trav, Drake, Virgil. I was all of them in one, right? Before they started putting all these battery packs, Lucian battery packs, LVMH battery packs by each one to distract from the true leader and shit. So Don C then says to A-side, I'm glad Ye didn't get the deal because it wouldn't have gave no one else a chance. Well, who's the one? 4 people that work for me. So that means all 4 people that work for me was going into the meetings with me, working on designs for me, then shaking hands with people behind my back they wasn't really with the king. Faggot ass Virgil, faggot ass Don C, faggot ass Matt Williams, and faggot ass Jerry Lorenzo. 4 faggots. Lead y'all. That these niggas that's running y'all.
Interesting. I mean,
also, you gotta run this shit straight. You can't chop it up. You can chop it, you can do whatever. It's like they chopped up the Bible, the word still came through. Imagine you tried to chop the word faggot at his interview, it would be like 3 sentences.
You know, as we talk about censorship, and even you say that, I still say that F word. Just like you've been throwing it around like you don't give a damn. How do you feel about like people like, speech is censored a lot. What we could say, it feels like you're trying to take off those shackles, and it's like you said woke is dead.
Yeah. Sorry, I was supposed to leave 18 minutes ago.
No. So you're going to Japan for real?
Don't drop the location.
So, what's out there? I know you wanted me to come to China. I was just like, it feels so far away, and culture, like culture. What do you see?
Going like that,
you just tell me what's on that side of the world. I've never been.
Hold on a second. Somebody just talked about this car. He said, "Yo, Cardi wants to sit down. Let's connect, gang." I said, "Who's this?" Lou. I'm with Cardi's camp. Give me a call. I said, "Who gave you my contact?" Answer that question first. Cash, tap in. We black man. These industries are extorting us. Black on black violence. Information is key. These niggas are setting you up. Yeah, I could definitely see that. But perfect setup. You mentioned my daughter. Tonight I get to end the movie. And I'm going to end the movie with somebody for sure.
Do you think he did that purposely, or do you think he just thought it was kind of trendy because Kim acknowledges? Again, there are some people who feel like it's just random coincidences, and it looks like you're like, no, you're doing that to fuck with me because you left me off the album.
If you my dog, well, one of my actual friends or someone that could call my daughter, their niece, will reach out to a woman that I got issues with, obviously. That's some faggot shit. I ain't no street nigga. I'm the pink polo pussy faggot and shit, but I know that is not street code. I know that part. Like, is that okay? That part of it. Before we even get to me being mad.
No, I get it. Like, if it's like an ex. Like, why you hitting my ex? You know what I mean? Like, if you my man's and I don't fuck with my ex, or I don't fuck with my baby mama, why you even acknowledging her?
Why? And you're fucking reposting my baby mom, and not even reposting me. You was the first feature on Donda. It's like the Cardi shit is like the final heartbreak. I don't give a fuck about this black mother. How do you niggas run up, nigga? Come kill me then, nigga. Come kill me because the motherfucking coward dies 1,000 deaths. And it's the final heartbreak. Niggas using you, you know what I'm saying? It's like this.
What's on the album? Like, it seems like if you felt like you were going to be like you guys worked on, did you work on music?
Yes. The day I did Wheels Fall Off, that's when the nigga Cardi got the song with Thug and Ty and shit. We was in the studio. We was working on, he sent me the song. We was talking about doing a mixtape. And then, this gentleman named Peter told me like on Wednesday or Thursday to it, whatever it was like, oh, this Cardi album is going up Friday. I said, I called him, I say, my song was, but on that note, it feel like on Cardi album, like he's doing everybody a favor though too. He need to have all them fucking features. It felt like, oh, he hot right now, and he had to do Uzi a favor, or this a favor, that favor, and it's just like, and this level, obviously the album could be better. At this level, it's a different level of experience that's needed to handle 30 songs. To understand how to be running those producers. Like Cardi's a genius in his own right. It's another thing to run that Donda Stadium. And it's just what they call it, ambitious. Like that amount of songs is really ambitious. And a big thing is like, how do you do that without me just as your producer mind, whether I was on it or not? It's like, y'all keep on wanting to do like the last Kendrick album, not that, but the previous one is like a direct copy of
Mr. Morale.
Yeah, of Pablo. I'll show you. It's like, oh, these are the drums from this song. This is the approach to this song. This is because I be in here like just inventing new approaches to a song and shit. Oh, we're gonna drop the drums like this on Blood and Leaves. I'm gonna make the ending of Runaway last as long. And I'm the type, I will share anything and everything with whoever. I would do collaborations, or I did, and it's just too much. Where as soon as the shit get hot, no one is like, yo, nah, this nigga, you know what I mean?
You think they take the sauce and run off with it, then forget about it.
And then they go against me for like political shit. You know how many fucking rappers and celebrities went against me for the Trump shit? Then I understand with the Jewish shit, but I wasn't lying on that shit. And now the Cardi shit, it was the perfect combination of me not having a name and likeness and me finding out about that shit, to me being left out the album on some faggot ass Trav shit, to him call it, what's that?
You mean Trav?
Trav left me off his album, took 4 of my songs from the ranch in Wyoming. Yeah. My choruses, my exact singing lines, replaced me with him or with other people, put Future Scissor on the joints, took me off. I felt with no explanation, shit just comes out.
So what are these conversations like? You guys aren't talking like, why are you doing this?
Yeah.
Because we see the frustration, but what are they telling you? Are they apologizing?
They're not telling, but we know why they're doing it. We know why. You know why. I know why. Okay, I gotta leave. I have to leave. We could double back on it.
We definitely double back.
Yeah.
One of the last real questions.
All right.
What changed in between, and obviously bring back Sunday service now, but there was a time.
Oh, the nigga from Sunday Service tried to hit me for $2 million, Jason White, to run it. It's like, it's always a scam and it's Hollywood shit, but keep going on.
But you used to be on, like, even certain language you felt just wasn't appropriate. You say you didn't want to get into secular music. I mean, I think even that track with 3 Stacks where, you know, I think he wanted to curse or something like that. You're like, no, we got to keep it clean. Now when people are seeing how you're speaking, they're like, what happened to that yay? Like, how do you get from there to here? What changes, or what do you then realize?
I'm evil. This is the real power of God. No white people, no black people, nobody could tell me what to say, think, talk, or who the fuck to be. And I'm happy everybody's so interested in me being me. I'm so happy that just me doing exactly what the fuck I want to do and saying exactly how the fuck I feel or what I say is so interesting to people.
Did you ever apologize for anything, or like, not necessarily regret, but like see things you've done or seen people you offended in the past and be like,
yeah, man, God hurts too. It hurt me that I had to hurt Jay. It hurt me. It hurt me. The Cardi shit, it hurts me. This shit, all this shit, I experience pain. People be thinking, oh, is he suicide? No.
About that. Yeah. We're all worried, you know, like, I think you're the one that can do what you do, but primarily because no matter even if you say some shit that people really don't like, they love you. Right. And you're probably the only pop art, the only art period that you're so ingrained in us that will never, and that's why, like, you know, I don't think cancellation could ever work with you, because it's like, no matter what, you're always gonna make a smile at a point, because you're gay. When you start talking and you mentioned suicidal thoughts, what's happening?
We say that, but then people don't see what's happening. Look at the Chicago photo, then look at the work that I put into Cardi, then look at me sitting and telling North, like, you got it. We're not going on this Cardi album. I know it's the number one. Your friends are like, oh, you're going to be in this Cardi. I know it's very exciting. Like, for a kid like that has everything, to be on a Cardi song is that. And North is like, yo, you got a problem with Cardi? I got a problem with Cardi.
So you stay toes around you.
Yeah.
Should.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what all these faggot-ass raps need to understand. Don't get this Disney shit and this Hulu shit fucked up. I'm her daddy. And I deal with pain and I administer pain also. Yeah, me, pink polo faggot, I administer pain mentally. Because none of these niggas is psycho or as smart as me. At least not the niggas. I can't say for the tech dudes. Okay, that's some other shit. But artists be dumb, bro. It's like, they can't even fucking count, bro. Jewish people run their whole shit. The lawyers run their whole shit. Our whole shit. Like, the contracts are set up for us to not read it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't, okay, go out and run a whole record label without a Jewish person. Now take back what I had to say. You know, start up your whole TV network and shit. Make it run. But no Jewish investors. Let me see how that works. You know what I'm saying? Until motherfuckers can really get their shit together, like they Nigerians or like they Chinese or like they're Jewish or like they're the tech Indians or some shit, everything I'm saying counts. And the way, as far as the way I feel, when I'm stressing, I'm saying, people want to fuck with me. I'm telling them they can't fuck with me. And anybody that ever went against me, and it's the other shit, I don't really have a problem with Kendrick. I would never call Kendrick a faggot. You know what I'm saying? I don't like what happened with the song and that whole idea. I don't like how they used Kendrick. That's right. And also, I don't like him saying he the number one, because I'm the number one. So those are my two things.
People think that's jealousy. They feel like even when you criticize the Super Bowl performance, or you're like, man, I didn't like him on Cardi's album. He got too many verses. Like, yeah, he could rap, but we ain't want to hear the shit.
Y'all don't go to church? God is an angry God. God is a jealous God. What are you talking about? I'm the closest thing to God on earth. And I act just like how God acts. Like, I go up when people, whatever interview you did previous to the interview of this interview, I guarantee you it's going to be more of a blessing than the previous interview. So what does God do? Bless. God has used me to bless. John Legend, boom. Amber Rose, Kim, Travis, Cardi. You get what I'm saying? So whatever is here, the blessings run through me. But in that same way, I'm angry. I'm jealous. And now I can say all these people were the family that I never had, but North is my actual family. So give me one reason, please. Because before it's all jealousy, is this and that, and now it's this far. So yes, I was jealous that Kendrick is on Cardi album, and I feel like that's two different genres. It seemed like J. Cole and Kendrick would be more like, I like mixing genres and shit, but yeah, I'm jealous. Yeah, I'm hearing this shit for the first time. Yeah, I'm not on it. Yeah, this man rapping about Skims. It's like, what about all this shit where I say I don't fuck with rappers? I don't fuck with celebrities. And then I do the Jay-Z tweet and people be surprised. Like, I told you niggas I don't fuck with niggas. Y'all niggas just don't be believing me.
I know you gotta go music. Next Donda album, Bully. Like, I think there's a lot of people who they're like, yo, listen, man, Ye just going off on Twitter, but we just want the music. We want the music. You know, what's that creative process even at this point? Because
there's a whole nother. We should have started right there. There's a whole thing. Creative process. 47 years and multiple lifetimes of creative process to make the top living.
Yes, he motherfucking did.
Influencer.
It was crazy when you said, yo, I've been in this shit 30 years. Cardi, you're a child. And it was like, this motherfucker really been in this shit 30 years. You know what I mean? Like,
What's up with it?
That's crazy.
Yeah. Niggas ain't finna. This is what I'm saying. With the Cardi thing in relationship to music and what you're saying. When I was 14 years old, I was cutting hair. It was a nigga that ran a shop, older gentleman. I came up there, I'm cutting hair. One day I cut like 5 people's haircuts and shit. I probably made, maybe I had $100 in my pocket. And then I was running across the street, my honey, feeling so good about myself. And the dude ran out the shop. He said, hey, come back here. He said, show me how much money you made. I showed him, he took half that shit. So I'm saying niggas be using my shop and then running off with the $100. And then what, they gonna run off with the $100, show back over my daughter while they at it and shit? No, I gotta go to the back at that point. Niggas know damn well, it just became a thing where it's like, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna use Jay for this. I'm like, no, nigga, fuck all these niggas. It's because Virgil made it look like that's what you're supposed to do. Niggas used to call me like, yo, you're a platform. I ain't a platform. These niggas not better than me. These nigga has yet to make a better product. Take the Louis Vuitton Dons and take every Virgil sneaker, and you can have a choice. Every single Virgil sneaker ever made versus the first sneaker I ever made. You get what I'm saying? So take everybody out, take Graduation, right? And then take Dark Fantasy, take Watch the Throne, take Donda, you get what I'm saying? You could just go. The One No Rap album is better than Vulture's one last year. Let's go song for song for song, and it only got half of me on it.
You did that in cancellation. Like how hard is it to, if they're saying DSPs are saying, well, we're not distributing that, or not DSPs, I mean distributors. They're saying we're not distributing that. I don't know if you get flagged from the DSPs who have to, then put it up on their streaming services. But like it feels like the things in between getting your product to people, for Vultures especially, there was a lot of people running out of the way. You still got it up, right? Still got nominated for a Grammy, which by the way. Like again, I know you got to it just brings up like 15 different more artists. Like Grammy was crazy.
How could I not? Yeah, you gotta come to Japan, bro. I really gotta make this.
No, I know.
I'm serious. Like y'all should come out there.
I know.
All right.
I appreciate you, bro.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. So where you going out to the airport?
What was you thinking the whole time? He's like, man, that nigga needs more security. No security could like fucking stop those interviews. Yeah, I'm headed to the airport.
We're not a thing, right?
There's. How much y'all got of that?
Oh no, everything's here. It's 64 minutes. That's what he told me. I was shocked. Why don't you move around security?
I have security, but
I thought, but I always heard that you never did. I thought that I would come in here, you have 15 assistants, 15 staffers, you have all type of shit going on. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. As opposed to
people, millionaires usually just have it's a lot of fluff, right? And it's just like you just have people just to wait around.
Yeah. That was nice with the magnet.
Yeah. Like they usually have just people to wait around on them, and it kind of creates like almost like a bureaucracy. It's 10, 15 staffers, you have all type of shit going on. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. As opposed to
people, millionaires usually just have it's a lot of fluff, right? And it's just like you just have people just to wait around. Yeah.
That was nice with the magnet.
Yeah. Like they usually have just people to wait around on them, and it kind of creates like almost like a bureaucracy where it's like, hey, if you want to get to the guy, you get to this guy who then talks to this guy and this girl and this person, then you get to them to make a decision. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's when you're gonna be a Me Too, because the person starts getting feel like they got too much power and shit. That's like I had an assistant. I knew she thought she made me. She started saying copy.
Well, I mean, if you let her ask you for $3 million, like you should have said, you bugging the fuck out. Like, you said I knew she was crazy when she said copy. I mean, that's that person in the middle type of
I think he got that
And they
idea
got the
from Lil
power. It's like
Wayne.
they can't help it. Like they
Lil
can't
Wayne used to
help
do that.
themselves. And it's like I can talk to them. I'm really big. Like I got people right now that come in working on music.
Lil Wayne, what Lil Wayne would do is he would basically buy the whole top floor of the fucking hotel, and then he would just, you know what I'm saying, like, but he'd throw parties and shit like that, and just basically have the whole floor to himself and live like a fucking king and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's where I feel like Kanye got it from, but he doesn't do it to throw parties. He does it just to motherfucking keep, you know what I'm saying, keep that almost like keep that middleman between him and everybody who wants to meet him or meet up with him. Like he keeps that, like it's like his own embassy, so to speak, and he got the money to do it. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure, nigga, that you know, interest alone pays for all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, imagine that. Imagine having so much money to get at your motherfucking interest, nigga, alone, nigga, is motherfucking millions and millions and 100 millions a year. Like, that's crazy, bro.
Music, and then they want to like start working on clothes and shit. I'm just like, they don't know shit about clothes, and people try to put themselves in the middle of everything and get left out of it.
Yeah, grab this and grab the suitcase. Okay, right. Perfect.
Hey, I bet you that's like some of the most high tech shit. That motherfucker got his shit. It looked like a fucking Sega Switch or some shit, or Nintendo Switch or whatever the fuck it is. But that's what he holds his music on and does all his shit on. I remember my homeboy used to have one that he made beats on and shit. But like that shit looked like the new and more advanced version. Like that shit looked cold. I used to be like, nigga, what the fuck is you doing on that? It looked like a fucking Game Boy. But that motherfucker would have all his beats and he'd be making his beats on it. It was like a pocket size MPC or some shit. That shit's dope. Nana baby, what's good with it? Thanks for tapping in.
The only thing I thought is like people be like, oh, we ain't cost so much. Hey, we're talking.
Oh yeah, you also y'all welcome to pull up, man. I forgot to put the link in the chat, but you know what I'm saying? Y'all want to pull up and pop it, talk y'all shit. Y'all welcome to do that. I just put the link in the chat.
When you missed it, I have my black KKK letter out.
Everybody be acting scared. Don't be scared. Yeah, baby.
Yeah, he's just apologetically himself, man. You got the ability to start moving like how you move, right?
How do I move?
No. It's like I think you don't give a fuck about what no one else is thinking about. Their impressions on you. You're just living your truth. You get what I'm saying?
And this is Vanessa. We did Runaway together.
Oh.
Service,
Hi.
like, all that. She did. That's really where scams came from.
Really?
That's her hotel. Yeah.
Ah. The reason why I said that because I'm like,
Would you like one of these to do?
no, I'll take one. Yeah, I'm serious. Hey, you know what?
Don't have it.
What do you want us to do? Follow me or?
To Japan?
Okay.
I don't know. I'm leaving because it's kind of like all these like death threats and all this other stuff. So like, it's not that I'm particularly afraid of the threats or afraid to die. It's just like I don't know. It's just kind of like
No.
honor. It's like I don't want to say it.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
That nigga gonna be like, can I get one of them too? You got an extra one of them squat?
You
got an extra one of them
Hospital
Black Clan suits?
Yeah,
dress way worse.
I almost feel like at some point they're gonna try to like do the Wendy Williams to you, where they're like, listen, like we take his phone, he can't communicate, he's making sign languages outside the window.
Yeah, what for fucking talking? For talking? You guys say that put me in the hospital
Like it's called conservatorship.
for talking.
No.
Conservatorship, yeah.
Yeah.
And take over your money for talking.
No.
What?
It almost happened before.
Yeah.
It almost happened before. Well, then you got
Can we
hospitalized.
talk on the phone? Can I have to go?
We do what you need, okay? We
Okay.
can come with you. We're with
To Japan? Okay. You guys. We should figure out how to shoot boy. Like,
Tell
start.
me everything you need, we do it.
Yeah, because Gabe has good ideas for that.
Rico, you could have skipped. Rico, no, you can bring it on the next one. All right. Hop in. Yeah. It's like unforgiving doors.
That way you could keep recording.
Yeah.
I wanted to say this about why do I talk so much in these interviews, or why do I express myself so much on and I gave my KKK out. That's fine. I'll get it up.
Oh, you just gave away?
No, they work there.
Okay.
But it's okay. You know, 50 say I let my boss talk from a chain.
Yeah.
What up, homie? It's your voice is everything. You know, if you have money, yeah, look at this, her car, by the way.
Really? It's like some old school vintage joint.
Yeah, like, if you have money, you're trying to, you might buy a car or a watch, a house. So when somebody comes to your house, you black, white, Muslim, whatever, you're going to see the car, you see the house. It's just the nature of man to do that. But what happens when you had billions, then lost it, then got it back, families, lost face over your kid's name and likeness, all that. Then what do you have left at that point? You got your, his voice, like, we got distracted, but I want to say, this thing, whether I'm shadow banned or not, to have this idea that somebody's hearing it, 5 people are hearing it.
You talk to Elon? Like, I feel like Elon is like, listen, I might got to put some labels on it. I'm not going to kick you off of there.
Remember, I got kicked off for just posting one thing last time. Like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So now that I've been able to do it, it's like somebody getting used to money. Like, you think, it's like what y'all got is like 5 weeks straight. Hey, yes, man. 5 weeks straight of Beyonce had the best video. Think about that moment. And I picked it at not let up. It's like having money, like me. It's like having money for real. It's like freedom to talk. You know what I mean? Because they'll be like, okay, that's enough. Your Grammy Award speech is up. Don't say that. You said that. You got there. So now you're experiencing someone who just say everything they want to say, and a lot of people can hear it. And I won't give that up for my life. I give up my life before I gave that up. And then what makes it so funny is like the Jay-Z tweet, Jay-Z's kid tweet makes the Nazi shit not even seem so bad. Every week, it's
I feel like people feel like that was like probably the worst tweet you said,
or the best, or the strongest.
Yeah.
I'll be saying I'm kind of like it made not towards me all the time. I was like,
that was everything. All right, you say that.
a car or a watch, a house. So when somebody comes to your house, you black, white, Muslim, whatever, you're going to see the car, you see the house. It's just the nature of man to do that. But what happens when you had billions, then lost it, then got it back, families, lost face over your kid's name and likeness, all that. Then what do you have left at that point? You got your his voice, like, we got distracted, but I want to say, this thing, whether I'm shadow banned or not, to have this idea that somebody's hearing it, 5 people are hearing it.
You talk to Elon? Like, I feel like Elon is like, listen,
the message is more important than the numbers.
Kick you off of there.
That's what he's saying. That's exactly how the fuck I'm saying.
Like
yeah.
So now that I've been able to do it, it's like somebody getting used to money. Like, you think, it's like what y'all got is like
under your
5
breath.
weeks straight.
Let's get it cracking.
5 weeks straight of Beyonce had the best.
Correct. This is Traumatic Yo Guapo the Honcho, the neighborhood quote man, the slippery slope man, and you are now rocking with the best, Mr. 7-Up Cake in the flesh. This is generally speaking, we urge you to say what you feel as long as it's real, and say it with your chest down under your breath. Let's get it cracking.
Everything they want to say, and a lot of people can hear it. And I won't give that up for my life. I give up my life before I gave that up. And then what makes it so funny is like the Jay-Z tweet, Jay-Z's kid tweet makes the Nazi shit not even seem so bad. Every week, it's
I feel like people feel like that was like probably the worst tweet you've said,
or the best, or the strongest.
Yeah.
All right, I'm off. I'll be saying all kind of like
hit me anytime.
Victorian shit all the time, right? Like exile.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Not that was epic, man. That was epic. All right. Be safe, man.
Yeezy. Nigga be riding around like the president.
But was epic. That was epic.
Hey.
I mean, yo, I thought I was gonna run out of space. And look, get the car. There he goes. Yeah, he's out of here. That was some epic shit, bro. Yo, I probably asked 3 questions. no, probably like 4 to 5. 4 to 5. I give him credit. He let us keep rolling whole time. Whole time, keep rolling. Whole time, keep rolling. How long? 70. You know what's crazy? When I looked at it, it said it only had 50 minutes. So I was thinking 15 minutes is gonna run out. How is it so recorded? Yeah, I don't know. All right, well listen, man. That was, I won't necessarily say interview. That was a Kanye West experience.
To have young thugs probation control. Atlanta, so Action News has on prosecution for 40 county district attorney's office and filed a motion to revoke probation for hip hop superstar Young Thug. Real.
Hey man, real talk, man. I ain't gonna hold you. That was a dope ass interview, man. A lot of people don't catch the jewels that's in between what Kanye say, man, because they be so focused on the outrageousness of some of the shit he say. But I catch them, and I mean, at the end of the day, man, I feel like Act understands that too. You know what I'm saying? You ever seen a motherfucker that feel like, I mean, like, or you know, you ever been in that situation where you might have felt like this might be the last, like this is what's happening now ain't gonna happen again. Like this is some legendary type shit. Like that's how I kind of be feeling like when you listen to Kanye talk. It's like some shit that like, you know what I'm saying, it's different. Like it ain't just some everybody's not gonna say this and everybody can't say this type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you actually feel like you getting something that is rare. You see what I'm saying? When Kanye speaks, it's like, nigga, like, I don't give a fuck if you like it or you don't. You have to motherfucking like appreciate the bravado behind what he says, because nigga, it take nuts to say shit that he say. You can't just be, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like they say it's a thin line between insanity and genius, right? Because nigga, a genius is not far from being insane because he's an extremist. Everything is thought of to the extreme. So if I'm picking up shit to the extreme, it's not gonna be some shit that everybody says. It's gonna be some shit that's over the top, or you know, it's most of the time it's gonna be over the top. It ain't gonna be some regular type shit. It's gonna be some shit like, goddamn, that was crazy type shit. You feel me? So I respect that, man. You know what I'm saying? Like now, mind you, I don't agree with everything he says, but I do kind of motherfucking I do appreciate what he says, because you know what I'm saying, I don't have to live that man's lifestyle. I don't have to live that man's life. But I understand, like, if I did, the type of position that you would be being put in. And the shit he says, like, kind of like makes sense to where he's at and what he's been through. You feel me? Because man, like, come on, bro. That shit he said, like, nigga, they would lock me up for what I'm wearing. They really would do that. And this is supposed to be the, you know what I'm saying, the home of the brave, the freedom of speech is supposed to be there. But a lot of that shit is gone because we can't even really speak our minds or say how we feel without being persecuted or damn near attacked for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, just the motherfucking phrases they come up with, you know what I'm saying, to dismiss the shit we say and the way we feel, nigga. That shit, man, I don't give a fuck, bro. That shit is motherfucking crazy to me, man. So nigga, shit, nigga, if we don't got nobody like Kanye that's gonna say the real, nigga, and not give a fuck about how they fucking feel or what the fuck the people are gonna or the media is gonna motherfucking do, then nigga, I don't feel like nobody would be motherfucking saying it. So nigga, shit, nigga, let that nigga do what he do, nigga. Fuck that, nigga. I'm riding with Ye, nigga. Fuck y'all niggas. Y'all hate. Y'all don't want to see that man prosper. Every time, nigga, he's prospered, nigga. So nigga, something has to be behind that. It has to be something motherfucking special about that, nigga. The fact that they can try to cancel you and you rise every time you rise, nigga, to another fucking higher, to an even higher plateau. You dig what I'm saying? Every time they count you out, nigga, you come back, nigga, you bounce back like motherfucking ground ball, nigga. Fuck these niggas, man. They gonna say what they say, nigga. They gonna do what they do, nigga. But nigga, who gonna survive? Nigga, who gonna still be here tomorrow? Nigga, when the smoke clear, nigga, who gonna still be around? Nigga, that's what I want to know. But shit, nigga, like I said, there's gonna be some backlash from this shit. You already know. So nigga, I'm gonna listen to a couple of people what they fucking had to say. Cause you already know they's gonna come. Oh, Kanye's gone crazy again. Kanye, oh, he's wearing a fucking black. Oh my God, Klansman fit. But they don't say that about the motherfucking Klan when they see those motherfuckers wearing the white suits though. So it's like, it's crazy how these motherfuckers will come out and just be so outraged by something that they see that they seen the other motherfuckers do. You know what I'm saying? But it's just crazy to me, man. But let's see what they talking about, bro. Like, and yeah, these motherfuckers right here look like some people that's motherfucking
the whole crew back.
got paid to motherfucking sprinkle the media with some bullshit.
Well, I had the flu. Yeah, the flu. Chris had the flu. Mm-hmm. OT had the flu. But we all good now.
It's up out of there.
I'm still struggling with it though. Mm-hmm. Got some congestion, got a cough going. But we came across these videos before.
He's fake. He's like, I don't give a did you nigga get to the video?
Yeah, Kanye was read my mind.
These niggas look like two dirty dudes. Like nigga twin dirty dudes or some shit. What the fuck?
Oh no!
Let's get to Kanye. That must be written all over.
Yo, he do. And he thought, I swear, look at you.
Yeah, because I've been sitting around for like a week dodging you, mother.
Really have a problem with Kendrick. I would never call Kendrick a. You know what I'm saying? I don't like what happened with the song. And that whole idea, I don't like how they used Kendrick. That's right. And also, I don't like him saying he the number one because I'm the number one.
They feel like even when you criticize the Super Bowl performance, you're like, man, I ain't like him on Cardi's album. He got too many verses. Like, yeah, he could rap, but we ain't want to hear this shit.
Y'all don't go to church? God is an angry God. God is a jealous God. What are you talking about? Oh. I'm the closest thing to God on earth.
Oh my God, yo.
It's like how God acts.
But yet you come to us as a black Klansman.
Not a black Klansman,
Grand Wizard. He the only member.
You know, I think Kanye is like a artistic thinker. That's why he's like an artsy guy. He's trying to make a message. He's sending subliminal messages. Like, you know what I get from that? First, when I saw it, I was just laughing at him. I said, this dude. But after you like study him for a while, I think what he's doing, and he's like, look at me, I'm a black man. Now I'm the Klan. He's telling black people to empower themselves. I think it's something or another, but he's trying to say, hey, empower yourself like the racist white people used to do. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. That's why he's doing that. That or he's got an album fit to come out.
Right. He has an album out right now. It's called Bully.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's why he's doing this.
Wow. Didn't know that.
He's got an album out?
Yeah.
How did it sell?
I don't know. I ain't listening to it.
But there comes a point when people like for the stuff you're doing, they don't want to listen to your music. Like,
yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing?
You just want attention, like, you know, and that's.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but we got another clip.
I think you said something important. You're not expecting everybody around you to be dick riders and agree with you, but when they speak out against you, you feel like it's either unnecessary or that's a form of betrayal, right?
Yeah, like Ty put up the tweet before we landed. He said, I gotta say something. I said, I'm not racist, but Ye is. We agreed upon that. When I landed, he put up, I don't condone hate speech. You letting these niggas put words in your mouth. I 137x'd his career. Not one, not two, not 20, 137x'd it. and while I'm on a plane, you put up word by word Jewish vernacular. My thing is we could sit and talk it out. I know they on your head, but nigga, you don't got to denounce me. Period. And if you do, you talk to me about how we gonna do it. See, all these street niggas and this niggas running around with guns, got bodies, they think they boss, so they think I'm a mother Vic or some shit. They think because I give high salaries, I'm a billionaire. I don't give a fuck about that shit. See, this is my issue with Jim Jones, right? So he says he's gonna get a jib or a div. I don't know what the fuck the word is, but basically like he gonna get a percentage if he introduced me to this crypto.
Nigga, that's real shit, bro.
And I know this shit sound like a Tarantino movie. Jim Jones wants me to meet with Mr. Pink to make $2 million off a crypto coin. Next Tarantino film, right? So then I found out before the second meeting that he was gonna make this money. So
did he tell you?
No, he said that he's going to get a percentage. He didn't tell me what it was, and he didn't say he's going to give me a piece of it either. When I found out how much money it was, I was like, you know what?
Now you got to answer that rotary phone.
Now see how motherfuckers made the shit out to be a blooper? Like they immediately just dumbed it down. Like it was just nothing. Like nothing he said was serious. Now you can't tell me these motherfuckers ain't being paid to do this shit. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Man, we doing an interview right now.
Right.
You taking phone calls?
Right. He like send a bottle up to room 14.
I got you needing bugs.
Want me to keep going?
Keep going.
So when I
you found out about
when I found out that he was getting the money, I was like, how much money is it? Yeah, I'm gonna take that meeting for you to get the money, but I guess I gotta sit there. What you go? Like I wasn't like, oh nigga, you didn't tell me. I'm like, I still took the meeting and then still got the money, right?
He got paid $2 million.
Yes,
for you taking the meeting.
For me taking the meeting.
Hey, that nigga still did the meeting, nigga.
Took a meeting.
That's crazy, nigga.
Jim
Just
Jones
for that
got
nigga
$2
to
million.
get the $2 million.
Okay,
that nigga didn't hate.
I'll let it play.
That
Behind
nigga
my
said,
back,
okay,
I ain't really know about it.
At least you told me.
People be
You had the
doing
balls
shit
to
behind my
tell me,
back.
nigga.
My issue with Jim was we working on clothes. And I said, look, send me a PDF. For anybody who doesn't know, it's like a group of pictures in a folder that you send to the iPhone. You could do like 300 pictures, 10 pictures on it, 10 pages. I said, send me a PDF of all the ideas, all the young niggas you know in New York. Let me see all of this shit right now. Let the king see everything that's happening, right?
The king.
This man tells me, I don't know how to make a PDF.
He probably didn't.
That was way more disrespectful to me than a nigga.
Nah, but I ain't gonna hold you. He probably didn't. Yay. Like on some real shit. Like that nigga Jim Jones don't look like a computer type of nigga. He looked like the type of nigga that got people that do this shit for him. Like, I ain't gonna hold you. Like, even though it might have sounded stupid, like I don't know how to make a PDF file. Nigga, some niggas ain't computer literate like that. So Kanye taking it like disrespectfully, and that nigga probably really was telling the truth with his dumb ass. He probably really didn't know how to motherfucker make a PDF file. But just the fact that he said that and used that as an excuse when he know he can have somebody else get it done is probably what Kanye's pissed off about. Like Kanye feel like, nigga, your dumb ass don't have won't put forth the effort to go find out what the PDF file is or find out how to make the PDF file if you didn't know how to motherfucking do it. Like that's probably more appalling to that nigga Kanye. Honestly, bro. It's like how dumb are you?
To get the $2 million. Do you understand why? Because shit to my face, nigga. You gonna lie to me about a PDF? After I sat and took the meeting for you, you took the money and I ain't even asked your broke ass for a percentage?
Maybe you didn't know how to do it.
I can't hold you. That shit funny. Bro.
Do you think one of his young knew how to do it?
Yeah, of course.
Do you think that he could have figured it out after they made $2 million?
Right.
Next subject.
Right.
I mean, if you can't figure that out,
Yeah.
you know what I mean. So
it's like, how can I take you seriously, bro? You want to motherfucking learn how to make a PDF
how do you
file?
keep a straight face interviewing somebody? And
But you,
A black playing outfit.
yeah, I could get it. I get it.
And don't address it. He don't address it at all.
How could you take that person serious though?
Right.
This shit,
Yeah,
wow,
and then
bro.
you challenge him with a question. Maybe he didn't know how. He gonna break out the whip.
But it's just the lack of effort.
Academics should have said, so what you gonna do to Jim Jones? You gonna burn a cross in front of his house?
Then you just called that nigga broke like that.
Like, you know, that's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
Why did I think of that?
It's gonna be a wooden statue of him. It's gonna have sound effects. Ah! Ah!
Yeah, I wonder why he's wearing an outfit. That looks crazy. I think it's what OT said. Just publicity.
Yeah. It's no different from Will Smith's son walking around with a castle on his head, like it's saying something.
He's coming out with something too, right? And Will Smith come out with some kind of.
Oh yeah. It came out the 28th.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, in the song, did he apologize to Chris Rock?
Them niggas twins like a motherfucker, huh? Nigga, I mean, which one is the evil one? Which one is the, like, bro? Because, nigga, most of my homeboys, nigga, I got a couple of homeboys I grew up with that was twins, right? One of them was always more evil than the other one, right? It was like, one of them was just sinister, and the other one, like, they could both be bad, but one is going to be a lot better. And then sometimes it's the other way around where it's like, one's a good dude or mild tempered, and then the other one just has a deficiency. Like they shared a brain, and the other one got more of it or some shit like that. Not talking bad about them. I'm just saying them twins is a motherfucker. They some fools with it.
Of course not.
Right. He's supposed to apologize, right? Yeah. He did what he did. He said he did to him, but Chris ain't taking nothing.
He didn't make it public though. I don't think he did. I see why Kanye doing what he's doing, because I know Hollywood is not going to push his music. Yeah, so he's doing these answers. Yeah. So he's I think he's trying to piss them off even more, because that's who owns Hollywood. Yeah, I think that's what I heard. People.
Yeah,
that's why he's wearing the German logo on his shirt. Yeah, I think that's why he's doing it. He used to piss him off. Instead, you can't stop me from doing what I'm doing. Right.
Here's what you do. You know, he's winning. But when you win gracefully, a lot of times, like when you're in an argument with somebody, I don't know if y'all notice, if you're just calm, they're trying to get you to where they are.
Yeah.
So if I'm calm and I'm chilling, you know what I'm saying? It's making you matter that I'm calm and I'm chilling. So what Kanye could do right now to get back at the industry that he doesn't like is just keep winning. Just keep putting out good product. People gonna buy it. You're a billionaire. That's a slap in their face enough. You don't have to put on the uniform to add insult to it. He's manic.
Yeah, he's manic and depressed. You could tell. Uncertain.
Damn Jews.
I don't think he's depressed.
You could tell he don't talk to much people, man. Like people stop. You could tell people don't F with him.
And there's only a couple people that can probably talk to him. And he will actually listen to those people for like a half second. Now, he might not listen to you and actually, you know, put into action what you say, but he'll actually retain what you're saying. He don't listen to nobody. There's probably two people on earth that he listened to. One of them is gone, and the other one, I don't know who it is.
Yeah, the King's disease, man. This dude.
King's disease. Now, King's disease is some motherfucking crazy shit. Because they say every king, like at some point, you know how they say,
maybe Trump.
It's lonely at the top, right? At some point, being at the top becomes lonely, or becomes, you know what I'm saying, like almost like a sickness, right? Because you can't relate to anybody, because not everybody's on the top. Then everybody wants something from you, so you feel like you can't trust nobody, right? Then on top of that, you don't know if motherfuckers are genuine or not. So it's like, damn, like everybody becomes a potential threat, because now you don't know who's being genuine. Even your family could be trying to set you up. Even your fucking girl could be trying to set you up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know who the fuck to trust. You don't know who's being genuine, who's keeping it real, who's fucking being fake. So it's like, at that point, that could almost be like a disease, because it'll take a motherfucker through some shit, bro. Like, damn. Because what if you are being genuine, but they still take you like you're not, because you're full of shit, or you're just like everybody else. So it's like, bro, like at some point, nigga, that shit does make sense. King's disease. Every motherfucking king gonna get that. Unless they're humble enough to like be able to bring themselves back. Or there's somebody to keep them grounded. You understand me?
His name, but it used to be somebody. I ain't gonna say his name, but it used to, because he don't want to be associated with him. Yeah.
Damn. You think Trump come talk to him? What are you doing?
I be having people in my chat that don't say shit.
Trump's gonna roll. You think he's gonna ruin what he gonna do?
I know.
Well, Trump busy, man.
Trump
saving the country. Can't save Kanye and the country.
Trump will say, first of all, you're gonna take off that damn black that Grand Wizard outfit.
Yeah. Back if he walked into the Oval Office that he would go see the president again. Man, he wouldn't even make it to Trump said, "Get the hell out of here! I just got elected." He trying to bring you down.
Right. They would think I'm crazy for having somebody with the white one on. You gonna wear a black one?
Motherfucker making fun of that nigga Kanye shit.
Yeah.
They don't.
Let's just move the couch. All right. We should just stand right here. We should just, come on, Ye, what you having with the couch for? Listen here, Ye. What about Jay? What about Jay-Z? Fuck Jay-Z. See, it's so funny that I blew up on my own. So Watch the Throne, it came about like, this nigga ill, and I'ma ride the wave. Yeah. What about Miley Cyrus, bro? Sweet Life of Zack and Cody may have been one of the best Disney shows ever. I never watched Hannah Montana because you can't have the best of both worlds, because that look like what you trying to do right now. Who made that sweater? A white man. Who made those pants? A white man. Rick Owens, white man. But it's all black. You playing both sides. Yeah. Where you Sean John at? When the last time you bought some Yeezys? It's been a few years, Jay. You an industry plant, just like the rest of these niggas. Isn't that so funny? Most of these rap niggas is slaves. Emmett Till was killed for whistling to a white woman, allegedly. So why the fuck would Joel Santana go make the whistle song? Industry plant. Okay. I had to watch my wife have intercourse with a nigga from Moesha. They got my kids I wrote a song and I don't own the likeness of my kid's name. So how is it joint custody? Yeah. What about John Legend? See, here's the thing. We're not just ordinary people. Ordinary people support black businesses and black brands. They don't always gotta have on a Zara sweater. The nigga be wearing sweaters in August in Barbados.
Barbados.
And the nigga smell like mashed potatoes. John Legend you talking about? He's a legend. A legend to who? The Jews? That nigga ain't in my iPod. You probably one of the richest rappers right now. Not probably. Am one of the richest. What about Pusha T? What about Pusha T? The grinder nigga? If I put money in your pocket, when it comes to speaking on me, you should be like, we not talking to Ye. Them niggas broke. Them niggas is pawns. This is a game of Uno. I got the pieces to the puzzle. Let that sink in. These some rich niggas, Jay. Come on, man. I got a couple dollars too. Define rich. Yay. What about Jay-Z and Beyonce? Yay. Fuck that. Yeah, you like football? Kendrick Lamar's halftime show was ass. And that's see what I'm saying? Jay-Z is in power of that. Even though I don't even fuck with Drake, he's an excellent music artist. He should have been performing that. But he's going to jail soon. When they ready to put the pedophile shit on him, they're gonna use Not Like Us as evidence. Just like they did Diddy. They want to wait 10, 14 years to pull out a video of him and what's her name? Yeah. There's some real strong accusations on Diddy though. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can do that, but relationships go through stuff all the time. Like, I know niggas that beat women all the time. And they're still happily married. They trying to bring a brother down. You know, that's why I did the Sean John Ye collab. Because he's an excellent father. All right, yeah, I see you got a lot of problems with New York, Jay-Z. What about Jim Jones? See, I like Dipset and Jim Jones. I see the whole Cameron and they little fake beef going on. But you know what?
Any genre I've heard in a very, very long time. And, just in terms of your output, your most exciting sounding record, I think, man.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I feel, I was able to start just making exactly what was in my mind again.
and not having to speak with the textures of the time. Because, you know, Cruel Summer is definitely Kanye West, and there's something kind of weird and off about Mercy, like when it has the high pitch, that type of sound. It sounds like art still a little bit, even though it's obviously was a radio smash. But it's still, when I, you know, get into the idea like the trap drums and things like that, there are certain, you know, songs that are blatant, you know, radio hits. It's like I'm speaking with today's texture, and that's, you know, and if you look at it 200 years from now, it's not going to stand out in the way that, you know, 808s or Yeezus stands out and completely can push or redefine or make people say, you know, hey, I completely hate that or I completely love that, but let me just think differently, because everybody is like bound to these, you know, no pun intended, they're bound to 16 bars and 8 bars and, you know, the normal radio the radio thing. I was talking to Frank Ocean about this and said, like, you know, my mom got arrested for the sit-ins, and now we're more like the sit-outs, like sit off of radio and say, hey, radio, come to us. You know, we need to find something new because it's being, you know, controlled in a way and manufactured in a way that, you know, really awesome, you know, artists, you know, can make amazing music and not break as far past as like something that's very like formulaic.
So it almost feels like a duty to you in a weird way, having people's ear, having people's attention, and for great music to be able to say, well, if I'm not challenging them, if I'm not
invites about people, perhaps taken out of context sometimes, can create a very distorted view of what a person really thinks. What do you think, looking back over the last few weeks in particular, what do you think have been the biggest misconceptions about you?
Well, I think there's a left agenda to silence anyone that goes against the agenda. Let's go back to Trump running for office back in 2015. Everyone that was around me in my industry, in the entertainment industry, told me that my life would be over. I would be on the wrong side of history. I've even had threats to my life for wearing the Trump hat. And it even ended up in, you know, destroying my family and also making it where I have to raise my children differently, because I actually am a person that's classified as Black. You know, I classify myself as Jew, but a person that's classified that had been given that title in America as Black, in America, that I'm supposed to stay in a block of a vote. You never heard the term white vote. So why is there a term Black vote? How is that okay? It sounds just as racist as a Black drinking fountain. And my dad, you know, called me and said, you know, the thing that the left fear about Ye or makes me the most dangerous is I'm rich. And that's the point. Tupac told me back in the days, you know, you had to get your money right and then you go to war. So I'm going to war.
So, you know, Tupac, Kanye on his Tupac shit.
Endless resources.
That's what it really is. Nigga, Kanye on his Tupac shit, nigga. He like, fuck that. Nigga, like, I agree with the principles Pac was on. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, hey, that makes a lot of motherfucking sense. I mean, that's some deep shit, because the level Pac was on, nigga, like the secrets of war, shit like that. It was all military minded shit, because he felt like you have to adopt the policies and in the thinking process of the enemy or of the you know what I'm saying, of the army, you know what I'm saying, to be able to advance on that level, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I feel like, nigga, he on some different type of, you know what I'm saying, he trying to think of how Tupac would have been if Tupac would have lived to be his age. You know what I'm saying? Like, where would Tupac be mentally? Would he be politically, you know what I'm saying, like inclined? I mean, most likely he would have, you know what I'm saying?
They have like maybe, you know, honestly, only maybe $120 million in my account. But what I'm not going to let happen is I'm not going to let my kids take over Yeezy someday and have a boardroom telling them what to do and talking behind their back. I'm not going to let that happen to my children. So I have to fight
right now.
Angela,
And the
what's
other
good with it?
powerful icons in Black music, when they were at the top of the game,
Share this
they
out, air
didn't
this
fight
out.
at that
Tap
point.
that
They were
like
too
button.
afraid of losing whatever they had. So by the time they wanted to make a difference, by the time Bill Cosby wanted to buy NBC, he didn't have the Cosby Show at that time to be able to stand up when they wanted to literally throw him in jail. You know, we actually did throw him in jail. So people have to understand just the bravery. There's so many people everywhere. I know everyone can relate to being afraid to say what you're going to feel because you feel like you're going to, you know, you're going to lose something. So whether you agree with me or not, I believe people are going to feel the fact that someone is brave enough to say something. Every day I do 5 things that people have been historically killed for. Every day. And it's just, yo, I want to prove, first of all, I am Jew also. The 12 lost tribes of Hebrew. Do the math.
You know, they hate that nigga
Do
saying
your research on it. We have got our culture ripped from us and then told we were just simply void of color, which is another definition for Black. But if we knew we were a culture and knew we were a people, the way the Jewish people know, then we wouldn't abort ourselves. We wouldn't shoot each other dead in the streets and then rap about it. We wouldn't brag about, you know, having sex with each other's wives. We would keep our families together and we would do business together. The most dangerous place for a Black person in America is actually in our mother's stomachs.
Ooh.
Because 50% of Black deaths a year in America is abortion currently. I mean, I can keep going, but I want to make it, hey, boom, ask me questions, let's go.
I don't want to jump in too much because here's what I honestly think. I think you
That's
have
deep,
an extraordinary
That's
mind.
deep, bro.
You have a
That's
number of
fucking deep,
extraordinary
dog.
talents. You're a musical genius.
Like, nah, hold on.
You're
I gotta
a
analyze that for a
fascinating
second, right?
public figure. What has been interesting to me is to watch.
He said the most dangerous place for a baby today in America is in the woman's stomach. And he's saying that because of the abortion rate, right? And that makes a whole lot of fucking sense, bro. Because nigga, the level of, or the percentage of, if that baby's gonna actually be born or conceived is probably less than likely due to the abortion rate. So if you just listen to what he says, that makes a lot of motherfucking sense. But a lot of people don't want to get that deep or think that deep. But how could you motherfucking deny that fact if you look at it from that type of fucking level? Real shit.
The furore.
They actually are encouraging abortion. They're encouraging this in the media, in today's commercials and shit like that. You see what I'm saying? Why? Because we all know why. There's a lot of shit that's being done with these fetuses, and you know what I'm saying? You know, they use them for vitamins and whatever else, you know what I'm saying? Lord knows, you know what I'm saying? Crazy shit, bro.
Which has erupted in the last few weeks over a series of statements that you've made, which have caused, as you know, a lot of offense. And I guess before I get into them, I'm just curious as to whether you think there is a line for free speech. I completely agree with you that there is a war against free speech, that people are treading on eggshells all the time, terrified of expressing honestly held opinions.
Y'all heard what he said.
Over a series of statements that you've made, which have caused, as you know, a lot of offense. And I guess before I get into them, I'm just curious as to whether you think there is a line for free speech. I completely agree. On that, you have absolutely my agreement. But my question for you is, do you believe there are limits to free speech? And if they are, what are they?
There are no limits to free speech. It's all context, right? Tarantino can write a movie about slavery where actually him and Jamie, they got the idea from me, because the idea for Django, I pitched to Jamie Foxx and Quentin Tarantino as the video for Gold Digger. And then Tarantino turned it into a film. Ooh. But in that film, he puts a context, he creates a context where Leonardo DiCaprio is allowed to use the word multiple times. within that context. So Hollywood's job is to frame things, and they allow what content is accepted and what's not. We have our thoughts. You know, everyone has thoughts and ideas, and then people try to manipulate your thoughts and ideas. In order for humanity to move forward, we have to be free to think and then to actualize. I like the word actualize better than execute. If you think about execute, the negative word, actualize to be more positive, except for the fact that it has the word act in it, and everyone's an actor, especially in Hollywood. I'm like top 5 writers in human history, so I really get into the power of words, and I feel very akin to Capote, Freud, Nikola Tesla, Da Vinci, Matisse, more Matisse than Picasso, more African cubism than Matisse. So I just do that. I throw out that kind of for the liberals, and that's the funny thing. It's like liberals.
Let me hold you up on that. On Matisse, when you say you're more Matisse than Picasso, as somebody who's a fan of Matisse and Picasso, actually, I spent a lot of time in Saint-Tropez where they all used to paint together. Why do you say Matisse? What is it about Matisse that you feel an affinity with?
I feel like Drake is more Picasso and Ye is more Matisse. When we talked about when me and Drake went to do the show last year for prison reform and to bring awareness.
I really think he has a motherfucking love and hate relationship with Drake, bro. It's like he loves the dude, but he hates the dude, bro. Like on some real shit. Like it's like an admiration, but at the same time, a fucking disgust. Like it's crazy, bro. Like this shit is wild.
Awareness to the incarceration of Larry Hoover, I sent him articles about the relationship of Matisse and Picasso and the need for these people. You need to have that. You know, I need to go into the bar and go to Starbucks. That's a form of a modern day bar, right? And just hear Drake's song playing back to back. And Drake needs to go into that same Starbucks just in a different city and see people wearing Yeezys. And it puts us both back into the studio. And, you know, God sets up these almost similar characters, these doppelgangers. It makes me really realize God has a sense of humor. Like, why is John Galliano and Mark Jacobs the exact same human being, just placed in a different place? Or why does God have it where Bernard Arnault cannot purchase Gucci, not even through the Chinese market? God does this to remind us that we are not God, because when you take people like Elon Musk and Bernard Arnault and Trump or Jack Ma, Putin, you take these people in their own space, in their own environments, you know, we can start to feel like gods on earth, but we are nothing in comparison to God. And we are here actually to love one another and to collaborate and to make the world a better place. There's, 1% of the world are placed in power and 99% of the world are the audience.
I will say there are legitimate questions about the Black Lives Matter movement, no question. But on the specific...
You're pressing agenda. You haven't seen the whole thing.
I don't have an agenda. I just read you what the coroner said.
So we can have 20 different perspectives on how JFK died, but us as Black people, not only can we only vote one way, we're not allowed to have any other perspectives, and that the area for George Floyd, where he passed, the murder rate is up 50%, and nothing, this is so-called movement, but it didn't move Blacks anywhere.
Right, now listen.
So as a Black person.
I will say there are legitimate questions about the Black Lives Matter movement, no question. But on the specific point about how George Floyd died, I don't think it's in question about what actually killed him. It was that police officer with his knee on his neck.
Well, it is in question. It isn't question. I'm questioning.
Well, you can
as
question
a black
it, but
person
what you're
who has
questioning
had
is a
friends-
coroner report.
Do you have friends that were killed by police officers? Do you have friends that were locked up? Do you have friends? Do you have people aborting half your race? No. So I am the black person with the black experience that's worth $11 billion and is the most influential person on the planet, and I am questioning it.
Okay.
I have a right to question it.
Absolutely.
You can't tell me with your accent that me as an American Jew black person that I cannot question that death and question the means behind that was put on camera.
I'm not saying you
to
can't
traumatize. I'm not finished. La 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 means let me finish.
Okay.
I'm not finished talking. So I cannot see, because you distract my thoughts and then you try to make me look like a crazy person and you feel you have the right to cut me off. And I've proven you guys don't want it with me. This is like Terminator 20. You've never seen this before. So I want no one to play with me.
Mm-hmm.
I have the right to question because that videotape was used to traumatize my people and force us into the Democratic vote. Hey, George Soros, you're a real competitor. I respect you. I'm worth more money than you, and I have more influence than you, and have, Piers Morgan from a different country saying, well, I'm not going to do an English accent because that would be racist. I'm funny, by the way.
That's fine. As I said to you, the show is uncensored yet. You can say what the hell you like, right? But that doesn't mean I can't pick you up on a few things, right? You accept that.
I accept that, but you tried to say it is unquestionable because this one Dr. Fauci said this. I know it wasn't Dr. Fauci, but I'm just giving an example where we hear from even Google. Like, people feel like, if you Google it, it's factual. There's so much non-factual information about me on Google, but then I still believe Google, and people pay to get certain information to the top of Google. But this is good. Keep going. Where else you want to go with it?
Here's where I want to go. The civil rights lawyer Lee Merritt responded to what you said about George Floyd's death and said, while one cannot defame the dead, the family of George Floyd is considering suit, which they're now doing. As you know, they're suing you for $250 million for Ye's false statements about the manner of his death, claiming Floyd died from fentanyl, not the brutality established criminally and civilly, undermines and diminishes the Floyd family's fight. So what is your response to that?
Imagine being sued for $250 million. Damn. $250 million, nigga.
Well, anybody who loses a loved one, my heart goes out to them. Any race, my heart goes out to the pain of that. I have a theory about it. Now, this is not a fact. This is a feeling that I have. In the documentary, George Floyd's two roommates said that George kept saying, they want a tall guy like me. They want a tall guy like me.
Now, the reason why I play this shit right now, right? Because I want motherfuckers who calling this man crazy to hear and to understand how articulate and just how thought-provoking this motherfucking man is. But they'll still try to make him look like he's so fucking crazy because he's got the motherfucking balls to speak out and say shit that these other motherfuckers won't say or are getting paid to say. You dig?
So for me, I'm a creative, right? I can make a dinosaur out of a femur, right? So if I'm making a dinosaur out of a femur and I'm looking at a documentary that says George Floyd was telling his two roommates they want a tall guy like me, and on the day of his death, he prayed for 8 minutes. They said he prayed longer than he ever prayed. What do you think, me as a creative mind, the beautiful mind, right? The sensitive mind, what do you think I feel could have happened in that situation?
All right. Well, honestly, if I'm being honest with you, I would say that because of your brilliant, beautiful, creative mind, as you put it, and I don't dispute that at all, you've got an extraordinary mind. And I can see that in the way that you conduct interviews. You go off on very long tangents, but they're sort of fascinating. I find it fascinating to listen to you. I'm not saying you don't have a right to question.
Quite. These are like Capote level fascinating tangents.
No, they're not. They're not. I'm just saying it's the way you conduct yourself, and I think that's very interesting.
What do you mean? Or not? Why is it? Oh, it's not Capote level.
Actually, I think you
Capote level.
If you would like me to compare you to Truman Capote, I am happy to do that. Yay. If you want to be known as the new Capote, I'm with you. Okay. I'm not going to question your talent. Your talent to me is completely unquestionable. Right. When you question that,
answer the question about the femur to the dinosaur.
No, I'm going to ask you a different question.
Situation.
I'm just going to ask you this. What?
No, you're not. You're gonna. No, I didn't finish my question.
Well, hang on. You can't tell me.
Answer my question.
You can't tell me what questions to ask you. You accept that I'm the interviewer.
You to answer my question. No, I said answer my question. No, I'm interviewing you too.
Well, you can't interview me. It's my interview.
You're Bono. I'm interviewing you too. See, that's the way we rap.
Let me just. You know what I'm saying? No. Let me just put this to you.
So no. You're trying to avoid. Hang on. You're trying to avoid.
No. La. To put quite a phrase. You're interrupting me now.
I'm going to get back to it.
All right, you can, but let me ask you.
Because you haven't answered my question.
Here's my question for you, which you haven't answered.
No, I'm not answer. Don't answer my question with a question.
Yeah.
I'm not answering anything.
I'm going back to my original question in a way, which is simply this. I'm not saying you don't have a right to question how George Floyd died, but given the world watched that horrifying video of that policeman's knee on his neck, and given that is what the coroner said caused his death, albeit he had other underlying conditions, including fentanyl intoxication, when the family see someone like you, who's hugely influential, you're known around the world, questioning how their loved one died, they find that very hurtful, which is why they're now suing you for it. And my question for you is, do you understand the pain that sometimes your comments can cause, like this circumstance with George Floyd's family?
Now, I'm going to ask you a question again. With my imagination, when you see in the documentary that George Floyd's two roommates said they want a tall guy like me, they want a tall guy like me, and that he prayed extra long on the day of his passing, where do you think that takes my beautiful mind?
I think it can take you to a place where you want to believe something which may not be true. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying all the evidence points. I'm giving you an honest answer. My honest answer is I think that
That wasn't honest. That was a political collect.
My honest belief is that.
What do you guys do? People in the newsroom, what are they doing? They're like cringing right now. They're like, whoa.
No.
We never experienced this before. We never experienced
I'm not cringing.
A black entertainer that won't be threatened by the media to back down from his opinion.
Yeah, I think you mistake me. You mistake me for somebody who's going to be like the others. I have a show called Uncensored for a reason. I'm giving you a platform for a reason. You're
pressing an agenda.
No, I'm not. You're perfecly entitled to your opinions.
Agenda.
But do you accept
you're lying now?
Do you accept you may not always be right?
I just called you a liar. How does that make you feel?
That's fine if you think I'm a liar. That's fine.
No, you're a liar. You're pressing the agenda of the pain and trauma economy that is pressed on my people by the left.
Actually, the trauma I think that was implemented to George Floyd was some. Do you accept you may not always be right?
I
would invent that. So that's my belief. If you challenge that and you don't believe it, that's entirely your right.
I have a question. Isn't that what you wanted? But you know what you did? You tried to civil rights me. You tried to pull me back to a week ago. But we're here today. There's been hurt, and this is the way I had the right to express myself. The point of this interview is for you to question me, and then for me to answer and say, okay, even though the same rules are not applied to my people, if a person with a gun or drugs is pulled over and has 3 other people in the car, they're all going to jail. I'm not going to apply that to Jewish people for the sake of this conversation. Isn't that what you wanted? But you know what you did? You tried to civil rights me. You tried to pull me back to a week ago, but we're here today. There's been plenty of conversations and commentary since that, but you want me to go back to 1960.
No. Here's
you
what
want me to go back 7 days ago.
All right, let me jump in. Here's what you to do. I want you to reflect.
Okay, so have we grown? Have we grown?
Here's how we grow. Yeah. Here's how we grow. I want you to reflect.
No, have we grown?
Have we grown?
You're not in charge of my growth. You're not in charge of my growth.
Okay, let me phrase it like this. I'm about to suggest to you how you may grow if you choose to grow this way. And you can ignore me. You can ignore me.
Pierce, how much money are you worth?
Not as much as you, sadly.
Exactly. So take my advice. Maybe you'll get richer.
I would love to take your business advice.
Why would I listen to you?
Why do you hear what my advice is and then work out if I'm wrong? Can we do that deal?
You haven't given me any credit or a moment of reflection for the comparison that I made, the brilliant, if I do say so myself, comparison that I made to the cops pulling over one black person and locking everyone up.
I understand what you're saying.
And my tweet having issues. Wait a second, I wasn't done with the sentence. My tweet referring to all Jewish people, I said, for the sake of this conversation, I will refer to the business people who have destroyed me and my people and my fellow creatives. But you didn't even accept that I gave you that. You tried to push me back into 1960.
No, I didn't.
You tried to push me back into last week.
No, I didn't.
Okay, do you accept that example that I gave you?
I understand completely the example you gave me. I think all racism is wrong.
So I feel that we've grown.
I would like you to reflect.
I feel we've grown.
Do you
feel we've grown?
If you've now changed what you wanted to say originally, my question for you is, do you now regret saying DEFCON 3 on Jewish people? Are you sorry you said that?
No.
I think it matters. You should be.
Absolutely not.
You should be.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, but you should be.
Absolutely not. Are the people, the Jewish businessmen that led me to that place, are they sorry for the way they've raped my
I don't know who you're talking about in particular, but I don't know why you keep having to say they're Jewish.
The way,
what is the fact they're Jewish got to do with anything? Why do you keep doing that?
What do you mean? They're the Jewish businessmen that did that because
they're business
they are.
people.
That's what they did.
Why do you keep saying Jewish business people? Why do you keep using their religion, their ethnicity? Why do you keep doing that?
Let me update it then. Okay, so I'll say this. Would it be, would I have grown into the box you want me to go on if I say to specify the business people that have raped my people that just so happen to be Jewish?
I think by doing what you've just done, I find that I'm not even Jewish and I find that offensive. Why do you keep having to do that? I don't think you get it at all. I don't think you understand the offense you're causing when you keep using their religious background, their ethnicity as a stick to beat them with. Why would you do that?
So what are you more concerned about? Getting the richest black man of all time to kowtow because it's not gonna happen.
I don't want you to kowtow. You can do what the hell you like. You're a billionaire. You can do what the hell you want. I'm just saying to you that I don't think you quite understand when you talk about. Okay, can I finish?
It's not multi.
You're a multi-billionaire. Okay, well, congratulations. But that doesn't change the fact that when you insult the Jewish people and say you're going DEFCON 3 on the Jewish people, that is as racist as anything you say you've been through and any pain that you've experienced. It's the same thing. Racism is racism. And you know that, I think, don't you?
Yeah, obviously. That's why I said it.
So you said it knowing it's racist?
Yes. I fought fire with fire.
Okay.
I'm not here to get hosed down.
At least that's honest.
A different type of freedom fighter.
That's honest. All right. You were racist because you knew it was racist, but you decided to do that because people have been racist to you. Is that your position?
No, I'm not. First of all, I can't. What is the beginning? Read the whole tweet. I'm sure you have it in front of it. Somebody in your office has it. Get him a coffee and a yay tweet.
What do you want to know? The whole tweet?
I want you to read it out loud, sir.
I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who opposes your agenda. That was the exact tweet.
I like reading that whole thing. I can't be anti-Semite. I love Jewish people. I work with Jewish people. Yo, watch this. some of my best friends are Jewish.
Right. So you know how that
How
sounds.
many times have you heard that statement?
Of course. Of course.
Wait. Have we ever heard that term before? But the funny thing is, they are. I work with Dove Charney that got kicked out of his company, out of American Apparel. I work with this guy every day. He's like my twin. He's one of my favorite people in the planet. And we work through that. And we talk through it. And he says, "Yay, why are you so mad?" And I'm like, this is why I'm mad. This contract right here, what's going to happen before I'm done, we're going to open up all of the music industry contracts, all of the publishing deals, all of the athlete deals, all of the acting deals, all of the mortgages, all of the deals.
But that's fine. But yeah, that's all fine.
Business people who we went at.
That's all fine. You can do all.
But
Of
it
course
has
you
to
can
start
do that.
somewhere.
Of course you can do all that. And when you do that,
it has to start somewhere.
I hope you won't be judged as a black business person doing it all the time. That people don't phrase it all the time by the color of your skin, but by your business acumen. Isn't that what you would like? Isn't that what equality actually means?
And of course I'll be judged by that, because when people come into power, people get judged. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nobody that gets judged more than a straight white male. The straight white male has the least amount of a platform to even speak. A straight white male can't say, "My wife hurt me today," and because people will say, "Well, you're hurting women." A straight white male can't say, "Hey, a black employee didn't come in to work on time," because then people will say you're racist. A straight white male can't speak on a homosexual person because they'll say you're homophobic. And so I empathize with the position of the straight white male. And part of the reason why I empathize with that position is because I know that I'm headed to that position. And what position that is? Top power position.
Okay.
That's the top power position where you get all the rocks thrown. And that's the thing. I have friends, right, that will like, actually that's the reason why I'm going to be a good leader someday, because I'm really empathetic. But I call black people out on their stuff. I call white people out on their stuff, because we're all people. We're actually only one species. And in order to, whether it's my friends texting me like, "Bro, you got to get in the gym. You're looking chubby in the photo." It's like we have to hold each other accountable to what's actually happening. And it's so much is based on you did that tweet wrong. So what I will say is, I feel that my words demand more sensitivity for the frequency that I'm operating at and and the amount of people that I'm communicating to. And I take that responsibility right now. But I will also say everything happens for a reason, because if it had been perfectly worded in English, and because there's nothing whiter than English itself, right? I'm already not speaking in my mother tongue, right? So if I had perfectly worded it in the most sensitive way, then we wouldn't be here right now. Now we're opening up the conversation. I'm not allowed to say whether or not I'm running for office in 2024, but I'll tell you what, if the left, let's say the left would have never supported me anyway. And now I've got to call to attention, I am who you should support. The left did not allow Trump to be president. They treated him like he wasn't even the president. So even then he won, he was losing half of the American people every day, and it divided the country. What I'm saying, whoever goes into office, for British media, for American media, we must support our leaders and not just run this hyper negative. You know what I will? And black people hate when I apologize for this. When I see people like John Legend and Chrissy Teigen talk down on the president, I'm like, wow, that kind of sounds like me. That kind of sounds like the telethon. I opened up this level of disrespect towards our leaders, and people were happy. And the left saw that and say, well, let's just have every celebrity do what Ye did at the telethon. So I take responsibility for that moment. And you know what? I just want to give every Jewish person a big hug. Also, I'm envious of the Jewish people. I'm envious of how they don't abort their children. I'm envious of how they don't shoot each other in the streets and then rap about it. I'm envious of how their families stay together. I'm envious that they turn their phones off on Friday night and the family comes together. I'm envious of how they do the business together. And I want that for the darker Jews. I want that for the black people. I want that. We need that. God said we should remove the word want, right?
Okay.
We're going to have that.
Okay.
And this is the beginning of it.
But it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that you are acknowledging, as you've just acknowledged that it was wrong to say what you said about President Bush when he said he doesn't care about black people, and that may have encouraged all this disrespect towards presidents since. I think it's an interesting point you made. It does seem to me, Ye, talking to you, that even if it's hard for you to admit this, that you do regret the wording of that tweet which caused all the problems, and you wouldn't phrase it that way again. Am I right?
I would tell my dad that. My dad loved the White Lives Matter t-shirt because what audacity does a black man have to wear the exact same t-shirt that a white man could wear? You know, and my dad was a Black Panther. I mean, we have a water purification center, you know, he's like the original Steve Jobs. Right. He's the educated version of me, right? And he liked both of those things, but he said, you know, Ye, he even calls me Ye now. He's like, Ye, you've got to be more sophisticated with your wording. And that wording, like I said, I'm a bit sleepy. And it lacked the sophistication needed to be the true conductor that I am, because it's the conductor's job to bring people together. And that was divisive, right, which is not who I want to be.
Right. So
so I'll tell you that. I'm not looking. And also, let me put
sounds
out
like
right
you agree.
now.
So it sounds like you agree with me. Do you agree with me then?
I want to talk. Okay, let me say that I'm just thinking right now what's on my heart is the idea for people who do actually have severe mental health issues, you know, the word retarded for, you know, there's parents that have children who actually are mentally ill, and that word is really offensive,
right,
to those people.
So why use it?
And just because I was feeling well, it's a couple reasons. Because people call me retarded. They treat me like I'm retarded. And so I embrace it. It's like you call somebody a so much, they say, I'm. You call somebody a bitch so much, they say, I'm a bitch. You call somebody a retarded so much, you say, I'm retarded. Like, I was exhausted, and I embraced the idea of having a serious mental health issue. But Noah also, but Moses was basically on speed when he was doing what he did.
Let me ask you, by the way, look, out of interest,
yeah,
how much sleep do you get a night?
You said Moses was on speed.
I'm not here to talk about how much sleep I get.
Well,
I don't owe you that.
Literally just been talking about
how much sleep do you get a night?
I had about 5.5 hours last night, actually. Not very much. But you're the one that's raised this issue.
And I probably had the same.
Right. My question is only because... I
probably had the same, but
it's only because you've been talking about you don't believe you have a mental illness. You think it's lack of sleep. So I think it's an obvious question to ask, well, how much sleep do you get? Are you constantly sleep deprived? Is that one of the reasons perhaps sometimes, as you say, you feel sleepy and you shoot from the hip verbally and you say stuff that maybe when you're rested, you wouldn't say it the same way. Would that be fair?
Tell me what's... Okay, no, it's not fair, because what's more important, the pain and the truth of what I'm talking about and what led me to that tweet, or the tweet itself?
I think both can be true. Because the problem you have is, I think you've acknowledged
one tweet.
I think you've acknowledged that the wording of the tweet was offensive.
Years.
Yes, I understand, but you know the damage it caused, and I
understand that was offensive.
And I think that you have accepted you probably shouldn't have phrased it that way.
You as a white person are so stuck on the idea that what I said was offensive, which is a very caring approach. You're not sticking on the fact. You have not unpacked what happened with those contracts. I've said but you didn't ask me another question about it. That means there's an agenda.
Absolutely not.
Inside of the platform.
I have repeatedly said to you that I'm sure I do not disbelieve that you've had contract business issues with various managers, accountants, and so on. My argument is that when you do it,
me,
when
or other me's.
I'm sure many other artists in the music business. Yeah, of course.
You're you know why you're sure? Because you don't care to do the research because it doesn't affect you.
No, it's because you said.
Have you done any research?
No. Yeah, let me explain to you. I'm not doubting what you're saying.
You don't care.
I do care.
You don't care about me. You don't care about my people. I care about me. I care about my people. So it's for me to stand up. And God forbid I step on someone's toes while I'm at it.
It's not someone's toes. You stepped on the entire Jewish people's toes with a very deeply inflammatory tweet, which I think you've now accepted. You shouldn't have phrased that way. It's taken a bit of time to get there, but I think you have accepted that, right?
Have you accepted that you've put no effort into understanding how I got there?
I don't think, honestly,
10 years from now,
honestly, I don't think there is any.
You're going to apologize to me about this interview.
I'm not.
You're going to apologize to me about this interview within the next 10 years.
No, I'm not, because here's the thing.
Mark my words.
I don't doubt you've had.
It's very one-sided.
No, it's not.
It's very white-sided.
Oh, come on.
It's very one-sided. It's very like.
It's not white-sided. I'm not doubting you've had business issues. I'm saying the way to respond to that is not to go public to millions of people and say you're going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people.
Millions of people.
Right.
Millions of people have had DEFCON 3 on their contracts.
Right. You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
And said millions of people. Well, I opened it up. Now I didn't, but now I'm saying it now.
Okay. So now what I think you should say, I think you should say to the Jewish people, I'm sorry for the offensive language I used in that tweet. I wouldn't do that again. This is what I really meant. I think people would respect you if you said that. I don't know why you can't just say that.
You know when I'll say it? When I sit down with the people who write out the contracts for the NBA and for the NFL and for professional music and for acting contracts. We need to go to the top lawyers, the top execs, the owners of the stadiums, the owners of the football teams, and the owners of the record labels. And we're going to put them all in one room. And we're going to read let's go top 10 in each one of these categories, right? Let's read Michael B. Jordan's contract.
Why would any of that?
Hey, bro, I ain't finished. I ain't finished my sentence.
Nothing you're saying has anything to do with regret.
Hey, boy.
Don't call me boy.
Don't finish. I told you. Oh, don't treat me like a boy then. I'm going to finish my sentence of my idea.
Nothing you're saying has got anything to do with the tweet.
Cool. Bro, I was in the middle of a sentence, boy. Okay, so are you going to allow me to finish my sentence?
Yes. If you then answer my question.
Okay, so I'm going to tell people when I would apologize for the tweet. This is what has to happen first. I need all of the top executives in Hollywood. I need the top executives at the NBA and at the NFL. We'll do those two sports specifically. And I want the top executives in music, dealing with publishing, dealing with like Spotify and Apple Music and Universal Music and all the top let's do like 5 top execs there. And I want to look at the top 10 earners in each one of those fields contracts openly. We want to compare and contrast the contracts. And then once we open that conversation, and we need to do it on a platform live with lawyers asking questions, and we'll have the top lawyers like a Johnny Cochran, Robert Kardashian level legal team, looking at all of these contracts together. After that moment happens, then I will say, I'm sorry.
Okay, if that's your position.
That's clear. Interview adjourned. Love you.
Oh, man. Hey, it walked
That's
out.
the end of the interview.
That's the end of the interview, nigga.
I mean, I just get the feeling from it that you're obviously a complex character, brilliant in many ways, fascinating, like I say, compelling. You have a human appeal to millions of people around the world. It just seems to me that occasionally your mouth gets you into trouble, and that perhaps on reflection, sometimes you look back and wish you hadn't said things. Is that accurate?
Welcome to Trama Unit TV. You are now rocking with the
things I I say are on behalf of God. Like, it's not always godly because I'm a man, but God is definitely
Welcome to Trauma Unit TV.
Catholic faith.
You are now rocking with the best.
Hey man, this gonna
Well,
bring me to the second half of my motherfucking shit, man. Hey, look, the second half.
Welcome to Trauma Unit TV. You are now rocking with the best.
Hey, yeah, man. The second half of my shit, bro. Listen, motherfucking get into this motherfucking 33rd level Freemason, man, who former Freemason anyway, exposes secrets, the darkest secrets in the you know what I'm saying, the alumni, you know what I'm saying, or into the Freemasonry, you know what I'm saying, Illuminati, whatever you want to call it, you know what I'm saying, for entertainment purposes and educational purposes only, you know what I'm saying. Y'all motherfuckers check this shit out, man.
Please, viewers of Heaven Updates, before you begin this message, please take a pause to like, share, and subscribe if you're new to the channel. Now, we proceed.
Today's guest is someone who has explored the darkest levels of spirituality, one of them being Freemasonry. He became a 33rd degree Mason, was part of high-level secret societies, and he is not afraid to share what he's not supposed to talk about. So I took this opportunity to ask him as much as I could in the limited time that we had. No matter how much you know or don't know about Freemasonry, I can almost guarantee you that you'll learn a lot from this interview, as everything that is shared here is in some way related to it. Get ready to have your mind blown by Mr. Bill Snevlin as he shares a dark journey that him and his wife took and the unsettling things that they uncovered along the way.
When I got to college, and again, I wanted to be a priest. This was a minor seminary college, Loras College. At the time, it was a minor seminary. It isn't anymore. I had a priest in my theology class who had a doctorate in theology, and he was teaching a course in Christology. Because again, I was wanting to be a priest. And he took me aside, and he said, if you want to be a priest, in the Catholic Church, it's taught, sacerdotes est altus Christus, the priest is another Christ. So if you want to be like Christ, he says to me, do you want to be like Christ? And I says, well, of course. Doesn't every Christian want to be like Christ? He said, well, if you want to be like Christ, you need to do what Christ did. And again, that made sense. And again, nowadays we've kind of become suspicious about priests. But this was like 1968. And a priest was like God. I mean, whatever the priest said, that was it, And he said, well, if you want to be like Christ, you need to do what he did. And he went to the East and studied with the gurus in India. He went and studied with the lamas in Tibet. He went to Egypt and studied with the magicians there. That's how he was able to raise the dead, to walk on water, to do all these miracles. So he says, what you need to do is you need to start studying the occult. And this is a priest telling me this. And so I thought, okay, now mind you, this is obviously decades before there was an internet. I mean, there was a little bookstore downtown. And I went there and I found a few scattering books on like the occult. And I found this book that was called Diary of a Witch by Sybil Leek. And she was one of the very first witches to, so to speak, come out of the broom closet. She was a British woman, and she was a medium. And anyhow, I read the book, and she was asserting in the book that witches were not evil, that this was an ancient pagan mystery religion. Among other things, she claimed that Jesus was a witch, and his 12 apostles were his coven, along with their wives, So I kind of bought into that. And I found out about this guy, Alex Sanders, who was the supposed king of the witches over in London. I sent him a letter. This is around 1968, 69. And his wife sent me back a thing. Okay, here's a coven in Rockford, Illinois, which is about 90 minutes from Dubuque. I went there and I got initiated as a witch. And then later on, I hooked up with an Alexandrian coven in Boston, and I was made a witch high priest. Started covens in, first of all, in Dubuque, where I was, and then moved to Milwaukee because there was a fellow there who had an occult bookstore, because Milwaukee's a huge city. And he said, I've got all these people that want to become witches. Can you come and teach them?
When we're talking about like you being in a coven and you doing witchcraft, I just want to make sure that we don't skip over that part. Like, what kind of witchcraft are we talking about? Because there's a lot of
it was okay. Witchcraft originally, the kind of publicly available witchcraft was originally started by Gerald Gardner, and he came out. Witchcraft became legal in England. It was a crime, until 1951. It was made legal, and he claimed, and all this is disputed, but he claimed that he came in contact with an ancient coven of witches in the New Forest region of England. They initiated him and then made him a high priest, and he went off and initiated other people. Then there's this other bunch, this Alexander's fellow. He also claims to have been initiated by a ancient line of witches by his grandmother. So those were the two main fountainheads of witchcraft in the 60s. Both were from England, but both had, spread to America. And it was white witchcraft. Both groups, their rituals were virtually identical. And but the Alexandrian group that I was in was more into ceremonial magic, which is like kind of, if you know, in like Protestantism, they have the distinction between high church and low church. Well, Alexandrian is more high church witchcraft. But we didn't believe in the devil. We didn't think we were worshiping the devil. We thought we were worshiping a goddess, a moon goddess, and a horn god. So it was like ditheism, if you will, two deities. And we didn't believe in demons. We just believed that it was all this nature, airy fairy, gathering herbs in the forest and dancing in the nude. And, it all sounds very innocent. Except there's, especially in the Alexandrian rite, there's also some sex magic that's involved. So does that kind of answer your question?
Yes. Thank you for clarifying. I just wanted to make sure that we got that covered. So actually, let's go back to the occult bookstore that you were talking about, and let's pick up the story from there.
Well, so anyway, so we hooked up with this fellow in the basement of the store. We would hold these classes. They were packed because there were all these people. And again, this was 1972. And, there was all these people who were kind of like quasi hippies, and they wanted to get into the occult and magic and blah, blah, blah. The other thing that happened at the same time is that we encountered this fellow called Eli, who was a Grandmaster Druid of North America. And Druids are a little bit different than witches. It's kind of like the
Welcome to Trama Unit TV. You are now rocking.
We were invited down to Arkansas, which is where this fellow lived. He had lived on top of a mountain. He had kind of a organic farm there. And we went through the whole summer, got all this occult training. We were, high priests in Druidism by the time we got done. At one point, I understand this fellow that owned the occult bookstore. He was kind of a manipulative guy who was very, he was older than me, very cunning. He told me, he took me aside and he said, if you really want to understand magic, you need to read this book. And he handed me the Satanic Bible by Anton LaVey. And I said, well, why would I want to read the Satanic Bible? Witches don't believe in Satan. And he said, well, just read the book. And LaVey's contention was that magic is really about Satan. But Satan is like an archetype, he said. There is no real Satan, but it's like an energy, egregore, an archetype that you can draw upon. And it kind of made sense to me. And again, the devil was gradually pulling me in. Like the whole thing about the camel getting its nose into the tent, before you know it, the camel's in there. So I wrote the Church of Satan, which at that time was in San Francisco. I became a member, a first-degree member. And then later on, I went through some exams and studies, and I became a warlock, which was a second-degree member of the Church of Satan. And at this also, I should say this, because this is critical. This Eli guy, the Grand Druid down in Arkansas, he gave us 2 words of advice. First of all, he said, if you really want to understand Luciferian energy, you need to join the Freemasonic Order. And he himself was a 33rd degree Mason. He showed me his little certificate he got. He also told me that if you ever felt like we were in deep spiritual trouble, that I should join the Mormon Church, because it was a church that had been started by witches, for witches, that we could hang out in and pretend to be nice. The image of the Mormon Church. They're straight, nice, wonderful, all-American people with happy families and white picket fences and, all of that. But secretly, they believe almost the same doctrines that witches believe. And we can get into that if you want. But anyhow, so he gave us that advice. And again, this was in the early 70s. So I joined the Masonic Lodge, became a Master Mason at the same time as I was a Satanist.
Wow.
And a witch. And only our inner circle of the witches that we by this time, we've initiated over 100 witches. And only our inner circle knew that we were also Satanists. And we were continuing in this, and I finally figured out that there was a deeper level of Satanism. And I got in touch with some of them. And again, there was no internet. We had to do all this by mail and whatnot. And there was a group in Michigan called the Order of the Black Ram, which was like more hardcore satanic stuff. There was another group in Chicago called the Brotherhood, and I got involved with them because they were closer, because Milwaukee's just up the road about 90 miles from Chicago. And I got really, I sold my soul to the devil. That's how deep I got into this stuff.
Yeah. Before we actually get to that part, I want to make sure to take some time to talk about Freemasonry, because Freemasonry, it's very rare to actually talk about, to talk to former Masons, because it's something you're not supposed to talk about. So it's kind of an opportunity while I have you here to kind of, for me personally to learn, but also for the people to kind of have a knowledge about what Freemasonry is. You said that you became a Master Mason. Can you explain how the degrees and the lodges are set up in Freemasonry so people actually understand what we're talking about?
Well, the basic thing is what's called the Blue Lodge. And that consists of 3 degrees: entered apprentice, fellow craft, and Master Mason. A lot of Masons never go any further than that. I did. But basically, it's like an initiatory process. The requirements are you have to, at that time, now mind you, this was, I think I joined in 75. You had to be a man, freeborn, of good report, and well recommended. So they asked you if you believe in God, and I said, yes, I did. And they didn't ask which God I believed in. They just, do you believe in God? And I said, yes. I didn't tell them that the God I believed in had horns. Wow. So anyhow, I went through there's this whole process. You do a lot of memory work, they call it. You memorize all of these ritual things. You have a mentor who's called your poster, who's an older Mason. And the guy that I had was a real, very kind guy, an executive in the power company. I can't remember the name of the company. And he helped me memorize all this stuff. And then you go to 2nd degree, and then you have a whole bunch of stuff to memorize. And just let me touch this briefly, because people ask me, well, at what point does Masonry start to look creepy? I mean, because there's tons of Christians that are Masons, literally thousands of them. And I just asked them, how can you do that? I mean, because when you start out as a Mason, they make you come to the lodge, they make you take off all your clothes except your undies. They put you in this like jammies. They're like, they're like pajamas. They're like, typically the one knee is bare and one breast is bare, your left breast, and I think your right knee. And you're blindfolded. You have a cable around your neck. It's like a velvet, they call it a cable tow. It's like a velvet blue rope. And you're tied up. And you're led to the door of the lodge. And you've got a guy leading you, because of course you're blindfolded. He knocks on the door, and somebody this is all ritualized. And the guy on the other side says, who comes here? And your guy who's guiding you, who's a lodge officer, he says, Mr. Bill Snevlin, who has been long in darkness, and now seeks to be brought to light, to receive the rights and benefits of the worshipful lodge, erected to God as all members have done before. And I asked Mr. Christian, Mr. Pastor, Mr. Elder, because there's, like it used to be, I don't know if it still is, it used to be 40% of the pastors in the Southern Baptist Convention were Freemasons. And how can you say that you're in darkness when you have Jesus in your heart? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then, that's not it. You go into the lodge, you're led around, like they call it circumambulation. You walk around the lodge. They have these officers, the junior warden, the senior warden at the different, things of the compass. And in the east is the worshipful master, who's like the big cheese. Then you're made to kneel at this altar. Again, you're still blindfolded. And you're made to understand that you're putting your hands on this huge, it's like a pulpit Bible, big King James Bible. And this guy comes forward, this worshipful master, and he says, we're going to lead you through this oath. And I'm not going to go through the whole oath because it takes like 5 minutes, but it's this long, involved, and ultimately blood-curdling oath. At the end, you say, you swear, the essence of the oath is to keep the secrets of an entered apprentice Mason, which of course I'm violating right now. And then at the end, you swear that if I should ever reveal the secrets of an entered apprentice Mason, that I swear that I will have my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by the roots, and buried in the sands of the sea, where the tide ebbs and flows twice in 24 hours, should I ever knowingly violate this, my entered apprentice obligation. So help me God, and keep me steadfast to the due performance of the same. Now, if you were a Christian pastor or whatever, wouldn't that kind of raise the hair on the back of your neck?
Yeah, I think it was raise the head on the back of the necks of pretty much most people just to hear that.
Yeah. And then at that point, the worshipful master says, my brother, in your current situation, what do you most desire? And then the guy that's with you, that he's a senior warden, says light, whispers it in your ear. And I say light. And then they remove the blindfold. And you see before you this big open Bible with a square and compass on it. And those are that represent the three great lights of Masonry: the Bible, the square, and the compass. And then they are revealed by the three lesser lights of Masonry, which are three burning tapers that are adjacent to the altar. Now that's the most mild initiation. From there on, they get more and more creepy. So I don't know how deep you want to go into this, but basically Masonry is an antichrist thing. It claims it's not religious, but it is. They play around with it because they say, oh, well, we're just religious, but we're not a religion. Because if they were a religion, then if you were already a Christian, you shouldn't join another religion. Most Christians would say that. Like, if you're a Christian, you wouldn't become a Buddhist.
Right.
Well, Masonry is a religion. I mean, it has all the qualities. That's what I tell people. If you look at Webster's dictionary, there's three things that make something a religion, according to Webster. Number one, something has a belief in some sort of deity. Masonry has that. Number two, that belief is expressed in some sort of ritual. And Masonry is full of ritual. I mean, that's pretty much all it is. And then the third quality is it has a system of some sort of ethics or morality. And Masonry has that. So Masonry is a religion. And it's an antichrist religion. And the problem is that basically, if you drill down into this deep enough and read the books that are written by people like Albert Pike, like Albert Mackey, these are two, or Arthur Edward Waite. These are three prominent scholars of 19th century, early 20th century Masonry. And all of them were occultists. Arthur Edward Waite, he wrote a book on black magic and pacts, how to sell your soul to the devil. And in my book, shameless plug, this is an older edition. This is the first edition. It looks different now. But in my book, I document how almost every single leading occult person of the late 19th and early 20th century was a Freemason. They just go together, like,
all the presidents were.
Love and marriage.
If people want to go look at these books, I just want you to kind of give them an idea, because if they want to confirm that for themselves, what books are you talking about? What people are you talking about?
Well, there's Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike. He was like the greatest Masonic scholar in America of the 19th century. He was the sovereign grand commander of the Scottish Rite, and he's buried in the Scottish Rite Temple, 13 blocks from the White House. So that's one. The other one is Albert Mackey's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. There's Arthur Edward Waite, who has a whole bunch of books on Masonry. Again, all of these are footnoted in my book. I mean, the last lots of pages of footnotes, because I'm not just making this stuff up. The other person who really you need to pay attention to in all of this, because he's more
this shit is too detailed to not.
Have you ever heard of Manly P. Hall?
I have, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he was one of the most notable occultists in America in the 20th century. He passed away in 1994, I think. He was the head of the Philosophical Research Society. He was a very high-level ceremonial magician. And he was also a 33rd degree Mason. And he wrote this book, Lost Keys of Freemasonry. And in that book, among many things, he says that when you become a master Mason, you are like a warrior on the block. And that's kind of Masonic code. And the seething energies of Lucifer are yours to command.
So these are like the biggest Freemasonic figures that we know about today. And yet most Freemasons have no idea about this.
Yeah, because they don't read the books. They join the lodge for whatever reason. It might be for business. Because, see, it used to be that up until, I think, the early 90s, lawyers and doctors were not allowed to advertise. They couldn't put like an ad in the telephone book. It was like an ethics thing. And so the only way that lawyers and doctors could kind of build up business was by Masonry. They join the Masonic Lodge. They send referrals to one another, a good old boys network. So that's why a lot of people join the lodge. Many people join it because they had an uncle or a father or a brother who was in it. And honestly, unless you really understand the occult, it's boring. I mean, imagine the most boring church service you've ever been in. And having spent 5 years in the Mormon church, I can relate to that. But it's just, guys were sitting there snoring during the Masonic ritual when I was there. And, because it's like watching paint dry. And they go every week. And when I was involved in this, I was like the youngest guy in the lodge by 20 years. All these guys were like 50, 60, 70 years old, you know, and basically they were there because they were buddies. And afterwards they'd, you know, play poker and eat, you know, sandwiches or something. But what none of these men understand, I don't think, is that deep down inside, there's this very dark, evil energy, which is very sexualized. We document in the book how many men that have come to us over the years for deliverance, they were in Masonry and they began to be drawn into wickedness, into perversion, and even into pedophilia. And it's dark, dangerous stuff because it opens up unholy desires within the men. And then, because of the way the spiritual world works, that in turn percolates down into their family. And it affects the wife, who may or may not be involved, because there's a women's order of Masonry called the Order of the Eastern Star, whose symbol is a satanic pentagram, by the way. So anyway, it affects your children. So many men that were Masons, at first it didn't be a problem, but when their children started hitting puberty, they just started to go in various ways nuts because of this trickle-down influence of the Masonic Lodge.
Yeah, I actually interviewed a woman whose dad was a Freemason, and just something very similar to that happened to her. So she was never involved in, you know, the Eastern Stars, and as far as I understand, her mom wasn't involved either. But there was you know, an element of
that's crazy.
The children thing that you talked about with their family being abused, her siblings, sorry, and she also around puberty started developing, you know, some weird things. So it does correlate.
So think about that. That's the reason why. That has to be the reason why so many of these kids in Hollywood and all that shit are fucking just fucked off mentally and shit. Because like what he's saying is the children of the 33rd level Freemason, like their kids would be the most fucked up because that shit trickles down into the family, like because of the practices, the rituals, and all that shit. So that would make sense because, you know what I'm saying, like if it's an antichrist society, then the Antichrist is based on the child. The Antichrist is based on the son of man, or the son of the king, or the son of, you know. So that makes sense. Like the children are going to be even more fucked up or more utilized to do the perversion, to do all the perversion and all the shit, because they're groomed. They're basically being groomed into this society. So that makes perfect sense. Like when you look at it from a higher level.
Correlate with what you're talking about, but I want to make sure people understand. I want to go back to the degrees of Freemasonry. You talked about the Blue Lodge. You also mentioned the Scottish Rite. There's the York Rite. Can you explain how that's set up so people actually understand what it means to be a 33rd degree Mason? Because I think there's a lot of confusion around it.
Well, it's a little complicated, but in America, English Masonry is different. But in America, after Blue Lodge, it forks off in two directions. You can either go to the Scottish Rite or the York Rite. The York Rite has 7 degrees. The Scottish Rite has 29 degrees. When I was made a Master Mason, I was told, because at that time, I believe it or not, I was going to the seminary to become an old Catholic priest. And some of my brother Masons knew that. And he said, well, the York Rite is the Christian
That's crazy.
path,
So he's saying
so to speak.
the Catholic Church.
So why don't you go up that
Illuminati.
thing first?
That's
So I did.
wild.
And the top of the York Rite is what is called the Knights Templar degree. Now, in the Scottish Rite, you have these 29 degrees, but some of them are really creepy. I mean, seriously creepy. They have one, I think it's a 19th degree, where they actually try to call up the devil. And finally, at the top, the 32nd degree, which is the Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret. And that's as high as most people go. If you're some really important person, either in industry or in politics or in entertainment, you might be offered to become a 33rd degree Mason, which is the highest degree in American Masonry. And many people, you know, presidents, actors, I mean, people like, you know, Roy Rogers, Harry Truman, all kinds of celebrities, Burl Ives, they're 33rd, or were, they're all deceased now, 33rd degree Masons, Gene Autry, many of these people. So that's the structure of it. And there's nuances in the York Rite that are very creepy, but the Scottish Rite is much more creepy.
Hey, I'm pausing here just to let you know that if you want more details about this testimony, whether you want more context about what happened before, or you have questions that I didn't ask, then consider joining us on Locals. We put out a bunch of extra content there, like the extra footage, which is everything that happened before the story started, or the after show, which is what happened after, along with advice that our guests have for you. There's also a whole other episodes that are not available anywhere else, so why don't you go check it out? It's free to join. You don't have anything to lose and have a whole lot to gain. It also helps us to remain independent and fight censorship. So if you're interested, the link will be in the description. You can head over there after the episode is done. All right, now let's get back in the story. Okay, so to make sure that everyone understands, kind of what you already set up, I'll try to summarize it. So there's the Blue Lodge, which everyone has to go through, which is 3 degrees, and then you have 2 choices, either the York Rite, which is 7, or the Scottish Rite, which is 29. So 3 plus 29 equals 32. So 32 degrees, and honorary 33rd degree for people that are deemed to be important. So that's kind of how it worked. Only on the Scottish Rite, that's where the 33rd degree happens. So
let me just correct something.
Yes, please.
If you're a 10th degree 9th Templar, you can become a 33rd degree Mason, even if you never went through the Scottish Rite.
Okay.
Minor detail.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. So, all right, now we talked about the 33rd degree Mason. People usually are like, that's the highest level of Freemasonry that there is. There's also a bunch of people that talk about, there's secrets in Freemasonry that a lot of people don't know about, and you have to, be deemed worthy to be told these secrets. You became a 33rd degree Mason, and you eventually joined this secret group or secret order or whatever you want to call it. Can you explain what that is?
Okay. Well, beyond what we've just been talking about, over in Europe, there's what's called the Rite of Memphis Mitrium, and that is 360 degrees beyond what's I've already discussed, and most Masons don't even know about that. Now, I got up to the if memory serves, 96 degree, and because how I did that is there was a group in Chicago
degree?
Where they were
96 degrees, nigga. Damn, homie. You damn, homie.
Young Scooter is back with some more fairy tales to save herself
Now,
from the horrors.
Hey, this is the
she
one.
committed.
This is
Her name is Demi Blanco. She deactivated her Instagram yesterday after I exposed her, but now she reactivated it.
This is the chick that got basically Scooter killed, right? Like, I've been kind of on the story, you know what I'm saying? RIP Young Scooter, man, you know what I'm saying? This chick, if you're not familiar, she called the police on old boy and made this stupid ass story up talking about there was babies in the house and there was women in the house getting beat up and getting raped and bleeding to death and the whole 9. There was niggas in there with kilos of cocaine, throwing drugs around and having shootouts, just like it was just a wild, wild west on some motherfucking goddamn nigga Tony Montana shit. Like, she just made up the biggest story ever. And this ended up leading to Scooter getting killed because the police ended up coming, you know what I'm saying? And he opened the door and then, you know what I'm saying, like, was surprised that the police were there. And then basically, you know what I'm saying, seen it was the police, said ain't nothing to see here, ain't nothing going on here, and closed the door back. Well, they wanted to motherfucking do more. They wanted to kick down the door or come in. So they decided to flee, you know what I'm saying? Ended up, and Scooter ends up dying, you know what I'm saying? Trying to hop a fence allegedly or whatever. First they were saying it was shots fired and the police killed him. Then later it was saying that there was no shots fired and the police motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, basically did their diligence, you know what I'm saying, came there to do their job and they ran and then it was a freak accident basically, you know what I'm saying. Still doesn't really make too much motherfucking sense. But nevertheless, man, Young Scooter lost his life, you know what I'm saying? And, now this chick, she's being charged. She's being charged for whatever you should be charged with, you know what I'm saying, for a false police report that leads to the decease of another person or another man, you know what I'm saying? I guess there's some type of fucking statute that incriminates people who do shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, this girl knows that she's motherfucking going to jail, knows that she's going to be charged. And so she's going to try her best to motherfucking put her story out there or whatever, like, or try to justify what the fuck she did. And so that's what she's allegedly trying to do. Or, you know what I'm saying? And this is explaining that. I think she's full of shit. You know she's full of shit. She got somebody killed. So now she's trying to save face. I personally don't want to hear shit she has to say, but I'm going to still listen and see what the fuck she got going on, man.
Because she can't miss out on that clout. So this is her, man, just a regular, like, degenerate scallywag from, out of Georgia. This chick just represents the worst that our culture has to offer. Of course, clown. A delinquent, a degenerate like her auditioned for baddies at some point. So she's on national television acting an absolute fool. This is her pre-argument that ultimately lets her get in her behind whooped on at the baddies audition. Look at her in the green, falling back, getting pummeled by a stranger who didn't know that she existed 5 minutes before this interaction. But now they're pummeling each other, attacking each other, right? Fighting over a baddie ticket so they can have the privilege to come on national television and completely embarrass their family. This is where our society has came to. And this woman, Demi Blanco, she is literally the epitome of the filth that our society is currently at. So, of course, when you see scallywag exhibitions like this, it's a no-brainer that the natural progression would be date the 15th man on Young Scooter's entourage bench and act like you really doing something in Atlanta when essentially you aren't doing not a goddamn thing. And, of course, the natural progression from that would be when the 15th man on the entourage bench of Young Scooter want to drop you like a bad habit because you are an air mattress sleeping, 2 drawers having, bunk 304. You make us call, swat them, and ultimately get his friend killed. A funky 304 like her, I would imagine, would go in hiding and never show her face again after what she did. But apparently this one is so clout thirsty that she wants the attention that comes with it. So this is why she's now speaking out. So she hopped on IG Live to explain why what she did was justified. But before we can react or review the IG Live, let's just give you guys some context. So we know by now that she made a call to 911, telling 911 that Young Scooter and his homies were doing some scandalous, violent things at that particular home. Now, that call led to the police showing up. So let's just remind you guys of exactly some of the things that she said, just in case you missed it the first time.
There was literally a shooting. They're like selling drugs in and out of the house. This girl doesn't have on any clothes. They threw her outside. He was fighting the girl. He literally fought the girl. She had someone come over there and they started shooting. But the house needs to be investigated. It was 3 shots.
When did it happen?
It's happening now. Yeah, she's trying to get away and they're holding her. She's being held hostage. There's also a child in danger as well because she has a baby.
Okay, you said the female is naked?
Yeah, she's naked and she's bleeding profusely from her head. This is a house, and I think you guys should get here quick because this girl he's really hitting her, and it's a child involved. There is like 7 guys in the house, and they all have guns. You guys need to hurry and get here before she doesn't make it.
Ma'am, we already have help organized for her. What's the phone number you're calling from? Exactly what happened?
There's a situation going on in this house. There's 7 guys that live here, and they're basically, I'm not sure if they're running some type of sex traffic. This individual, she's a 5'2", light-skinned female, black hair.
Ma'am, are you with the patient now?
No, I'm a neighborhood watch. I'm just literally a neighborhood watch. I'm not in the house.
Okay.
Oh, no. What do you mean is she awake? He's beating her bloody.
Conscious?
He's beating her bloody. He's dragged her back in the house.
There's no excuse in this climate for anybody to make a false accusation like that, bro, especially in Atlanta, bro. Atlanta PD is the most overzealous, aggressive group of cops I've ever experienced. Now, I've experienced some very good cops in Atlanta, so it could go either way. When the cops are good, they're very good, but when they are bad, they are aggressive in Atlanta, which they probably have all reason to be aggressive, right? With as much RICOs and gang activities going on, but you make a call like that to Atlanta PD and you expect for things to go smoothly? You had to have made that call expecting them cops to do something. Now, luckily, the cops didn't shoot anybody, allegedly. Young Scooter passed away, how he passed away, there's still mystery there. But as far as we know right now, the cops didn't shoot anybody. But you made the call expecting them to, wanting them to. That's why you do stuff the story to that level. Bro, you put trafficking, you put pimping, bro, you put gunshots, you put hostage situation, bro, you put under, you juiced up the story to this level, bro, to where it was nothing other but violence being expected when them cops pulled up. You are foul. But when the 911 call got released, people recognized her voice instantly because she has done so much dirt in the city that people just know who it was automatically. Now, I got calls. Even before the 911 call became public, I got calls telling me Demi did this. So when the call dropped, it was a no-brainer. Everybody recognized her voice, and word began to spread.
I ain't gonna lie, it just hit me. I just recognized who voice that is calling the police on young Scooter. It's this whole Demi. Her name on Instagram is @Demi Blanco. Y'all go, hey man, man, her name Demi. She the one pretending to be the neighborhood watch. This hoe ain't no neighborhood watch. This neighborhood ain't even got no
nigga. Some nigga rememberize her
y'all,
voice, man. Ain't that
find
some
this
shit?
reporter.
She changed her name to try to hide from the public backlash, but people found the new name. I mean, easily, of course.
That's what your ass did, nigga.
So she's now trying to get ahead of the story because she realized, her best bet is the police got to get you before young Scooter folks get you, bruh. So she took to social media to try to explain why what she did was justified. And here is her explanation.
I'm not looking for any type of clout. I just want to put the truth out. The situation is that I was being beaten by an individual that was connected to the person that I'm not going to say the name.
We don't believe you.
By an individual that was connected to the person that I'm not going to say the name. And the is that I was being beaten by an individual that was connected to the person.
Oh, so now you was being beaten, huh? And then you was being beaten by a person connected to the individual. Oh, okay. So you saying that it wasn't even meant for him. It was meant for somebody else? Oh, okay. Bitch, you out of pocket. You foul, you funky, and you know you fucking wrong, bitch. Instead of motherfucking taking accountability and responsibility, you still trying to motherfucking justify your actions. Bitch, a nigga done lost his life because you playing. You playing on the fucking phone. And now, motherfucker, with somebody really being called, nigga, and really got some shit, or somebody really gonna be motherfucking calling for help, nigga, now they're gonna be less likely to pull up because they might think another motherfucking bitch is playing them like you just did. Shit is fucking sad, bruh. This bitch.
And I'm not going to say the name. And I was there, and the person was continuously beating me as he's already done this before. And me being a female, I was afraid for my life.
So she started off intentionally wording it to where you're thinking she's saying that she was getting beat on that day and she made a call by herself. No. Right. So she would say that her and the 15th man on the entourage bench was apparently involved in a toxic relationship that included him just whooping on her. And because he whooped on her at some point in the relationship, she made the call to get him locked up.
That shit sounds stupid as fuck.
But what does that have to do with you making the call that day? Again, that they is the key. I'm not saying this man didn't do her wrong. I'm not saying this man never put his hands on her. And by this man, I mean young Scooter's homie who was at the crib. What I'm saying is, what made you think that it was okay to call the police and lie about somebody actively being physically beaten, gunshots going off, drugs going on, trafficking going on, hostage situation, kidnapping? What made you think it was okay to call the police and lie about that going on actively? Because when you made the call, you wasn't in the jurisdiction. You had to get transferred. You had to get transferred. So if you had to get transferred and you weren't in the jurisdiction, then what made you make the call? Because you weren't being actively beaten at the time. So why lie?
Yeah, that's some dumb.
Instead of her taking accountability for lying, she's now trying to go with the pity story.
Exactly.
As if people right now is going to feel sorry for her pity story when faced with the reality that, like a rapper, an artist, a man, a father, a son, a brother, who a lot of people loved is now dead due to your actions in your fake story.
So I did what I thought was the best thing to do. I had no intention that man was there. I never set anybody up. I never had any intentions that man was there. I never knew that man was there. I had no idea of that man's whereabouts. I'm speaking today to clear my name that I had no intentions to set anybody
This
up.
hoe said she thought this was the best thing to do.
I was threatened by individual.
How retarded, nigga, can you fucking be? You thought, oh, out of everything I could do, this is the best thing for me to do? Clown ass bitch.
There's a reaction for every action. This is part A. You guys didn't have part A. You guys only have part B. In the narrative, it looks like I was trying to set this man up because you.
And you probably thought you wasn't gonna get caught, ho. Yeah, but nigga, luckily, some nigga who motherfucking probably nigga recognized the motherfucking evilness or your evil ass fucking voice, because you probably done did some foul shit to his ass that he ain't never gonna forget. Cause you know you never forget a whole voice that done did some foul shit to you. Yeah, nigga. If it wasn't for him, nigga, your ass would still be laughing, thinking this shit funny. Yeah, nigga, but you got caught. Now you want motherfuckers to have sympathy for you. Yeah, man, bitch, I don't believe shit you got to say. And nigga, you wrong as fuck. No motherfucking remorse for your actions. You just motherfucking want to make excuses, nigga. Nah, bitch, I ain't motherfucking feeling sorry for you. Nah, ho. You gonna get off you probably gonna get off on probation or some shit like that, do a couple of months and be free. While this nigga's life is gone. Bitch, I don't want to hear shit you got to say.
As you guys don't have part B. I'm giving you part B. I'm giving you what led up to the call. I was physically abused, so I called to protect myself. That's the issue.
She's literally still lying. Like, she's lying.
Got to stop.
That's not what led up to the call, because you weren't there. Yo, do she forget what she said
America,
in the call? You said somebody was actively in the moment being whooped on, bleeding profusely, shots going off.
I need to hit some
actively in the moment right now.
This bitch has got to be.
You weren't there. You made the call from out of jurisdiction. They had to transfer you. So who was getting? You don't say, yo, I made the call because I was being beaten. When you made the call about somebody else being beaten. Yo, whatever comes her way, she deserves it. Now, from my perspective,
exactly,
from what I think she deserves, I think she deserves.
Still with the big
bro, at this point, with no accountability, bro, I was ready to
bitch.
say, listen, bro, you can't charge her with murder. That's a little harsh. At this point, bro, whatever they throw at her, she deserves it, bro. I don't care no more. 5 years, hey, to me, that's light. A man lost his life, homie. Whatever they throw at her, bro. You know, I forgot my guy's name, but he commented last video. He said, Flacco, man, you asking her to get charged with murder is a little harsh, bro. She called, but he ran. But now, bro, she don't feel bad at all. At all.
Bro. For real. She would have been, crying, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh,
somebody with that mindset and that mentality while facing the reality of a father lost his life, a brother lost his life, an uncle. Bro, that man, kids is all across his profile, bro. He has like 5 kids all across his profile.
Fuck that bitch.
Your father ain't coming home no more. Your breadwinner ain't coming
about
home
that. Fuck
because
that hoe.
of you.
Fuck
And you
that
sit
bitch.
on
Fuck that
IG Live, continue to justify what you did. You lied. Admit it.
That's part A. I never had any intentions to get anybody hurt.
Bitch!
I was the one that was getting hurt.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
And I came here to say my truth. That's it. That's all. I don't want no clout. I don't want anything.
Bitch,
all
what
these
do you
pages,
mean?
y'all don't know me. None of y'all know me at all. At the end of the day, I'm a woman. And I
you
was
don't have to know you to know, nigga,
times.
the way you motherfucking just what you just did.
Her attempting to galvanize
that says a lot about your
her
character.
In this moment
and then
shows
you
that
further
she's
trying
a
to justify this shit.
She's using the woman card to galvanize pro-women feminists around her.
Hold on, man.
That's not gonna work. She's using
this hoe ain't showed an ounce of fucking empathy or not. She ain't showed an ounce of fucking remorse. Like there's no sense of accountability. There's no nothing. Like, what do you mean? Like, if you think that help you, that you should have just not said nothing. But you just coming up here doing this shit, it just sounds like a motherfucking badass little kid that don't motherfucking take responsibility and just try to motherfucking further You know, it just try to like fucking like play motherfuckers. Like you really thought that was going. And this is an example of the women out in today's society. There's some niggas that ain't shit too. Don't get me wrong, but this show you, nigga, these bitches ain't shit. Some of these hoes ain't shit. Like for real, for real.
Using the "I was a victim" card to galvanize real women, real victims who've been battered by disgusting men in the past. That's not gonna work, bruh. It's not. You're going to jail, and if
you going to jail,
5 years in jail,
and you need to go to hell,
hoping that everything goes away. It's her best.
No, I ain't gonna say she need to go to
but
hell.
She goes to jail in Atlanta.
But she damn near need to go. She damn for sure.
I don't know how she makes it out of jail.
A couple years in jail,
and then she stays on the street. For real. Yo, you might as well move to like North Dakota or like Idaho somewhere, bro. You stay in any.
And I hope.
Bro, you stay. Houston is over for you. LA is over for you, bro. Atlanta is over for you, bro. You go to Memphis is over. Move to like the Midwest, man. Like Idaho, Chicago. I don't know, bro. Iowa. Let me know in the comment section, okay? What do you guys think about this? Do you guys believe her story? That
hell no.
She was really being hit on and she made a call to protect herself. And does this justify her lying? Let me know in the comment section, okay? If you're still watching, click on this video right here on my screen to find out why people believe that Sauce Walker is the one who got the man who shot at him killed after the man who shot at him killed was found dead in Sauce Walker's hometown, and his Instagram post, self-snitching, didn't help either. So click on this video right here to find out about this terrible situation. I'll see you guys in this video somewhere on my screen, all right? Out of here, folks. Peace.
Believe that Young Thug will be trolling on April 1st to say what he just said, as you see in the thumbnail. But yeah, let me say this because I think this has to be understood. There will be powder burns on that body to distinctly show between a laceration from a fence or whatever to this, because yesterday they slick dropped a video that told something that we didn't even know. And when y'all see it, pay attention to what the second reporter says.
Now at 5, Atlanta police have asked for the public's help surrounding the death of rapper Young Scooter. Police say that he died after severely hurting himself while running away from officers on Friday in southeast Atlanta.
They say they were there responding to reports of a woman under attack. Fox 5's Rob Durienzo was first on scene Friday night. Rob, what are you finding out about that 911 call?
Damn, they caught up with Demi and locked her up for the streets. Them Zone 6 niggas can catch up with her. I was hoping she stayed on the lowsy and let them Zone 6 niggas run up on her. Them Lemesco niggas run up on her. I did not want to see her go to jail. I did not want nobody to get the 5K reward. She need to get sent right where she's supposed to got sent right there with Young Scooter at, in the ground. I did not. I'm talking about me. I didn't want to see. I ain't telling nobody to go do nothing. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't want to see her in handcuffs. I didn't want nobody to see her get her ass. That shit ain't nothing. Bad. That shit ain't gonna bring Young Scooter back. But hey, seeing her right where Young Scooter at, it'll satisfy some folks. I ain't gonna say mama and them, Scooter mama and them, grandma and them, granddaddy and them. I ain't gonna say it's satisfied. They can be righteous. But KB, KB don't mind.
Real for real.
KB don't mind saying a little RP on the hole. You understand? Casino, Future, and all them. Yeah, they don't mind saying on RP. K Blacker, BMG Sonny. Yeah, shout out to BMG Sonny. These niggas, they're really hurting right now. They don't mind saying on RP behind side note, Demi.
Real shit.
Nigga want to see her locked up for.
And this bitch,
she did too much, and she steady lying.
Man,
she steady lying. Like she probably turned herself in. She knows she was more wanted in the streets.
And
I by Atlanta PD.
If that nigga wouldn't have called her out,
she'd get locked up and like just put herself out.
Turned herself in either.
You understand that?
She was gonna try to get away.
She can get a bond.
If that nigga wouldn't have precise, and nigga, shouts out to the nigga that came out and said something, nigga, because I ain't gonna front, nigga. You know how these niggas always do, hey, you know, no snitching or none of that. Nah, nigga, that ain't. I don't even consider that snitching, nigga. Nigga, that hoe needed to be told on, nigga. Yeah, nigga, cause she over here, nigga, trying to motherfucking change her motherfucking change her motherfucking Instagram name and change her Instagram picture, thinking that she could hide, nigga, behind that shit. Nah, bitch, you need to be put on blast. Cause we seen the errors of your ways. We seen the devilishness of your ways. Bitch, you out here motherfucking lying and throwing sauce on it, getting niggas killed and shit. You bitch, you need to go motherfucking, yeah, you need to go, yeah, ho. You out of pocket. You need to be called the fuck out. And nigga, just so happened, nigga, that nigga remembered your devilish ass. Cause he remembered that voice that probably did him dirty. Oh, that's that hoe. Oh, god damn. I knew that hoe was gonna do some fuck shit. She's still doing the fuck shit. But she just done got a nigga killed this time. Nigga, this bitch is the same hoe that probably done set some niggas up. I can tell by her demeanor. This ain't her first time fucking off a nigga. She done set some niggas up, got niggas robbed. She probably the nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like, got some good nigga fucked over, nigga. Cause that bitch gonna do whatever, say whatever, nigga, to get a new motherfucking Fendi bag or a new motherfucking purse or some shit or some motherfucking shoes. Yeah, same bitch that nigga Vaughn was talking about, nigga when he said, yeah, nigga, bitch, what you need? What you want? Some shoes? I got you. Yeah, bitch ain't shit, and she ain't gonna be shit, and nigga she ain't gonna even motherfucking she wouldn't even give a fuck if she wasn't caught. If she hadn't got caught, nigga, she probably be laughing about the shit. So I don't believe nothing she say.
Somebody can bond out. Ain't like she have a no bond. She can get a bond if you know, but I ain't saying nobody need to go hurt her or yeah, if she get bond, y'all go crush her. But I would have liked to see her RP. I ain't the blogger there to say they expel females.
Yeah, you know
there to say females off limits, not the ones like her, grandma and them, mama and them.
And some motherfuckers, yeah, rightfully so, want to see her, nigga. Yeah. You know, I don't want to see her dead, but I didn't know Scooter like that. But people that probably knew Scooter, that fuck with, nigga, yeah, nigga. I want to see her. I want to see her. I want her to feel the pain that she made Scooter feel, man, or his people feel. And yeah, rightfully so, man. Because bitch, you ain't even showing no remorse at this point, man. Hold on, man. I'm gonna let this.
I'm off limits. Good, righteous, clean girls. She ain't no clean, good, righteous girl. She was over there trying to get a threesome on, trying to get some money off that, trying to play pimp. She trying to play pimp, and it went left. She got backdoored. Trying to play like she sleep and shit like that, and get mad because she didn't get her little couple dollars. She acting like it was some real life-changing money. Like Scooter, the type of nigga that's gonna pay $5,000. He ain't no Bandman Kevo type of nigga, no Boston Richie type of nigga. What you was gonna get? $300, $400, $500 punk ass dollars? Maybe a rack at best. It's his birthday. Why he finna just cash you out? Yeah, get a few dollars. If that, y'all supposed to be doing that for the free. It's his birthday. It's his birthday. And he young Scooter on top of that. That's why I don't feel like females like
nigga done moved on with
they need to get the same consequences that street niggas
moved on with his
family. They be the reason behind a lot of good men, a lot of good street niggas, real niggas, the ones that won't fold, the ones that look out for a lot of people. They be the reason why they in the graveyard, like young Scooter, like Trouble. I don't feel like they should be spared. Fuck that. Yeah, fuck all that, man. Like that's them other bloggers want to push that women off limits and all that shit. That man, ain't nothing off limits over here except old people, good women, children, shit like that. All them ratchet ass hoes, you bitch, just like no Charlotte hoes. Yeah, this was Boulevard over here, so we ain't spraying on no Charlotte hoes. Don't come over here. You would get put on a shirt, or you would get back. Yeah, you would get back. We don't give a fuck about none of that. You know how many people counted on your Scooter? You know how many people Scooter fed? Whether it's the legit way, the street way. You know how many people in the street that's depending on your Scooter phone call to get the pack? Yeah. Scooter sons, they wait on him to show up to the football practice, just to show up at the house for anything that they need, conversation, guidance, and some more shit. The women that was in his life, yeah, he was over there getting his freak on. Missy Elliott, get your freak on. Get your freak on. Yeah, he was on the Missy Elliott shit. It's his birthday. He probably was cheating on his old lady. It's his birthday. He can't get one day. It's his birthday. And you trying to come up on his birthday. Lying. From the 911 call to you going on. Only thing you probably told the truth on when you went on Clubhouse. When you really told the right story. Then when you went on live, you lied after you know you done went on Clubhouse and you told everybody the truth. Then you gonna go on live and lie again. On the 911 call, first you said you was a neighborhood watch.
That's crazy work, bro.
Knowing you ain't no neighborhood watch. Then you said you seen somebody get whooped. There was a child over there. Wasn't no kids over there. Drugs and shit over there. Wasn't no drugs over there. Police still ain't said wasn't no drugs in the house. You said shots got let off. They ain't find no shells. Then you said you was across the street. Another lie. I don't even know why the 911 operator, dispatcher, whatever, they ain't pick up on all them lies. They just ran with it. But you know,
probably did, but she just had to go with it because
be scared or they don't know how to
she had been telling the truth.
They still sent them. Then you said you was in another county. Like, I don't understand. Do you hear yourself, ho? Like you deserve to be alive. You don't deserve to be locked up. Fuck, man. Taking out a nigga like Young Scooter. Yeah, all these niggas you could have did that to, but you want to do it to Young Scooter. Hell no, nigga should spare you. Fuck that. I was hoping when I woke up in the morning, finna take my load to Tennessee, I look down Instagram and I seen you pronounce the somewhere, like they did Jaden, the dude that deleted Say So P and shot Sauce Walker. Yeah, they took you from Atlanta, took you way to Houston, and threw you behind a abandoned mall somewhere, behind a dumpster somewhere. That's what I was hoping. That's what I was hoping, but my dreams didn't come true. Yeah, my dreams didn't come true. You got locked up like a nigga want to see that. Boxed up, not locked up. Now I don't want nobody. I ain't gonna push off like telling somebody to go do you like that, dude. I'm just saying what I was hoping. Do I want to do you like that? Nah. I'm just saying what I was hoping. Because every morning I wake up and I pray that Demi Blanco will die in her sleep. And every morning she disappoint me. Yeah, every morning she disappointed me.
Every morning she
gonna lock up.
disappoint
Atlanta
me.
PD gonna rush
That's
lock
that
up.
sugar-free shit.
Let the bitch be on the street. Ain't nobody in the school family said lock the bitch
I
up.
pray that whole
Let her walk
dog, and
around.
every
Let her
morning
get the clout.
she
And she
disappoint
talking
me.
something. I ain't doing this for no clout. I don't want no clout. Yeah, and the step ain't doing it for no clout. He trying to put you in the clouds. I ain't doing this for no clout. I don't want no clout. Yeah, and the stepper, whoever's supposed to done you that, they ain't want no clout. They just trying to put you in the clouds.
The nerve of this.
You gonna go and lie? That's the dumbest shit. You ain't the smartest bitch in the world.
What's up with these stupid ass niggas going on
Retarded.
live?
So you don't know how to be a fake
trying to
G.
motherfucking
You don't know how to tell a lie good. Man, you just terrible. You're not even a good sex worker. You terrible at doing that. You can't even run that play good. All you had to do was just keep it 100. You're like you dealing with some niggas, some fake niggas. All you had to do was tell school, hey, I got these 2 bitches, I got whoever, I got a female, whatever. We'll turn up, but hey, this my hoe. This my little shorty, and yeah, you know you gotta, give us some free bands. We need a free band, Scooter. Now I ain't gonna say you would got no racks, but yeah, he probably would have broke you off. But it's his birthday, so you think a nigga really finna just cash you out like that? Nah, but depending on if you thick enough, if y'all thick enough, you cute enough, you nasty enough, you never know what you would have got. But it's his birthday. It's his birthday. This ain't no regular day. If he don't want to pay what y'all want in the beginning, y'all really turn up, go crazy. And maybe what Gucci say? Left 100 on the dresser. Yeah, I left 100 on the dresser. Just to show that girl I was successful. And the Lord that blessed her. I am not regretful. Yeah, on that rich nigga shit, bitch, rich nigga. Fuck that nigga, look at this nigga. Yeah, y'all remember that shit back in 08, 09? But yeah, man, like nigga would left 100 on the dresser. Just to show you that he was successful and the Lord that bless you. I am not regretful. Yo, he would have 100 on the dresser. But no, she trying to do shit her way. Knowing she ain't got no common sense. Knowing that ain't what she really do. She ain't good at it. She get left in your hand. Now, Scooter gone. Atlanta PD, they facing a lot of backlash. You need to wear that body. They need to find a way to put this body on you. You need to wear this shit, man. Atlanta PD, they need to find a way to push all this shit off on you. Because a little time, a little 5 years, they come behind line and somebody dying behind your line, man, that ain't enough. And nigga, if you do get the 5 years and you do your 5, nigga still on that when you get out. Nigga wait 5 years. If I'm Scooter partner, I do it like sentence day for day behind that right there. If I'm Scooter friend, his partner, yeah, I'm young too. Nigga 23, 24, 25, 30. I'll do a 20 ball. Yeah, I'll do a 25-year ball. Fuck that for my round. For the head honcho. And they ain't got to pay. Just make sure commissary on the goddamn, yeah. I tell them the Mexico niggas, yeah. Make sure I'm straight. I'm good though. Crash out. Yeah. I change my name to Lil Crash Out. I got 5 years to ball. You know what I'm saying? If I'm Scooter, close partner, Scooter, yeah, step up, whatever. They're gonna give you 5 years for that. I got 5 years to be with my kids, my family. You touchdown. That's what we on. I don't feel that, if I'm his people, I wouldn't feel that you deserve to breathe. But you deserve to walk around Atlanta and keep doing the same shit. You ain't gonna change. You ain't nothing but a thought that don't play by the rules. You try to create your own shit. And you fuck up everything. All you had to do when you fell asleep butt naked, and you woke up, you faked like you was sleeping, and you woke up and you seen Scooter and them smashing. All you had to do was join. Fuck you getting an attitude for like that's your man or something. Like that's your nigga or something. You don't leave out, then leave the door wide open. Then gonna come up with something in your head. Like bitches like you don't need to be moving around like the way you think. Nah, you don't need to have no kids, nothing. Like your way of thinking don't need to get spreaded. Bitch deserve to get stopped. 5 years ain't enough. You need a 20 ball. Then maybe, you know, that might make a family member or two feel a little bit better. I say just a little bit better. Fuck all that, man. Like, man, she gonna get locked up that quick. Bitch, give a nigga some time. Give them little Mexico niggas some time to run up on you. Yeah, they got the 5K. Yeah, what's the little money you wanted from Scooter? They got that for you. Yeah, they got that for you. What's the little money that you wanted from Scooter? They got that for you. Where you wanted at? Where you want to meet at? What part of East Atlanta you want to meet at? They got the little money. What you wanted? 500, 1,000, 2,000? What you wanted? They got that for you. Come get it. Come get it, man. You want a nigga to buy you out and you come get it? Yeah, you left your money at the house. I said you left the money at the house. Talking about you was bruised up. Why you want to show the bruises then? You should have the pictures and everything. Instead of going live, post them bruises. Nigga ain't touch you. If we gonna whoop you like that and do all that shoot at you and all that stuff, you think we're gonna let you leave? We done dragged you back into the house, all that stuff, held your hostage and all that. You think we really gonna just let you leave? No. Come on now, nigga done did all that. Unless he know he got that much fear. Well, you ain't gonna say nothing. But most niggas that do you like that, nah, it ain't gonna just be that easy. Why you ain't wait around the corner? So you'll leave. They just did you like that, crying. You probably crying all of that if it really happened. They gonna stay at the house though. Talking about you ain't know Scooter was there, but you was there on the 911 call. You said you was there. You seen
this show started because we got to talk about this young Scooter. And I seen people in the comments was like, "Yo, Smoke, we got to get to that Scooter." I was just waiting. That's all I was doing because I knew something was fishy about this whole situation. Now, if y'all know who Young Scooter is, that's a rapper that's coming out of Atlanta, ATL, legendary dude from Atlanta. You know what I mean? Not just in hip hop, legendary dude in the streets, according to Atlanta atmosphere down there.
Oh, they saying now this came back as a gunshot wound?
According to Atlanta streets down there,
no.
It said Young Scooter is a very respected dude down there. Well, a couple of days ago, not so long ago, he actually passed away. They trying to say he was running for the cops when they came knocked on his house. He hopped over the gate. He cut himself and he died over natural blood bleeding off his leg or something like that. A lot of people didn't believe that. Then come to find out we got a 911 audio call from some woman that they actually still looking for. That part. What are we talking about? She's speaking about a whole nother situation that happened that night. Then it comes out today that the autopsy came out, the autopsy of Young Scooter, and he actually got somebody shot. Let's put it
Wow. Didn't I tell you, motherfuckers, that nigga, something was motherfucking fishy. Something was not motherfucking right about this nigga dying from a motherfucking fence. I told y'all niggas, man. And everybody wanted to come back. Oh, nah, he just jumped over the fence and then, it was a rare injury. It doesn't happen all the time, but yeah, every now and then, you know, you can hit an artery and bleed out. From a 5-foot fence, from a 4-foot, God, you got to be kidding me. Niggas is used to hopping 20-foot fences in the hood. Nigga, 10-foot fences in the hood. What the fuck do you mean, nigga? Niggas don't die from hopping a 5-foot fence. I knew something was motherfucking up. Now, the official autopsy shows that he had a gunshot wound. Well. Why the fuck am I not surprised? And you goofy motherfuckers that thought that, oh, nah, man, it's just the artery. What now, nigga? Now what, nigga? Now what?
that way. Young Thug put it on Twitter. So allegedly, Young Scooter got shot, and that's how
my intuition never fails me, man. My intuition never fails me, man. I get this shit from my motherfucking mama, my ancestors, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But this shit is spiritual and lyrical. And these motherfuckers, man, don't have no type of motherfucking nothing on my motherfucking subconscious and my motherfucking intuition, man. What happened to that boy? What happened to that boy? Yeah, man. What happened to that boy? Was it really a fence? No, it wasn't. That fence only had a minor thing to do with it. I guarantee you. Now, who the fuck shot him? Now, we gonna sit up here and act like, oh, it wasn't the boys that shot him? I mean, we still need to, we gotta confirm that. But come on, that's what it looked like. That's what it smelled like. Look like a duck, walk like a duck, must be motherfucking DuckTales nigga in this bitch.
Right, instead of the injury he had on his leg for hopping over a gate, they want to say. Man, we got to talk about this. We're gonna go through the 911 call. I got the whole 911 audio call. We're gonna go back and hear the sheriff when they did the press conference and they say how young Scooter actually passed away. And we got to react to all this. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get this show started. Yo, 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 yo. If they know, they know. We back in the building. It's your boy Smoke News TV. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. It ain't gonna hurt your feelings. It ain't gonna cost you. That just is free. Make sure you keep that notification bell on so you know when I'm dropping my video. Shout out to all my members that got their to be a neighborhood watch call 911 accused of young Scooter of being an underage mother beaten. And y'all can see what else over there. Like, I mean, they, allegedly gun toting and allegedly sex trafficking and blah, 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 and a drug dealer. This is what the lady was speaking on the audio of the 911 call that night before the police arrived there. We're going to get to this audio because this is like spooky. It's nasty work. We don't know who to believe. And then they actually looking for the lady. It's a $5,000 reward for the lady who made that call. They don't know who the hell this lady is, but she's supposed to be a neighborhood watch person in the neighborhood. Make that make sense. Don't 911 calls track what the hell you live at? I'm trying to figure this out. Because I remember when you made prank calls and 911, them niggas know exactly where you at, pull up to your house, all types of shit. They got GPS when you dial 911, bro. So how the hell they don't know where this lady at? It's something spooky about this situation, but hold up, we ain't done. So today, Young Thug came out on his Twitter. Allegedly, they're saying that Scooter didn't die from no goddamn injury from his leg. They're saying that he actually got shot from the autopsy. Now, I don't know how true this is. I don't know if this going on. I don't know how really true this going to come out. It didn't come out yet with it, but obviously the Young Thug Twitter account over there, Young Thug is saying that the results came back and Young Scooter died from a gunshot wound. Who shot Young Scooter? Did the police shoot him or somebody in the crib shoot him? We don't know what the hell's going on here. That's why I kind of waited a little bit. It was like, yo, we got to get more information about this because him hopping over a gate, it just doesn't make no goddamn sense. It just doesn't. I mean, you got to hop over one of the wire gates. You know, one of the wire gates they got at prison or one of them wire gates they got for like the deers and shit. One of the ones you go through, you get all cut up and all that. Nah, he ain't had none of that shit. What we talking about? So how the hell he get hurt from a leg injury? That just doesn't make no sense to me. It just doesn't. That ain't make no sense since day one when the goddamn situation happened. Even his own son was like, yo, that don't make no sense. It just doesn't make no sense, bro. So let's continue. Because we ain't done it. We got a lot to go. We is not done here. We're gonna go through this audio. Let's get to the news clip though. Let's get to this first. Then we're gonna get to the sheriff that spoke about the situation. Then we're gonna get to the audio because the audio 911 call is the most craziest, spookiest shit I ever heard. And for the sheriff for them not to report what that lady said, it's kind of crazy. We don't know if this lady lying. We don't know what the hell's going on here. But let's get to the news clip right quick. Then we're gonna get to the sheriff. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel because we ain't done.
Story now. An Atlanta rapper is dead after allegedly trying to run from police Friday night. Variety magazine, citing the medical examiner, identifies the rapper as Young Scooter. The 39-year-old appears to have injured his leg after jumping 2 fences. And Channel 2's Brian Mims is live in Southeast Atlanta. Brian, this all began with the report of gunfire.
That's right. Police were called to this house here on William Nye Drive behind me. They say someone called 911 to report shots fired and a woman being dragged inside the home. Officers showed up, knocked on the door, and 2 men ran out the back. Atlanta police say when officers knocked on the door, a man opened it and immediately shut it. 2 men then ran out of the back of the house, police say, but 1 man returned. The other man ran away and jumped 2 fences. Police say he was bleeding heavily. Officers rendered aid on the scene, and an ambulance took him to Grady Memorial Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. He's identified as 39-year-old Kenneth Bailey, a rapper who goes by the name Young Scooter. Variety magazine says Bailey was a regular presence in Atlanta hip-hop during its commercial boom in the 2010s. The magazine says Bailey decided to pursue a music career after a drug trafficking charge in 2008. Police say Bailey's injuries were not the result of any gunfire. And again, police say those injuries were to his leg. As for a woman being dragged inside the house, police say they were not able to locate any woman. And police say there was no indication that any gunshots were fired. An autopsy is expected to be conducted today. Live in Southeast Atlanta, Brian Mims, Channel 2 Action News.
Now, I'm about to say something. The thing I don't understand about what is they hiding? What is police hiding now that the autopsy actually came out? And they're saying that Young Scooter actually allegedly got shot and he bled to death, I guess. I don't know. Maybe he jumped the gate when he got shot. He kind of got injured a little bit more where the gunshot wound was at. Maybe that might have happened. We don't know what the hell happened. But what is they hiding though? Because when we get to the sheriff and all that, they don't mention nothing about no gunshots or nothing. But in the news clip, they're saying that, oh yeah, the 911 caller said it was gunshots and all this, that, and the third. But when the sheriff got there, the sheriff said in the press conference, whoever the sheriff, the sergeant, whoever the hell this person is that we about to get to, he said there wasn't no gunshot wound. There wasn't no gunshots at all over there. So who's lying here? See, people got to understand, man. Sometimes 12, 12. If y'all know what 12 mean, I mean the police, allegedly, sometimes they be involved in street activities too also. Sometimes they can't report stuff, man. That part. What are you talking about here? It's just kind of fishy how they didn't report a lot of shit that happened that night. They were saying school, there was drug dealers, all time. Watch when we get to this audio with this lady. Why is she blowing up the spot like that? And why does the sheriff didn't mention nothing? Now, he had to mention everything with a 911 audio call when we get to it. But what the hell is they hiding? Now, I'm going to read something that Young Scooter's son actually posted on the story. Peep this out. Now, Young Scooter's son said, I'm in the back of the police car. He gonna say, I'm the one who was chasing your dad. He really got away from us when he jumped over 2 fences, but we heard him yelling. I can't even see the goddamn words. These words so damn long. He said he broke his leg. If he didn't break his leg, then he would have been gone. Just told grandma like me and y'all son, the same person, certain shit. We were just going for I know what they did to him. I'm reading what the hell they wrote here, and the letters are kind of small, so pardon me. But actually, y'all can read the rest of it. I'm gonna get to the other ones that are kind of bigger. The letters are kind of small. I can't even see the goddamn letters, to be honest. Pardon me, gang. But according to his son saying the same guy that chased his father saying he got away, but he got injured when he jumped over 2 fences and broke his leg. That just don't make no sense. So how the hell you pass away from that? Now this part right here. Now I can see this part. He said, I done seen bro. He talked about his dad. I done seen bro jump thousands of fences. How the hell this the only one he broke his leg on? Now they want to tell the truth. I knew that. I knew that shit was cat from the get-go. I know him like hell. I know him like hell. And he ain't going no other way. So this is son speaking. His son is basically saying, I know my father. My father done jumped 9 gates before fences, and all of a sudden, y'all telling me he jumped these 2 fences, he broke his leg, this the way he passed away? Nah, there was more to this. There was more to this, bro. That's why I keep telling people there's way more to this goddamn story. And I know my daddy like hell. Ain't no way he dying from a broken leg, main artery, bleed out. He got real survivor instinct, folks. Just really lied and played in our face in front of the public, but it's cool. This is what his son is saying. His son said, man, my dad got real survival instinct, man. That nigga know how to survive. He been doing this shit for years. And you gonna lie on our face talking about my dad died from a broken leg, main artery blood out? Nah, man, bleed out? Nah, I don't believe that either. That's something I couldn't believe it. Now listen, there was a clip. There's a clip. Hold up. Let me see if I can find this clip right here. Let's see if I can find this clip. I hope I recorded it.
Right.
They were saying it's like 5% for people right here.
That's exactly what happened.
Now we're gonna play this clip when it's a doctor talking about this situation. Hold on, let me download.
When the neighborhood
there's no way in the world you jump through the gate, break a leg, and all of a sudden you passed away. Nah, nigga, you must have had an injury, gunshot wound. They must have shot him in the leg, let him bleed out because the audio. When we get to the audio, when the lady's talking, she said she heard gunshots in the air.
Cover up.
Let's download this video first. Let's download this video first. You got his son saying, man, my dad know how to survive, bro. There's no way in the world my dad gonna actually pass away from a leg artery, whatever, blood out. He bled out and all this. He jumped 2 fences, like I said. Them fences must have had some crazy ass wires, one of them thick ass wires.
And that fence was 5 feet tall, bro.
Like one of them
Ain't no way in hell.
Why the sheriff and tell us what kind of fence was it? Come on, man. Let's get to this news clip. Then we're gonna get to the sheriff press conference because we're gonna get
a wood fence at that.
Light one up. Y'all already know the vibes, man. Let's get to it. If y'all want to donate, Cash App is in the banner. You can also donate by the thank you button.
Fracturing or breaking his femur, which orthopedic surgeon Dr. Craig Weil says isn't impossible.
Well, the femoral artery is quite large, and if you broke your femur and it broke badly enough, the ends of the femur fracture could be sharp enough to cut the artery.
As for the fall,
it'd have to be a very hard fall.
Something you don't often see.
A very hard fall. I mean, a very hard fall. Or somebody kicking you in your leg repeatedly, stumping you on your leg repeatedly. You dig what I'm saying? If somebody like jumped on you and like stumped on your fucking thigh, real as hard as they fucking could, that's the type of pressure. Or hit you in the thigh with a bat. Like that's the type of a pressure that it would take to break a femur bone, bro.
see.
No, you don't. It's a relatively rare injury to have a femoral artery death. It's only about 10 to 15% of traumas, so it's not very high.
The Fulton County Medical Examiner says right now the cause and manner of death for young Scooter is listed as undetermined. Of course, an autopsy is planned if it's not already been conducted. Now, the GBI is investigating this in-custody death.
Now, even the doctor, the dude that was just talking, say that's very rare. You had to fall hard as hell. I'm talking about you got to fall apart from a 10-story building or some shit like that and just go straight down. Boom, just land on your legs and your whole shit breaks and you die. That's very rare. We're talking about two little ass fences, probably the same height as on young Scooter, and he hopping over them shits. And then y'all telling us in the news conference that's the way he died? We don't believe that shit. That's why I had to wait on this video.
The fuck no.
To wait till the autopsy and all that shit really come out. According to Young Thug, he done broke the goddamn internet now with it, saying that the autopsy came back that he had a gunshot wound. Who shot young Scooter though? That's the big question. What was going on in the crib? Is the 911 caller telling the truth? When we get to that and later on, let's get to the sheriff though. The first press conference that we heard when this shit first happened. Let's hear what he got to say. Oh yeah, we chased him. He jumped over the gate. He had a blood artery, blood bleed out. Nigga, you even heard the doctor. I mean, you had to really fall hard on the ground on your legs, bro.
My daughter broke her femur bone when she was 5 years old. And the doctor explained, like, that shit is damn near impossible. That's why she ended up getting a settlement. You know what I'm saying? Because there was no way she should have broke her femur bone at school. You know what I'm saying? And the story they tried to explain to us was when she was taking a nap and she fell off the bunk bed. How the fuck, man? Nah, we wasn't going for that bullshit. Nah, nigga. Something funny, something fishy was going the fuck on. And we knew that. So like, nigga, I'm already familiar with the femur bone. And that's not an easy bone to break. It's not. That's a fact.
Bro. And when you think about something like that, we're talking about jumping off a 10-foot story building, somebody just throwing your ass over the balcony or something. Oh, that's how hard you gotta fall on the ground for that type of situation to happen, according to the doctor, according to the person that was just speaking about the situation.
This evening, the first being from the 200 block of William Nye Drive. In Zone 3, officers responded to a dispute with a weapon. It was advised in the call remarks that shots were fired and a female was dragged back into the location. Once officers arrived, they knocked on the door. A male opened the door and immediately shut the door on the officers. The officers then established a perimeter. During the process of establishing the perimeter, two males fled out of the rear of the house. One male returned back into the house. The other male jumped two fences as he was fleeing. When officers located him on the other side of the fence, he appeared to have suffered an injury to his leg. Officers rendered aid and he was transported to Grady Hospital where he was pronounced deceased.
That don't make no sense. They chased him, but then his son said the same people that chased him went back to the car with the little, I couldn't really read that shit. I could go back and read it yourself. The letters were too small for me to read, but I tried to read half of it. And according to his son, it said that the police came back to the car when the son was in the back of the seat, was like, yo, yeah, we tried to chase him, but he got away, this and that, and then he jumped over the gate, this and that. But when y'all he jumped over two gates. When y'all got there, he was injured with a leg injury. The doctor said, man, you had to jump hard as hell on your leg for you to bleed out that way, bro. And how the hell he had what mark and what, like, did he get cut? You see, now we got the autopsy and saying he got a gunshot wound. Y'all done lied and said he got cut and he bled out and shit like that.
So if you would lie about one thing,
that was absolutely a lie. There was shots that rained out that night. It's just a lot. The police don't want to say the truth. Y'all got to remember, we talking about Atlanta suburbs. You seen the house he lived at. Now picture that shit at nighttime. Go to one of the news clips. It's very dark around it. His backyard probably dark as hell because he ran out to the back. They said, them niggas, police get paranoid, man. The first thing they hear on the 911 audio call, yeah, the shots fired over there. So the first thing the police thinking is, oh yeah, the suspect over there, he armed. Somebody armed over there. Somebody in the house got a gun. Because that's the first thing they hear on the audio. On their way to the spot, on their way to the house.
Then they mad as fuck. They gotta chase you.
We all know how police think. I sit back, I wait. Oh yeah, they shots fired on the audio. When they report shots fired at the all, shots fired at such and such. They on their way there. So the first thing they think is people got a gun inside that house. They're already paranoid. So who's really saying when y'all chase that nigga, boop, y'all ain't shoot that nigga in his leg? Come on, man. Them places be dark. Some of these cops can't see him. They be paranoid. They get shaky.
Who's to say when he was on that fence, hopping that fence, they didn't shoot that nigga? or tased that nigga on the fence and he just ended up falling. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but in this case, nah, it wasn't no tase. It was a gunshot. Yeah, I'm thinking, nigga, the nigga jumped over the fence, was about to get their ass, nigga, and one of them motherfuckers, nigga, got paranoid and shot that boy. That's what I'm thinking. What happened to that boy? Yeah, man.
2 fence, and all of a sudden he died off his injuries. Come on, that niggas survive over gunshot wounds in their leg. Nigga, you telling me this nigga died from hopping over a gate? Nah, I don't believe that story.
That's when the officers established a perimeter and the 2 males fled.
Now, when they got the audio call, they got a call saying shots fired, somebody got dragged in the house, female got dragged in the house. Smoke, who's up? We're going to get to the audio call after we get to this press conference because they looking for the baby man. I just don't know how the hell they don't find the lady. When you make a 911 prank call, nigga, they already know your address and everything. That part, what are we talking about? Nigga, there's phone towers and shit. Something strange going on with this situation with that 911 call and police chasing young Scooter behind at his house in the backyard. The nigga took off for what reason? Now, we don't know what the hell young Scooter was doing in the back end. We don't know down there, according to the lady. When we get to the audio, this lady talking about sex trafficking, all types of shit. She talking about she a neighborhood watch person. We don't know. We don't, I mean, listen, and when things like that get involved now, I'm speaking allegedly before we continue. When we start hearing sex trafficking and shit like that, underage,
yeah.
Look at the Diddy situation. Look at a lot of these situations. Look at the MC situation, the dude with the island. He had his own island, and allegedly, a lot of important people was going there doing a lot of crazy shit, if you want to say crazy stuff, private stuff, illegal stuff, underage females, allegedly. If this was going on, the thing I'm trying to explain here and paint the picture, when you got that type of shit going on, law enforcement knows about that. Allegedly. You just don't do that type of shit without no connection with law enforcement in the back end. Allegedly. When it comes to that type of crazy activities with trafficking, sex, sex and all that, whatever, brothel house, whatever, when you're going to go, go spend some money on them ladies, all that type. Law enforcement knows about shit like that, allegedly. That shit just don't go on for years and months without no type of connections and nothing like that. And you got neighborhood watch people probably calling more than one time, assuming that something's going on in the house, but nothing never happens until shots ring out. That's when the cops got to really start coming. When shots ring out, that's when the cops got to come now. But when you got allegedly sex trafficking, underage girls and shit like that on some Diddy type shit, law enforcement is 95% connected to that type of shit till the heat comes, and then they get their stuff away from you. Or the heat gonna come on you now. Oh, law enforcement, whoever you was connected with, he gonna fall back. He don't know nothing about that nigga. But while that activity is going on, you connected with one of them people in that law enforcement, allegedly, for you to continue with that type of activity if that shit was going on in your establishment, on a quiet, on the low. So that shit just don't happen like that. You gotta be very connected with certain people to do that type of shit. When it comes to drug trafficking and shit like that, what make you think that shit don't goes on when trafficking humans and underage shit going on, allegedly going on at your crib, and you telling me they're not connected to no type of connections for them to do that? But the kingpins and all that in the drug world, they be connected to do what they do. What young Scooter was doing in that house. Let's continue with the press conference.
So, where he was pronounced deceased. That male is going to be a 39-year-old male out of Atlanta. Just to be very clear, the injury that was sustained was not via the officers on scene. It was when the male was fleeing.
Can we confirm that it's a known rapper that goes by the name of Young Scooter, the 39-year-old male?
We cannot at this point. That's a function of the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office once they notify the next of kin. So we were premature on that.
So what was the discussion? What led to the 39-year-old having to flee from the police? Can you give us a little bit more detail? Because it just seems, what exactly led to him running away?
So again, there was a 911 call of dispute with shots fired and a female being dragged back into the residence. When officers arrived, a male initially opened the door, closed the door on the officer's face without communicating completely. That's when the officers established a perimeter and the 2 males fled. Why they fled, obviously, we can't speak for them. So it's still an active investigation.
Was the woman injured at all?
So we were not able to locate a female. We ended up with 2 males and the decedent.
Was the you said the dispute was started in a car, a moving car?
No, outside of the residence.
Outside of the residence, and then a woman was drugged back into the.
That's what was reported. We have not been able to substantiate any of that, which is also a part of our investigation.
And then when he jumped over the fence from one victim, what wound would, I guess, did he shoot himself?
No, there was no indication of anyone being shot. This appears that there was, when he fell, some type of fracture injuries of the leg, which caused the bleeding.
And to clarify this wasn't any involvement with the Atlanta police as far as shooting.
Correct. There's no, in either one of these cases were officers involved in shooting at all.
Will your agency be investigating everything internally, or do you?
So we do have, just because of the confusion, we have the GBI that's going to come out to the 39. Yeah.
Okay, so GBI will come out and they'll independently look into what you had.
Correct. Okay. Yeah, just to confirm.
But that one started with a 911 call of a dispute.
Correct.
That's why you guys got there, and then
Dispute, shots fired, woman being drugged back into the residence.
Is there anything you want to make too? I mean, obviously there's already multiple reports out there across social media, some news magazines saying, again, young scooter has been shot by Atlanta police. Just an opportunity because many people are taking this, they're watching this.
Right.
Is there anything you want to say? Those reports are out there.
No, and this is why we're here doing this press conference, to put out there that the Atlanta Police Department has not been involved in any shootings tonight, and the incident on William Nye, there was not a shooting at all. All right.
Oh,
right, thank you.
somebody's lying.
According to the sheriff, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, and share this video. Do me that favor. Y'all want to donate? Cash App is right there. Appreciate the donations. You want to donate to the thank you button? It's a thank you button. Also, you can donate also by.
So we already know, man, that somebody's lying, right? You know what I'm saying? Why would they lie? You dig? Why would they lie? Most of the time, people lie because they want to cover some shit up or don't want to take responsibility for what the fuck really happened, right? Oh, he's a high profile. They probably thought he was a nobody. Then when they realized he's a high profile rapper, oh shit, we fucked up. There might be people that actually care about this guy. You see what I'm saying? Oh, it's not just any regular Joe Schmo. You feel what I'm saying? I mean, shit. If it wasn't if he wasn't who he was, would this have even made the news? You gotta wonder, right? Would this have even made the news if it wasn't if he wasn't the a man of his stature, right? Because if he hadn't been a rapper or somebody who's successful, would this have even been covered the way it was covered? You see what I'm saying? So I mean, man, this shit get deep, man. This shit is crazy. You see what I'm saying? Like this shit is motherfucking, yeah. It's some sinister shit going on behind the motherfucking scenes, and I can smell that shit. You dig what I'm saying? Crazy shit, bro.
About that way. But smash the like, subscribe, and share. Keep that bell on so you don't drop my videos. Think about that. Allegedly, they can edit it. You always get the body footage late. We all know that. Obviously, it's going to come out. But let me put this in your head, too. Let this marinate. You know, it's a such thing that called edit, right? Like how we edit our videos, they can edit their videos, too. So think about that. Allegedly, they can edit their videos, too. But how long young Scooter was laying on the ground? How long y'all was chasing? What type of two gates he jumped over? Was there wire gates? The wire gates they got on prison, or the wire gates that, you know, because according to where the house is at, you know, Atlanta got a lot of woods and deers and shit like that. Was the type of wires that when a person gets to it, they can automatically get cut, deep cuts? They don't tell us none of that shit on the press conference. That's how you know something was suspicious from day one.
Because the devil's in
jumped
the
over a
details.
gate, you know, a wire gate, you know, one of them gates that, you know,
Devil is in the detail.
Okay, people would have understood that. But you didn't explain what type of fence he jumped. According to the doctor from the clips I played about 10 minutes ago, the doc said that, man, you could die that way, the way they want to say he died. But it's very rare. You would have to jump. You would have to fall very hard on the floor. So when I sit back, I think about it, nigga, you got to jump a 10th floor story, nigga, and land straight down on your leg, nigga, and bleed to death. Or a 5-story, I mean, anything, nigga, you just got to land down hard. It's got to be some type of height and level for you to jump and fall that hard on the ground for you to pass away, is what I'm trying to explain here. Them fences ain't that high for you to jump over and then you just fall, boom, and all of a sudden you just pass away like that. Man, as a kid myself, you know how many fences I jumped, yo? Even in my 20s and my 30s. You know how many fences I jumped? And landed on my 2 feet, kept that shit moving? Now, if I'm jumping off a goddamn building or something, I fall down, that's 95% of the chance you can actually die from a leg injury or something. That's a possibility. But who the hell y'all think y'all fooling from somebody jumping 2 fences and they died from a leg injury? Oh, yeah, he got to the hospital, he passed away, he bled out. What? Autopsy comes out, all comes to find out this nigga got a gunshot wound. Did he shoot himself? Did y'all shoot him? Did he was bucking back? What was going on here? Let's get to the audio 911 call, because this is the most important part right here. They don't even know where the hell this lady at. Let's get to this part, man. This is the neighborhood watch lady that made the phone call. Peep this out. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. Rest in peace of young Scooter. Like one up. Y'all know the vibes.
Atlanta 911 operator 8715. What's the location of your emergency?
The location is 27.
The transfer. 1 second, ma'am, for 273 William Nye Drive, Southeast.
273 William Nye.
Yeah.
No, it's 27. It's 273 William. Oh, you said Nye, NYE, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you to Cab. Hello, caller.
You're welcome.
We already know that shit.
Do you need police, fire, EMS?
Actually, both. If you could say both. There was literally a shooting. The house of literally the neighbors next door. The house of the address that I just gave you, the 273. There is literally a whole domestic dispute going on.
Let's continue.
There is literally a whole domestic dispute going on. There's like 7 guys that live in this house.
What's your name?
Now, I want y'all to pay attention. She said 7 people live in the crib now. When the cops got there was only 2. Now, I'm only saying she said 7 people lived there.
Oh, you heard it?
I sure did.
They got a $5,000 reward.
Listen, I know where she at and all the other things, but I can't do that. I'm sorry. I'm not even get involved in that shit.
You don't have to do it.
It doesn't matter. I know I want a cute $5,000. Okay, but I don't have time for them to be running my fucking voice on the recording on Clubhouse. I'm cool. I got a cute $5,000 already. I'm cute. But I just heard it.
Wait, who got a bounty on him? Who got a bounty on him?
Jimmy got a bounty on her. She was in Kiddo's room the day before. Yeah, she was in Kiddo's room the day before talking about how she had some threesome and all that. Y'all want to hear about it or no? Y'all cool?
Yeah.
Okay, period. She was in Kiddo's room on stage.
Sorry.
Oh,
Jay didn't even. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I was on mute. Yeah. Hopefully y'all can hear me. So she was in Kiddo's room prior before, and she was talking about how it was supposed to be a threesome with him and some other girl, and basically she was pimping the girl out to be there, right? And then she had said that she played sleep, like she said that she didn't really go to sleep, she just played sleep, and the girl backdoored her and ended up having sex with the girl anyway, and she got up, she woke up from a fake sleep and walked in on them fucking each other. So she got upset and she walked out of the house and she left the door open on her way out. And then she called neighborhood. She didn't call neighborhood watch. She called 911 pretending to be neighborhood watch, saying that the girl that was in there from the threesome, who she woke up to having sex with the guy that she put her onto, which just so happened to be Scooter. She called 911 and said that he had drugs over there, a kid over there. She seen somebody getting beat up. Not to mention, she said that she was seeing it. She said that she physically seen it with her own eyes, but then turned around and said that she was across the street. Then she turned around and said that she was in a whole nother county. So it's like, as you're listening to the recording, you're going to hear her add more and more and more shit. Then she added some shit. She said, oh, and there's a child in danger over there too. There's a child that's being abused, and I'm watching her being drugged out of the house. And then she said that she heard gunshots. So when she called them pretending to be neighborhood watch, obviously they pulled up over there, and they said they didn't even give any details about what they seen on site. Like there's no proof or any details of any of that shit. There's no statement or any record of any of that stuff happening. And he ran. And
but how you know about the threesome part?
Because Demi said it out of her mouth in Kiddo's room on stage. She mentioned it.
We need you. Where you at right now? Don't worry about it. Yeah, you add more detail. We need you.
But she said it though. She said it in her room.
Yeah.
Yeah, she said she was naked. Fact. She said she was
apartments, right?
Put me down.
Nah. My way.
I'll be all over the app, child. I'll be everywhere y'all think I ain't, honey.
Everywhere. We need you.
Because I do that too. Okay.
So she called off bitterness.
And it's crazy because like she all in my IG comments. Now I gotta go delete her comments, stop my shit. I don't need them coming after me, honey. She all have heart eyes and hearts and it's crazy because listen, it's crazy because she only texts me. Like I've been on this girl for 2 years, and I'm so glad I don't have her phone number. She's only texted me ever in vanish mode. And she just invited me. She just invited me to the club a day before Scooter's birthday, and I did not go. And she's in Atlanta. She was like 15 minutes away, and I thought I couldn't go.
Wait, how you know she's 15 minutes away?
Because she told me the club she was at, or the lounge that they were at.
And what particular lounge was this?
Leave me the hell alone. He's trying to get that 5K.
Yeah, you said 15 minutes away, correct?
I don't know where she at now, y'all. I have no clue.
So what, she called because of a threesome?
Yeah, she called because she was upset. She pretended to act asleep. She fell asleep naked. Like she pretended to fall asleep completely naked. She was pimping the girl out. She was gonna get some money like out of that whole thing. It was like a threesome gone bad. Like she pretended to act asleep. You know what I'm saying? When she woke up and walked in on him, because she woke up to see if he was still going to her. Like, so she said, I played sleep, and then I got up, and I walked in the room because I was trying to see if he was still fuck me. And when she walked in the room, she seen that the girl that she brought in for the threesome was him, and she said she was a back door. So
why don't she just join the threesome?
Facts. But instead, she got upset. She put her clothes on and she walked out of the house and left the door wide open. She admitted all of this shit on stage. She did. I think they're in kiddo room talking about it, I believe. Matter of fact, let me use it.
You was there to hear this.
Yeah.
You got recordings.
Hold on, I'm gonna play something real quick.
Can you play me
you know what? Do I need to be providing y'all with any information right now?
No, you do your thing. That's exactly the connection I needed.
Oh, y'all got me fucked. Hold on, let me music mode this.
I'll split it with you.
Hold on.
Oh, we got this.
Boom, boom, boom. Recording in progress.
Right.
Screen record.
You better not call her police. That's definitely her voice. That's crazy. We ain't got to figure this out. We don't take a lot of time to believe it. It's solved.
That's all. I want to know what happened last week. That's what I think happened. I might be wrong. The threesome supposed to go on, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she had fell asleep on the couch or something. She was trying to see if the nigga was still going for the bitch.
Yeah, stupid bitch.
To the bed.
So she missed the beat.
She ain't fall asleep in the bed.
She didn't even fall asleep. She was acting like she was asleep. Yeah, she said she was acting like she was asleep. She said she pimped the nigga, man. She pimped the bitch.
Yeah, bro.
The bitch back door to fuck the nigga. She left the door open on the nigga.
She said she walked in on there and saying it.
Ooh, damn.
She said she walked out.
Yeah, bro, left the door.
What y'all talking about? You know what I mean? I already told you. Somebody like you knows. I don't know what's going on.
You fake as hell, Daddy. You can
Say that if we heard the story coming on the touch on. Yeah, you can't justify that shit. Like, you hear loud as clip from what can you really say to justify that?
I want to see what she got to say though.
You probably gonna say you got to read all our questions.
Shit, talk about what happened last week.
Talk about what happened. What happened? Don't say ain't nobody like this. Oh, I think I know where she going with this.
She probably talking about when she got beat up.
Oh, that shit ain't talking about that. She's talking
Not talking about that.
Wait, what y'all talking about? Oh, the threesome shit. What happened?
Whoa.
Mm-hmm. Hey, one mic. Hey, listen. Tell her if that ain't how the story went. She know she good. This kiddo she talking about. Oh. Tell her come holler at her. You know, I ain't gonna let nobody go on her, but she gotta tell her to come holler at her. I ain't gonna let nobody go on her, but she gotta tell the truth, gang. She gotta come here and be honest. How the story went.
When she come in, don't just drop the stage, kiddo.
I am. She know that. I ain't gonna let everybody go on her until she holler at me. You gotta holler at me though, blood.
I'm finna learn how to spell. Watch this.
I don't know, 30 minutes ago, she had said that shit on kiddo stage, because I remember when she had came back from that fucking lounge and she was talking about that fucking threesome, but wasn't nobody like screen recording that shit? Because y'all know Demi. I done been in other rooms plenty of times where she done talked about certain situations and who she.
Police need your help to find this man. Officials say Jaden Dandridge, and they named him as a suspect in the murder of Memphis rapper Say So P and the attempted murder of Houston rapper Sauce Walker.
And tonight we're looking into records and information surrounding the death of Jaden Dandridge.
It's getting spooky. They trying to motherfucking bring a Rico on this nigga now
unmasked
too.
shooter from the SOP Sauce Walker hit in downtown Memphis has been found. His body found at a dead mall in Greenspoint, which is a neighborhood in Houston.
We are working to piece this whole thing together here. Is a little bit of what we know so far.
Fox 26 News reporter Leslie Dellasport here, and I want to bring you an update to a story that we're working to piece together. Now, this story is surrounding the death of 21-year-old Jaden Dandridge, who Memphis police says was found dead here in Houston.
What's a dead mall? An abandoned mall. So they dumped his body full of holes. He did not unalive himself. He was dumped full of lead and dumped at a dead mall in Houston, 600 miles from home. Now, there's this other guy, Kevin Brown, that's wanted. Where is he at? Is he going to be found deceased?
And in case you're wondering what does Memphis police have to do with this, here's some background. Before the death of Jaden Dandridge, Memphis police was looking for him, and he was wanted for his role in a recent shooting in Memphis, Tennessee, that left Houston rapper Sauce Walker injured and killed another rapper, Say So P. Now, the Harris County Medical Examiner's Office says a man by the name of Jaden Dandridge was killed Thursday, March 27th, around 10:40 a.m., ruling his death as a homicide, and that Dandridge died from multiple gunshot wounds. But Friday, March 28th, Houston police put out a press release saying they were investigating a homicide that happened here at 12,300 North Freeway at the old Greenspoint Mall. HPD also says that the male victim had multiple gunshot wounds, but he was found near the dumpster at the loading dock here behind the old Macy's. Now, Houston police told me at this time they will not be releasing the name of the victim of the homicide that they were investigating for March 27th here at 10:40 a.m. They tell me they're leaving that up to the Harris County Medical Examiner's Office. Now,
I bet you they're gonna find that nigga in an abandoned building, nigga, where they probably tortured and beat the fuck out that nigga. You know what I'm saying? Just like in the movies, nigga, where you find that nigga, where they take a nigga to an old abandoned basement, you know what I'm saying, and beat the fuck out of a nigga, man. Where nobody can hear his ass scream, nigga. You dig what I'm saying? And don't that look like what that is? an abandoned building somewhere, nigga. They probably had that nigga in the back room somewhere beating the fuck out cuz, bro. You know what I'm saying? Busting his ass, nigga. Nobody can hear shit. Nobody a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like, bruh, man, I'm surgical with this shit, bruh.
HPD is asking that if you have any information to please call them or Crime Stoppers at 713-222-TIBS because this investigation is still ongoing. Reporting from Greens Point, Leslie Delaspore, Fox 26 News.
Don't forget to subscribe. I always forget to ask you to subscribe, but I'm giving you a lot. Like, share, subscribe, Al Prophet. So the fact that he popped up and gears spin thinking about, like, what did Sauce Walker have to do with it? Here was his statement. So he's seemingly promoting nonviolence, and he wouldn't do anything. But
at this
Mr.
point,
Walker
I
has an
think Sauce
extensive,
Walker trolling.
serious criminal history.
He is a bona fide rap sensation with millions of views for his music videos. But investigators say this group, known as the Sauce Factory, is a documented gang. The group's name even mentioned as part of a recent federal court case involving sex trafficking. Channel 2 investigates began digging into the Sauce Factory back in July. Tonight, investigator Robert Arnold talks with the Sauce Factory's leader, who is responding to the allegations.
A signature sound from a Houston rapper.
Man, I'm Sauce Walker, a.k.a. Sauce Guy, a.k.a. the kid that did Brad Drip, you know, the flavorish one.
His real name is Albert Walker Mundane, but to the 500,000 people who follow him just on Instagram alone, he is Sauce Walker of the Sauce Factory, or TSF.
I'm a CEO of a record label. We drop albums. I got 7 artists.
No denying the popularity. His videos go viral.
Like 50 million views. That's what you need to say. I got over 50 million views on the internet.
But when we caught up with Sauce Walker at a home in a gated community on the west side of town, we wanted to ask why police view TSF as more than a record label.
Now, when this nigga Smoke Dog talking about that nigga don't even live in a mansion, nigga, what are you talking about, nigga? That nigga, you see that nigga lives in a gated community. You seen one house, nigga. That nigga has houses. But I understand, nigga. You probably seen something that you thought, nigga, was what it was. But this nigga guaranteed, nigga, got mansions, nigga. That motherfucker is definitely a mansion, nigga.
Why do police label the Sauce Factory a gang?
Honestly, I don't know why. I don't know if it's just probably a misunderstanding from the videos or something.
Sauce Walker admits he's had past trouble. In 2009, police say he went by AWOC. It was a member of a criminal street gang called...
This is why 50 Cent denounced gang activity, nigga, in that song, nigga. I am not gang. I do not gang bang. But fuck with my... I'm gonna pull up and bang bang. Yeah, nigga, because, nigga, that's what you have to do. You have to publicly denounce gang activity, or else, nigga, they will assume that you are part of, or you are a fucking gang. And, nigga, this nigga, you know what I'm saying? I mean, bro, they just one more motherfucker that's a leader of a fucking music company, and now they're trying to put this nigga in the gang file and say that he is a fucking leader of a gang.
Mash Mode. He pleaded guilty to deadly conduct charges after being accused of shooting and wounding a person during a concert at TSU. He served his probation and says he put that life behind him.
That was just me being a younger myself, and I've matured and grown up to a man now.
As you can see, he was nearly ensnared in a pimping RICO. So like a pimp gang RICO, they do have those. Contact with a victim advocate concerned about a minor victim who had run away from a shelter from victims of sex trafficking. Would likely be working the track off Bissonnette. Would not disclose who her pimp was, but did say he associates with Sauce Walker. Sauce Walker is known to law enforcement as Albert Walker Mundane, principal leaders of a documented gang known as the Sauce Factory. TSF is a known rap group with an online presence and following. TSF's music content is predominantly comprised of lyrics which depict drug use, gun violence, and the promotion of sex trafficking. Owner of a gentleman's club, ran away from the shelter. So, okay, then she got arrested in the strip club for agreeing to perform an sex act on an undercover officer. She was 16. Okay, here's where it gets interesting. Choose up. Beat her out of frustration. Victim 2, in describing the hierarchy of the Sauce Factory, stated Sims was the boss of the crash dummies, who are considered the lesser or newer pimps. She said LaFleur and Haynes were some of the crash dummies, and the money went up the chain. MV2 knows the higher-ups do not recruit new girls or work kids, and they have their own longtime girls. March 10, 2018, a federal search warrant was executed at the Mansion. The Mansion is a private home known to be used by members of the Sauce Factory. Sauce Walker and others were found in the residence.
Every celebrity has lies and made up stories and folk tales and things like that made up about them.
And to be perfectly clear, Sauce Walker is not accused of doing anything wrong. But documents filed in both state and federal court do refer to TSF as a documented gang and known for criminal activity. TSF recently came up again during a hearing in federal court as part of an investigation into sex trafficking of minors.
So I learned that the Sauce Factory, or TSF, is a gang.
This deputy testified the investigation started with a Thanksgiving call for help from an underage girl at this motel off the North Freeway.
She said that she was forced to prostitute and that she was also threatened by a handgun.
Several people were arrested, including Jamie and Rashad Sims. Court records read Sims goes by the name Sauce Lean or Jaylene and is one of the principal leaders of the Sauce Factory. Videos online and Instagram posts show Sims rapping with Sauce Walker.
Is he your partner? Is he what?
I don't speak on that. I don't speak on all that. My friends, I have friends.
Sauce Walker says Sims was just one of several rappers hoping to further careers under TSF's umbrella. He says anything beyond music does not involve him.
Have you talked to him since he got arrested?
I'm not speaking on none of that.
Still, the federal investigation involving Sims and others landed on TSF's doorstep, literally. Court records show TSF refers to this house as the mansion. It was raided after video surveillance showed Sims entering the mansion with minor victim 2, an underage prostitute.
Ain't no girls ever been in my house, nothing like that.
After the raid, the only people still accused of wrongdoing were Sims and the others charged in the federal case. So Sauce Walker says he's just going to keep focusing on expanding his business and not worry about whether TSF is accused of being a gang.
I'm going to keep working. I'm going to keep rapping because I know I'm not a gang.
Texas car. So, and a quick look, let's take a little look at the that RICO. So Sauce Walker is described as this. So this case kind of started to unravel with this teenage girl, 16, who kept running away from a shelter and going to these PIMPs, and they ended up putting her in a strip club where she solicited a cop. So then the feds got involved, and there's this big case, and they indicted a bunch of them. And they ran up in the mansion, which is that place Sauce Walker always shows, the Sauce Mansion. So, like it said in there, a lower level pimps, the crash dummy pimps who probably there's a bunch of them. They
What's up with it, man? What's been up with you, bro?
They break them, they get them involved. I'm sure a lot of girls that get exposed to pimp stuff, they run off quickly. But then if you find a few that are really down with it and make a lot of money, they probably get passed up the food chain or money that the pimps make. Now, why would one pimp pass up money to pimps above him? Well, you got a thing called a pimp, and then you got Max. Max attract women and might be the ones who interact with the women. The pimp is the mastermind. So Sauce Walker's money is providing the mansion and the cars, because that's how you lure these girls in. It's not really you talking them into something. They're young. They've never been around nothing. Suddenly they're riding around in foreign cars. They're catching planes. They're in nice hotels. They're going to concerts. They're eating at nice restaurants. They don't need but a couple of days of that. And then you get them high and you say, okay, baby, go in the room with that guy or go home. Girls have told me that's how it goes. Which makes sense. You want this lifestyle, you got to earn some of the money. Is that even that bad? Maybe not. But, of course, if they're under 18, of course, it is. So Sauce's buddy, Sauce Lean, narrowly avoided, got life no parole, and who knows what Sauce Walker narrowly avoided. And his buddy, Sauce Lean, is doing a life no parole. That's the guy in this musical rapping video right here. So the guy in the pink jacket and boots is doing life no parole in the feds. He's in one of those USPs.
Hey, don't every nigga that fuck with Sauce start acting like Sauce.
Me,
hey, that's how you know that nigga run.
On my own to put my safety in my life in my brother's hand in his hometown and his city and state. I'm just looking
for acting like him, nigga. That's how you know that nigga is a true leader, though, bro. Because everybody who come around Sauce gets some of the sauce, man. Like his sauce drips off on them niggas, man. Yeah, bro. Like they start talking, walking, acting like this nigga, bro.
Pass out of that and looking like I'm gonna stand next to my brother the way he's standing next to me, because it's a possibility that I could have my own demons or complications of rivalries in my city. It just so happened that how my business took care of, and I'm gonna allow it to keep going. So, I took the risk and came to my brother's hometown with him. I stood next to him, and that's just a part of the streets. Like, you gotta take the good in with the bad. You sit next to a target, you become a target. No matter how you want to look at it, it's a casualty of war. So as much as my heart is broke, as much as my soul is bleeding, I still respect the rules of the streets. I understand because the situation is, and I could have lost my life. My life was put in danger. It wasn't intentionally for me. They must have took my life, and they didn't.
Hey, fuck Sauce Walker, nigga. I feel like Pop, nigga. Fuck you saying, nigga. Hey, from how Pac feel about Biggie, that's how I feel about Sauce Walker. Nigga, so fuck Sauce Walker. I ain't no pretty shit, no funny shit, no friendly shit, none of that with that nigga. Nigga suck my dick and die. Nigga, I'll beat the shit out of him, whatever else you want to do. And I know you're a pussy, so I don't gotta do no gangster shit, no guns or nothing right there. I'll beat the shit. I'll beat him like you beat them hoes, nigga. I'll beat him like you beat the white girl. I'll treat him like a white girl or my kid.
Shot drove himself to a Chick-fil-A around 6 last night for help, but ended up dying there. Firefighters say the man died just inside the front door of that Chick-fil-A. Police still don't know who shot him or why.
New details in the downtown shooting near FedEx Forum that killed Memphis rapper Sayso P and injured Houston rapper Sauce Walka. Memphis police say murder suspect Jaden Dandridge was found dead in Houston. The warrant for his arrest is now canceled. Police are now searching for 22-year-old Kevin Brown, who's been charged with murder and other crimes. The shooting happened March 22nd outside the Westin Hotel. Anyone with information on Brown's whereabouts should call Crime Stoppers at 901-528-CATCH.
There's a lot of people that still haven't found me, bro.
If they had one RICO on them, you could bet there's another one pending. In this case, putting TSF back in the limelight and a murder suspect 600 miles from home. Jaden Dandridge was 21. This is not a guy that seems like he was moving around the country like that he had the wherewithal. You know what I mean? Like, someone brought him there, someone lured him there. The conspiracy theory that they were part of the lick, or I mean, that it was a planned thing by Sauce. And people say, well, why would Sauce got shot? Well, they could have been the accident part. And interesting that the one who's been killed so far was not the gunman. Jaden Dandridge looked scary. He just sat in the car and he got out and he had a gun. He didn't do anything. He definitely would have been a weak link in any questioning. But did the money, did the hit come from out of Houston? Like, could it have been something against Sauce Walker? And then the money, the hit was just sent like, hey, get him in Memphis to make it look like it happened in Memphis. And maybe it's easy to murk people in Memphis. It's smaller. You know where everybody's going to be. It's very violent. Poor police system. They could have sent the hit up there, and then these guys went down to get their money. I mean, who knows what the backstory is? Could it have been some cartel? Like, because the cartel will hire black hitmen. They hire whoever. This is pretty interesting. We can see that these rap labels, well, they generate a lot of money. So they're sophisticated. They know a lot of people. They had access to a lot of stuff. And that Memphis-Houston connection is strong. Remember, the guy Govan Hernandez is going on trial for masterminding Dolph's hit. His daughter was gunned down in Houston. She was supposedly hitting licks in the streets of Houston. So all through the South, those are the two, Atlanta and Houston, Dallas. But it seems like more so Houston draws the people from everywhere else. That's the big city you go to. So why was this kid down there in Houston and they dumped him at a dead mall? Wow. So I don't even think this was a place you could meet up in. It sounds like
he was going to get found in an abandoned building.
So that's the update with Sauce Walker, and the refresher of the TSF ain't nothing to play with. And Sauce nearly avoided maybe like a pimp Rico thing. Hopefully he's just on his OnlyFans now, because that pimping stuff gets wicked, because it turns into human trafficking to snap of a finger, and you can get a lot of time. And Sauce Walker, we see he shot somebody before. So, you know, he's just not some goofy guy with colorful braids in his hair. Like, you know, he's a serious guy. So very, very interesting. Don't be playing around out in these streets. Even the people that's happy-go-lucky, you don't know how they get down and what they're into. But, yeah, plot thickens with the Sauce Walker situation. And as you can see, he's already had some narrow, close calls with some indictments. The Sauce Factory. Jaden Dandridge is out of here. Get well soon, Sauce Walker. Out profit American dope.
4 extras out of the deal.
Okay, we're live.
Off the back, burner
Off the back. Come on.
Dead only
The
duo is back.
And we brought the last one with us. We're not playing.
Vernon Avenue, they let me out. Dead homies on Vernon Avenue. 4 times 10, and they let me out on the hood day. Glove hats. Glove like you love it. Vernon Avenue, sword day.
Okay.
Jump back. Dead
How
homies
is April
off the
2nd?
back.
How is April 2nd your hood day?
No, 4 times 10. This whole goddamn month.
Now, that's a setup.
This whole motherfucking month. 4 times 10, 4, 6, 4, 7, 4, 8, 4 times 10.
Now, do you think they let him out on hood day on purpose? I mean, think about it, bro. We gonna let this nigga out on hood day. He ain't supposed to be around no gang members and shit. We'll let him out on hood day, nigga. That way, if we want him locked up, we could just go motherfucking get his ass and say, hey, man, we let you out on hood day, nigga, and you went to the hood day. Crazy shit.
See what the gang got the end. Glove Act, Vernon Avenue. And y'all here.
Yeah.
Y'all coming.
We're coming to
Y'all
Hood Day.
coming to
410 is your Hood Day.
4 times 10. But we represent the 6th, the 7th, and the 8th. We represent this whole month.
So the whole first part of the month before the 10th. But the 11th is kind of over.
No. We represent this whole month. Check. Y'all coming to the 7th day. 4 times 10. Vernon Avenue, I'm back. Dead homies, smell like you love it. Vernon Avenue, Crip, I'm tripping.
He got even more aggressive.
Dead homies, nigga. On Vernon Avenue, I'm tripping.
He got even more aggressive than last time.
Man, let's run this motherfucker.
Hey, I just want to inform you of something, is that we're doing this as a members-only stream, so only our hardcore fans are watching right now live. But then we're going to cut the clips up and run it like a normal interview.
Man, they can do what the they want. Vernon Avenue, Crip, better tap into this. I'm back. Vernon Avenue, let's run this.
I said that just so that the fans know that if they want to donate.
Shout out to all my motherfucking fans. Vernon Avenue, off the back, I'm back.
Now, ain't this about a bitch? Because, nigga, I swear to God, nigga, like, this nigga was talking about, I ain't fucking with no jumper no more, and wasn't supposed to be good with them niggas. Now, as soon as he gets out, where does he go? No jumper, right? No jumper, nigga. The motherfucking, we could just at this point say that no jumper is a fucking headquarters for niggas that's working. I don't know, man. Allegedly.
Dead homies,
yeah.
Nigga, me.
You seem like you got more aggressive while you're locked up.
I was in there. What the fuck you mean? Dead homies, y'all can get the out. You mean? Let's run this motherfucker.
I feel like this is the beginning part. We're going to talk about you being locked up and getting out.
Look.
That's kind of where we're at right now.
So what we talking about right now?
We're talking about
you
being locked up.
Let's talk about.
Okay, how'd you get locked up?
This nigga is Crip Mac.
Oh, some buck parole officer, janky ass parole officer. I'm doing a video shoot
pretty quick.
He let Crash know where I'm at because I got ink make on my leg. So he letting them know where I'm at. They pull up, jump out 6-7 cars deep with him on the phone, talking about gamers at the video shoot. Book me. Book me on some buck. Give me 2 months up in there. Motherfucker, do 2 months in a week.
So when I was with Rosenberg, he told me that this is almost like a street beef that you have with your parole guy, because he knows that you're doing whatever you want to do. So he's watching you, he's monitoring you, and then once you're in a hot spot, he calls the cops. He's not catting out. That's what we expect Les to be doing at the end of this episode. But then he'll tell the cops, hey, he's in this spot, go get him. And then all of a sudden, there's like, otherwise, how would six cars
see the cold part about it? See, he violated my rights like I talked to my lawyer. You know what I'm talking about? Rosenberg. Shout out to my lawyer, Rosenberg. Off the motherfucking back.
We had him on the No Jumper show in order to keep the 4 extra lore going.
But see, this the motherfucker one right here. See, he letting Crash know if I pull up and do a video shoot, he letting Crash know, hey, he's right here, pull up. I'm doing a video shoot, they pulling up, jumping out. It could be one gang member there. Boom, he violating your bunk. He a motherfucking fan with his weird ass. He's steady booking me for no reason.
But shouldn't you not be dissing him because he's gonna watch this?
Man, all that. Vernon Avenue, Crip, dead on June 1st. All that.
That's kind of
far. Me for no reason. He just had me in jail for 2 months for no reason.
It's
April. I'm supposed to say.
It's April.
Glove hats. I'm out. Vernon Avenue, nigga.
Okay.
Dead homies.
Wait, okay.
So they switch you
out. Now they know where to find you.
Run this motherfucker.
They didn't even catch you with working none. They just caught you hanging out.
Just at a video shoot. At a video shoot, he gave me 180.
So they said violation, basically?
Violation off the bat.
Yeah.
I'm like, what type of shit is that? He tried to give me 180. My lawyer whacked his ass and got him for 125 with half. Stop playing. Give nigga me, lock it in all the way off the bat.
Because when I went to your court date, there was a lot of talk that maybe you would have been able to just get out like that day and shit.
No, that's why they gave me 125. They gave me they were trying to give me 180 with half, but they gave me 125. My lawyer got me 125 with half. I just got the fuck out of my wristband right here.
Right.
I just got out. Look, I got the same fucking clothes on. I'm fresh. I come straight up here.
No way. That's not what you were wearing in there.
That's on Vernon Avenue.
You were wearing those. No. But that's what you wear. That's what you were wearing when you got locked up.
Yeah, on Vernon Avenue. I'm straight here. I'm tripping on Vernon Avenue.
And your clothes were still clean from before.
Vernon Avenue. Nigga, I stay fitted on dead homies on Vernon Avenue.
Yeah, the Barclays.
Dead homies. I stay fitted, nigga, and I stay with a pocket full of cash.
Woo! That's right.
Tell me on Vernon Avenue, nigga. You see it? This ain't nothing new. This ain't nothing new. I'm gonna get out, and I'm gonna still do it. I'm running up on these niggas. Oh, these niggas over the Vernon Avenue Crip. It's 4 times 10 here today. Glove hats. Nigga me, they at home.
Are you sure you didn't stop by the Scante spot on the way here? Because you have a lot of energy. What? What do you even do when he does that? Like, how do you just brace yourself? You feel the bones in your hand breaking. Yo, I can't keep looking at camera. We gotta get off the screen.
Hey, look.
I can't look at Gina View's YouTube channel. Yeah, this is gonna. Yeah. All right, there you go. Much better. Yo.
Got tickets on a lot of these folks.
We just heard somebody say these folks got tickets on these people. We know what's going on. First of all, who was that said that about the tickets?
Unk, the unidentified male that was being referred to as Unk.
And he's speaking with Mr. Sanders.
Correct.
And what, in your experience, do you know what tickets are?
A price on somebody's head.
What do you mean by what do you mean on somebody's head? What is that?
Like a bounty.
Okay. To have them arrested?
Harmed.
And who were they referring to in that portion of the call?
They were saying that they had heard that Dominique Jones had tickets on a lot of people's heads.
Dominique Jones had wanted to have people harmed.
Correct.
All right, moving on.
Remember, timing is everything. Now, there are coincidences that do exist within what just happened with the Goodfellas. But this right here, and shout out to Miss Sylvia, give her channel a look at and subscribe over there. She's one of the dopest to do it. She's in that courtroom putting boots to ground. People like Rap House, y'all need to start giving her credit, bruh. That crap y'all doing, bruh. Man, yeah, nah. Let's go.
And this investigation began with your looking at the certain Instagram page, and whose was that?
The Instagram page belonged to Keontae Sanders, also known as Midnight.
Okay. And while looking at that page, you found some direct message communications, one of which showed a disappearing message between Mr. Sanders and somebody named Mr. Smith.
Once I received his Instagram returns back, yes.
Okay, and then what did that message consist of?
It was a photo that Mr. Smith had taken of himself, but had put the word J-Shot across it and sent it in the disappearing message mode.
All right, this is what's coming up now is already admitted into evidence. Is this the message that was sent?
It is.
And so that was Martavius Smith sent that to Mr. Sanders.
He did.
All right, now, what was significant about that to you?
I knew that J-Shot or John Smith was a close associate of the leader of 4PF, Dominique Lil Baby Jones.
And 4PF, as you testified already, was a gang that you recognized as being in a rivalry with the Goodfellas, and in particular, the only minor family subset of the Goodfellas?
And their associates, yes.
Okay. And how did you know this about John J-Shot Smith, that he was a member of 4PF?
He can be seen out there on his Instagram. He can be seen pictured with Mr. Jones. He frequents the area where the homicide occurred as well. He's filmed a music video out there.
All right. So the music.
You know who they talk about, Mr. Jones, is Dominique Jones, and you know who that is, right? That's Lil Baby. That's who they talking about, okay? For those who don't know who she's talking about Lil Baby, Dominique Jones.
The video, is that something that you've seen?
It is.
And where'd you see it?
I believe it was on the YouTube account belonging to Mr. Smith.
Okay, and did you obtain a copy of that video?
I did.
Did you provide me with a copy of that before the hearing today?
I did.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Granted.
Investigator for the reader, I'm going to hand you a couple of discs, compact discs, that have been collectively labeled for purposes of identification as State's Exhibit G. Can you please take a look at these two discs? Do you recognize those?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
These should be the discs containing the music videos that I downloaded.
Okay. And those are the music videos that you just testified to downloading that depict John J-Shot Smith?
Yes.
And one of these music videos depicts John J-Shot Smith at the incident location?
Yes, in 2022, he filmed a music video at the incident location.
And it's 1043 Sparks Street?
Yes.
So the video files that are written to those two compact discs, are they exact digital copies of the video files that you downloaded from that YouTube account?
Yes, there are no alterations.
All right, so they haven't been altered or manipulated?
No.
In any way?
No.
All right. At this time, the state moves to the admission of Exhibit G.
Mr. Tevis, any objections?
I would just object on relevance grounds. I don't know. There's been a lot of stuff that we've heard that has nothing to do with any of these individuals. So I didn't hear how this is going to be relevant. I have an objection on that ground.
Okay. Ms. Guest.
Yes, Your Honor. We, on behalf of Mr. Howard, join the objection as it pertains to relevance of the said video.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Regis?
I'll join it.
Okay, Ms. Stewart? All right, and I'll overrule y'all. I think there is a thread that is leading us somewhere. So for now, it's admissible. Over objection.
All right, and permission to publish a brief clip of that video, Your Honor.
Granted.
All right.
We're going to play a video.
Investigator Viverito, if you'll look at the, there we go, at the monitor in front of you. Is this the music video that you were referring to?
I'd have to see the title of it.
Jay Shot Who Want Problems music video?
Yes, that's the one I'm referring to.
All right. And there are certain shots of this video that are at the 1043 Spark Street location?
Yeah, one just flashed on screen.
Okay, so we've already seen a portion of that then?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you saw this video, and then you saw that the artist that's depicted in this video, John J. Smith, was also the person depicted in the disappearing message. And on what day was that message sent?
Sent on June 30th. I believe it was read on July 1st.
Okay, so on seeing that message.
All right, now you guys are ready? Y'all ready for that part that I've been trying to show you guys? Y'all ready?
Damn.
You guys ready? Are you guys ready? Y'all ready to take notes of what she said? That I was not lying, because folks be trying to play me saying, oh, we want to see proof of it because we don't believe you. But I'm about to play the part where she talking about Lil Baby putting tickets on somebody's head. Y'all ready?
Wow,
Here we go.
Lil Baby about here too,
I like how y'all do that. Put in, yeah, we're ready. Okay, ready? Here we go.
Mr. Sanders, the wiretap target, an unidentified gentleman that goes by the name Unc, or he's been referred to as Unc.
I'm going to object to this slide again. If they're about to play the call, but her conclusions and her interpretation is not the evidence.
Well, I think she was just identifying who was on the call, so I'm going to overrule. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, what's up? Oh, what's going on? Man, them folks, like, come on, bro, you know what's finna go on. Like, how the hell you can, you know what I'm saying? They ain't even like that, man. Them folks got tickets on a lot of these folks, I'm telling you.
He said them folks got a lot of tickets on that, a bunch of these folks' heads. Did y'all hear him say that?
That don't mean he putting on. That don't mean he putting on.
Gonna explain it to them. Hold on. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna play it on its own, so y'all be like, Sylvia, why don't you shut up? Okay, I'm gonna play it again.
I don't mean he putting it on them, though, but that's what I'm trying to say.
We just heard somebody say these folks got tickets on
no more, man.
These people. We know what's going on. First of all, who was that said that about the tickets?
Unc, the unidentified male that was being referred to as Unc.
And he's speaking with Mr. Sanders.
Correct.
And what, in your experience, do you know what tickets are?
A price on somebody's head.
What do you mean by what do you mean on somebody's head? What is that?
Like a bounty.
Okay. To have them arrested?
Harmed or killed.
And who were they referring to in that portion of the call?
They were saying that they had heard that Dominique Jones had tickets on a lot of people's heads.
Dominique Jones had wanted to have people harmed.
Correct.
All right, moving on.
Y'all gotta understand something. The questions that have arisen are immense. We don't know who killed the snitch, because in one instance, you could say actually he did good. What you mean he did good? Well, Nate, 4PF Nate, he only got 20 years. Only 20 years. Without that testimony, bro could have got maxed out to life. I think some of y'all forget that part. So for me, the 4PS stuff, bro, I don't know if they really had nothing to do with it, because in all actuality, bro, he actually helped the case more than he hurt the case. So some of y'all be like, nah, bro, if he never would have testified and wouldn't have said all this or said all that, then man, look, he would have messed up the case and all this. Yeah, I hear you all. I hear you all. But that's a hell of a gamble when you look at the actual factuals of the case. So with 4PF Nate basically getting off on what he got off on, I ain't gonna hold you. It's looking real good for him. But one of the biggest things is the question of who did it. The good fellas, it doesn't make sense for them to do it. Or does it? Maybe it makes sense for 4PF to do it as well, because you could actually make a case, bro. He was gonna have to testify when this Rico hit Lil Baby. And all y'all who keep on saying, man, why y'all wishing on Lil Baby and Rico? Y'all doing police work. Are you so stupid that you can't go click on the Reddit and see all the stuff that's been up there for years? I literally just went to Reddit and found all of this crap. So when you're too lazy to know or too lazy to do anything, let me know, because in my world, You had to actually prove a lot of this stuff that a lot of you cats are saying. Now, with all due disrespect, shut up. Back to it.
Shut up.
So
nigga.
what we're getting at is to a level of who did it. Keontae Davis bleeding to death from bullet wounds at a house on Lakewood Avenue late on Friday night, about 6 hours after young Scooter's death. Lakewood Heights has been wrestling with violence. 8 people have been murdered in this neighborhood over the last 4 years. 4 of them were murdered within 400 feet of the house where the police found Davis. The city's policing alternatives and diversion office relocated to Lakewood Heights this year. The office is 2 buildings down the street from where Davis was found, but Davis isn't from Lakewood Heights. Davis was a co-defendant in a murder trial accused in the shooting death of Janquarius Wilson in 2022. That murder appears to be a part of a long-running street war between members of 4PF, Four Pockets Full, and OMF, Only My Family, a street offshoot of the Goodfellas prison gang. Nathan, 4PF Nate, Benford drew a 20-year prison sentence in a negotiated plea in his case. Wilson pleaded to lesser charges and was serving a 15-year probation when he was killed. The implications is that Benford had been prepared to testify at trial, which led to the plea bargain convictions. Now, OMF could have killed Benford as an act of reprisal or 4PF to silence a snitch. In either case, it is one of the more escalation in the conflict that defense attorneys say began with the botched murder trial of the brother of the rapper Rallo a few years ago, which has led to a series of retaliatory killings. Atlanta rap megastar Lil Baby repped 4PF lyrically. His music label was until recently called 4PF. Lil Baby shuttered the label in 2023 and said he did so because he didn't want to be held responsible for criminal acts committed by 4PF gang members. Nonetheless, Major Ralph Woolfolk, head of the city's anti-gang unit, called out rapper Lil Baby last month for staging a music video in territory claimed by OMF last year. Shortly after that event, rival gang members went into 4PF territory in Oakland City to record a video, which led to a shootout that killed 2 13-year-old boys and injured an 11-year-old. It is this kind of tit-for-tat violence that led Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis to launch a racketeer case against Young Thug and YSL in 2022. The U.S. Department of Justice indicted some members of the Goodfellas gang on racketeering charges 2 weeks ago. Federal prosecutors noted in a motion to seal parts of the case files that they expect gang members to try to kill people offering testimony. The most common question I get about the YSL case is how much it costs to prosecute. It is a reasonable question, given the intrinsic complexity of racketeering charges, as amply demonstrated in the Young Thug trial. One can ask if there are more cost-effective options available to a district attorney. It's worth noting that Fonnie Willis asked Fulton County for a substantial increase in county spending on the district attorney's office. The district attorney's office has had the benefit of federal pandemic-era funding to clear a backload of cases. That funding sting has ended, but Willis wanted the county to continue budgeting at that level. When the county refused, Willis then threatened to sue the commission. If the proposed budget is enacted, Fulton County will certainly see a dramatic increase in its jail population and is likely to lose much of the progress that has been made in reducing violent crime, Willis wrote to commission. Hear me clearly. If you enact the proposed budget, people will die. Willis was referring to a return to case backlogs that might be expected to increase the jail population, and Fulton County Jail remains a human rights catastrophe. But the increased staffing enabled by the federal money also permitted Wilson to effectively devote one courtroom and one of Fulton County's 20 Superior Court judges to a single case. The DA's office only recently, and after consistent prodding, produced their budget over the last 4 years. I am after more granular data about the office's spending, which they have yet to provide. We're going to right there because this is a whole nother video. Holy shit. Or maybe nobody did it. We don't know. But what we do know is this RICO is about to happen. Lil Baby about to go to jail for a very long time, couple years, if you will. Now, I think they have learned to iron out the kinks and stuff. And it's not like it's going to be 27 people. It's going to be like 5 to 8 people that get arrested, and the trial is only going to take maybe a couple of months. And everybody will be tuned in. That old feeling that y'all had with Young Thug on the stand and all this and everything. I mean, not Young Thug on the stand. I'm crying. With Young Thug in the courtroom, all those old feelings and all that stuff, Thugger Daily gonna be posting it up and stuff like that. But y'all gotta understand, this gets real. Or maybe it was a girl. Maybe it's somebody who knew. We don't know. But when a snitch dies, that right there is gonna be the reason why he goes to jail sooner rather than later. It's just a matter of time. They're just wooling through threads and stuff like that. You got cats who are deleting their Instagrams bruh, it's too late. It's too late. Nigga, it's too late, buddy. It's far too late for all that. Like Sharp said, you gonna delete your Instagram and think that they're not gonna get it? They're not gonna get it. You that smart? No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. So yeah, bro. And I'm not laughing at these cats. I'm really not. But it gets to a level and it gets to a point where we had to understand they want to thread all of this and make it seem like it's something. And when they said Lil Baby had tickets, look what money
he didn't even say. He said they got tickets. He didn't say I.
Now it's hearsay.
These motherfuckers, man.
But understand, that's enough to get you arrested. As Johnny Cochran once said, you can indict a ham sandwich.
Nigga can't.
You can't.
Nothing.
So if we can indict a ham sandwich, bro, means all you need is minimal evidence. Somebody just got killed who's a snitch. The head dude with the most money is putting bags on people's heads. He got bags on his heads. This is enough to what? Say it's a gang war. And all you cats who believe in your heart of hearts that you got it, you understand a lot. Let me help you out, man. What we know and what we don't know is insane. There were calls that were held back for purposes of prosecution, just like they did in Young Thug's freaking trial. There's a reason why he said, I'm finna tap out. I can't disclose it, but I just kind of gave you the clues right there. So, man, it is what it is. It's on
like
this
a
part,
revolving
man.
door, bro.
I don't know what to tell y'all.
Now we gotta
but I can't tell y'all this. Lil Baby will beat the charges.
Yeah.
He will do that. He will beat the charges for sure. You can guarantee that one. Now, will he tap out to some probation stuff and everything like that? I doubt it highly. I dang near would bank the house on it. Because he can't go out like
he made friends with the mayor,
as he said,
the governor.
He can't go out and basically look at what everybody else is saying. Everybody listened to what them jurors said. They said, as far as how the state put it together, Young Thug was not guilty. So what are they gonna do? Put Adam Abate on there? He don't know nothing. He annoys damn near every judge he talks to. So we'll see what happens, man. Just one of those things.
Got tickets on a lot of these folks.
We just heard somebody say these folks got tickets on these people. We know what's going on. First of all, who's that said that about the tickets?
Unk, the unidentified male that was being referred to as Unk.
And you speaking with Mr. Sanders?
Correct.
And what, in your experience, do you know what tickets are?
A price on somebody's head.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean on somebody's head? What's that?
Like a bounty.
Okay. To have them arrested?
Harmed.
And who were they referring to in that portion of the call?
They were saying that they had heard that Dominique Jones had tickets on a lot of people's heads.
Dominique Jones wanted to have people on.
Correct.
All right, moving on.
They saying Lil Baby dropping bags on people, man. They saying Lil Baby is out here dropping bags on people. Do I believe them? Hell no. I don't think Lil Baby doing nothing like that. Lil Baby is a successful rapper. But this the thing, right? The beef with 4PF and OMF that's been going on, you know, the beef where, you know, the thing with his video shooting Dixie Hill and all that, you know, like in the little girl passed away in Lil Baby neighborhood, all that back and forth. They not finna go for that. The prosecution not finna go for that. Once they seeing a lot of violence going back and forth, they just gonna indict both sides, just like they did with YSL and YFN. They are preparing to defend a 4PF, OMF, RICO. Lil Baby, I hope you got that paper saved over there. I hope you're gonna get some good attorneys. You're gonna need Drew Finland, Brian Steele. You're gonna need all them niggas together, bro. You're gonna need Brian Steele and Drew Finland on the same team because they coming for 4PF. It's a 4PF RICO on the way, and y'all hearing here first.
You got people calling every day, and you got comments on the internet saying you gonna get RICO. I don't even think people know how serious that is. So they could really come and cut my whole career, my whole life for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Something I really ain't did. Like shit I really don't got no part of. Like that shit ain't nothing to play with. Especially when you the man of the family. You gotta face that. Still be happy, still take care of the kids, still like, well, that shit will really drive you crazy.
Lil Baby, I hope his rich shit ain't true. I really do. And somebody gonna say on the video, y'all need to stop saying that, putting that shit in the air. Motherfucker, he put the shit in the motherfucking air. Shooting a goddamn video in a place you know when you shouldn't have been shooting it at, rivals and shit over there.
Now, you see the narrative? You see the narrative? Now, who painted that narrative first, right? It was the motherfucking police that painted that narrative. And look how easy we fall into that shit, and we motherfucking, you know what I mean? Just go along with the narrative. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, bro. Like, that's wild.
2 little boys got unalived.
Looks like Fannie Willis and the prosecutors down there in the state of Georgia are looking at 4PF to indict them in a RICO, man. And I think all of this started, man, is when those 2 kids got killed after little baby supposedly shot a video in his ops neighborhood.
Now, I told y'all niggas, this is how they work, man. The feds work like, and I hate to see this star fucking, every nigga that I see that wears them star rings ends up a sacrifice, bro. And I hate to see this nigga with that ring, bro. Fuck. Scooter was wearing that ring. You know what I'm saying? And many, many other rappers, man. You see what I'm saying? And see this nigga with that shit, man, fucks with me too. But anyways, man, yeah, man, they definitely motherfucking tell you they coming for you before they come. It's like they want to fuck, like they first they have to damage your image in the light of the media. And they use social media to do this. You know what I'm saying? Then they motherfucking start coming for you. And they come for people that's close to you. They want to have you in the motherfucking most vulnerable position, or the most they want to have you in the most peculiar position before they come get you, or before they bring out the charges. You see what I'm saying? Like, this shit is real strategic, bro. And it's man, it's wild, buddy. Wow, man.
Neighborhood, man. The police came out and spoke against it and everything, man. Even used his name, the whole 9 yards, man, in a press conference, man. Pretty much labeling him as the man responsible for the death of 2 children, man. And we already know, man, there's been another war going on down there in Atlanta between 4PF and a whole nother clique. And it looks like Fannie Willis is not going to rest until she gets all of the rappers in Atlanta that's involved in any kind of drama off the streets, man. So this is not good news for a little baby, man. He may very well be caught up in a RICO case, man. Listen, the streets is talking, and if the streets
right before his motherfucking, or at the beginning of his fucking tour, right? Because they want to fuck up his money. Now, you know what I'm saying, his tour is going to be affected, right? Because there's going to be people that pull out, or tour dates that's probably going to pull out, and that's going to fuck with his money, or the money he could have been making. You see what I'm saying? Or his endorsements, because they want to fucking cripple you and cripple your finances before they come after you. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have the money or the flow of money that you did have. You know what I'm saying? It's all a fucking strategic play how they do this shit, bro.
Streets is talking, the rats is talking. And if the rats is talking,
and who can sway public opinion better than fucking Whack 100? He's the king of pushing the narrative. So it'd be interesting to hear what the fuck he gotta say.
The prosecutors are looking to indict somebody, and it looks like they got 4PF in their sights, man. And we got Whack 100 speaking on the whole situation, man. We already know Whack 100 rocks out with Lil Baby and the whole QC clique, man. And he feels that people are reaching when it comes down to that audio that was leaked in that courtroom where that wiretap was played, and somebody was talking about tickets being put on somebody's head. But the prosecution, you know, asked, hey, who are they talking about? They said Lil Baby. They said pretty much that phone call was pretty much about Lil Baby putting tickets on people's heads. And if you don't know what a ticket is, man, a ticket is a hit, meaning he's dropping bags on people's head to get them executed, man. And Whack 100 ain't buying it. He says the prosecution, the public, and everybody else is reaching, and he claims the district attorney ain't got nothing on Lil Baby. Check this out.
On another thing, that nigga Thug tweeted that shit about that DA and Lil Baby. No, I'm talking about Lil Baby, about she lying on the K, whatever. I stay in the same building as that DA. Man, they got
but I mean that's not Lil Baby though. Lil Baby's not on the tape, nor did they mention Lil Baby's name on the tape.
Right.
Oh, Uncle, you seen that? You seen that clip? They sent you that clip.
I've been telling people for days, like, look, listen, bro, you're not finna catch or have no. Before it come out, I said, bro, you're not finna catch dude on no phone. And they don't even. He ain't gonna. If it ain't his woman, his mama, his kids, or QCP, he ain't doing no hollering on no phone, bro. I know the little nigga.
Believe it.
He's not doing no talking, man. Ain't nothing dumb. Ain't nothing slow about that. He is not doing. I call over there. Ooh, what up? I need to holler at you. Come see me. Click. You off the jack. That's it. I may have to go way to Miami. Where I gotta go. That nigga ain't doing no hollering on no phone. Say, bro, they lying. Ain't no way they got Baby on the phone talking about putting some money on the game. When the shit come out, you got 2 niggas talking that ain't him. That's just like us on the phone, and we talking about, yeah, shit. I heard Whoop got money on niggas' heads. What the fuck that mean? You know what I'm saying? What that mean? Well, I heard Yo Gotti got money on this niggas talking.
Right.
Unless you can show it didn't get you a bag, or it didn't went that way, or you got some interaction with that man, with these people. That's just hearsay, bro.
Rumor.
But niggas want to see niggas twisted so bad, bro. They just run with anything. The whole thing was it was Little Baby. It was Love like, bro,
Right.
not Little Baby on there.
Well, they sure got her goddamn secured. I tell you that.
It don't matter what she say. She say she believes it to be what Little Baby. But you can believe in God if you can believe in all kind of shit. What that mean? That's not here. These two individuals didn't even. They ain't even. They like, man, you know what's going on. Money get dropped on his head. They didn't say who was dropping the money on these heads. She's assuming. So you know, the motherfuckers think they had a fight fucking with Thug. Thug money ain't nowhere near long as Baby money. You can believe that.
Damn. Another shit, y'all.
Ain't nowhere near long as it. So just gotta come right. In that district attorney office, they know they just got embarrassed, so they ain't gonna just jump out the water.
Yo, they said if do you think if Thug would have held his water a little bit longer?
Yeah, he got action, but I understand why he did what he did. This is the thing, right? When you know a lot of this shit, you really did that, and they giving you a way out, you gonna take that.
Believe it. Believe it.
You ain't understanding.
Believe it.
Shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah,
I told
hear
my
y'all.
homeboy that shit. I said,
Y'all hear y'all. I know
shit.
I did a whole lot of this shit.
Yeah. It's time to go.
Y'all telling me wait a couple more months and I done did all this shit. And they told me I could go home today.
Niggas they caught me in California with assault rifles. Nigga, I got all kinds of stuff going on. And nigga know he did that. Go ahead. You talking about I go on? Yeah, give me that.
I got no money to try to do something with it on the street now. But boy, hell no. It's time to get out here. We'll work from the street.
He already trying to get his probation amended though, so he can go to Atlanta more.
That's where he gonna make his mistake at.
What, being too thirsty for Atlanta?
Going to Atlanta, he needs to stay away from Atlanta.
He need to stay away from Atlanta, but it's like just cause he know he can't come to Atlanta, they might got him. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, that nigga, he knew he couldn't go. He knew he couldn't go fuck a bitch. He knew he couldn't go to the movies. He knew he couldn't go walk to the front yard too, right? So nigga, you better acknowledge the shit you can do now. Atlanta.
It's the politics behind it.
You need to stay the fuck away from Atlanta.
Yeah, you're right.
They gonna line his ass
he do
up.
need to stay the fuck away from Atlanta, man.
He been gone.
Oh yeah, he in Miami. Yeah,
Little Baby been gone.
Yeah,
he been out.
He went down to Miami with Lil Wayne.
Yeah, you gotta go.
He went down to Miami with Lil Wayne.
I ain't lived in my city in damn near 30 years.
Did, bro.
I look like weird ass.
Out of Atlanta, bro. That ain't shit.
I went to the streets in the penitentiary and been home 26. I ain't paroled in my motherfucking neighborhood. What I look like? What the fuck is wrong with you, nigga? You said your nigga get his bag right, get his life right, and he's supposed to run back down into poverty? Nah, nigga, we going the other way. It's one light. The other way. I want that shit so far down there beneath me, nigga. It's a spectacle. I don't know nothing about these niggas talking about keeping it real and going back to some fake shit.
I'm gonna tell you one thing about Atlanta. Atlanta's a good start to get your career started, but after that, wow.
Any city like that you from, because you gonna have niggas that hate on you. You gonna have the police.
Don't touch
line. Yeah, so at the end of the day, you got to go somewhere where you can be comfortable, bro.
Right. You're right. You're right.
You don't even need to shoot videos over there. You can put a drone over the park, go green screen, be wherever you want, no problem. These niggas got this keeping it real. You better keep it real with yourself or go wrong.
All right, we're gonna leave it right there. Y'all let me know what y'all think of.
These niggas don't even be in the hood,
nigga.
nigga.
Speaking on 4PF, man, more than likely will be indicted for a RICO, man. A lot of people are saying that it's actually coming down the pipeline, man. And what Ghost said in his video, man, I chopped it up, but y'all go over there to Ghost channel. Ghost, man, one check him out, man. He said that George Cheedy, if you don't know who George Cheedy is, he's pretty much, a reporter out of Atlanta, Georgia, man. And he knows all the ins and outs of these cases. And he says that the prosecution is preparing a RICO case against 4PF, man. So eventually it might be coming down the pipeline, man. But White 100 ain't buying it, man. He's saying pretty much this is a farce, this is nonsense, it's malarkey, it ain't real, because nobody in that audio that leaked in the courtroom said anything about Lil Baby. Lil Baby wasn't the one on the phone. But the people that's on the phone are Lil Baby affiliates and associates. And we already know in this day and time, man, people tell on themselves. People talk too much. People can't wait to get on the phone and talk about all kinds of things, man. Why are you discussing hits or tickets on people's heads over the telephone, man? And I think this might have been a jail call or something like that. I don't know. But somebody's phone got tapped or whatever, and they was talking about hits. Listen, you got to understand this, man. Even in 2025, people still don't understand that your phone can be tapped. Listen, back in the day, it was hard to tap a person's phone. You had to break into their house. You had to literally tap the phone line from inside of their house, right? Or you had to literally break into their house and install, video surveillance cameras and audio equipment to record the audio that's going on to the people talking in their conversations. These days, all they got to do is contact the cell phone company. You understand what I'm saying? And tell them, hey, we want to tap here, we're going to record here, and you're done. It's too simple. Too many guys
probably got satellite phones, man.
And Lil Baby might go down because loose lips sink ships. He don't understand, or he didn't tell his people, listen, don't talk too much, man. And when it comes down to wars and things like that, guys can't wait to tell what they're doing to each other. Guys can't wait to talk about the crimes that they commit with each other, man. Remember, it's supposed to be a code of silence, but the code of silence is dead, and it's very unfortunate, man. Too many rappers are either dying or getting caught up in Fed cases, man. And it's really sad, man. Listen, all of that, keep it real with the streets, all of that trying to live up to your lyrics is dead, bro. Because you're going to end up losing your life or losing your career. Remember, Lil Baby was in this audio talking about, people are talking about he's going to get a RICO. People are talking about you're going to get a RICO because 2 kids got killed after you shot a video in your ops neighborhood. Of course, they're going to talk about you getting a RICO. These are 2 children that are dead. And if you think Fulton County is going to let that ride, they will not let that slide. Somebody going to pay the cost for that. Even though they did catch some guys, but they want the big fish. And guess what? Lil Baby is the big fish. We already know how prosecutors work, man. They want the big fish. They want the guy. Like in the YSL trial, they gave all these people all these deals, right? But remember, Fannie Willis said she ain't gonna give Thug no deal at all because he was the big fish. And if they didn't botch that case, if they didn't mess that case up, Young Thug probably would have got convicted of this and got hit with 40 years. So think about this, man. If you got Lil Baby red-handed, if you got too much audio, if you got a snitch in the case, or it is one of those guys that was telling, died the same night Young Scooter died. So I guess he ain't got to worry about him no more. I don't know what's really going on with that, but it's too much violence going on. But if they got a lot of stuff against him, if they got other rats in the cases, if you got people that ain't really trying to stay all the way down before PF, if you got people in this situation that want to go home, if you got people in this situation that love their freedom more than they love keeping it real with the gang, listen, the prosecutor is going to make a deal and say, hey, put it all on Lil Baby, we'll let you walk. That's exactly what's going to happen. He's the big fish, man. They're trying to make headlines. They're trying to make headlines, regardless of the fact that you change the name of your record label and all of this crap. It's too late. The damage is done, man. If they got enough evidence against him. But Mike 100 ain't buying it, man. He said, that's nonsense. It ain't going to work. They ain't got my guy. Lil Baby don't talk on the phones. Lil Baby don't, discuss certain things on the phone. But Mike 100 has been said back in the day, or he has said back in the day in previous audio years ago that he said, Lil Baby is really a G. Lil Baby is really about that life. And guess what? When you're really about that life, when you're really a G, guess what comes with that? Handcuffs. Guess what comes with that? Investigations. Guess what comes with that? Prosecutions. Guess what comes with that? RICO cases, man. So if you're really about that life, guess what? You got to take the other side of that too, man. I don't know why these guys don't just denounce the gang and get up out the streets and do something different with their lives once they touch millions of dollars. You done touch millions of dollars. Why are you trying to impress people that are still living in squalor? That don't have anything, that don't have what you have. Man, you got to start thinking in a different way because it's happening too much, man, in this day and time where guys are getting rich and you still out here participating in the illegal lifestyle. And I'm not saying that Lil Baby is. I'm just saying the fact that his name is caught up in this, man, it's ridiculous. He's been a star for a while. Bro, you should have been and separated yourself from all of that and told your homeboys, if you want to be out there doing that, you can't be over here with us, bro. Yeah, they might call you lame. Yeah, they might say you turned your back on the hood. Yeah, they might say you ain't real no more. Yeah, they might say you can't come back to the hood no more. But at least you won't be looking at a RICO. At least the district attorney won't be seeking out to get you a life sentence or 20 or 30 years under a RICO. You'll be free. You'll be alive. You'll be living well. And you'll be able to enjoy your riches for the rest of your life, man. Listen, I hope Lil Baby ain't caught up in this, man. I hope it ain't real. I hope it ain't true. But if it is, what's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. Game is the game, man. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this in the comment section, man. This is too late, I get it.
Yo, Yay, could you hear me?
We gotta get the audio right.
Got all the exclusives with that nigga, Yay.
Yo, my boy is really chopping up right now. Hold on, let me turn my camera on. I'm such a groupie.
Oh, that nigga cooking up too.
Okay, where can you sit? Let me be right. Right. You guys just set your thing.
I'm a dick right now. Oh, it's such a dick. Yo, my boy's cutting up the album. Yay! Did you hear me?
What's good? What's good? Wait a second. Can you hear when I'm playing the samples?
Wait, could you hear me?
Can you hear samples?
I can hear it.
You can hear it or can't hear it?
Yes.
Okay. Yo.
Kanye look like he be in some big ass abandoned buildings, nigga, like with an undercover studio in that bitch, nigga. Like he just go buy a abandoned building, nigga, and just put a studio in that bitch.
Yo, I want to see like what's the balance of like. You can hear me talking now, right?
Yes, I can hear. Could you hear me?
At some undisclosed
can you hear when I play
location.
these samples?
Yes.
No, I can't.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, that's
Yay.
Aiden Ross. Oh, hey.
Picture. I wonder how to make it more.
This
dynamic.
nigga Curvin
See what
Aiden
happens
Ross
if you put it over
to
here,
talk
so
to
you can
Ye,
see everything
nigga.
behind.
That show you, nigga, how motherfucking important
what's good?
or what do you think of that nigga Ye? Because nigga, that's probably the only nigga he would curve Aiden Ross
What I
for.
want to do is like put it here, make it this way.
Is you see that shit? It said Aiden Ross incoming call. That nigga said, "Fuck Aiden, nigga."
I'm finna pass out, chat.
He dick riding for real. Hey, you know you the shit when niggas just want to watch you. Motherfuckers just want to watch you work, nigga.
Yo, I feel like I'm in a studio with Ye.
Early in the morning light, my baby, so sweet and nice.
I'm about to chop this up for the second song.
You know that shit gonna be hard.
We gotta get a video on.
That sample.
I gotta
nigga.
see Ye chop it up live. This is a bucket list thing. Please cut the camera on, please. Hold on.
We want to do like Guess what that's looking like.
Shout out to the 13 boy in here watching with me.
The camera got disconnected. Hold on. I'm trying to have your engineer cut it back on.
Yeah. Yeah, this shit gonna be hard, nigga. That sample is stupid.
You know, when he was doing an interview, I had a couple people that said they wanted to only.
Really?
And but they were like, "Oh, we don't want to see you getting dressed and shit like that." But I like that. One of my favorite shots is the one where I got the Sean John t-shirt on.
Yeah, no, I really like the. Let me tell you this, and I told you this. I told you this privately too. I said, you're probably number one. You're the biggest interview I've ever had. But number two, you're the only person who never came to me and said, "Hey, listen, all these maybe whether it's unflattering or we're not ready for the shot footage, delete that." You were just like, keep it rolling. Like even when we're getting in the elevator, you're like, "No, bring your cameraman." And to me, I thought that was the rawest shit possible.
Yeah, that's what it's like. You know, I tell my wife, because, you know, it's taking a second for her to digest the expression of the tweets. And I'm like, it's just like when she walks around in the pantyhose or something, it's just naked. It's just straightforward, raw,
Everybody
not a lot of,
don't
it's the
add
whole thing, the $20 model and what I'm doing with Yeezy is just get to the idea of what it is in the simplest fashion. Even when I'm working on with Yeezy right now,
You know
it's just
better.
no packaging. You know,
If he added Aiden, that nigga Kanye would probably hang up on him.
you open up like,
because you know Aiden, he one of them Jewish little motherfuckers that ate
luxury goods or something. It's got the paper and the box. And
Yeah, it's a lot. And there's like a little drawstring thing. Yeah.
Right. So did they get a camera's still not on, right?
Oh yeah,
Too close. There you go. Ready? Yeah, let me see what it's like. Feel like.
Do we have multiple cameras?
Yeah.
You know what?
Move it over here a bit. And then
This nigga literally got a whole warehouse. Like that looked like an abandoned warehouse, nigga. Kanye got the whole warehouse to himself, probably, nigga. Like that's that billionaire money for real, nigga. Well, you could just have whole warehouses, whole buildings to yourself, nigga. Nigga, just rent out Disneyland, nigga, and just motherfucking just record his shit at Disneyland if he wanted to, nigga. Like this crazy, bro. Jesus.
That didn't go into the camera.
In Sonic.
Got that Easy Season 10 shit on, you know, it's Shane Oliver.
That ASR 10, nigga.
Yo, Chad, I'm finna pass out. I ain't gonna hold you. This is too epic.
Quit Let the pass out.
I hate this. I don't have like these ASRs. They come in different conditions because they, you know, they're just so old. And sometimes I get them where really the top key hits the right way. Right now, it's like if you listen, I go. It's playing at different volumes. It shouldn't do that, so that makes it harder for me to go full Superman chop level. But you're still gonna get it done. We get it done for the album. Let's see.
That's why I use the Triton, man, because that motherfucker's just ain't nothing more classic than that Triton keyboard, bro.
I just thought about something. You know, I said Preacher Man like off Bully, the intro to Drake first.
Really? What happened with him?
You can tell, but this motherfucker it's really likes, he loves but hates Drake.
He said something like, "Oh man, don't mean to like spoil your dreams or some shit." I don't know. He just did his thing and shit. Like maybe I think before it's all said and done, like, you know, I'll do an album on him.
You say you gonna do an album on it? I'm a producer, so this is dope to me. Like watching this nigga get down, like I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'll watch this nigga get down.
Report live from my channel, by the way.
This is how this is beat.
The engineer turned off noise cancellation. That's why it's better now.
You know how much he gotta trust that nigga Academics to even do this shit in front? Cause Kanye don't fuck with niggas like that, bro. Like he gotta like this nigga Act really earned his trust, nigga. That's you know that shit goes hard as fuck.
Pretty in the morning light. These are the things.
Make a beat right now.
Pretty in the morning light. These are the things that my pretty in the morning light. These are the things that my pretty in the morning light. These are the things that my pretty in the morning light.
Cause nigga, think about the acoustics of that fucking warehouse. That's probably why he liked that shit. Cause you know this nigga playing in stadiums and shit. This nigga want to hear how his shit sound echoing against the walls and shit. Like that's like probably a whole different type of acoustics, like a natural type of acoustics, nigga. That shit's making that sound that he getting out that shit.
Pretty in the morning light. These are the things.
Yeah, that shit hard,
There's
man.
so much shit going tonight. New York, chopping up, get my first win. How do I make it happen? Yo, Act, I gotta work on an album. I need to go off stream for a second, but
I can't let y'all know my secrets.
Record something to do right now to chop up. I just found out like about 10 minutes ago, right? Yeah.
We love you, brother. We love you. Yo, let me tell you this. This is an epic moment. Thank you for this. Just for watching you cutting up samples. You're my childhood hero. You're the reason before I was ever a media personality, I was a DJ. Before that, I was a
Stop sucking dick. Act, goddamn.
Yeah, I appreciate
it. I love you.
When I get more chops, we go pull up. Now I'm gonna play you like how the album's coming together too. The Cosby shit, crazy. I'm skating on this shit. So thank you for everything.
Yo, I'm here all night. I'm locked in with you.
All right.
Love you, brother.
I love you. Peace.
That nigga said, yeah, I got to get, yeah, I can't show you my secrets, cuz, damn, bro.
What's up, fam? This your boy, Cut to the Chase TV. Be sure to hit the like and subscribe button, and be sure to share this video. I got some news for you Negroes today. It's over with for Lil Baby. The 4 p.m. Rico is finally here.
Man,
now,
no,
y'all
it
been
ain't.
saying that shit for 2 years, and y'all been calling me about it. If you know a Rico is coming, he want to be snugged up with a billionaire saying, look at me. I'm no threat. I'm no thug. I'm letting this white billionaire hug me from the back. That's what Lil Baby wanted to accomplish with that picture. And Atlanta PD is building the case against him. They're using all his friends. They're using the actions of the ops. And they saying Lil Baby is spearheading this gang war. Y'all remember when those 2 teenage boys was killed? And the lieutenant came out and said Lil Baby was the cause of it. He gonna make sure Lil Baby goes down. In case you guys forgot, let me remind you guys with this news clip. Let's go.
Atlanta police are blaming a local rapper's music video for the deaths of 2 13-year-olds, and a $50,000 reward is being offered for more information. So far, 7 people have already been arrested.
The overall theme of this case is grown men playing gangster that left 2 of our children in graves and a community in fear. And cowardly acts of an Atlanta-based rapper that decided to go over into a rival gang stronghold and shoot a music video in a place that he knew he should not have been.
Wait a minute, let's stop it right there. Because that was a very controversial statement that the lieutenant made. And it had a lot of people in the uproar. Everybody was giving their opinion about it. And it was very divisive. Some people agree with the lieutenant. Some people saying Lil Baby is a coward. He's a rapper that's worth millions of dollars. And he's antagonizing broke-ass gang members. Then on the opposite hand, you got people saying, Lieutenant, shut your ass up. Lil Baby's a grown man. He made a good name for himself. He can go anywhere to shoot a music video, even if it's in enemy territory. I'm gonna tell you guys what I think about this whole situation. I think it was irresponsible for Lil Baby to shoot that music video. If you know you're in a gang and you know that's the ops neighborhood, you can't just film the music video over there and think it's gonna be sweet. But in fact, you didn't care because you know you had millions of dollars. You can shoot your little music video, you can antagonize them, then you can hop on your private jet and go down to Miami. But the people still living in the neighborhood is gonna be at war while you living your good life. So that's why I think Lil Baby was a coward for that. That's why I think Lil Baby wrong. Yes, it's not against the law. Yes, you can do what you want, but sometimes you gotta say, is the risk worth the reward? Yes, I can shoot this music video, but what's gonna happen when I leave? When people go at war, where bodies start dropping? As a leader, as a man amongst boys, as a multi-millionaire rapper, you gotta weigh those options before you make a decision like that. That's all I'm saying. So yes, Lil Baby was wrong. He didn't commit a crime. He didn't do anything against the law. He just lacked common sense when he decided to shoot that music video. And you see what happened when he shot the music video. He got his ass shot up. But let's continue.
Lil Baby and his music video are also named in arrest warrants for the shooting deaths of 13-year-old Lamont Freeman and Jacody Davis. Police call them innocent victims. The shooting happened last summer at the Oakland City West End Apartments on Peoples Street. Police described this as gang violence escalated by that Lil Baby music video shoot.
Let's stop it right there. So Lil Baby decided to shoot a music video in enemy gang territory. His ops got that word that he was in a neighborhood. They came to the music video set. They shot it up. Nobody was killed, but 3 people was hit. So the feds are alleging that Lil Baby 4PF crew members didn't like getting sprayed at. They didn't like the fact that they were shot at. So they spun the block on the ops on this gang called Goodfellas, and they end up killing a prominent gang member named Trevante Turner. Let me read you this right quick, and then we'll come back to this news clip. Let's go. Boom! So this is what it says about the death of Trevante Turner. After the incident at the video shoot, a series of linked aggravated assaults and homicides took place in the following weeks between the 2 gangs, the warrant says. After the incident, only my family members on the 2500 block of Center Street, several miles north, were targeted, and an innocent victim was murdered, which led to back-to-back retaliation shootings between the gangs, according to the arrest warrant. On June 29th, OMF member Trevante Turner was killed at a location on Peyton Place in Southwest Atlanta, which police said is OMF territory. Police learned Turner's death led to multiple OFF members congregating through social media and wireless devices and plans to retaliate for the death of Turner against OPF members. Several days later, Jacody Davis and Lamont Freeman was killed in the triple shooting on Spark Street. So Jacody Davis and Lamont Freeman is the two 13-year-old boys that was killed. And Atlanta police is blaming Lil Baby. They said all because Lil Baby chose to shoot a music video in front of the ops neighborhood, he's the cause of the death of these two boys. Now, some people disagree, some people agree. But nonetheless, they are using this to build the RICO case against Lil Baby. But let's continue with the news clip. Let's go.
Lil Baby and his music video are also named in arrest warrants for the shooting deaths of 13-year-old Lamont Freeman and Jacody Davis. Police call them innocent victims. The shooting happened last summer at the Oakland City West End Apartments on Peoples Street. Police described this as gang violence escalated by that Lil Baby music video shoot. Investigators say members of the Goodfellas gang orchestrated that attack from jail.
These kids were innocent victims. So when we talk about the gang involvement, these two 13-year-olds and this 11-year-old, they didn't have a gang involvement. Who was arrested?
Let me stop right there. He said the little boys didn't have any gang involvements. They was innocent victims. And I truly believe that. But let me say something to the parents. Why is two 13-year-old boys celebrating their birthday at 12:15 a.m.? That's what grown folks do. You know, we celebrate our birthday at the club. We be out and about. We be turning up. Two 13-year-old boys should be celebrating their birthday at 2 o'clock p.m. You don't get that countdown like grown folks do. You don't get to do the things we do. You're going to celebrate your birthday at 11 o'clock a.m. You're going to have a little pizza party. You're going to sip on a little jungle juice. Why is your friend at your house at 12 a.m. celebrating your birthday? So I got to look at the parents too. Those boys should have been in the bed asleep. Those boys shouldn't have been woke at 12 a.m. That's all I'm saying. But let's continue.
Identified as Keontae Sanders, Richard Hollis, Reginald Thomas, Dekeithion Mobley, Marcus Crawford, Tradon Crawford, and Ali Caldwell. The final two were arrested Tuesday. Police had some tough talk for those responsible.
Goodfellas Criminal Street Gang being one of the most hyper-violent gangs in the city of Atlanta. And we will pursue you relentlessly in making sure that we keep this city safe and suppressing violence.
You heard what that lieutenant said? He looked at that camera. He said, we're going to get Goodfellas gang off the street. They are very dangerous, and we're going to pursue them relentlessly. And that's what he did. Because right now they're in court. They are facing RICO charges. They are on trial right now. But Lil Baby have overshadowed their trial. They talk about Lil Baby more than them. And everything is getting exposed in court. They playing recordings of Lil Baby, talking about putting money on people's heads. Let me just play you this recording because this is crazy. Let's go.
Wow, man, like, come on, bro, you know what's gonna go on. Like, how the hell you can, you know what I'm saying? They ain't even like that, man. Them got tickets on a lot of these folks. I'm telling you.
In 2015, tensions between the hundreds and their rivals were the highest they had ever been in that decade. With frequent fights among the groups, shootouts, and they kept dissing each other through tagging, online, and of course in person. But all this tension eventually graduated to an all-out war. That same year, on July 17th to be exact, KP was planning on meeting with some friends on the 1600 block of West 109th Street in Los Angeles, California.
Only about 10% of the world's population is left-handed, which makes southpaws relatively rare, and it could help to identify one of the shooters in an especially brutal, unsolved murder.
He comes into view and then out of view of the camera right here. And then following him, we see the first suspect, gun in hand, chasing him as well. Once the suspect is just out of view of the camera, you'll see some muzzle flashes from the gun. And then that suspect takes off running back down the driveway this way.
He was ambushed by two Hoover members with pistols in hand. They chased him to the back of the house before firing at least 5 shots at him. Unfortunately, it was late, and KP wasn't discovered until the next day, where he was pronounced dead at the scene.
You also see a fourth, so we knew somebody's driving this BMW, and you see a fourth suspect on foot behind the BMW.
There was a lot of firepower and manpower used to kill Peavy.
You know, I think he kind of got caught up in a gang war.
Little Jay, we looking ass nigga.
We believe the suspects were from a rival gang looking for somebody in this area to shoot at.
His death hit a lot of members of the Hundreds hard. That's because he was loved in his community. Being known as a stand-up, funny individual, a leader in his gang, with a lot of younger members looking up to him, and he allegedly put in a lot of work for the gang as well. Which is why his death put a lot of members of the Hundreds on edge, to the point to where war was the only thing on their mind. On top of that, somebody in a tweet put a map of the neighborhood where his death occurred and put Rolling Hundreds in front of the map. Then, somebody used that same map and put a title on top of it that said, 100 days, 100 nights of killing.
It's not unusual for emotions to run high during a funeral, but what many here are feeling today is fear. Circling the graves are police from 3 different agencies.
Seems like overkill, though, doesn't it?
No.
The police are here to monitor a funeral for a guy named KP who was murdered maybe about 2 weeks ago.
That shooting is said to have sparked a grisly challenge online between two rival gangs, a race to kill 100 people in the next 100 days.
And they put that out over Facebook, Instagram, they tweeted it, and before you know it, it went viral.
After that, stories started to circulate around the city about how members of the Hundreds were planning to kill 100 members of the Hoovers, other rivals, anyone in the rivals' territories during that 100 days. It's alleged that the Hundreds were looking to kill anyone who were caught on the streets of Western and Normandy, which meant you were risking your life just by going to that area. And they stood on business. On the first day, they let the whole city know 100 days, 100 nights definitely wasn't a game. The first shooting, it occurred on Saturday, July 20th, around 4 p.m. at the intersection of 81st and Hoover. And it was up from there. A member of the Hundreds drove up to a man in his car and unloaded a round of bullets before speeding away. The victim, 47-year-old Anthony Alonzo Cudzer, was pronounced dead at the scene. 7 blocks away, and less than an hour after the first shooting, another man in his 40s was shot in his car at the intersection of 75th and Figueroa. The victim was able to drive himself to the hospital, but his assailant, they managed to get away. Also, a little after 9 p.m., authorities found a man in his 20s shot in his stomach at Hyde Park Boulevard and Bryanhurst Avenue and rushed to a hospital. And about 30 minutes after that, a gunman shot 3 people who were walking down 47th Street and Budlone Avenue, less than 4 miles from the last shooting. The victims, 2 men and 1 woman, were all taken to a hospital in critical condition.
20 days into the 100 Days Challenge, there's been a handful of shootings. Here in the area formerly known as South Central LA, cruisers roll by more frequently. People in this troubled neighborhood don't scare easily, but those I spoke with...
100-day killing
some
challenge is
drivers
crazy.
can walk, and others rarely go out at all.
And it's just scary because I could get hurt when I have nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, that was just the first day.
Challenge.
And while the killings and shootings slowed down after the 100 days, the war between the Hoovers and the Hundreds only intensified between them. And today, we're about to address it all. And if you didn't know by now, today, we're addressing the Rolling Hundreds. This gang is known to be by far one of the most militant gangs to belong to the Rolling Car. You know what? F that. This gang is known to be one of the most ruthless in the city, with several examples of them terrorizing their enemies, drive-bys, walk-down murders, and more than a few cold cases. So they definitely have a story to tell. Let me just warn you right now, this episode is going to be intense. It's definitely not for the faint-hearted. With that being said, yeah. All right. Welcome to Cali's Most Dangerous. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, Danger Rating for the Rolling Hundreds.
No, you got all that. Take all that off, nigga. The sweater too. Yeah. Take it off, nigga. I need a new fit. Yeah. Shirt too. You was finna rob me, nigga? What's not about to rob? Take that shirt. I gotta blow you. I'll see you. I'm like, this is right. Yeah, take it off. Come on. Where your money at? Where your money at? You broke it. That's why you what? I think I was back up, nigga. Back up. Look, photos from Stevie shit. Back up. Back up, nigga. Back up. Put the mic down too.
The Rolling Hundreds are going to receive a danger rating of a 9.6 out of 10, based off of the gang's long history of terrorizing their enemies, multiple cases of walk-down murders, drive-bys, motor robberies, and a lot more of the insane situations. Look, the 100 days, 100 nights situation only scratches the surface on how militant this gang can be. The amount of cases I found these guys is down there unrivaled by most of the gangs I've done so far. And that's only mostly related to their activities in these last 2 decades. It seems like these guys were headhunting at least weekly. But I can't fully justify this score, but I'll get into some intense situations that played out with the Rolling Hundreds. Let's get into it.
Can you help my mommy, please?
At approximately 10 p.m. on a cold Christmas night in 2010, friends DeAndre Woods and Casimir James were talking in front of James' car with James' 3-year-old daughter inside the car, in front of Woods' house on 85th Street and Western Avenue in Los Angeles, California. While talking, Woods noticed a 4-door Chevrolet Tahoe with tinted windows driving on the street slow down as it passed him and James. Woods, he had his back to the streets, and James, she was facing the street. Woods took notice because the area was dangerous and violent, since it was part of the territory of the H-Ray Gangsta Crips.
That nigga look like Bosco right
About
there.
30 seconds later, Woods went to hug James and saw a spark. Then heard James scream as she fell on Woods, knocking him down as well. Woods saw a man with a gun jogging towards him, so he got up and ran. And while running, he heard several gunshots. In the midst of the shooting, he slipped and fell on the wet ground and dislocated his shoulder as he saw the gunman running towards Western Avenue. Woods, he wasn't hit by any bullets. But James, she
She was shot several times.
Prosecutor says that Darnell Houston was the shooter, Lamar McKnight, the getaway man. Both are accused in the murder of an innocent mother, 25-year-old Kashmir James. Of all times, on a Christmas night, the shocking case made headlines 5 years ago. Heart-wrenching when it was learned that James' 3-year-old daughter was right there.
At the time of the shooting, Derek Jefferson was walking in the area.
Hey, that nigga's hairline is
That's when he
crazy.
saw a man pointing a gun at a woman and jumped into some nearby bushes for cover. He saw a dark blue four-door Tahoe with windows tinted and 24-inch chrome rims. And they could see two black men inside the Tahoe, was left to scene quickly with the engine revving. Jefferson saw a woman on the ground and later ran to her. He could see that she was shot in the head. The woman, who couldn't speak, gestured towards the car. That's when Jefferson, he noticed a little girl inside the car. He grabbed the girl and took her to a woman who lived in a nearby home. And when he returned to James, sadly, she was already dead. Jefferson, he was accustomed to gang warfare in the area. But when he saw the injured woman, he felt it went too far. James, she died from gunshot wounds to her head and neck, and had gunshot wounds on her legs, consistent with trajectories indicating that she had already fallen when her legs were hit.
How a child talks to a missing mom.
I say to her that for Christmas, I'll make you a present. For Thanksgiving, I'll say, I'll make you a present. For your birthday, I'll make you a present. And for Halloween, I'll make you a present.
Police recovered 13 spent shell casings at the murder scene, all of which were fired from the same gun. They also obtained surveillance video from a nearby gas station depicting either a blue Chevy Tahoe or a blue GMC Yukon with rims traveling southbound on Western Boulevard at the time of the shooting. Fast forward to a few weeks after the shooting. In January of 2011, police located a vehicle matching Jefferson's description parked in front of a residence at 110th and Hobart Street, in the same direction that the SUV had fled. It was a blue GMC Yukon, registered to Lamar McKnight, a known Rolling Hunter member. The SUV, it was subsequently repossessed on June of 2011. And there were no rims on the SUV at the time of the repossession. The 24 was written on the SUV, suggesting that it once had 24-inch rims. When the police searched McKnight's residence in August of 2011, they recovered 4 rims in their garage that matched Jefferson's description and a surveillance video. Police also searched Bloom's house and found a notebook entitled Young Husta in a drawer. They also discovered a drawing on the underside of a bunk bed in his bedroom, showing a woman with her eyes crossed out and an X over her body, and 3 lines next to her. After Darnell Deshaun Houston, another Rolling Hunters member, and McKnight were arrested, the Los Angeles Police Department detectives in charge of the case arranged for a confidential informant known as Witness X to share cells with Houston and McKnight. Witness X had performed approximately 200 similar operations and received close to $70,000 over the years for his services. He belonged to a neighborhood Crips gang and recognized Houston because they had been in prison together in 1995 and 96. He knew Houston as Lil Pan from the 111 neighborhood Crips. And Witness X secretly recorded his conversation with Houston. Houston told Witness X that he was involved in the Western murder and admitted that he was the gunman. He also listed the gang monikers of 4 others who were involved. Bar, who was McKnight, Baby Beefy, who was Derek Williams, Elope, who was Simon, and Mr., who was Marvell Parker. Houston told Witness X that the younger gang members were not doing enough work for the gang and that he was training them. On the same night of the murder, Houston took young members on an earlier mission outside of the church, and one of the youngsters fired 17 shots from a 9mm handgun at 7 rivals, missing all of them though, before the crew returned to the gang hangout and rearmed. McKnight then drove the SUV to the scene of the crime. Houston demonstrated how Woods moved James around, using her as a body shield as she was repeatedly shot. Also saying he didn't feel bad that James was killed because she was a, quote, Tramp associate. Tramp is a disrespectful reference to members of the H-Ray gangster. In addition, Houston said he had dismantled the gun and chucked it into the ocean. So he didn't believe the police had anything on him other than hearsay. But he did mention that he had been politicking or arguing before the shooting and thought that someone had overheard the argument and was snitching on him. Worried that Williams might be the one who was talking to the police and felt that he might have to kill Williams, saying, I'm gonna have to down that nigga Baby Beefy. Simon was 16 years old and Markel Parker was 17 years old at the time of the murder. When McKnight talked to the informant, he mumbled and used pig Latin because he was leery of the camera and intercom inside the cell. McKnight told the informant that a gun was involved in the crime and he got rid of it. He also believed that the police couldn't tie him to the 111 neighborhood Crips because he didn't have any tattoos. And lastly, mentioning that he believed the younger gang member was snitching on him. A detective opined that the men were gang members of the 111 neighborhood Crips. He explained that putting in work in a gang context means committing or assisting in commission of crimes. A gang member gains respect by putting in work. Also saying murder is the pinnacle of status achievement, the biggest thing you could do. Said the crime was committed for the benefit of the gang because the willingness to drive 30 blocks to enter a rival's territory to commit murder on a Christmas night demonstrates that the 111 neighborhood Crips are crazy and instills fear and sends a message to their rivals that they shouldn't mess with the gang. He explained that the shooter or the older member would take advantage of a teachable moment with the young gangsters by showing them how a successful murder mission was carried out. It was also his opinion that the 3 lines underneath Williams' top bunk bed were not meant to represent the 111 neighborhood Crips, because that isn't how the gang depicts his name in writing. Rather, he believed the scratches were hash marks, representing personal accounts of what Williams had done. Hash marks were killing. Also, another factor that put the 111 neighborhood Crips in a bigger hole was Tony Johnson.
The defense counters, asserting the prosecution's key witnesses are former criminals with motives to testify. Tony Johnson, a fellow gang member who police had arrested for meth while on probation.
He lied, then he stole, all along the way, and you'll hear it as a story like that.
Johnson was a member of the 111 neighborhood Crips in 2010. He spoke to the police several times about the shooting in exchange for leniency after his various arrests. At trial, he testified that around 9 p.m. on December 25th in 2010, he was at Simon's house on St. Andrews on 111th Street, which was a gang hangout. He was talking to Houston when McKnight pulled up in a blue Yukon. Houston and McKnight began smoking marijuana and argued over who would pay for it. In the discussion, it quickly turned heated. Houston complained that McKnight was not putting in any work for the gang. McKnight responded, "We can go to the traps right now." Johnson understood that McKnight was suggesting that they go to the territory of their rivals and shoot him.
Naomi,
Johnson then saw Simon get out of the front passenger seat of the Yukon and get into the back seat. Houston got into the front passenger seat and McKnight drove off. And after that, Johnson went home.
Thank you for tapping
2 days
in.
later,
Please hit that
Johnson
like
was with
button,
McKnight
man,
at Simon's house.
share this
McKnight
out,
told
all that
Johnson
good
that they had
shit.
driven past a man and a woman standing at a car talking, then turned around and pulled up next to him. Houston jumped out of the car and started shooting with a 9mm gun. He says the man started running, saying he was worried that his truck might have been caught on videotape. Hoping to better the situation, Johnson told police where to find the SUV. In the end, through surveillance evidence, the information received from the paid informant, witness statements, and statements from fellow gang members, the jury found Derek Williams, Darnell Deshaun Houston, and Lamar McKnight guilty of murder. With Houston and McKnight, they sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, plus 25 years for the gun enhancement, and Williams, they sentenced to 25 years to life, plus another 25 for the gun enhancement.
And why have you not said you're sorry for taking my mommy away from me? My mommy was the love of my life. I remember that night and it scares me. You are supposed to love people, not hurt and kill them. What you did was mean. You are mean, evil people.
Man, this one was intense. Rest in peace to Kashmir James. But truthfully, that's the nature of this game. Ruthless. To be frank, this situation is only one of many cases that the Roller Hunters are known for. And as we go over who the Roller Hunters are, you'll see how militant this gang is for itself. Chapter 2, who are Roller Hunters? The Roller Hunter Crips consist of several individual African-American subsets of the Crips, primarily on the west side of South Central Los Angeles, California. When it comes to other races, they're definitely known to put them on as well.
Hey, let's go up in this. I don't hear like blood. Hi, man. Tell the families I said, you know? Shed blood, I said, blood, you know? Shed blood. Slide bashing with a passion, you know?
In addition, the Roller Hunters move with the Roller Nose and the neighborhood car. Some of the sets claim NAC, like the Hard Times, the 111s, and the 115s. But once these gangs hit jail or the pen, it's neighborhood period, with each of the cliques politicking and rolling with the neighborhood car when it comes to wars and beef. As you should know by now, the Roller Hunters' history isn't just based off of one foundation, but based off of several. The original Black Crips are a predominantly African-American street gang located in an unincorporated section of Los Angeles County, known as Athens. The turf lays between east of Normandy, west of Western Avenue, from north of 107th Street to south of Imperial Highway. Yeah, and if you're not a block nigga, don't come to the block nigga. They cool with the locals, but with the enemies, they know to drop niggas. Bars, nigga. Nah, being one of the oldest Crip sets in Los Angeles, the Black Crips are the original block gang. And as you're going to see a little later, they have a lot of history attached to their name. In addition, it's the Underground Crips, were a predominantly African-American street gang located on the west side of South Central Los Angeles between Budlong and Western Avenue, from 103rd to 108th Street. And this section of the hundreds is known for a lot around the city and been in the headlines for a lot of insane situations, including one that played out in 2005. On September 1st of 2005, there was a dice game going on in the driveway of Johnny Stringer's house, with up to 20 men playing and observing, including Deron Marshall, Keith Perry, Dante Liggins, Christopher Combs, Andre Pamos, and John Kennedy. With estimates of money on the ground on the game that varied from $400 to $2,000. At some point in the dice game, Makita Christian, a Roland Hunter member, arrived and greeted everyone. About 10 minutes later, Marshall heard Christian ask, "Is anybody strapped?" Liggins also heard him say, "It's a lot of money out here. Where y'all burners at?" Stringer told Christian there was no need for anyone to be strapped because they were in front of his house as they continued playing dice. Sometime after Christian left, Marshall and Pamos saw an individual walk past the driveway and looked. He then cut across the grass on a diagonal. The young man had a bag in his left hand and his right hand was in his pocket. And once close enough, he says, "You niggas need to break yourselves. Give up all the bread now." Which meant he was going to rob the man. Immediately, everybody stood up. Stringer stepped off the wall where he was standing next to Marshall and said, "Who is you?" But without responding, the individual took his hand out of his pocket and showed everyone he had a gun. And a few seconds after that, started to shoot at the men as they ran away. Marshall and Stringer were running in the same group, along with Liggins and Pamos and another man. They climbed over a fence as the individual was firing. Marshall made it to the rear brick wall and climbed over. But Perry and Kennedy were both hit by gunfire. Stringer was also hit by 3 bullets. One bullet pierced his heart and both lungs, unfortunately causing his death. Marshall believed that there were 7 men present at the time of the shooting, also saying the shooter fired his gun in a spraying motion, moving his hand from left to right with his arm outstretched. The gun appeared to be a black and chrome Glock 9mm handgun, with police finding at least 6 shell cases at the scene. Nikita Jackson was a friend of Stringer's and used to date Christian. Shortly after Stringer was killed, Jackson found Christian waiting for her when she arrived at home that night. He told her that he needed to talk to her, but she had to promise that she wouldn't flip out. That's when he pulled out a gun and told her it was the same gun that killed Stringer. Christian told Jackson that he had visited Stringer's house and asked him why they were playing for big money with no burner. He said Stringer sat there in front of his house and didn't need a burner. Christian then said he went on 105th Street and asked if anyone wanted to hit up a dice game, meaning if they wanted to rob the individuals. No one wanted to hit up Stringer except for one young dude. The young man rode with Christian, who parked on the street behind Stringer's house. Christian gave the young man a gun and a plastic bag and told him not to shoot because they don't have a gun. But still, Christian heard gunshots after and then seen the boy running back to the car. He then drops him off on 105th Street. That young man was Davion McDowell, a Roland Hunter member. Jackson, she didn't tell anyone what Christian said because she was afraid of getting hurt. Eventually, she did tell Pamos, but he didn't tell anyone. But 6 to 8 months after the shooting, Pamos, he gave her Detective Theodore Hammond's telephone number and she called the detective. His investigation determined the identities of the individuals involved in Stringer's murder in January 2006. Deputy Sheriff Ryan Libb testified as a gang expert. He described the relationship of the Black Crips to the Roland Hunters gang. He said there were several other gangs under the Roland Hunters umbrella, including the Underground Crips. Christian was a member of the Black Crips, and Davion McDowell was a member of the Underground Crips. Deputies believed that both the Underground Crips and the Black Crips would benefit from the crime. Ultimately, the trial court found Christian and McDowell guilty of the murders, and they were sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, plus another 25 years to life for the firearm enhancement. Yeah, rest in peace to all parties involved. To get killed over a dice game is insane. But then again, we're talking about the Roland Hundreds. When it comes to this section of the hundreds, the undergrounds, they definitely don't have the headlines from the 80s and 90s, the celebs, all the numbers that the 60s always had, but they've always been known to have a number of frontliners for neighborhoods versus the Hoover's War, and arguably have had more intense gang warfare with the Inglewood families than the Roland 60s, at least in the last 10 years, taking out several of their members despite being 1/10 of the 60 size. Yeah, despite being about 150 to 200 members deep, they have a ton of ballers in their hood and the funds to constantly stay at work to enemies and minimize losses. This is because most of the families in their section are from the same socioeconomic background as the 60s, as well as having middle class and even wealthy members.
20 suspects all working together, hitting Nordstrom's at the Grove at 10 Piers, even a scooter to break out the large storefront window, then swarmed the store, and just like that, they took off, stolen merchandise in hand. When police arrived, at least 4 cars took off, and that's when the pursuit was on. LAPD patrol officers and an air unit following one of the cars, who was at times was reportedly doing 90 miles an hour and driving the wrong way against traffic. Now, the driver and 2 other passengers dumped the car near 97th and Hoover and made a run for it, but both were caught by the LAPD.
In addition, it's the Budlong Gangster Crips, who are a small African-American criminal street gang located on the west side in the neighborhood of Athens in Los Angeles, California. The territory, it sits directly on 102nd Street and Budlong Avenue, between Vermont and Normandy Avenue. And don't let that Gangster Crip name fool you, because the Budlong Gangster Crips play the Deuce card. And we have the 111 and the 115 neighborhood Crips, who are 2 predominantly African-American street gangs, partially located in the city of Hawthorne in unincorporated Los Angeles County. In addition, technically, the Rolling Hundreds also includes the Watergates and the Raymond Crips, even though they aren't as tight as they used to be. And lastly, there's a deadly clique of the Hundreds called the Blue Flame Gang, that mostly composed of members from this generation of gangbanging. And most of these cliques are known to be completely with the functions, and are known for having a lot of money. Similar to the 60s Overhills and Avenues cliques, the majority of their turf is relatively middle class, and some even rich. That's because a lot of the members come from a hustler's background, and they engage in various criminal activities, including drug trafficking, extortion, walk-down murders, and a lot of other violence. But one situation in 2015 making headlines around not only the city, but around the nation, and included a prominent rapper who is unfortunately no longer with us.
Shots were fired at a birthday party in Carson. 3 men were hit and one of them has now died. The shooting happened just before night in the 100 block of West Victoria Street. The shootout was just in front of the building that housed the party. Deputies say as many as 100 people were attending what they describe as a pay-for-entry adult-themed party.
In 2015, Davion Irvin became part of a group of rappers who called themselves Too Greedy Family, also known as the Stink Team. Irvin used the game moniker Solo. He discovered the group after he became familiar with Darnell Caldwell, who was a popular underground rapper known as Draco the Ruler. Too Greedy had about 20 to 30 members, but Irvin was a part of the group, and the members belonged to several different Crip gangs. Buchanan was a member of the Rolling Hundreds and went by the moniker Kels, who was also a member of Too Greedy and close friends of Daryl Caldwell. Devontae Caldwell, Daryl's brother, was a member of Too Greedy and went by the moniker Ralphie the Plug. Joshua Torres was a member of Too Greedy, and he was known as Too Shitty. Jaden Boyd, who was younger than most of the Too Greedy members, started hanging out with Too Greedy members in the summer of 2016. He was a member of the neighborhood Rolling 40 Crips and used the moniker AB. Too Greedy members were flockers, which is a term for a burglary crew. They were also known as the Stink Team. Stink is a derogatory term for Asians. Too Greedy members had a hand sign, handshake, and had Asian and money-themed tattoos. On top of that, Too Greedy damn near moved out the gang themselves, having issues with people in several different blood gangs. In December of 2016, Draco had a rivalry with RJ, a member of the Athens Park Bloods, who was also a popular rapper. They often disagreed about who was a better rapper and agreed to fight at one point, but the fight never occurred. But on December 10th of 2016, Irvin went to a pajama party in Carson with Buchanan and approximately 10 other Too Greedy members. They caravaned to the party in 4 or 5 cars. Draco drove Irvin and Buchanan to the party. Irvin sat in the front passenger seat, Buchanan sat in the back passenger seat, and Boyd joined the group in a separate car as they were leaving. The group pulled into the parking lot at the party, but did not go inside. And they were sitting in their vehicle when a group of 6 males walked past quickly. Irvin recognized one of the males as Gregory, or Red Bull, from the Inglewood Family Gangster Bloods. And the Inglewood Family Gangsters, they were huge rivals of Boyd's gang, the neighborhood Rolling 40 Crips. The other males with Red Bull were Travis Harvey Broom, Quentin Polk, Terrence Harvey, Steve Lawhorn, and Kimani Rich. Well, just as the group reached the front of Draco's car, Irvin heard gunfire and dug down. And when Irvin looked up, there was a lot of commotion, with people running as the gunfire was going on. Irvin thought they were under attack from the Blood Gang, but he looked up and saw Buchanan holding a 40 caliber Glock pistol. Buchanan said, "I emptied the whole clip on that nigga." Boyd was standing outside of his vehicle and still shooting a 38 caliber revolver. When the shooting stopped, most of the men drove to Draco's house. When they arrived, nobody knew if anybody had been hit by gunfire. Irvin went to sleep, but Torres woke him up at about 3 a.m. and told Irvin that Red Bull had been killed. After the shooting, Irvin saw Buchanan in the video on social media. He was drinking and said he was sipping on some dead bull. On another occasion, Irvin heard Buchanan imply that anyone who spoke about the shootings would be killed. When Buchanan and Irvin were in jail together, Buchanan told Irvin, "If you basically don't say nothing, we're gonna be okay. And at first, they were good. But after Boy was arrested, Detective Hardiman placed him in a cell with a confidential informant and recorded their conversation. Boy told the informant that he was from Rolling 40s and known as Arlington Blue or AB, and had been caught on video smoking somebody. He said he was, quote, with a gang of niggas that's in jail right now. Boy thought someone was snitching on him because of how many people were arrested, and the police accused him of shooting Will Buchanan, who was in fact the other shooter. He said, we weren't really going on a mission. It's just when we got there, we was there for a nigga from Athens. But in the parking lot, I seen a nigga I was beefing with from Inglewood. He agreed with the informant's statement that the victim was at the wrong place at the wrong time and fell in their glove. Boyd also said he used a .38 caliber revolver, which would not leave any shells behind. He said the other shooter cracked off with 40 or something. He also told the informant that no one got caught with the gun afterwards. Draco the Ruler, he had a very distinctive car that witnesses probably recognized at the scene. So the police, they raided his house. They found several guns, but not the ones used in the shootings. On top of that, Boyd told the informant, I popped cuz, and he was limping out of the patio. And I went to the car with the blower, but you can't see none of this on video because I moved my car. The informant, he then asked whether Boyd shot the victim in the head, and Boyd replied, I shot the nigga, at least 2 times. He might have got shot in the head though. I don't know. He also said, on Hood, me and Kel's the last 2 niggas the police got. They got everybody else, and they got us 2 last. That's why I know they got something. He and the confidential informant speculated as to who the snitch might be. Also, during the investigation, the detectives found a video filmed about 2 months before the shooting, showing Buchanan pointing a pistol. The serial number was also visible in the video, with Draco the Ruler and Ralphie the Plug appearing in the video with Buchanan. And about a month after the shooting, another video showed Buchanan holding a .40 caliber Glock pistol. Printed words on the video indicated a member of Inglewood Family Gangster Bloods had been killed. Someone in the video mentioned Red Bull. Lastly, detectives identified Irvin as someone present at the shootings, surveillance camera footage. Irvin agreed to cooperate in exchange for a reduced sentence on other charges against him. To test the truth of Irvin's information concerning the December 10th, 2016 shooting, Detective Hardiman asked him to provide information on other shootings, and Irvin did so, giving the detective information regarding 7 different shooting incidents. In the end, through the numerous witness statements, ballistics evidence, and statements from fellow gang members, Buchanan, he was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, plus a consecutive term of 135 years to life. Man, that story was a wild one. And it honestly gives me a lot of insight as to why Draco the Ruler was so hated in certain parts of Los Angeles. Rest in peace to Red Bull and Draco the Ruler. Even though they died in 2 completely different situations, both got caught in the middle of deadly warfare and unfortunately took both of their lives. History of the Rolling 100 Crips.
He's typical of our caseload. We handle gang members as victims one day and suspects the next day.
I was coming on from Gardena. Me and my girlfriend got on the bus. Next thing you know, this dude put out a gun and put it to my head. How many times you get shot? Ma.
If he gangbanging, get him too. I had him locked up one time.
What's gonna make a difference?
I guess just get out the neighborhood. I mean, but you leave one neighborhood and you go to the next neighborhood and it's the same thing. It's the same thing all over.
The Rolling 100 Crips history is the best way I can describe it. Bruh, it's all over the fucking place. Because this gang, or loose alliances of gangs, have different dates of formation and even politics. Let's start off with the original Black Crips, which have cliques that include 107th, 110th, and 113th Street. And the goons on this street is known to pack heat. I tell the ops to give you some stories, but they probably deceased. Bars, nigga. The Black Crips are among the first Crip gangs to splinter off from the West Side Crips around 1973, when Melvin Harvey formed his new identity. The Underground Crips and the Neighborhood Black Crips were among the first gangs to break away from the West Side Crip identity around that same time, which are a group of a loose affiliation of other Crip gangs known as the 100s that formed in jail during the 1980s. And they include a range of different 100 gangs, like the previously mentioned, and a few more. Where most people refer to the 100s, they're referring to the blocks and the undergrounds, because these 2 gangs, along with the Raymonds, are known to be the most militant and active. That's because the UGs and the blocks have always had young riders, and it's not a gang where you could blend in without being active. When it comes to the undergrounds, like I already mentioned, they're one of the first gangs to splinter off from the West Side Crips, which approximately occurred in 1973. Monkey Man, original West Side Crip from the 100s faction, and Gary Newman, also known as OG Leprechaun, are considered the founders of the Underground Crips as the movement for specific neighborhood identity grew in the early 1970s. The original founders often spent time in the basement of a house off Western and 104th Street called the Underground House, hence the name Underground. It's also alleged that the gang was likely named after Curtis Mayfield's 1971 The Underground, off the Roots album. 3 of the Underground Crips cliques are 103rd, 105th, and 107th Street. And also in recent years, they added 106th Street as a 4th clique of the Underground. When it comes to logos, the UGs have adapted the logo of the Colts as a cultural identifier of their neighborhood. In terms of street politics, the UGs, they're one of the most intriguing sets of any other Crip gang. Small, but always known to have big money guys and shooters. Also, there's a clique called Blue Flame, and these guys are a group of younger generation Roll 100 members that are notoriously known for being some of the most ruthless around. With the gang allegedly been responsible for 10 plus bodies over the last few years. But I couldn't find which particular gang out of the hundreds they came from. So if there's anyone tapped in, y'all let me know in the comments. Either way, I'd advise you not to test the Blue Flame gang. These guys is killers. From small guns to AKs, they know to let it bang. And last but not least is the 111s and the 115 neighborhood Crips, located in South Central Los Angeles, west of Western Avenue off 111th Street, which was founded in around 1974 or 1975, and are among the oldest gangs on the west side of Los Angeles. Other gangs include the Budlong Gangster Crips, the 105 Gangster Crips, the Hard Time Hustler Crips, the Raymond Avenue Crips, and the Watergate Crips. And together, they form the Rollin' Hundreds Crips, which really came together in the LA County Jail, Module 4700, in around 1986. And from the jump, they were known for going at it with their rivals, which is why they have a long list of them.
Nigga, you's a bitch, nigga, dead homies, nigga, all that, nigga, like I said, Snoop is dead homies, you ain't trying to squabble,
Allies and rivals of the Rollin' Hundreds. The Rollin' Hundred Crips are allies of all neighborhood gangs, East Coast Crips, and the East Side Hustler Crips, as well as the Tongan Crip gang located in Inglewood, California. But when it comes to rivals of the Rollin' Hundreds, it gets a little tricky because the Rollin' Hundreds, they're composed of different gangs and sometimes go by their own politics. Some of the gangs, they support each other and beef hard with their rivals, and some don't get involved with the other cliques' issues or gang wars. But for the most part, all Rollin' Hundred sets are rivals of the Hoover Criminals, specifically the 107 Hoover Criminals, along with the 99 Mafia Crips, the 116 Kitchen Crips, the A-Tray Gangster Crip, the Gardena Shotgun Crips, the Gardena Payback Crips, and most other gangster Crip sets. The Rollin' Hundreds are also rivals of the Inglewood Family Gangster Bloods, Avenue Paru Gang, the Black P Stones, Bounty Hunter Watts, Cinderella Park Family Bloods, and the Crenshaw Mafia Bloods. And all of the Rollin' Hundred Crips have traditionally been enemies of the LA Denver Lane Bloods. They're currently engaged in a ceasefire so that they can collectively concentrate their efforts on the Hoover Criminals. And like I already mentioned, each individual gang under the Rollin' Hundreds don't necessarily share the same enemies or involve themselves with each other's conflicts. And on top of that, sometimes the gangs are even known to have internal beefs and issues with each other. For example, recently, cliques of the Black Crips and the 111 Crips have been in several feuds with each other, and this can be traced back to the 1980s due to their need for power in their neighborhood.
all right, nigga, we got that shit out West 5 block, nigga, one day, daddy, fuck everybody, nigga.
And although internal issues aren't as bad with the Rollin' 60s, they still happen in the Rollin' Hundreds as well. But honestly, none of these situations come close to the rivalry they have with another ruthless gang in the city. On May 11th of 2007, Matthew Warren was in an area of 80th Street in St. Andrews, where his grandfather lived. Warren was sitting in the front passenger seat of a Ford Explorer when he saw a black Suburban pass by a couple times, which made him nervous. The Suburban then stopped behind a dumpster 2 to 4 feet away from the Explorer, with its back end closer to the back of the Explorer. There were 4 people inside the Suburban. Warren then saw an African-American male get out of the driver's seat of the Suburban. He then saw Devlin S. Davis, a Rollin' Hundreds gang member, wearing gloves as he ran and grabbed something in his pants. Davis then extended his arm straight out from his body, holding a .38 caliber revolver, pointed and fired 3 times. He then said something like, "LA Crip," then returned to the Suburban. He says he saw 18-year-old Brian Tonelli get shot as Tonelli was walking across the street. Warren runs inside his grandfather's house to tell him to call 911. When he returned to Tonelli, he applied pressure to Tonelli's room. Tonelli said he was tired and wanted to go to sleep. Warren was afraid because the shooter's gun was a .38 caliber with 6 shots, and only 3 shots were fired. He made eye contact with the shooter and saw his eyes were reddish and real low, suggesting that the shooter was high or nervous. Warren identified Davis as a shooter in a 6-pack photographic lineup as an almost positive match. Ariel Walker, Tonell's girlfriend, had been with Tonell shortly before the shoot when she heard shots. She ran to the corner of St. Andrews and saw Tonell on the ground. Tonell always wore a hat, and when Walker saw the hat on the ground, she realized Tonell had been shot in the head. Walker took the hat with her and ran to Tonell's house. As Walker approached the house, she saw Wallace Tennell, Tennell's father, a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department. Walter Lee Bridges was walking down the street with Tennell when Tennell got shot. Bridges heard someone say, "Hey," and turned around and started walking backwards because he saw the guy had a gun. The gunman approached quickly and fired. And as Bridges ran, he heard 4 to 5 shots and saw a flash. Bridges described the shooter as African-American, but did not see the shooter's face clearly enough to identify the shooter. Tennell habitually wore a Houston Astros baseball cap. The cap was one of the logos of the H.A. Hoover Criminals. And the shooting occurred in the heart of territory claimed by the H.A. Gangster Crips. The Black Crips was a rival of the H.A. Hoovers and the H.A. Gangster Crips. Joshua Henry, who had known Tennell for 5 years, testified Tennell was not a member of a gang and knew nothing about what colors and clothing he couldn't wear. Even mentioning that when Tennell wore that hat, Henry told Tennell the hat was not appropriate to wear in certain areas because of gang connotation. Calvin Abed also heard gunshots that night. He heard 4 to 5 gunshots. He dropped to the ground and got up and peeked over a gate and saw a young man leaning over a tree. The gate was about 230 feet from the SUV. After the shots were fired, a man ran towards a black SUV and got in the passenger seat before it sped off. He mentioned that the man had a gun in his hand, but did not see if the man had fired the gun. In the photo lineup, Abbott identified Davis as a suspect who ran back into the car. Sadly, Tennell died of a gunshot wound to the head. Ballistics tests revealed that the bullet fragments removed from Tennell's head during the autopsy and the bullet recovered from the crime scene had been fired from a weapon found in the possession of Lenore Langley. On July 11th of 2007, Langley was arrested for possession of a handgun. He didn't want to speak to law enforcement because he was afraid for his safety. He was labeled a snitch. But in a recorded interview, Langley told the police that the gun he had been arrested with had a murder on it. Langley said he had gotten a gun a week before he was arrested from No Brand, a member of the Black Crip. In the photo lineup, Langley identified Starks as No Brand. When Langley bought the gun from Starks for $50, he did not know it was hot. Langley once belonged to the Bounty Hunters Blood Gang, but he had been paralyzed in the shooting and no longer banged. In addition, he was concerned for his safety and the safety of his family. 4 days after the shooting, California Highway Patrol officer Justin Burnhouse responded to a traffic incident on 11th and Harvard Avenue involving several vehicles. Burnhouse went into an alley where he saw a black Suburban with collision damage. He saw Starks getting out of the driver's seat of the car. Starks, who had an outstanding warrant for his arrest, admitted to driving the car. Jessica Midkiff, Starks' girlfriend, testified that she was present when the Suburban crashed. Midkiff started dating Starks in mid-2007. Starks was very controlling, and he let her know that if he didn't do what he asked, there would be consequences. On May 10th of 2007, Midkiff spent the night with Starks at the Desert Inn, a motel in Western and Imperial. The next day, Starks told her to drive to a location where 2 African-American males got into the car. Starks sat in the front passenger seat. Midkiff believed Davis sat behind her, and the other person sat in the back. As Midkiff drove, Davis gave her directions, but Starks told her not to listen. At Starks' direction, Midkiff headed towards downtown. And as they drove, Starks played some music. At Davis' request, one of the songs was played 3 to 4 times. Davis said it was his favorite song. He was acting really hyper and taunted the other rear passenger. As he said, "You never do any work." Starks told Midkiff to make a U-turn, so she did so and parked by a wall. The men in the back seat were wearing gloves, and Midkiff saw the butt of a black revolver, which Davis put into the front part of his pants, either in the waistband or pocket. After that, Davis and the other man got out of the car, went behind the car, and disappeared around the corner. Midkiff asked Starks what he had got her into, and he told her to shut up. Davis and the other man were gone for about a minute. Midkiff claimed she then heard 3 or 4 shots ring out. Starks then pulled her across him and got into the driver's seat. Davis and the other man soon returned back to the car, and Starks drove off, and then dropped the 2 men off. Before he was dropped off, Davis said, "I think I got somebody, but I don't know." And he was still hyper, saying, "I'm the man. I'm the motherfucking man," and appeared to be proud. Starks then told him to be quiet. Between May and December of 2007, Midkiff didn't contact the police out of fear. But after she was arrested, Midkiff identified Davis and Starks in a photographic lineup. In that same year, Benson Jones was interviewed by police. He said the shooter was called Baby Man with the 11 Trey Black Crips. He said he often saw the shooter in the park with other gang members. He says one day Jones went up to the shooter and said, "What's up?" Jones brought up the shooting, but Baby Man denied it. Baby Man said, "Man, I'm finna go to jail." Jones, who knew Baby Man from school, said Baby Man was 17 or 18 years old, and his real name started with a D. In a recorded interview, Davis told the detectives that he was frightened and on ecstasy. Davis said he was picked up on 110th Street and got into a car with Jennifer and Starks, who was driving, and another person who Davis couldn't remember. When Davis entered the car, he told Starks he wanted to fight some Hoovers. Davis was under the influence of drugs, so he listened to Starks while they rolled up to Normandy into what he thought was the Hoover's turf. The car pulled over, and Starks told Davis to get out as he handed him a Chrome 38. Davis saw someone wearing a Houston hat, and Starks told him to do it. So Davis said he closed his eyes and started shooting in the air. He said he fired 3 shots, and it was the first time he used a gun. He said he wasn't trying to kill anyone and didn't see anyone fall. He says he saw people on the street in a black Expedition. It felt bad and stupid afterwards. He was wearing gloves because Starks told him to put them on and didn't want to mess up his hands. He also told the detectives that he was a straight-A student, and when firing, he was not in his right mind. He only wanted to have friends and was trying to fit in. Also saying he didn't brag about the shooting and felt bad about it, since Starks called him a punk. He said he didn't know he hit anybody until the detectives told him he did. When Davis was in juvenile camp, someone told him that he had shot a police officer. Davis felt bad, and he couldn't take it back. He said he never hurt anyone before and just wanted to be liked. Now, he would never see his son born, never go home again, and would spend the rest of his life in jail. In addition, the detectives put a recording device in a cell with Davis and Starks and recorded their conversation. Davis called Starks' brain and asked if the bitch was talking. Starks responded, "These bitches always telling." The individual that the man referred to as bitch was later identified as Jessica. Davis told Starks, "You got to get to that bitch, homie. You got to get to her. That's our only way out, cuz." And Starks told Davis, "It wouldn't even be a case if you ain't say nothing." Davis responded, "I know, cuz." Starks said his plan was to get her statements kicked out. Davis said his plan was to say he was retarded and he couldn't read, but he's quoted saying, "The police know where I'm from, and they saw my tattoos, cuz." Once the trial started, Starks testified that he was out of town when the shootings took place. On rebuttal, though, the general manager of the Desert Inn testified that there was a registration card with the number of Starks' driver's license, showing the check-in day of May 10th of 2007. And in the end, Davis was convicted and sentenced to 25 years to life for the murder. The Hoovers and the Rolling Hundreds have been going at it for years. And if 100 Days and 100 Nights wasn't an example of how much these gangs hate each other, hopefully this last one gave you a better idea. On top of that, though, they have another gang who they have a deep hatred for. And this war, it's been going on since the 80s. Beef with the H-Ray gangsters. When it comes to the war with the H-Ray gangsters, it's based off of the politics of Los Angeles in general, and the cars that each gang affiliates with. In the early 1980s, the two gangs already had tension amongst each other, but once the war with the 60s and the H-Ray gangsters really kicked off, it basically divided a lot of gangs in the city of Los Angeles. Most sets toes up between the two, with the neighborhoods choosing to roll the neighborhood car. This did nothing but intensify the beef between the two, which eventually progressed to an all-out war between the two. And over the years, there have been several other deadly situations that played out between these two gangs, with the big one happening in 2017. At approximately 1 a.m. on October 15th of 2007, Keith Allen Walker and several other members of the Rolling 100 neighborhood Crips were injured in a shooting incident which resulted in a car crash. Sometimes after 2 a.m., Walker calls a fellow Rolling 100 member, Ravion Dumper, and told him Scott Hutchins, aka Baby Killer, had just been shot. Walker said he was in the car with Hutchins and other Rolling 100 members when someone shot at the car. He then asked Damper to meet him at the hospital. Damper then met with Walker and Rolling 100's member Moore, also known as Lil Killshot, Christopher Willer, Maxwell, Cavante Gordon, Jesse Fuller, also known as Hank, and Uzi in the hospital parking lot. Fuller and Gordon, they ran the hood and were highly ranked members. Fuller told the group, Baby Killer just got shot. Now we going back to the enemy's territory, the A-Trays, we gonna catch a body. The group caravan to Steve O's house and Rolling 100's territory discussed what happened and what they planned on doing. The A-Tray Gangsta Crips are the Rolling 100's biggest rival. And the A-Trays, they claimed the area where the Rolling 100s were shot. Fuller told everybody, it's time to slide on the enemies, which meant they're about to go shoot at their rivals. It was decided that Walker and Moore were going to be the shooters. Fuller then designated Maxwell's black Audi A7 as the lead car, followed by Willis Burgundy Nissan Maxima and Damper's silver Honda Accord. Walker already had a gun on him, and Moore grabbed a neighborhood gun that was stashed in the alley. Fuller said they needed to pick up some females, so Damper picked up Lady Toon, Little Lady Flame, and brought them to Steve O's house. After Damper returned, the cars left together, with Maxwell's car in the lead, then Willer's car, followed by Damper's vehicle. Lady Thump drove the black Audi with Maxwell, Uzi, and Walker as passengers, with Walker in the back seat. Willer, Gordon, and Moore rode together in a red Nissan, with Willer driving and Moore in the back seat. Damper's silver Accord was a decoy car to distract police if they were pursued. The group thought the Gardena Payback Crips, or enemies of the Rolling Hundreds, might have been responsible for the shooting. They went to the Gardena Payback Crips territory first, but no one was outside. So Maxwell, with Lady Thump driving, led them to the H-Race territory. They then drove to 77th and St. Andrews Place, where they saw 3 men smoking weed. Then they stopped the cars at the corner. It's time to put in work. 2 of the men were wearing royal blue, which signified they were likely H-Race gangsters. Damper recognized 1 or 2 of the men from an incident that occurred at the county building on their hood day, which is October 10th. At the corner, Walker got out of the Audi and Moore got out of the Nissan, and they ran back towards the 3 men that the cars had driven past. Walker and Moore were running fast with guns in their hands. Damper lost sight of them, but he heard numerous shots about 6 seconds later. On the other side of the gun, Brandon Gray, Derek Jackson, and Walter Brown were walking on St. Andrews Place between 77th Street and 78th Street in the H-Race territory at about 11 a.m. They were on the sidewalk in front of a house where 3 older men, including Stern, Benton, and Richard Skaggs, were sitting on chairs eating barbecue together. 2 or 3 cars that appeared to be following each other passed Gray, Jackson, and Brown, traveling north. Jackson could see the outlines of 3 heads in the middle car, which was a grayish color. The people in the middle car had their windows rolled down, and they were staring at Jackson and his friends before the cars turned east on the corner. Gray and Jackson followed the cars, but Brown stayed behind the sidewalk. As Gray and Jackson approached the corner, 2 men began running towards them. Jackson recognized one of the men as a passenger from the middle vehicle. Jackson said he knew what the men were coming for, because he saw one of the men reach into his waistband for a gun. And right after that, both of the men yelled, "Fuck tramps," and started shooting towards the group. Gray, Jackson, and Brown heard multiple shots and fled. As he was running, Jackson looked back and saw the man he had seen with a gun stop at the garage where the older men had been eating barbecue. Jackson then heard approximately 7 gunshots. Alvinus Neptune, Benton, Stern, Skaggs, and a man called Danny Boy were barbecuing when they heard gunshots and immediately ran to find a place to hide. Neptune saw 2 men run past, followed by another 2 men who were walking and shooting guns. The taller of the shooters shot at Stern twice. The other man shot Benton 5 times. Benton then raised his hand and said, no, man, before the shooter shot him. Someone also shot Skaggs in the arm. And as they walked away, the taller shooter repeatedly banged his head and said, fuck the victims. Neptune believed the shooting was a hit because the shooters walked together, shot together, and then walked off like it was nothing. The shooters walked back to the corner and turned right on 77th Street. After the shooting stopped, Damper saw Walker and Moore run back and get into the cars before they drove away. The cars left in the same order they arrived and went back to Steve O's house. Both Benton and Stern died from multiple gunshot wounds. And on December 20th, after Walker, Moore, Willer, Maxwell, and Dump were charged in the case, Damper entered into a plea agreement with the prosecution. Damper pleaded guilty to 2 counts of voluntary manslaughter and was sentenced to 15 years in state prison. He testified for the prosecution in Walker's trial. Damper joined the Rolling Hundreds when he was 18 years old. Walker and Maxwell were also members of the Rolling Hundreds. Damper's gang moniker was T-Lope. He was given the name under Big T-Lope. Damper explained the moniker prefix indicates the members' place in the hierarchy: big, little, baby, tiny, and infant. In gang culture, if your big homie gets shot, you shoot for him. Walker's moniker was Infant Killer, under all the killers, from big to tiny, including Baby Killer, which was Huston's moniker. Moore, who was also known as Little Killshot, was also under Huston's, whose moniker was also Big Killshot. Maxwell's moniker was Baby Knuckles, or K3, and they all identified as Black Crip members. After the shooting, Damper heard Fuller say to Walker, "Oh, you niggas did some weird shit. You killed some old men." Walker replied, "Man, fuck them niggas. They live in the Tramp's hood anyways." Moore admitted to Damper that he shot the old man. He said, "Cuz, on Black Crip we did. Whoop-de-whoop, nigga." Which meant, who gives a fuck? Moore said he saw Walker kill one of the men and then decided to shoot with him. Moore said, "Cuz, I did my shit on both of them," meaning he and Walker killed the 2 men. Maxwell asked Damper to drive behind him as a decoy so Maxwell could dispose of the gun. But Damper refused because he knew it was a murder weapon. Maxwell later told Damper he got rid of the gun at the Santa Monica Pier. Damper wasn't truthful with the detectives when he was first arrested, but spoke with his grandmother on the phone several times and decided to tell the truth. The detectives told Damper that they couldn't offer him anything at this time, but Damper, he decided to be honest. Damper had concerns about testifying because Walker had asked him not to testify and then threatened him and said he still had pull in the streets, saying, I can get whatever done I need to get done. Don't fuck with me. Also, on December 1st, 2017, Walker, who was detained in another manner, spoke with Hudson's in the reported jail cell. Walker told Hudson's, I made it look good for you. Hudson's responded, you made it look good for yourself, nigga. What the fuck you mean you made it look good for me? I went to the hospital. Walker said, me and that nigga more, cuz. That nigga went up for you, you know? Hudson said he knew. The call was then interrupted by an automatic operator advising him that the call was being monitored and recorded. Hudson then said, you ain't even gotta talk about it over the thing, bro. Later, Hudson again warned Walker, like I said, you gotta watch what you're doing and saying sometime. Man, your ass really over here talking in front of police about what happened and shit. Walker explained he was angry about what happened. He then told Hudson's that a person named Gandisi told Fuller he wasn't giving him any guns that night. Hudson's again reminded Walker that the call was being monitored and recorded. On February 1st of 2018, when Walker was incarcerated in another matter, detectives questioned him about the shooting of the Rolling 100 around 1:15 on October 15, 2017. They then showed him a photo of Moore. In Walker's next phone call, he asked a person named Kiera to get in touch with Two-Face and told him to lay low. Walker said he didn't want to say the person's name because, quote, they watch me right now, cuz they just came to interview me and everything. In another jail call, Walker gave the person he was speaking to Moore's phone number. Investigators traced the number to an account opened by Moore in October 18th of 2017. In the end, through the witness statement, police interviews, gang member statements, jail calls,
welcome to Trama Unit TV. You are now rocking with the best.
Benton and Warner Stern. He was sentenced to a term of life without the possibility of parole, plus a consecutive term of 25 years to life for the firearm handler. Rest in peace to Clifford Benton and Warner Stern. These guys unfortunately lost their lives with the gangbang. But that's just another example.
Correct. Tap in, tell a friend to wipe your feet when you come in. You have now entered the Trama Unit. This is generally speaking. Make sure you tap that thumbs up, hit that like button, make sure you subscribe, and tap that bell button. We are now live.
Gangs attached to their name.
Correct. Tap in.
Also been one of the most militant, feared, and hated in the city. Because of this, they've engaged in more than a few gang wars over the years and lost a lot of members. Some of them include Billy Shepard, also from the $100 bill, who actually had an interview on Street TV where he gave insight on how dangerous this area is. And unfortunately, he died 3 years after that interview. Also, is OG Babyface, Tutu, William Lee Johnson, also known as OG Monkey Man, who died of a sudden heart attack, who was the founder of the Underground Crips and the original West Side Crips during the 1970s. In addition, it's also a Troy, also known as Speedy Lope, who was shot and killed on 106 in a drive-by shooting. On top of that, it's Jeffrey Boyles, also known as Q-Ball, Bingo, Hitman, Gary Newman, also known as Stymie, Tall Can, Lil Drake, Lil Flame, Joker, Kenneth Peavy, also known as KP, who was the reputable member who was killed in Los Angeles with his death causing 100 days and 100 nights. In addition, it's also Cornell Snell, also known as E-Dub5, Big Ant, Big Black, Ant, Black Dog, Baby Brains, Big Bub, C-Rag, Dre, Ed Dog, Joe Dog, KK, Baby Maniac, Moon, Smoke, Mac McAuliffe, also known as T-Bone, Baby T-Bone, Baby Too Cool, Tootie, Baby Weasel, Rich Boy, Lil Flame, Kentucky. Definitely rest in peace to all of them. Y'all let me know in the comments if any other members were no longer with us, that their names live on. In addition, they've had what is a blood gang and a predominant gang in the city of Inglewood, California. He was an original OG and had a lot of members looking up to him, like Trayvon Atkins, who was one of the newer members of the gang, or YG. Atkins, he was known for bragging, telling a lot of false stories, and often bigging himself up with little or no reputable sources to back his claims up, which resulted in his fellow gang members calling him out on his claims. On January 24th of 1996, Pete, Atkins, and 20 to 30 other men and women were hanging out at 10th Avenue and Bardine Street in Inglewood, California. Teddy Watson, who was an influential gang member whose street name was T-World, was also there. There was some talk about Atkins that day and about the things he had said he had done in the past. He had bragged about committing crimes and even killing people. So several of the gang members, they challenged Atkins because neither they or Pete had been able to substantiate Atkins' claims. As mentioned already, Atkins was considered to be a braggart and a loudmouth. And at some point, a gang member told Atkins, man, put up or shut up, nigga. So Atkins, who told his fellow gang members he wanted to understood that he was a killer and accepted the challenge. And right after that, Atkins said he would leave and do something to prove himself. That's when Atkins and two other gang members, they decided to take a ride to see if there were any of the gang's enemies in the neighborhood. Atkins left with Watson and Watson's Cadillac. A third person known as Mad Eye left with him as well. Pete believed the car Watson was driving belonged to Watson's girlfriend, Trina Scott. Scott's car was yellow, except for the front passenger door, which was a gray color. After Atkins and the others left, the remainder of the gang members stayed and made bets as to whether Atkins would meet the challenge. Now fast forward to about 1 p.m. later that day. Russell Noah was with two friends, Edward Davis and Tremaine Brewer, who were all members of the Hard Time Hustler Crips, with smoking marijuana in Noah's car, which was parked in the alley. When Noah noticed the medium-sized car, which he believed was a beige Cadillac, but one of the doors on the passenger side, gray, rolled past. Noah, he could only see two gang members inside the car, but noticed someone running up behind his car from the rear and firing a gun at his car. Suddenly, the shooter was standing right next to Noah. Noah then ducked to his right and heard a lot of rounds being fired. He climbed out the car and saw the shooter running away. Noah, he escaped from the shooting with minor injury. But Edward Davis and Tremaine Brewer unfortunately died from several gunshot wounds. At the hospital, officers spoke with Noah on the night of the shooting. Noah identified T-World as the driver of the Cadillac, and he was certain about the identification. But he was not certain who the passenger was, and he never identified the shooter, but he did describe him in terms of what he had on. Back at the Crenshaw Mafia Bloods hangout, Pete heard gunshots, and Atkins returned shortly after. When Atkins returned, he just kept smiling. Other than smiling, Atkins' response would say, man, I didn't think I had it in me. Atkins was the first one back, but Watson returned on foot, confirming Atkins, he had taken care of business. And for a while, the cops had no idea what exactly went down that day. But a couple years later, the case went from cold to red hot due to statements and the corroboration from a fellow Crenshaw Mafia member. From 1996 to 1999, Pete got along with members of the Crenshaw Mafia. But Pete was arrested for carjacking and various other crimes and faced a sentence of 50 years to life. So Pete decided to help himself by contacting the police with information about unsolved crimes, including a case that involved Atkins. In late 1999 or in the early 2000s, Pete told the Inglewood police about Atkins. And on March 13th of 2000, Pete agreed to be placed in a county jail cell with Atkins, during which they had a 13-hour conversation in which Atkins gave Pete more details about the shooting. During the conversation, he revealed the men in the Cadillac were just about to leave the area when they saw a car parked in the alley. Atkins said he recognized the people in the other car as enemies because he had known him from the California Youth Authority. He also told Pete that he had stolen the bike, which was on the side of the street, and that the two of the gang members remained in the car. Atkins then explained to Pete how he hopped off the bicycle and ran up to the car and just started shooting. Afterwards, when the others tried to get Atkins back in the car, he told him he'd ride the bike back. At that time, Atkins, he was even more proud of killing the two men. Atkins explained he rode his bike away from the scene because he was aware of another crime scene. The perpetrator had left a bike, and when the police found it, they had taken fingerprints from it. This conversation, it was huge for the prosecutors. But at first, nobody else was given any information that would guarantee Atkins' conviction. That's because all the witnesses, they were reluctant to give information or corroborate and expressed their fear over retaliation. Noah, for example, still refused to identify the shooter, but subsequently, after investigators recorded the conversation between Pete and Atkins, an officer confronted Atkins with the audio tape. Atkins then waived his Miranda rights and said he wanted to speak to the officer. He told the officer he had been a gang member for most of his life and had been incarcerated for most of his life as well, so it wasn't a big deal for him. Atkins said that he wouldn't give any information on anybody, including himself. And when he was told murder charges will be filed against him, he never tried to explain away the statements on tape. Kerry Tripp, who was a detective with the Inglewood Police Department, qualified as an expert on gangs. And on January of 1996, the Crenshaw Mafias for feuding with the hard-time hustler Crips. Missions to kill rival gang members were being carried out. The purpose was to show everyone else who was a top gang in a respected area. And the best type of work that you could put in against a gang member was to kill a person. And usually, because the killer wants to get away, he enlisted the assistance of 2 or more people. So that one is a shooter, another is a driver, and a third is a lookout, with females usually scouting the territory. When someone is a new or a younger gang member, he will proceed to put in work, which is to attack or fight gang members of another gang. However, there has to be someone else there to see it. Senior members of a gang would not say a younger member put in work if it didn't really happen. When a gang member goes out to put in work, other gang members go with him, so it's unlikely the member would lie about it if he didn't do so. Also, the member would be in serious trouble for not putting in the work. And if he subsequently made up stories to tell the original gangsters, he would be in trouble for lying about it.
I got the right to rap about
in the end, through the witness statements, police investigation, statements from fellow gang members and enemy gang members, Atkins, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility to parole, plus 12 years for the gang enhancement. Man, rest in peace to Edward Davis and Tremaine Brewer. Being active members in the 1990s, where gangbanging was at its peak in terms of violence and deaths, choosing to smoke up right next to enemy territory and not being aware of their surroundings ultimately turned out to be a lethal combination. And sadly, it cost them their lives. Look, that's just one situation when it comes to the Crenshaw Mafia Gangs of Bloods. These guys have a history of being one of the most deadly gangs in Los Angeles. But to fully understand this gang's brutal nature, and before we can get into any more situations, it's essential that we go over their history.
Neighborhood that started originally in 78. This community started in 78, but it was, before that it was predominantly, everything was Inglewood family. But, this community stood, a few brothers stood up and made a stand and wanted to have their own identity. And from that came the Crenshaw Mafia.
History of the Crenshaw Mafia Against the Blood. Inglewood, California, it has an in-depth history when it comes to the formation of the majority of gangs in the area. And the Crenshaw Mafias are no exception to this. This is because the gang's foundation can be traced back to the Inglewood family Gangsta Blood. If you guys want some info on that gang, check out their video on my channel after this. Anyways, when it comes to Crenshaw Mafia's formation, they start off as a spinoff gang from the Inglewood family Gangsta Bloods in around 1981. It's been widely debated that the gang was active before those years though. This is because while the CMG, which is an abbreviation for the Crenshaw Mafia Gangsta Bloods, wasn't officially a gang in the 1970s, there was still already a tight group that often hung out together, partied together, and had each other's back when it came to defending themselves in their territory against enemy groups and individuals. So them adding the Crenshaw Mafia Blood title with the name coming from the Crenshaw Boulevard street that the gang resides on only made the group more loyal to each other. And while this gang was definitely younger compared to the already established gangs like the Inglewood families, throughout the gang's history, they've always received a lot of respect, installed fear to their enemies, and have been one of the most popular gangs in Los Angeles. They're widely mentioned by the media, documentaries, and even a few movies, such as Boys in the Hood, with the funny line coming from an interaction between 2 kids early in the film, and a couple other scenes throughout the movie. The gang has also appeared in films like The Wood,
Motherfucking police. Put the gun in the fucking seat. Put that motherfucker up. Open the window.
Straight Outta Compton.
Remember me. OG Two-Tone. Crenshaw Mafia, bro.
And Dope.
Oh, shit. Look, I'm at cereal. But that's how much I hate crab ass niggas. You know what I mean? Because my mind, it thinks these shit, but my mouth won't let me say.
Which is entirely based around 104th Street in Inglewood, California, also known as The Bottoms, which is in the heart of the Crenshaw Mafia's territory. The Bottoms, also known as Bottomville, is located between Century Boulevard on 104th Street and the Darby Village Dictionary, a neighborhood of 6 blocks dominated by 2-story apartments and duplex houses, right off of Crenshaw Boulevard. And when it comes to this area of Inglewood, there's a history of being one of the most dangerous areas to reside in, whether you're a gang member or a civilian.
1980 census data, the Urban Institute measured the underclass. They looked for neighborhoods with an overpopulation of welfare dependents, high school dropouts, female-headed households, and jobless males. They found 880 underclass neighborhoods nationwide, 22 in Los Angeles alone.
Throughout the 1980s, all the way up to the 2000s, the Bottoms had a reputation for housing a lot of drug dealers, with the area being widely known for dealers on damn near every corner. having multiple violent gang members whose brutality was widely known across the county, and had a reputation for having a lot of members from the bottoms who were very trigger happy. With the big example being Frank Lewis, who ended up shooting a lady, leaving her paralyzed in 1994 when he was 14 years old.
My whole objective is just to get the property from the victims, not to shoot nobody. So I put the gun into the car. The window was partially open, and the woman victim started to roll up the window. My whole objective at that point was to just flee. I got about $100 in my pocket at 14. I can get me a bag of weed, some stress, and be cool. So as I tried to get the gun out of the window, which was almost all the way rolled up, it went off, and it shot the victim, the first victim, the driver, in the neck.
The Crenshaw Mafias have always had a lot of YGs who were known to be completely with the function, with Baby Hawk being one of the younger members who was known for a lot in his area.
I'm not a role model, and I don't want no kid to look up to me. You know, I had to do this because this how I grew up. You know, this how I grew up. I had to get out and do on my own. You know, when I was 12 years old, I was on my own. You know what I'm saying? I wish I didn't have to live that life. You know, unfortunately, I did.
Man, rest in peace to Baby Hawk. He got killed trying to defuse an argument that broke out between his homies and some Valley Crips at a football game at Rosita Park. Anyways, it's a lot more members who are known for their daily ways. One member taking the lives of 3 brothers.
One of the LAPD's 17 other divisions has as many murders as 77. Almost 1 in 5 of all the city's homicides happen here. In a metropolitan area of several million people, the Washington, D.C. sniper killed 10 people in just 3 weeks. In 77th Division, with a population of only 175,000, they're seeing an average of 10 murders a month.
On the evening of September 27, 2001, 21-year-old Christopher Florence was driving his car to meet a young woman in the area of 104th and Crenshaw Boulevard in Inglewood, California. Attempting to follow directions read on a piece of paper, he mistakenly turned right off 104th Street on 10th Avenue, going the wrong way on a one-way street. This portion of 10th Avenue is an area known as the Bottoms, which was claimed by the Crenshaw Mafias, a blood gang of which Creighton Lewis Armstrong was a member of. Thinking that the car had an enemy in it, he fired shots into the car, striking Christopher several times. Christopher, he was badly injured and drove a few blocks until he crashed into a barrier on Crenshaw Boulevard. And unfortunately, he died a short time later from a bullet wound to his left side. Takesha Webster, who was Armstrong's girlfriend at the time, went to the Bottoms the next morning and heard about the shooting. When she asked Armstrong about it, he told her he shot at the car because it was traveling the wrong way on a one-way street, which he believed was a maneuver used by rival gang members before they committed a drive-by shooting. A couple of days later, on morning of September 29th, 2001, 2 days after Christopher's death, Christopher's mother and his 3 brothers, Brian, Tori, and Michael Florence, drove to the Bottoms, near the area where Christopher had gotten shot. They saw a number of gang members on 10th Avenue, and Michael pointed his finger at them, gesturing he had a gun. Around midnight that same night, a number of people had gathered at the Florence home to mourn the death of Christopher, including his 3 brothers and their friend, Floyd Watson. In the course of conducting his own investigation into the shooting, Michael received a call from a woman identifying herself as Nicole, who said she had information about Christopher's death and was trying to set up a meeting with him. The 4 men, they then left the house in Michael's Ford Mustang to get something to eat. Michael then drove the group in search of the place where he was shuttled to meet Nicole, in an area of 104th Street and South Van Ness Avenue. They were driving east on Century and stopped at the intersection of Century and Dottie. And when Watson looked through his rear windshield, he saw a burgundy Ford Contour behind a Mustang in the left lane and noticed Armstrong was leaning out of the window of the passenger side of the Contour, yelling something. Watson told Michael that Armstrong was yelling at him, so Michael began to roll his window down. And once he did that, Armstrong pulled out a gun and started shooting as the Contour moved forward parallel to the Mustang. After several gunshots, the Contour pulled away, leaving Michael shot in the head and Tori shot in the neck. Brian then jumped into the front seat and steered the Mustang out of the way of traffic. After that, Brian and Watson waved down passing vehicles and left the scene to call for help. When the police arrived, Michael was in the driver's seat, but he wasn't speaking or moving. And Tori, he was laying in the street. When they asked Tori if he knew who the shooters was, he responded, "The CMGs," which the officer understood to mean Crenshaw Mafia gangsters. Brian and Watson soon returned to the scene and spoke to the police. Brian described the shooter as a light-skinned African-American male in a red sweatshirt, and he indicated that the shooter had fired from a red Ford with 3 other females inside. Based on this description, the officer suspected that there might be a connection between the shooting and an assault that occurred earlier that night. at a nearby 7-Eleven store, during which it's alleged that Armstrong had exited the red vehicle outside the 7-Eleven store and approached the man, asking him, "Where you from?" And a few minutes later, Armstrong punched the man in the face. An officer who had prior contact with Armstrong reviewed the store surveillance tape and identified Armstrong as the assailant. Also, at the police station later that night, Ryan and Watson identified Armstrong in a photographic lineup of known gang members. That same night, Armstrong met with Takesha Webster, got in her car, and directed her to the scene of the second shooting. According to Webster, Armstrong looked at the Mustang and said, "I did that." He told her that he pulled up next to the car and asked the occupants where they were from. And then he said he let him have it. Explained that he shot both Tori and Michael. The Inglewood police immediately started to investigate the shooting. On October 2nd of 2001, 2 days after the second shooting, police officers conducted surveillance of a house occupied by Armstrong and his brother, Darren Armstrong. They spotted Armstrong dressed entirely in red, riding as a passenger in a red Ford Contour driven by Tanisha Washington, the car's registered owner. The officers then stopped the car and arrested Armstrong, while also conducting a search of Armstrong's residence, recovering a red Johnny Blaze sweatshirt from Armstrong's closet. Also, on the day of Armstrong's arrest, the police stopped the car being driven by Armstrong's brother, Darren. And after obtaining his consent to search, officers found a loaded 9mm pistol. Ballistics analysts indicated that the bullets recovered from Christopher's car and body and the bullets recovered from the shooting of Michael and Tori all had been fired from this weapon. And while the detectives had enough evidence to charge Armstrong with the murders, they had more than enough after a deadly situation occurred with Webster. In May of 2002, about 7 months after the shootings, the defendant's former girlfriend, Takesha Webster, was living in a temporary Beverly Garland motel under the Witness Protection Program because of her anticipated testimony in a different case. Webster, she was 7 months pregnant at the time, and her 3-year-old daughter was living with her. She was shuttled to move in a more permanent location, and the police detectives who were working with her had recently given her a card that showed the new address. But in the early evening of May 1st, 2002, Webster heard a knock at the door. A female voice said, "Housekeeping," and Webster, she opened the door. Once she did that, 4 people rushed into the room, including Armstrong's brother, Darren, and 3 others. After Webster had been pushed into the bed, Darren questioned her about the money she was supposed to send to Armstrong's jail. And that's why she was in a Witness Protection Program, and whether she was snitching on Armstrong. Meanwhile, Webster's younger daughter had been taken into the bathroom. When Webster denied snitching on Armstrong, Darren hit her in the head with the unloaded 9mm handgun. After that, he loaded the gun. The intruder over Webster's head and started. And at one point, Webster heard Darren answer a telephone call, telling the caller, "We found her, and what you want me to do with her?" Darren also said they hadn't found any money and asked, "Should we Uber?" Which Webster understood to mean shoot and kill her. He then put the phone next to Webster's ear. The caller, whose voice Webster recognized as Armstrong, asked why she had not deposited any money into his account. Webster, she had deposited money for Armstrong a few times in the past, but had since stopped doing so. Webster then told Armstrong that she would put money in his account as soon as possible if he told Darren and the others to leave. Darren then took the phone back and continued to talk. And at the call saying, "We're just gonna her in." The group used it to whip and attempt to They also lit some sticks and used them approximately 140 times. They left after taking her clothes and the contents in her wallet, ordering her not to tell anybody about the incident, and also warning her that they knew where her grandmother lived.
Where your
Detectives interviewed
grandma
Webster while she was in the hospital being treated for her injuries. That's when she reported to them for the first time that Armstrong told her he was responsible for the murders of the 3 Florence brothers. Detective Corey Tripp testified at trial as a gangs expert. He told the jury that Armstrong had admitted that he was a member of the Crenshaw Mafia gangsters. Detective Tripp, he also told the jury that none of the Florence brothers was in the police department's gang database. And to his knowledge, none of them were gang members. Brenda Florence, the mother of Christopher, Michael, Tori, and Brian, testified that none of her sons were in gangs or otherwise engaged in criminal activities. After a thorough investigation into the murders of the Florence brothers, statements from fellow gang members and enemies, surveillance evidence, and statements from Armstrong's ex after she was tortured by the Crenshaw Mafia members, the judge found Armstrong guilty of the murder of Christopher Florence, Tori Florence, and Michael Florence. And Armstrong, he was sentenced to a term of death. And this one, it seemed like it was a story straight out of a movie. To kill one person, then kill his brothers a couple days later, is crazy. And on top of that, torturing a woman who wasn't going to snitch in the first place is insane. But man, we're talking about the Crenshaw Mafia against the Bloods. Sadly, that's pretty much common with this game. A quick update. As of 2023, Armstrong was moved from death row in San Quentin State Prison to the Los Angeles Men's Central Jail to await retrial or negotiated plea, maintaining that he only killed the two brothers acting in self-defense. And over the years in prison, Armstrong found a passion for mental health and dedicated himself to expanding the program. Expanding the role from an A-type position to a peer counselor who forms strong bonds with the residents, develops therapeutic and enrichment activities, and de-escalates conflicts. If you guys want a better understanding of what went down in this case, I'll leave a couple links in the description. Anyways, whether this story played out how the prosecutors told the story or not, the tricky part about this is that that's only one situation that shows the nature of how this gang has been known to move in the past. Let's get into who these guys are to get a better understanding of how they moved throughout the gang's operation over the years and to get into some more intense stories.
Hey man, I need a smoke break, man.
It's a 50-50 chance of you surviving in the goddamn penitentiary. How you think you gonna survive out in the street? You more of a advantage to get killed as you is in the goddamn penitentiary. You know, you could be 2 days from your damn release, taking them up and blasting them up in the head, and you're gone. So what you gonna do then, huh? Think about that though.
Who are the Crenshaw Mafia Gangster Bloods? The Crenshaw Mafia gang mentioned.
Welcome to Trama Unit TV. You are now rocking with
when it comes to the attire, the gang is known to wear coarse, a lot of red. And they sport the Minnesota Twins baseball cap, with the M standing for the Mafia partner name. So if you see a nigga with a Twins hat on, nigga, just run home. They're known for shooting at enemies or put them. This gang has a history of taking a lot of enemies' lives, shooting at any unfamiliar face that pulls into their area, and unfortunately, getting a lot of innocent bystanders as well. That's why this gang has had several gang injunctions placed on them, with a big one occurring in the late 1990s. On December 17th of 1997, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office sought an injunction against the Crenshaw Mafia Bloods, as the gang had been responsible for 19 murders in the preceding 4 years. The injunction, it came with a plan to turn Inglewood around from the daily reputation it was known for. When a specific plan was adopted in 1998, the area it was experiencing high levels of crime, including drug dealing, murder, robbery, and extortion from local businesses. They also wanted to change the structure of the city, which included impacts from high aircraft noises, physical deterioration, increased costs for property owners, and a diminished quality of life for the residents, which for a short time seen a positive change in the area. In the 2 years following the gang injunction, the gang committed no known murders. But by 1999, it was obvious that the Crenshaw Mafia Gangster Bloods were still around, and indeed was still displaying their murderous ways. On November 19th of 1999, at about 8 p.m., Lee Arnold and his friend Gregory Johnson were outside the home shared by Arnold, his uncle, Russell Spratt, on the 3600 block of West 105th Street. Bobby Montague, another man, rode up on bicycles and asked Arnold and Johnson, "Where you from?" And in response to Arnold's denial of gang affiliation, Montague's companion crossed his arms and revealed a gun. Arnold ran to the backyard and jumped to a pen with his two rifles.
Bro?
Montague and his companion then laid down their bikes and followed Arnold to the backyard. They asked Arnold's cousin, whom they encountered as they entered the yard, if he had seen anyone. And after a few minutes, Arnold's cousin informed the man that they were gone. Arnold, he knew moniker only by his gang moniker, Baby Johnson. A few minutes later, Spratt looked out his window and saw his nephew, Josiah Spratt, talking to the two men. He then saw Arnold emerge from a dog pen and run to the back door. Arnold told Spratt that he had been chased by a man armed with a gun, so Spratt called 911. And while he was on the phone, he heard several gunshots coming from behind the house in the direction of 104th Street. When the police finally arrived, they took the bicycles left near Spratt's garage by Montague and his companion. Montague and a gang member known as Spratt, as Spider, arrived at Spratt's house by car 5 to 10 minutes after the police left. Spratt, he recognized Montague as a friend of a nephew and someone he had seen earlier around the neighborhood. Spider asked Spratt if he had seen the bicycles, and Spratt told him the police took them. Montague and Spider then told Spratt he had better get the bikes back, and if he said anything to police, it was gonna kill him. As they drove away, a second car drove up, and the passenger shouted that if Spratt spoke to the police, they'd return and kill everybody in the house. Spratt testified Spider appeared to be about 20 years old. He was 6 feet and 2 inches tall and had a mustache, slight beard, and long braids. When seen by Spratt, he was wearing black clothing, gloves, and a stocking cap. Spratt, he also described Montague as 15 to 16 years old, about 5 feet 8 inches or 5 feet 9 inches tall, bald, and wearing black shorts and black and white Converse All-Stars. Spratt identified Montague and Spider from a display of photographs and identified Montague at trial. According to Arnold, Montague's companion was slim, dressed in black, and 25 to 30 years old, with long hair, worn under a hood, and wearing one glove. He also identified Montague, but not Spider from the photograph, and he declined to identify Montague at trial, saying he didn't want to be known as a snitch. All right, so this is when the story gets complicated, or at least takes another turn in terms of what went down that night. Y'all definitely got to pay attention. At around 8 p.m., Kashani Telehamaka and his nephew, Bonatua, walked from their apartment building on the 3700 block of 104th Street to the family van parked on the street. A few minutes later, Telehamaka's wife, Kafuatu, and his daughter, Tatunga, joined them and the four got into the van. Tahunga testified that as she and her mother were walking towards the van, 2 African-American boys passed by. Because they were walking in the same direction, she didn't see their faces. Though she said one had long hair and the other had no hair. After her family got into the van, she saw one of the boys turn around and walk towards the van. And as the van started to drive away, someone began shooting into the van through the window. And unfortunately, Tuwai was shot 5 times and died from his daughter's wound. One shot hit Tatunga, who survived. No one from their family was able to identify the shooter. However, Tatunga told the police that the man who approached the van was bald, 16 to 19 years old, thin, 5 feet 10 inches tall, and dressed in a dark sweater and pants. Ballistics testings established that the same 9mm semi-automatic gun fired all 4 expended casings found at the scene and in the van. 2 bullets removed from Taitoa's body and an expended bullet found in the van. Detective Steven Steeler, he interviewed Montague on December 1st of 1999. A videotape of the interview was played at trial. During the interview, Montague admitted that he was a member of the Crenshaw Mafia blood gang. He told the detective that he was walking down 104th Street on November 19th of 1999 when 2 men frightened him by behaving aggressively toward him. After that, he ran back into his own neighborhood. And armed with guns, he and Spider went back on bicycles to look for the man who scared him. They parked the bikes on 105th Street and waited near their apartments on 104th Street. After that, 2 men emerged and walked to a van. Montague thought one of them might have been the one who had previously confronted him. He then walked up to the passenger window and fired about 4 shots. He said Spider was also shooting. When they went back to get the bikes, the man told them that the police had taken him. Montague, he also told the detectives that he was wearing a pair of black Converse shoes on the night of the shooting. The police later searched Montague's room with a warrant and seized a pair of black and white Converse shoes. The soles of the shoes, however, did not match any of the footprints found at the crime scene. The police, they also found on the dresser in Montague's room a photographic album that contained photographs of gang graffiti and gang members making gang signs. In addition, they found handwritten poetry and rap lyrics on the dresser. In the end, the jury convicted Montague of 1 count of first-degree murder, 3 counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm, and 1 count of shooting into an occupied vehicle. And the court sentenced Montague to prison for a total of 38 years to life. Definitely rest in peace to Vuna Tiola. He unfortunately lost his life because of mistaken identity. And although he lived in the neighborhood within the Crenshaw Mafia's blood territory, he said he lost his life because of it. This situation played out with some locals being at the wrong place at the wrong time. But this next one definitely played into all that. We have to address the allies and the enemies of the Crenshaw Mafia Gangsta Bloods. Allies and rivals of the Crenshaw Mafia Gangsta Bloods.
Name some of the manufacturers you name. Tell me a little bit about that. Well, it ain't that many of them. The manufacturers is red and blue, blood and blood, and your territory. Them is the manufacturers. So you're supposed to know where you're at all times. When you're out of bounds, you know it's on the crack.
The Crenshaw Mafia Gangsta Bloods are known for being the most hated gang in Inglewood, so they don't have too many close relationships with other gangs in that area. The few they do have include the Widow Gangsta Bloods, the Inglewood Family Gangsta Bloods, also located in Inglewood. They're also allies of the Rolling Twin Neighborhood Bloods, the Harvard Park Brims, the Family Swan Bloods, the Black P-Stones, the Harvard Park Brims, and the Athens Parks Bloods. And they have a close relationship with the Denver Lane Gangsta Blood.
The West Coast, whatever it's called, nationwide. They got rubber bands. Mark your lane, get your lane. Yeah. He's gone.
This alliance is known by the first generation as the different mafia, and the mafia lanes by the second and following generation. Lil Hawk, Lil Laniac, and Big Way dedicated a song to this alliance, which is a track off the Blood and Crips Bangin' on Wax 2 album. But trust, their relationship goes way deeper than this music. These guys often hang out together, get money together, and commit violent crimes to one another. A big example played out in 2008.
Ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. You know what I'm saying? If that motherfucker that's walking with his kid shot you when you was with your kid, what would you do?
That's for the homie Lil Laniac, blood.
You probably, and you might just have to have
Lil
your
Laniac.
But you know what I'm saying? You know, my brother died like that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't give a that. If that's that man I want.
On the evening of June 1st, 2008, Emmett Love Jr. was shot in the back of the head at a bus stop in Los Angeles, California. Jackie Wayne heard the gunshots, saw Love fall to the ground, and saw a small black man run into a 4-door Mercedes parked in front of a church. The shooting, it was to avenge the May 31st, 2008 killing of Derek Chambers, also known as Baby Hangout, a member of the Denver Lane Gangster Bloods. Eric Davion Boyd, also known as TikTok, was a member of the Crenshaw Mafia Blood Gang, which is affiliated with the Denver Lanes. On the evening of May 31st, 2008, Boyd visited the Denver Lane apartment and announced that Chambers had been killed. He believed that the Hoover gang members had killed Chambers and wanted to retaliate. Kaylin Weisberg, a prostitute who hung out with the Denver Lanes, overheard Bird say, "I want to get somebody for you, baby, hang out." After that, people in the apartment made phone calls to locate a handgun. On June 1st of 2008, candlelit vigil was held for Chambers. Boyd and Denver Lane gang members Ravon Richardson, also known as Chaos, Casey Purdue, also known as Half Pint, attended the vigil. They left in a black 4-door Mercedes after a gang member named Shady gave Purdue a Western revolver. Purdue handed the revolver to Boyd, who said, "Man, I need this. I gotta do this." Before he went on a mission to look for Hoover gang members to kill. While driving, Boyd saw some kids at a bus stop on Century in Vermont and got out to see if they were Hoover. Richardson then drove around the block, and Boyd returned and got back into the Mercedes. Boyd said the kids were gone and directed Richardson to keep going. Further down on Vermont Avenue, Bird saw a black man named Emmett Love at a bus stop. So Bird told Richardson to stop and see if that guy was moving. Bird then got out the car, shot Love, and ran back into the car. Bird, Richardson, and Purdue tried to drive back to the vigil, but ran out of gas. Boyd visited the Denver Lane apartments later that night. He was drunk and high, but overall, seemed to be in a calm state. Weisberg heard Boyd say, "I just killed a snooping nigga at the bus stop." And while kissing his gun, he said, "That was for you, baby, hang out. That was for you." Purdue left the Denver Lanes in 2009 and told the police that Boyd was a shooter and Richardson, he was a driver. Purdue was then granted immunity and placed in a witness protection program. Boyd was arrested a year after the shooting and told Denver Lane gang members Derek Kelly, who was Weisberg's boyfriend, and pimp about the shooting. Also, a June 24th, 2009 jailhouse conversation was taped. Boyd said that Half Pint, also known as Purdue, was supposed to jump out. Bird is quoted saying, "Half Pint was supposed to jump out. I really did that. I really did that." Kelly asked, "Who was you with?" Bird responded, "Half Pint of Chaos." Yeah, Half Pint fucked up. He was supposed to jump out. Also mentioning when the car ran out of gas on 108, and said he suspected that Purdue talked to the police. Quoted saying, "They know too much. They know some shit I don't even remember." The gang expert, Inglewood police officer Kerry Tripp, testified that the Crenshaw Mafias and the Denver Lanes were criminal street gangs whose primary criminal activities included murder, drug sales, and robbery. Officer Tripp opined that the gang shooting was committed for the benefit of the Crenshaw Mafia gang to earn respect and enhance the shooter's stature in the gang. Evidence was received that Derek Chambers, also known as Baby Hangout, was shot on May 31st, 2008, was Richardson's close friend. Richardson had a tattoo that said DLIP, Baby Hangout. DLIP stood for Denver Lane and Peace. Los Angeles police detective Peter McCoy opined that Love was shot to avenge Chambers' death. Bird, he denied shooting Love and claimed he didn't match the shooter's description. With respect to the jailhouse recording, Bird stated that he merely told Kelly what he heard from the detectives on the street. When Bert told Kelly that he was with Half Pint of Chaos, he meant to say that he sat in the Mercedes outside the candlelight vigil, drinking and listening to music. But still, through the witness statements, recorded jobs conversations, gang evidence, and statements from fellow gang members, Boy was sentenced to 50 years to life in state prison. Yeah, rest in peace to Emmett Love. He was caught in the middle of a deadly war between Crenshaw Mafia Gangsta Bloods, the Denver Lane Gangsta Bloods, and the Hoovers. And sadly, he became a casualty of it. Yeah, the Crenshaw Mafias have a history of going at it with the Hoovers, especially throughout the 1990s and the early 2000s. But that's just one enemy of honestly, a lot. When it comes to their other rivals, they have a history of engaging in deadly wars with a lot of Crips and even a few Bloods. The rivals of the 102 Raven Avenue Crips, the Mad Ass Gangster Crips, the Imperial Village Crips, the Watergate Crips, the Rolling 60s, the Rolling 40s, the Harlem Crips, and the Tonka Crip gangs. And even have a past of getting into it with other blood gangs, like the Neighborhood Pyrus, where they actually used to get along with until a shooting occurred with the two gangs in 1996 over drug sales in their respective areas.
We about to do, but I got some more niggas though, like the NA Fleas, the Neighborhood Pyrus, niggas is punks, homie. My nigga Tiptoe, that's my nigga, you know what I'm saying, MIP. So we doing it like that. Unfortunately, we had it with other dogs, but you know, shit happens. Niggas, we killing them up. It's Crenshaw Mafias, you know?
That's just a few enemies though. The Crenshaw Mafia Gangster Bloods are known to engage in intense wars with a lot of other gangs. This is because a lot of this gang's prominent members have always been known to shoot first and ask questions later.
Kenny Boy from Crenshaw Mafia Gang. I really just came to say that I will whatever my people choose, and you know, just riding with it. They are black people.
Prominent figures of the Crenshaw Mafia Gangster Bloods. The CMGs have a long list of members who made the gang one of the most feared and respected in this area. Before we can get into all that, I found a list of members who are no longer with us. A few of them include Big Ant, Lil Bandit, Lil Biz, Bo, Chinaman, Lil E-Rock, Lil Hawk, Baby Hawk, Lil Scrap, Woody, Eric Malone, and Edgar Cole. Yeah, definitely rest in peace to them. And y'all let me know in the comments of any of the members who are no longer with us. Let their names live on.
Pookie from CMG. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy to see that we all gonna come together. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna be killing each other over the punk ass color game. You know what I'm saying? It's hard for me to be here with them, but you know what I'm saying? Fuck it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? It's a black man, you know what I'm saying?
It's also a lot of OGs who put in work for the gang as well. Some of them include Lunch Meat, Frank Lewis, Sugar Booger, Bumpy Bars, KB, King Boy, and Dane, with the last three being major contributors when it comes to the gang's foundation. They also have a lot of rappers who made a lot of noise in the music scene over the years. For example, the Crenshaw Mafia gang, along with the Denver Lanes, dominated the Damu Riders, a popular rap group in the 1990s, which included Lil Hawk, Big Y, Tiptoe, Pimp D, OG Mad Eye, and Spider, also known as SP. Some other rappers include Trap and Trez. Yeah, bro, it's definitely hard. He has a catchy-ass flow, but there's also chill with a lot of funny punchlines. Y'all tap into his mafia ties to get an idea of what I'm talking about. It's also Scrams, and bro definitely does his shit when it comes to the raps as well. He's been at it for a couple years now with his funny-ass delivery and hardcore lyrics. He definitely needs some more shine. So y'all tap in and pull up to see what I mean. Other rappers include TYG Active, Hit It Brazy, YG Bams, BT the Shasta, and Finesse B. Y'all definitely tap in and let me know if any other rappers I didn't mention. Let's get their music heard. Danger rating for the Crenshaw Mafia Gangsta Bloods. When it comes to the Crenshaw Mafia Gangsta Bloods, this gang has made noise around Los Angeles since the 1980s. And they have more than a few prominent figures who have earned the gang its fair reputation. Y'all heard the stories, but honestly, those only scratch the surface of how intense and ruthless this gang has been. Yeah, with multiple gang wars, injunctions, and stories around the city, the Crenshaw Mafia Gangsta Bloods are definitely a set that doesn't play any games. That's why they're going to receive a danger rating of a 9.5 out of 10 based off of the gang's violent history and the city of Inglewood and beyond.
Man,
ask about the Crenshaw Mafia Gangsta Blood. These thugs are known for their ruthless ways. With this gang, it's definitely no love. Bars, nigga. Nah, even though this gang's area is known for being in the middle of being gentrified, they're definitely still around. The crazy part is that they're known in Los Angeles for their brutal ways, but also beyond. They have several insane stories of their violent ways, including a situation that occurred in Linwood, California in 2004. On December 10th, 2004, Gloria King went to a Christmas parade at City in Linwood with her friend Stacey Gaines and several of her family members. King had formerly dated Stacey and met his nephew, Demarius Gaines, who was also known as Peanut. Stacey and Peanut, they were both members of the Crenshaw Mafia blood gang, as well as Ramsey, who was known as Hitman, and Mac, who was known as Tiny O. While at the parade watching the festivities, Stacey was approached by and assaulted by several men. After the assault, Peanut and his girlfriend, Nadia Vedado, drove Stacey and King to King's apartment in Vedado's white Dodge Intrepid. King, she lived on the street claimed by the Linwood neighborhood crib. So to avoid trouble, Stacey stayed the night at King's home. The next morning, King's niece answered the telephone and spoke with someone. After her conversation, she asked King why they didn't want to fight Stacey. King saw 2 cars outside with people whom she believed to be Linwood gang members milling around the cars. So to avoid issues, Stacey gathered his belongings and called Peanut to pick him up. Shortly after, Peanut arrived with Ramsey and Mac and went to King's apartment where Stacey was waiting. King accompanied Stacey and the 3 other men to the front of the apartment building, where the white Intrepid was parked. 2 cars King had seen earlier, they were gone. But King and the others had to walk past 2 young men outside. One of them was AJ, and the other, he was later identified as Marcus Henson. Henson, he was kneeling or squatting down next to the building, and AJ was standing there. And once AJ seen the group approaching, he started to approach the men. And while walking up to Peanut, AJ said to him, "What's up, cuz?" Peanut looked shocked, and he replied, "What's up, blood?" So AJ moved closer and repeated, "What's up, cuz?" with more force. Peanut then said, "Blood, you don't want no problem." And he started reaching towards his waist area. King glanced away, and when he looked again, Peanut had his arms fully extended at shoulder level, and King heard gunshots. Peanut's arm was 16 to 18 inches away from AJ's face right before King heard the gunshot. After that, King immediately ran, and from a hiding spot, she saw Mac aiming something towards AJ's friend. King was not able to see whether there was a weapon in Peanut's or Mac's hand because their backs were turned towards her. And she never saw Ramsey with the gun, but she heard 12 or 13 shots. Right after that, King saw that Vedito was at the wheel of the Intrepid. She seen Vedito make a U-turn before Stacey, Peanut, Mac, and Ramsey ran towards the car and got in. As they passed King, the passenger door flung open, and Peanut pulled King into the car. In that moment, Vedito was hysterical, as the man noisily directed her to a freeway. Peanut, who was in the front passenger seat, spoke towards the general direction of the back seat and said, "You had to shoot him that many times, blood." King saw that Mac had a small gun and he was putting away in his pocket. She never saw Peanut with the gun or felt the gun on him while she lay across his lap. Vedito eventually dropped off Ramsey and Mac in Inglewood. And as Ramsey got out the car, Stacey told Ramsey, "Get your shit, blood." So Ramsey removed a box with a picture of bullets on it from the car. The next day, King called the police and told them what she saw. Police interviewed her and showed her a set of photographs. She circled Peanut's photograph and wrote, "He's the closest one that shot AJ, Stacey's nephew." She circled Mac's photograph and wrote that she saw him with a gun in his pocket in the car, and that he also shot AJ. Hinton also testified that he saw Peanut turn around and get a gun from the person behind him, Mac. Hinton also said he saw Peanut shoot AJ at least once in the head and perhaps 3 times in all, before running away from the scene. In addition to the several witnesses who testified or wrote statements, the detective also obtained a court order authorizing monitoring of jail cells of Tiny O and Hitman. The first one was a recording of Ramsey, who was alone. Ramsey said, "Nigga, motherfucking bitch said it was me. That bitch gotta bring her ass to court though. She don't care. I swear, might just kill her. Left me hanging in this motherfucker." Ramsey then prayed for help and swore that he would change his way of living. He then went back on his rant, saying, "Fuck this nigga snitching on a nigga." After that, he whispered to himself, "What the did you see? I didn't even know what the you saw." Shortly after, he was joined in the cell by Mac. Ramsey said, "Okay, you saw the whole whoop. All the evidence is against us. I think they'll say that little nigga will come to court." Mac then reassures Ramsey that the little dude will say he doesn't know what happened. Ramsey also says, "I've been talking about my alibi. Like, I got an alibi. But see, niggas don't even know if that's the defense my folks want me to take or not. They probably want me to say a nigga was there, but you don't know anything about that type of shit." He added. He also added, "You could snitch, spill, and be home by now. You could have did that, but you didn't bring that up."
Now you hear what he said? You can snitch, and be home by now. A lot of these niggas is self-snitching. They ratting. I mean, a lot of these dudes, man, is fucking, man, straight fucking rats, bro. And they ratting on themselves. And now they using this motherfucking internet as another motherfucking deploy or another fucking machine towards ratting. I mean, think about it, man. Like, nowadays, these niggas, like what Loose Cannon did, how he got up on this motherfucker and basically, nigga, talked about real crimes he had been doing, the extortion, all this stupid shit, which is fucking illegal as fuck, and told on himself and Big U. Facts, nigga. Told on himself and Big U and the organization, nigga. And this nigga, stupid ass talking about, nigga, I ain't told. Nigga, I'm solid. Nigga, how the fuck is you solid when your stupid ass is in jail right now? Because, nigga, of the shit you ran off your motherfucking tongue. Big U, nigga, was fucking basically, nigga, indicted, nigga, on 43 counts, nigga, and you're in the indictment because you the motherfucker that started off the extortion shit with by confirming all this was extortion and the check-in shit and everything. And sometimes I get tired of motherfucking scream. I'll let somebody else scream at y'all stupid asses or tell y'all, nigga, how stupid y'all sound when y'all.
I got that much more love for you, blood. Ramsey then implied that the cops had told them that Mac was snitching, and Mac replied,
real shit. Let me pause this real quick, nigga. Let y'all motherfuckers know how fucking serious this shit get. But nigga, hey, let another motherfucker tell you, nigga, how dumb y'all niggas sound, man. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, nigga, I ain't gotta keep saying this shit.
What's gonna happen, right? Tunes are gonna be changed around this motherfucker. Watch, because I'm gonna go so hard. I'm gonna make it where it leave niggas no choice but to come on over. You hear me? Man, I gotta do this shit too. Fuck it, man. Man, this nigga on, nigga. Yeah,
you drawing the line in the sand,
straight
nigga.
up, nigga. Follow my lead. You hear me? I was sent to YouTube for a different reason, nigga. What the fuck I look like coming to YouTube, incriminating myself in criminal activities that I was actively doing? This shit that Loose Cannon's doing. This nigga was actively out there robbing shit, extorting up, nigga. Facts, nigga. And guess what? I'ma hold it on this shit. This shit ain't gonna change, nigga. See, what's gonna happen, right? Tunes are gonna be changed around this motherfucker. Watch, because I'm gonna go so hard. I'm gonna make it where it leave niggas no choice but to come on over. You hear me? Man, I gotta do this shit too. Fuck it, man. Man, this nigga on it, nigga. Yeah, nigga. Straight up, nigga. Follow my lead. You hear me? I was sent to YouTube for a different reason, nigga. What the fuck I look like coming to YouTube, incriminating myself in criminal activities that I was actively doing? This shit that Loose Cannon's doing. This nigga was actively out there robbing shit, extorting shit, beating niggas, pistol whipping niggas, and then come to the internet and talk about it. You hear me? And then, now you in jail. We know you telling, nigga. Fuck all that shit, nigga.
Facts.
I played the audio where you said the feds ran up on you at the gas station, nigga. Come on now. So we know you already telling, nigga. That shit you trying to run through to your girl, we know she dumb as a dingbat. We know that. We know she dumb as a dingbat. We don't give a fuck what merch you got, what business you say you doing on promoting online. You are dumb as a dingbat. Facts. Straight up. Don't nobody give a fuck. Just because you got merchandise and you selling some, that shit don't make you smart. Who the fuck told you that? Who? They fucking lied to you.
That's why
that shit don't make you smart. The decisions you make make you smart, dummy. Fuck is wrong with you? Y'all talking about ain't no evidence. We already know. Dale done told it all, nigga. And you saying y'all ain't got no evidence? This is how dumb you niggas is. And you saying, yeah, baby, they don't got no evidence. Baby, we already know Dale told. Dale was tired of niggas extorting him. Dale was tired of niggas extorting him.
Dale talked.
So of course he told. Straight up. And what you expect? It's a part of the game, nigga. Niggas act like niggas don't tell. Come on, man. Straight up. Niggas act like niggas don't tell. Niggas tell all the time, B. What the fuck is you talking about? It's a part of the game. Niggas been telling since forever, nigga. Alpo told. Did 30 years. What the fuck? Niggas been telling since the beginning of time, nigga. All these niggas, Sammy the Bull. All these niggas told, nigga. It's a part of the game, nigga. But black people still have the mentality that there is a solid street code. This shit don't exist. It's a figment of your fucking imagination, dickhead. This shit is crazy. Whack 100 is working, nigga. Facts. Loose cannon, working. These niggas is working, nigga. Fuck out of here, nigga. Nigga act like these niggas ain't telling. Oh, man. Yeah, man, I can't wait till Loose Cannon come home. Man, that nigga ain't coming home no time soon, nigga. No time soon, nigga. The nigga so dumb, right? He done did a video with his girl, right? And let everybody know to the whole world that he on his way to California. Yo, they transferring me right now. Like niggas don't want your head in the jail. Niggas don't want your head for fucking lining Big U up. Huh? The nigga talked about Big U had me doing all this shit on the internet and you gonna say you didn't tell? That shit don't even fucking make sense. You highlighted that Big U put you up to all these criminal activities, robberies, extortions, and you said you didn't tell. How the fuck does that sound? You told, nigga.
Out as hell.
You told, nigga. When you went on your YouTube channel, when you went on No Jumper, when you went on DJ Academics and explained what you was into, and you implicated Big U, you fucking told, you dumbass. What the fuck are you talking about? And your girl's so fucking stupid. Straight doofy, dummy. Oh, you didn't say nothing, baby. No, you didn't tell anything. No, you didn't say nothing. No, it's only on a podcast. Oh, man. No, you didn't do anything. Oh, I didn't see you do anything. No, these people don't know you. They don't know anything about you. You told everything, nigga. You broke down all the fucking crimes, nigga. You broke them down in detail, nigga. You told, nigga. You told, nigga. What the fuck? This how you know these niggas is doofy. The nigga still saying, I'm the biggest this. Nigga, I promise you, nigga, you gonna fizzle the fuck out, nigga. Facts. I promise you, nigga. You are going to fizzle out, man. Life runs a cycle. You hear me? If you don't know how to branch off onto other things, you don't know how to switch up other things and do different shit different ways, nigga, you will fizzle out. It's like that with anything, nigga. Sports, business, different things. You got to know how to elevate. All you did, Loose Cannon, was elevate to a jail cell, nigga. That's it. You didn't elevate in life at all, nigga. You elevated to a jail cell. Your girl, Sharice, she is going to be taking wood from another nigga. Facts. Do you understand this? And I want you to tell him this, Sharice. Tell him, baby, I'm going to hold on as long as I can. I'm going to want love from somebody that I can touch. Somebody that I can be around. It's the human nature. Straight up. It's the human nature. Y'all on here trying to make people believe some fake shit. We not going for this shit no more, man. Straight up. We not going for it no more, man. DZ calling this shit out, nigga. Facts. And I'm going all the way in, nigga. I don't care who don't like it. I don't care who talk about me. I don't want to be none of you niggas' friends. I want y'all all to understand that. If you are a YouTuber, nigga, I do not want to be your friend. Straight up. I don't care about nothing you got going on. I don't care about you. I don't care about who you saying I'm talking about. I don't care.
Fuck you, nigga.
I never been a friendly nigga. Facts. I ain't no friendly nigga. Fuck, I want to be trying to build some friends at my old ass age. You think I want to be your friend, nigga? Nigga talking about, yo, man, nigga, he ain't want to be my friend. Nigga, fuck you, nigga. Fuck out of here, nigga. Fuck, I want to be your friend. Oh, I look like one of them niggas, huh?
This nigga's...
But my delivery gonna let your ass know that ain't me, nigga. Facts. You hear me? My delivery, nigga. Been getting money. Been had multiple businesses. Been doing me, nigga. My whole life, nigga. Ain't never told on nobody. You hear me? Straight up. But I'm gonna come to this internet now. Since you niggas want to self-snitch, I'm gonna dissect you niggas. Facts. I'm gonna make you niggas that do this shit feel uncomfortable doing it. I don't know what culture got you niggas feeling comfortable to do that. But I guarantee you I change it. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you. Because we just starting with Whack and Loose. We know Whack is heavy on the net. I hit the right fucking angle. You hear me? I laid back. Played my spot. Till my time, nigga. It's my time. You hear me? Facts. We going all the way up. And I know these niggas gonna be sick. I know. You hear me? I know they all gonna be sick. But I don't care, nigga. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to get to know you, nigga. Straight up. I rock this shit dolo, nigga. Fuck all that panel shit. Fuck all that shit. Nigga, if it ain't benefiting the cause that I'm bringing, nigga, I don't want no parts, nigga. Straight up, nigga. See, a lot of you niggas is goofy. Straight up. You don't have your own brain. Your shit is programmed like we've been programmed for a long time. Straight up. To destroy each other. And that's all y'all still on this program. Nigga running around the internet talking like, oh man, free Loose. Free what, nigga? Y'all ain't see the video? Oh, so y'all saying because the video was 4 months ago, right? We don't care about it. This nigga still going through therapy. The nigga's paralyzed on one side of his fucking body. And y'all saying free Loose. Fuck that nigga. Oh, man. Straight up. And he did it to his own people, nigga. You ain't rumble the nigga. You ain't get a nigga a head up thing. You ain't do no real G shit. You pistol whipped the nigga. You robbed the nigga. Y'all jumped on the nigga. Y'all niggas playing both sides of the fucking field, nigga. Straight up. Y'all niggas playing both sides of the fucking field. And I'm going to call this shit out. To all the people that rock with me, I appreciate all y'all. Straight up. I appreciate all y'all.
Right now. He cooking right now, bro.
I've been telling y'all. See, I know the facts. You hear me? I know what's going on. I ain't supporting none of that shit, nigga. Straight up. They robbed, stripped, beat, pistol whipped Marciano. Paralyzed this nigga. See, I ain't come and tell y'all that shit, though. Paralyzed the nigga. Yeah. Paralyzed the nigga. But a nigga talking about free Loose? Yeah, all right. Fuck out of here, nigga. Fuck out of here, nigga.
Fuck out of here, nigga.
Y'all niggas is goofy, nigga. Straight up. And anybody supporting them niggas, y'all goofy, nigga. Straight up. Goofy ass niggas. Doing it to your own people. But y'all scared to death to do it to any of those other cultures. Scared. Straight up. Scared. Goofy ass niggas. Talking about free Loose. Nigga. If that shit was your dad or your uncle that got paralyzed by that shit, nigga, you would be crying, wishing somebody would fucking help you get justice, nigga. You dumbass niggas. Straight up. If that shit was your dad, your uncle, your brother, y'all niggas would be crying. Man, how did this happen to my family? Straight up. Asking God, please God, help me. Why did y'all do this to my family, my dad, my brother? But because the nigga ain't got no relation to you fuck niggas, y'all want to highlight these goofy ass niggas that's running around the internet.
Facts.
Fuck out of here, nigga. I'm a whole.
Because you niggas think you special. That's the thing. Y'all niggas think y'all got extra or like some type of motherfucking like diplomatic immunity or something. Like, nigga, you gonna be the first one to do the fuck shit and not motherfucking get fucked over or not end up in a fucked up predicament. These dumbass niggas have had example, time after time again of how this shit end. Nigga, it's like we seen this movie before. We seen how this plays out. And stupid ass niggas still motherfucking for the love of the clout. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucking do the stupidest shit again, all over again, nigga. Like they gonna be the next nigga nigga, you gonna be the next nigga sent up, just like the next nigga that got sent up. Nigga, you not learning, nigga. And you gonna even be more fucked up because you don't have the money that these niggas do. So nigga, you're gonna even be more assed out because you can't pay for the lawyers these niggas can. You can't pay for the representation these niggas can. So imagine your broke ass sitting up there, nigga, you know what I'm saying, trying to motherfucking get out are trying to get in a better position, nigga, when you can't even afford no proper lawyer. You gonna be up there with a public defender looking stupid as fuck. Facts. All because you thought you was special, nigga.
Who told you was special?
Stupid.
You thought you was special.
And that's the way this shit go.
Holding on them niggas. Facts, nigga. The people know who I am now. You hear me? I don't give a fuck. My voice getting louder, nigga. My shit getting louder, nigga. I already know I got a stronger intellect, whack and loose. Facts, nigga. Because them niggas couldn't get money before the internet, nigga. Straight up. Them niggas was followers, nigga. Straight up. I always ran the fucking show. That's the difference. This is why y'all don't see me fucking with nobody. Oh. And if you pay attention, when I had Whack on the phone, nigga, I'm versatile in this bitch. I'm versatile in this bitch. That's the thing about Deezy, nigga. I'm versatile in this bitch. I know how to switch it up. I know how to play my part, nigga. I know how to do what I do. And trust me, my game gonna get up. I told y'all, eventually, I'm gonna start doing interviews, right? And I'm gonna start having big motherfuckers on the channel. I gotta build it from the ground up right now. I'm putting in that work. Facts. And I'm gonna put this work in. All the people that rock with me, I appreciate y'all. Trust and believe. When I get bigger, I'm gonna start doing interviews. I'm gonna still rock these shows now, but I'm gonna have people on the channel because people are going to understand from my deliverance, my experiences, and that I'm raw and authentic. Facts. And you know, I appreciate everybody that rock with me. You hear me? If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. Facts.
Yes, sir.
Raw and authentic.
Hit that motherfucking like button. Hit that motherfucking thumbs up. Hit that notification bell so you get everything. And motherfucking share this out, air this out so it gets out into the algorithm, man. Like I said, man, like, comment, and share. All those things help the motherfucking algorithm. So a lot of you motherfuckers, like, I appreciate y'all if y'all just pull up. But y'all that just pull up and be in the bushes and never say nothing, you know what I'm saying? Okay, yeah, it might be good because you know, I'm getting a view from it. But like, nah, man, I need y'all motherfuckers to type something, say something in the comment box. Let motherfuckers know you was here. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if it's just, hey, hi and bye. Say something, nigga. Don't be a motherfucking weirdo that can't motherfucking speak or can't, you know what I'm saying? If you exist and at least coexist, don't just motherfucking exist, nigga, and be motherfucking anonymous, nigga. You see what I'm saying? I know you motherfuckers is in here because I see the people in here. Like, you know what I'm saying? I can't have 15 people up in here and then only have 2 people commenting. That just looks weird. That's like people are fucking weird like that, though. But they won't say shit. It's almost like that, you know what I'm saying? It's like the mentality of the Northerners or whatever they used to say. Like my mom used to say, because she's from the South. So Southern hospitality is everything. Like you don't bump into somebody and not say, excuse me. You don't come in somebody's house without wiping off your shoes or you know what I'm saying, asking to go in the refrigerator or asking to use the restroom, shit like that. You don't come in somebody's house and disrespect them. You know what I'm saying? So when you come in somebody's motherfucking house, show proper etiquette. You know what I'm saying? The least you could do, nigga, is motherfucking ask before you motherfucking just start touching shit. And then after that, nigga, you know what I'm saying, be courteous. You know what I'm saying? If you motherfucking want to take a cup of juice, nigga, take a cup of juice, nigga, but you ain't got to drink all the fucking juice. Like, just little shit like that. Don't kick dirt on my motherfucking rug. You could have wiped your shoes off before you came in. See what I'm saying? Like, just little shit like that. Don't come in here arguing and shitting on my people that's here. That's like, you know, coming into somebody's house and then there's a party and then you talking shit to all the guests and shit. Like, what the fuck is you doing? Like, nigga, come and be a part of the motherfucking show. Don't come and show the fuck out. Because, nigga, that's not your motherfucking job. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just shit that motherfuckers should know because it's protocol. Like, bro, you gotta set the standard. You gotta set the bar. Then everybody gotta follow that shit. Cause otherwise, nigga, what are you doing? Nigga, he's saying, nigga, hey, look, nigga, I'm keeping it so raw and authentic, nigga. When I'm coming, nigga, like, you have to either like me or hate me. It's one of the two. It's no in between. So, nigga, I need to know if you rocking with me, I appreciate you. If not, it's fuck you with a motherfucking dinosaur dick, nigga, or whatever. It's real talk, nigga. It's one or the other, nigga. You with me or you against me, period. Shit, nigga. And if you with me, nigga, you gonna rock with me and won't want to see me excel. You're gonna want to see me do well.
Authentic. No cap. You hear me? See, when we younger, we have experiences. We go through things, right? But you got to be able to show the younger people, especially when you older, that this shit is only going to send you to jail. Wack and Loose Cannon are in their 40s, and they're promoting for us to go to fuck the jail.
Oh.
Now Loose Cannon in jail, nigga want to cry. Nigga don't cry now.
Who told you you was special?
Now, nigga, stand on it, nigga. Fuck out of here. Hey, Sharice, don't get worried now. It's over for that nigga. Straight up. You saying he ain't telling, huh? We gonna see. You saying he not gonna tell, he not no snitch. We gonna see. Just remember, the no jumper indictment is about to come. You talking about when you get out. The niggas picked up on a RICO with Big U, with the star witness implicating him as being the enforcer. He went on his channel, multiple other channels, and elaborated on him being the enforcer. And you talking about when you get out. Are you dumb or are you stupid? That shit don't even make sense. When you sit there and think about it, it doesn't make sense. You talking about when he get out? You should be worried about them coming with this no jumper indictment, dummy. You think that the whole entire world seen somebody get robbed, beat, pistol whipped, stripped, and became paralyzed behind it, and they don't want to come with a case? Come on, man. Can we make it make some sense, y'all? Straight up. Can we make it make some fucking sense, though? These people do this shit for a living. You hear me? It was a bigger investigation in front of the situation, man. Straight up. They was informed not to rush the gun because it was a bigger investigation, man. You hear me? See, when you come from the streets and you denounce them, you should have the fucking ability to see this shit. But I know a lot of niggas act like they from the streets, right? But they ain't never been to trial. You hear me? I've been to trial 5 fucking times. I picked 5 juries. 5 of them now. You hear me? I've been to trial for homicide. These dumbass niggas is incriminating themselves consistently on the internet, and they don't want nobody to talk about it. When the fuck did that become cool? Huh? That's the new wave, huh? Well, I guess DZ, SBGB TV, done put a monkey wrench in that shit, huh? Yeah, because Wack don't got the same energy. I'm gonna be real. Nah, he don't got that same energy at all. Nigga don't got that same energy at all, man. Facts. Loose Cannon don't got that same energy. Nah, energy ain't the same. You hear me? Nigga looking at 20 years. Then you got the situation with Marciano, which is probably going to be attempted murder, right? Looking at another 20 years, and she talking about when you come home. See, y'all haven't experienced nothing, right? Straight up. I know niggas that ain't coming home. Facts. I know niggas that went to trial and ain't coming to fuck home. Facts. I know niggas that went to trial, got 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Facts. And you saying when he come home. Okay. Well, I'm going to keep delivering. When y'all talk stupid, I'm going to keep delivering. Straight up. And this shit ain't going to stop. Loose Cannon talking about they want to get clout off my name. Nah, nigga, you did it to yourself. You the one that committed all the criminal activity on camera. What you mean? You did all shit criminal on camera. This how we know you and her are dumb. You and her or dumb, and you don't want nobody to say nothing? You want us to act like we ain't see it? So we supposed to sit back and say, we ain't see none of this shit, but the police did, huh? And if we say something about it, we working with the police. Straight up. That shit sound goofy. See, y'all put it on the internet, nigga. If y'all didn't want to see for the people to see your crimes, right? Y'all should have kept them off the internet, nigga. Y'all got beside yourself. You hear me? Y'all got beside yourself. That's all. Y'all got out of pocket. Y'all got beside yourself, right? And the shit came and bit you. And it bit you hard. And guess what? We don't give a fuck. Facts. We don't care. The people that rock with me, we don't give a fuck. You hear me? And we gonna call it out straight up. We gonna let it be known is because this shit is corny. You know? Y'all niggas ain't doing none of that shit to none of those other cultures, man. Facts. Loose Cannon had a great deal of respect for Adam, you know? And it's nothing against Adam. But he had a great deal of respect for Adam. And Adam said, when the police come, I'm giving them all the tapes. But if a black person talk about the situation, they a rat. But Adam telling you, I'm going to cooperate with the police and give them all the tapes, it's okay to you. He's not a rat. Nah, that's my brother. You hear Loose Cannon, right? He says, that's my brother. Adam is my brother. Adam said I'm giving the tapes up, which he should though. Y'all niggas came and brought that shit to the business. He should give them up. Y'all was on some bullshit, right? And I know it. I've been breaking this shit down. I've been breaking the no jumper situation down. Fuck all the other shit these niggas was doing years ago and all that shit. I've been breaking the no jumper situation down that happened outside. You hear me? Y'all see, I damn near had all the players on the phone. The only person I didn't have on the phone from the situation was Marciano. But I told y'all, Marciano got one side of his body paralyzed from that shit. One side of his body got paralyzed from that shit, man. And Loose Cannon think he gonna get out of jail. Nigga, they haven't even charged you with that yet. They haven't even charged you with that yet. This shit is crazy. This shit is ill. And niggas talk about, I'm the police because I'm talking about what these niggas incriminated themselves over. Fuck out of here. That shit sounds goofy. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
This is Tone 360 calling from Virginia.
What's going on?
I didn't mean to break the wisdom, bro. I know you was talking and whatnot, but when you was on that phone call, I was thinking about something last night. I'm gonna bring this up to my boy.
That sound like Jim Jones.
When the feds got people working, sometimes you got one undercover that knows the other undercover's working, or sometimes you got both undercovers knowing that each one of them working, and then you got sometimes
that's Jim Jones.
Now back to this call with Dale and Luce and Wack, because it was on Wack phone, right. And I think I heard Jay Reed mention that he was around or something, so he had something to do with it too.
Jay Reed was on the call too.
Right. So all of them involved. Now we already know at that point of the call that Dale was working. We know that for a fact, right?
Yeah.
We assume that Luce was working. Well, I'm assuming that Luce was working in just because of the way that he was carrying a call.
Yeah.
He's calling out the crimes to Dale. But in my mind, I'm thinking that Dale, he doesn't know that Dale is working at that point.
Right.
But I'm thinking Wack knows that Dale is working at that point, right?
Yeah, Wack.
And I'm thinking Wack is lining Luce up on that phone call also. Ooh. Because Wack did a couple interviews where he'll be like, yeah, I have people on my phone talking and I had to shut them down, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't be having that type of talking on my phone. But he sat there and let them run on and on and on and never said anything. The only person who was trying to stop the incrimination was actually Dale. He was trying to slow Luce down on what he was saying. Yeah. And Dale wasn't trying to incriminate anybody that didn't have anything to do with the Big U Loose Cannon situation, because Loose Cannon was bringing up other people's names, but Dale was falling back from that. So I can see how he kind of moved. But Luce, I think I'm not sure if Wack put Luce up to that or if Luce was working at that point. But that phone call is just strange because don't no gangster get on the phone and be like, you know how when we ran up and we came and took everything. We came and took everything.
That's police shit.
That's police shit, straight up and down. Like you trying to get that shit.
Yes.
No, you recording the call and you telling him you not recording the call and you saying this shit. That's straight up police shit.
That's police
now,
shit.
When it comes to Wack, I don't think Wack just worked. I don't think he's just an informant. I feel like Wack got a fucking badge. After the 6ix9ine situation, I kind of like open my eyes. It's like the feds put Wack with him just to try to give 6ix9ine some more relevancy and see what he can reel in or whatever, or keep Wack name relevant. But I think Wack he got a badge or some shit. He deeper than an informant. He deeper than just telling. He been doing some shit for a long time. And I also think his hands was in that shit in Nipsey murder more than Big U hands, because remember Wack had the fucking tape, the sex tape that he always talking about, that he tried to extort motherfuckers for after Nipsey passed. So I think some kind of way Wack name gonna come up in that Nipsey joint.
I appreciate
that's all I want to say. I ain't mean to break your wisdom, but that call been riding on me. I'm like, what the fuck was up with that call? Because the nigga seems you can't call yourself a gangster after talking like that on the phone, yo, for real. I don't care what you do.
We're gonna play it again. We're gonna play it again in a minute though, but I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
No doubt. Keep this lane up, bro. We need to clean up our community 100%, yo. I'm with it 100%. We got your back. We rolling with you, yo.
Facts. Appreciate you.
All right.
You know, I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. You hear me? If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, man. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video, man. I appreciate y'all. SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from. Hold on, Damone. Hold on. All right, you said you Damone from LA?
Yes, sir.
What's going on, my guy?
Man, I'm following this thing closely, man. I got two things, man, that I want to bring up. First of all, the streets of LA don't respect Wack. Wack been working since the Death Row days. They put that dude with Suge to get Suge caught up and tied up. Ooh. And he knew everything that was going on with Suge. This is how he got caught up, and he tried to spin it as if,
not about that.
They tried to say that Suge had said that he was hauling drugs for Big Suge. And second of all, the dude Dale been working with the police, as far as I know, since 2014 when he got caught up in that human trafficking thing. And so the streets know that. LA.
I just realized something, bro. What if, just hypothetically speaking, what if that nigga Wack is fucking working undercover motherfucking street agent or whatever you want to call it, fronting as a motherfucking legitimate businessman? You know what I'm saying? He's got all the inside information. Then Clubhouse, they talk about everything going on the streets. This is basically a network for motherfuckers to speak or gossip on everything you could think of, nigga. Street motherfucking shit, motherfuckers just talking shit. You used to have to go into the barbershop, right, to hear all the motherfucking scoops on what's going on in the neighborhood and shit like that. Now the new barbershop is Clubhouse, right? Is these motherfucking chat rooms. So this motherfucker could literally be, you know what I'm saying, using that chat room or using Clubhouse as a motherfucking headquarters, as a means to motherfucking, keep tabs on motherfuckers, keep his ear to the street. At the same time, he could be training officers. That's why he has so many little minions that run behind him and shit. I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, I'm not saying this is what it is. I'm just saying, hypothetically, like, it could be, like, if you think about it, because he always has these little proteges, right? You never see Wack without a protege. He always has some guy that wants to be the next him or but he's always under him. You know what I'm saying? Then he manages these artists, but they're always gang members, right? They're always gang members. It's always some motherfucking shit with this nigga, man. I'm just saying, bro. Like it's definitely, it definitely makes sense, man. Connie, what's up with it, man? How is streaming going on? I don't know what you're trying to ask me, bro. But hey, man, please hit that like button, man. You know what I'm saying? Hit that thumbs up for me, Akani. Then I can answer some more of your questions. I don't know what you mean, but yeah, you could retype that or whatever. But definitely hit that thumbs up. Share this out, air this out. Good to see you in the chat, man. Whether you all you fucking with me from Twitch or whatever platform you hit me off, I appreciate it, bro. Real shit. But that's crazy, bro. Like, think about that. Like, literally, that could literally be like a database for everything that's going on, bro. Like, man, hey, man, just listen to Clubhouse, man. They get everything, all the little juicy shit. They get it before TMZ get it. You know what I'm saying? I bet you a lot of motherfucking shit has been clipped off of that shit. That's like basically a database for the FBI. Motherfuckers probably just be all over that shit. They talk about everything from niggas getting popped, murked, who it could be, who it might be, who it should be. This shit crazy. It's getting deep, bro. This rabbit hole is deep. I mean, the rat hole. Fuck the rabbit hole. The rat hole is deep.
They know that this dude has been working with the police. And so I don't feel no sympathy for the brother getting extorted by Big U and them because, you know, he was out here trafficking minors. He was doing all kind of stuff. So, you know, you playing in the street, so stuff that happens in the street, bro, you got 1 foot in and 1 foot out, and you out here doing dirt. And then, you know, you use Big U and you set Big U up to get caught up in the streets and all of this stuff. Hey, man, listen, they're not telling the whole story.
So now I got what you're saying, right? And I understand what you're saying. So now, you say you don't feel sorry for Dale, so you feel sorry for Big U?
Not at all. Not at all.
All right, that's
not at all. I don't feel sorry for none of them, bro, because, you know, you play with the devil, man. Guess what, man? You know, you're destined for the hellfire. And, you know, Wack, don't nobody out here in the streets of LA respect Wack. Wack don't show his face in the street. Wack be in Vegas and everywhere else. Wack cannot come to Compton. He can't come to Watts. He can't come to Long Beach. He can't come to Inglewood. He can't go nowhere. I don't feel sorry for Big U because Big U, once he got legal, he should have stayed legal instead of, you know, trying to keep this big name in the streets, you know, of LA, you know, trying to be this shot caller. So guess what, man? You play with the bull, you're gonna get the horns.
Yeah.
But with Dale, you know, he been working, man. He been from what I know, when I looked up on him, following other interviews and other content, man, he been working since 2014, man. He's been what they call in the instance of justice. He's been, you know, they've been putting his court dates off, you know, and he set up Big U, you know what I'm saying? And so whatever he got from that, you know what I mean, they used him to get the big fish because Big U, far as I know, he ain't really been tied too much to the streets. He was doing everything legally because I know a few people that work with him in the GRID program, you know what I mean? And so he was doing positive things in the street, but I don't feel sorry for him if everything that they're saying is true. Hey, man, he got to deal with that. But Wack, fuck him, excuse my language, forget Wack. I hope he get everything that happens to him. Wack is gonna get his in the street. It's not gonna come in the jailhouse. He's gonna get his in the streets. Trust me, the streets of LA is talking. It's on fire.
Okay, and I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
Oh man, thank you, man, and God bless you, man. I like what you're doing, man. Keep it up, man. Keep doing what you're doing, bro. And man, keep exposing these suckers, man.
Facts. Appreciate you.
No doubt.
Y'all know how we rock, man. Line open, man. You haven't already subscribed to the channel, man. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video.
For those of you too who want to call in, man, you know I do have a line open too, man.
And, we're gonna keep exposing these jokers, man. I ain't stopping at all. I ain't following none of these other people, how their movement. I'm not doing none of that shit. Fuck out of here. These niggas want to follow these other niggas. I ain't doing none of that shit. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, we calling in from.
What's up? This Karen from LA.
What's going on? What's happening?
No, just piggybacking off of my brother that just called. Real LA motherfuckers know what's really going on out here. And I'm glad motherfuckers is calling in every day to really enlighten you on what's the real deal up out here.
And I appreciate y'all. Facts.
You know what I'm saying? And I wanted to let you know that Big U paperwork is out. Them police done with Wack. They keep slick putting his name in the paperwork. So in the Big U shit, they got him listed as they don't say he an informant, but they basically saying that the rumor is going around that he an informant, so stop working with him. So that shit is in Big U paperwork. So somebody was having a conversation about not to fuck with Wack because he's an informant. And they put that shit in the paperwork. So the police is slick putting his name out there. But motherfuckers already knew, but you can tell they kind of done with him because they done already got a big fish. Motherfuckers don't understand. Like 60 Hood in LA is big as fuck. Like that name ring bells. So getting a nigga like Big U was like a man, that was a trophy for the Fed. So I'm thinking they done with Wack. You know what I'm saying? You done got one of the biggest niggas out here in LA streets. You know what I'm saying? If Big U wasn't scared to step to no hood, no blood nigga hood, no none of that. He done pressed one of my big homies before over some shit. My big homie is TDE.
Okay.
Top dog. Yeah, I'm from over there. Okay. But anyway, the shit is crazy. I just heard that last caller. Everything he said is on point. That's why I was telling you. Only reason niggas ain't got Wack because he got a little money. Wack ain't walking nowhere out in these motherfucking LA streets. He's not crazy. He ain't doing that.
At all.
He ain't doing that at all. And Dale and Jay Reed and all them niggas, I know they calling in with the shit and all that, but nigga, motherfuckers out here know the real. Right. They not what they putting on to be. I don't agree with nothing that happened to him, but like the nigga said, nigga, if you playing with fire, you gonna get burned. I don't know that. I didn't know they rewrote the motherfucking rules when you niggas start dabbling in the streets.
Right.
Come on, man.
It's special.
I appreciate you calling.
And then, wait, one more thing. The niggas that was trying to justify this man's sexual predator acts yesterday was absolutely fucking disgusting. Nigga, I don't give a fuck if it was a child or not. You forcefully violated a motherfucker. Period. I don't give a fuck how old they was. Nigga, you still a monster. You can't make that shit pretty. These motherfuckers is weird as fuck. And for these niggas to keep calling, letting the whole world, I mean, y'all making yourself look dumber and dumber. But I'm gonna let you get back to it. But they is putting Big Wack name in there as a informant in Big U paperwork though.
All right, I'm gonna try to look it up for
for sure.
I appreciate you.
Anybody who takes up in any kind of way for a motherfucking PDF file is a nasty motherfucker. Dirty motherfucker. You stank ass fuck boy, whoever the fuck y'all think y'all is. If y'all think y'all could justify in any type of way PDF files who steal the innocence from children, man, no. I usually say, Lord have mercy on your soul, but nigga, may he have no mercy on y'all soul, because man, ain't nothing worse than stealing the innocence from a child. Tell me how. You live with yourself. When you know that you the devil, decrepit, nasty, and foul, you should be burning in hell. Man. You dirty motherfucker, you. Stupid motherfuckers, man.
If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, man, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video, man. You dirty motherfucker, you. Facts. We gonna continue to expose this shit. We ain't stopping. You hear me? We gonna continue to put it out there, continue to expose it, and the people that don't rock with it, they ain't gotta watch it. You know what I mean? This is for the people that rock with it. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Dirty motherfucker, you. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
I'm calling from DC, man. I just want to tap in, man, give you flowers, man, on what you've been doing, exposing, you know what I mean, these goofies. Also, some things that I've been peeping on the tube, bro. It's a lot of other channels, bro, that's been hating on you, dog. So you doing something good. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. I think these niggas salty because you break a nigga a different way. You know what I'm saying? They call it niggas just say you working or whatever. At the end of the day, dog, this all current events, dog. So how you gonna say a nigga working on some stuff that's breaking in public knowledge, bro? So y'all small channels, y'all niggas stop it. Y'all niggas mad that this nigga's locked in. This nigga, you know what I mean? He got the juice. So just pay homage, enjoy the ride, and watch the takedown of these goofy West Coast niggas, bro. You know what I'm saying? Wack is a clown. You know what I'm saying? Big U getting I don't feel sorry for these old niggas, dog, because these niggas had a chance to do something positive, come from the background that they came from, bro, and these niggas chose to still dabble in the street. You know what I'm saying? I don't respect no niggas like that. Them niggas is a cancer to the street. Them niggas is a cancer to the youth. And them niggas, I mean, belong where they at. I don't want to tell no niggas. Some niggas belong where they at, bro. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, dog, you don't tap out, dog. Keep stepping on these niggas' neck, dog. Rocking with the best.
Yeah, man. Loose getting what he deserved. You hear me? Loose is getting what he deserved. You feel me? The nigga was a dummy. So since you wanted to be a dummy and highlight the shit you was doing, you get what you deserve. And nobody feeling sorry for that shit at all. Nobody's feeling sorry for that shit. But what I seen, shit, this is what made me start talking about this shit. I'm like, hold the fuck up. SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
Oh, calling from Boston.
Hey, what's happening, Michelle?
What's going on? My thing is with Luce, I can't believe he's online saying, like, bragging that he beat up an old man, like he scored. You know what I mean? And as of his girl's just that. She's loose. She's loose from the head. She's loose from the pants. Matter of fact, Wack's he's probably smashing that right now. My thing, though, is what is Wack's background? Like, I tried to look him up and everything, but what's his background? What's his story? Does he have a track record?
He had situations. He had a few run-ins with the law, and they just always magically go away.
He's what?
You gotta turn your TV down for me, Michelle.
All right. Because when I looked him up, the only thing I saw was something as of when he was a kid, that he might have shot somebody 32 times, but that might have been the cap.
Yeah, it was a BB gun. I don't think he shot him 32 times, but he shot somebody in the face when he was a kid with a BB gun, and he went to jail for 3 years.
All right. Well, I want you to remember me because I am now your Auntie Michelle. I am so proud of everything that you're doing. You're uplifting a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, your voice is stretching. So I just want you to keep it up. And I'm here. I'm subscribed, and I'm gonna stay with you.
I appreciate you so much.
I know.
He was a YA baby.
SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. State your name where you were calling in from.
My name is Matt. From Detroit. You telling me Wack only been locked up in the youth as a youth?
Yeah. He went from the youth to the prison, but it went from a juvenile there. He only was locked up for 3 years. He ain't been locked up in 26 years.
So what is he doing? I'm talking about. So he just a regular just an informant.
Yeah.
If he ain't talking no new case, he just a rat.
Yeah. Every time he caught a situation, it always just got disappeared.
Wow. So he beat the other case by telling him and his brother. You know what I'm saying? So he just he just doing it just for the fun of it, or to get rich.
He doing it. I know they got him on payroll. I can guarantee you that because he be doing that shit like for a minute.
I'm good. I'm glad y'all going after that bastard. I can't stand that dude.
I appreciate you calling in, though, my brother.
Man, but that's how it go, though. This is life. Save the children, man. You have been stopping the babies from being victimized by these clowns.
Yeah, definitely got a different movement going on. I don't go with the Get Along gang, so we're going to keep it rocking.
Man, you finna get so big, it's going to be crazy. Listen.
I appreciate you, my brother.
Heard that.
All right, peace, brother.
Sir.
A lot of these niggas is straight going.
If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, man, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video, man. Y'all know we ain't stopping. We going all the way in. You hear me? On the way to 9K subscribers. We coming from the bottom. And we going to keep delivering this message, man. Straight up. SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. State your name where you calling in from.
Peace. It's Shades, Brooklyn, bro.
What's going on?
We chopped it up before, family. You already know, man. You still standing on their neck. You know this boy Wacky Brosco, right?
Yeah.
You see Wacky Brosco? Yeah. Wack done got jammed up with some kind of very, very. He done got jammed up. He in too deep, and you can tell. He done got jammed up for something, and now he's the top agent. Like you were saying, you was like, these other guys is working, but I think Wack is in so deep that he knows all of the other West Coast daggone COINTELPRO guys. You feel me? Because who works this hard on their own people? You guys got up and put a team together called the Exposers to only expose your own people, like you literally working to make sure that the prisons get cells booked up, G?
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Do you see? And you think it ain't no check? I was seeing some information, and it said the feds, ATF, and some other organization is done paid like about $450 million to guys just like them under the table, and they able to do stuff and don't get jammed up because they in so deep. Because I think they really out there just filling up cells for these daggone corporations that got these new prisons. G.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. That's what it's looking like.
And I'm gonna give you another jewel. I'm from the city, right? And when Nip came out here, man, Nip got so much love, G. Big U was with him, and they was with some of my peoples. I'm not even gonna say nothing, but they was deep in a building with Nip getting love from like 100, maybe 200 New York, Brooklyn niggas, man. It was lit. And Big U was there, and when you see how he was moving, like they were so genuinely tight, especially under them circumstances that he was in right there, because you in the city, you ain't on your side. You feel me? And the way that happened, bro, when I seen this post was posted on April 1st, man, 2019, bro, the day after. We really got to do the math. When did Nip leave from New York and get there? Because when I seen that, I was like, yo, bro, that's the very next day, bro. How was that post April 1st? That means it happened a little bit before then, and they posted, and it just seemed like it's the very next day. And he SRP ascended on the 31st or 2019.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get back at you with that, with some info on that, man, because Big U was with him and he had a genuine, if you would have seen, he was in a tight spot with official dudes and all of them, and Nick was in the crowd with all of about 100 official New York dudes, man, all of them showing love. They knew he had that love up top in the East Coast and it was about to be turned up, G.
Man, I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna take this next one, but I appreciate you, brother.
Infinite salutes, keep rising, keep winning, G.
Yeah, they'll call back.
Talking about that scene.
I appreciate all y'all that rock with me. You hear me? If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that subscribe button.
Video.
Hit that like button and share this video, man. We all see what it is, though.
He had that fucking one picture of him in
the movement over here at SBGB
TV. All them New York niggas, man.
You know what I'm saying? We're doing it different, you know? All that BS, highlighting,
60
niggas,
destroying
your own people,
thing,
violence,
like yelling
it's
and
a joke. Just don't get mad when somebody pointed out, you know? We ain't gotta wait for those other cultures to point it out while you in a situation where you begging for your life. I'm gonna call it out now. Facts.
They love niggas on the East Coast, man.
You know, the shit is just wicked, man. You know, the line is open, man. We gonna rock, you know, for about another half hour, man. So make sure y'all lock in. Y'all can call in if you want. You hear me? Straight up, we gonna rock for about another half hour. SBGB TV, it's a live calling show. State your name, where you calling in from.
My name is Lil Bit. I'm from New York. Listen, let me just give you some juice, bro. This shit been
My name
going
is
on
Little Bit, nigga.
Since 2010, bro.
Did she say my name is Little Bit, nigga? I could have sworn
way before this, when he was arguing with Jim Jones and all that. Like, the shit that he's saying right now is a whole lot, my nigga. He never told us none of this shit on Clubhouse. When he's saying to y'all right now on Adam 22, he's switching it up. He done told us that he done provided the Crips with guns.
Thank you, brother.
Infinite salutes, keep rising, keep winning, G.
This way, he was my nigga. He never told. My name is Lil Bit. I'm from New York. Listen, let me just give you some juice, bro. It's 2010, bro. From Clubhouse.
Okay.
Way before this, when he was arguing with Jim Jones and all that. Like, the shit that he's saying right now is a whole lot, my nigga. He never told us none of this shit on Clubhouse. When he's saying to y'all right now on Adam 22, he's switching it up. He done told us that he done provided the Crips with guns, and he done did this with Big U, and helped Big U, and now you want to switch it up and do this, man? Remember, nobody knew you whack until 2010, remember? You little whack. We're big whack at. Remember you told me? My name is Lil Bit. I'm from New York. Listen,
yes, you did say my name is Little Bit.
This shit been going on way since 2010, bro. From Clubhouse.
Okay.
Way before this, when he was arguing with Jim Jones and all that. Like, the shit that he's saying right now is a whole lot, my nigga. He never told us none of this shit on Clubhouse. When he's saying to y'all right now on Adam 22, he's switching it up. He done told us that he done provided the Crips with guns, and he done did this with Big U, and helped Big U, and now you want to switch it up and do this, man? Remember, nobody knew you whack until 2010, remember? You little whack. We're big whack at. Remember you told us on this? When you said that you was gonna take him down and you was gonna take everybody down from LA? You've been doing this shit for how many years? Then you just said on Adam 22, oh yeah, I've been picking at the nigga for 2 years straight. You just did the same thing with Brick Baby. Nobody knew the information. He gave us our information. Nobody, bro. You hear me? Nobody knew about Brick Baby, the shit that went on. He told us everything, bro. Everything. So how is it now you gonna Adam 22 and switch it up? You just said you go, what you call that, bunk beds, anything Big U need, he called me and I give it to him. So when did he call you about this? When? All this shit, everything that he's saying, the shit with tiny drawers and all that, listen, everybody that's in the chat, all you gotta do is look it up. Go on YouTube and look it up. He was arguing with tiny drawers and all the shit that he was saying that rolling around, he's lying. He begged and pleaded for them not to do nothing because his wife and kids was in the car. And if you notice, why is he always taking Kimberly up? Because she's a parole officer. He always talk about my daughter. You forgot you got a son too, nigga? You forgot? You forgot how you still married to Kim, but you went and did all this shit on Clubhouse. You got all them girls pussy popping on the handstand. You forgot? But you happily married them.
I appreciate you calling in. You hear me? Stay locked in for me. Yeah. Straight up. Yeah, I missed that call. That caller, you can call back, man. You know, I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me, man. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that like button. Share this video. Y'all know how we coming, man. Raw and authentic. Facts. No cap. SBGB TV. It's a live calling show. State your name, where you calling in from.
It's Michelle from the North Carolina mountains.
Hey, what's going on, Michelle from the North Carolina mountains?
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Well, I'm asking for prayers for my town because we're having those wildfires, and we just had the hurricanes 6 months ago, and now it's wildfires. But I just wanted to call you and tell you I'm watching your live, and don't worry about the haters. They're just pissed off because you're doing such a great job, and your channel's growing, and you know what you're talking about, and it's pissing them off. So I just wanted to call in and tell you, I hope you have a great show, and I hope you go live tonight as well.
I will, and I appreciate you so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, man. You know, I appreciate all y'all that rock with me, you hear me? All the supporters, man. I appreciate y'all, facts. And y'all know we going up. We ain't stopping. You hear what I'm saying? At all. We are not stopping, man. Hey, man, Dave, appreciate the donation, man. Goldie 134, appreciate the donation. Charles Johnson, appreciate the donation, man. Facts. You know, I appreciate y'all. All the people that rock with me, you hear me? Straight up.
On downtown or whatever like that when the feds came and got you, because how you think they just got me a couple of months ago?
Yeah, but what relationship me and you got? You and somebody can get to you because of me. How is that even possible?
No, so basically they asked me about you because of the Big U situation. I guess y'all hit cuz or said.
But Cannon, you the boogeyman. You the right hand of him. How they gonna ask me about? Come on, you know more than anybody.
They didn't ask me about you. You get what I mean? They asked me about you, but then they said about the situation with Big U with the extortion shit. You get what I'm saying? So when they said that, I'm thinking on 6-0 like you had something to do with it, but then I thought about it is they asked me about information about you, but I know it's not coming from you because we already know what happened with that shit. You get what I'm saying?
You heard what he said. They asked me about information with you, and that's coming from Loose Cannon mouth himself. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
Charles Johnson, North Carolina.
What's going on, my guy?
What's up? What's up?
Oh, everything Taheed, man. What it look like?
What's the chances of all of them motherfuckers being informants?
Man, I think 99%.
Word. I think they all. And I think that's why they had a problem when everybody was there but Whack. But I think they had a problem with all of them being together. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why they said, let's go ahead and bring that down, Rico. And plus, Whack had already played the recording that he said he wasn't going to play, that the woman played to talk about the kid, the RW kid.
Right.
And they were like, well, we need to go ahead and nip this in the bud, you know. And Wack want to say that, well, he was just trying to warn the nigga, stop lying, nigga.
Always lying.
I think the feds put him up to saying that shit to see if Big was gonna make a move.
Mm-hmm.
I think the feds said just say that on live and see if we make him move. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think they want to see him scrambling.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Yeah, man, I don't trust none of that motherfucker. So they trying to say you the police now?
Yeah, that's what they saying. I'm here to deliver.
Well, yeah, I guess you should be getting about 10 more thousand subscribers in a week then. That look like that's how it's working.
Yeah, because they get mad at me because I'm breaking this shit down. And
so you snitching on the snitch. But he can snitch and he ain't a snitch.
It's crazy. And they riding for him. Oh, free Loose and Whack. And I'm like,
I'm like you, fuck Loose.
Yeah, straight up.
Hey, look, I consider myself a civilian, so I don't give a fuck about none of them going to prison.
And me too. And listen, me too.
They talk about I hate to see a nigga in prison. Nah, I don't. Them motherfuckers need to be there.
Especially if they doing shit like that.
Right. They don't understand they bullying people and then they can come on there and everybody's supposed to back them. You bullied everybody you talk to.
Yeah, and listen.
Well, I'll tell you what, Adam and what's his name, Academics is on his ass right now. Academics is kind of slick playing his ass.
And I think they've been watching me. Honestly, I said.
I think it's more to that too. I think the damn feds put him up to it, trying to see how he gonna answer these questions, and they asking all the right questions.
And they lining his ass up. He quiet now. But remember when you called in and you told me that was Loose on the phone? I went back and listened to that shit, right? I said that was Loose like a motherfucker.
That was him, right?
Yes, it was, bro.
I told you that goofy nigga.
Yep. I went back and listened to it. I said, this is him. And I gave you that shout out the next day. I don't know if you had heard it, but
I don't think I seen it.
Yeah, I said, yo, bro called in and said that was Loose on the phone, acting like he was somebody else, and it was definitely him.
Yeah, man, he got a distinctive voice, man. He's a goofy, you know.
Yeah,
wow, he's slow, man. He's a little slow. That's the reason why I can tell. I said, damn, that don't sound like Loose.
Facts.
I'm just gonna go along with you. I mean, I'm saying you said you talked to him several times, so I was like, that was loose.
I had to go back and listen to it.
I'm not gonna argue with nobody. I'm just gonna be like, yo, that's what I said, you know.
Hey, listen, I give it to you. You caught that one. I didn't catch that one. I appreciate you calling in though.
So yeah, man, be good, man.
Yes, sir.
Be fronting like
Yeah,
this.
you know
Man,
what I'm
this
saying?
nigga's
Definitely
a whole
appreciate you
other.
calling in. But you can hear loose on this shit right here, y'all.
They asked me about you because of Big Youth. The Big
It might be true.
Listen to that shit.
You know what I'm saying? He got that recorded. He got that recorded and Nipsey talking to the police and they try to use it against him. Maybe it might be true, but shit.
No, but what I'm saying is because it's like, you know, like with that situation on downtown or whatever like that when the Fed came and got you, because how you think they just got me a couple of months ago?
Yeah, but what relationship me and you got? Where somebody can get to you because of me? How is that even possible?
No, so basically they asked me about you because of Big Youth, the Big Youth situation. I guess y'all hit cuz or said.
But can you the boogeyman? You the right hand of him. How they gonna ask me about? Come on, you know more than anybody.
They didn't ask me about you. You get what I mean? They asked me about you, but then they said about the situation with Big U with the extortion shit. You get what I'm saying? So when they said that, I'm thinking on 6-0 like you had something to do with it. But then I thought about it is they asked me about information about you, but I know it's not from you because we already know what happened with that shit. You get what I'm saying? So I just had to think about it because nigga, when they came and questioned me, nigga, dead homies, it was like out the blue, like hit me at the gas station.
Wow. Hey, I want to tell you something, bro. I'll be watching some of your videos, bro.
Uh-huh.
And when you say
Sweetie,
that throw the rock and hide the hand shit, that should be hitting me like a motherfucker every time you say it.
Yeah, because
every time I hear you say throw the rock and hide the hand, I'll be like, it just be like, damn. It's like, nigga, cause now I see it, like I remember it, so I'll be like, fuck. But yeah.
No, remember, cause when we came in there, I came in with my squad, cause, and then remember we took everything. When we took everything, y'all niggas beat us to the spot. You get what I'm saying?
and this nigga further talking about like this nigga.
Yo, man. Like, I would like to talk to you more openly when I know you might be recording a nigga, and I gotta die on it. You know what I'm saying? So I would like to.
No, we talking freely. Yeah, homies, we talking freely. You know what I'm saying? I'm not be talking shit.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because there's some shit that I'll be thinking about that I'll be putting together, like, even like you in a trial situation, I can see you pressing the line, and then a phone call happens, they get an energy switch, and then you kind of look like, because I'm telling you,
you know, Monster, have I lied on cuz?
Like, I don't think so.
Monster is like, I'm not harboring or anything like that. You good with me? You get what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do nothing.
That's what I want to get to. That part.
You get what I'm saying? On 6-0, but you have to understand, like, bro, the situation I had and I did things to you, it was only because of Big U, and you know that.
No, I know that. Because you know, one of the things is like you can take it, you can create. You know what I'm saying? I'm a creator, so niggas can create and something. We could have made money a million different ways. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't the way to crumble. But shit, man.
Yeah, but you sometimes because you have to stand on business. You get what I'm saying? If I'm telling you, cuz right now, today, cuz can't do nothing to you, he can't do nothing to you because he have to do something with me. But nigga, you have to also give me, you know, certain things that I'm saying cuz it's not a lie. You know all the stuff that I was doing for cuz who was cuz man? Who was the right hand man? Who was the nigga that was actually in the field? Name. You know.
I know that. You know, I can't name none of them, but we know you to go to.
Of course.
Yeah, I know you to go to. I see them.
Yeah, of course. But what I'm saying is, like, cuz the shit that I was doing, and I didn't want to lay y'all niggas down. I didn't want to do certain things to y'all. You get what I'm saying? But cuz lied. You get what I'm saying? And then now you just figuring it out.
I don't feel
on both sides.
He said he didn't want to lay them niggas down. That's crazy.
I knew what it was. Like, nigga, it's been 2-3 months. I wasn't checking.
Bruh. Hey, man. This nigga loose. Hey, man, you gotta motherfucking admit, though, that nigga does have, I mean, he must be that type of nigga for him to be able to say that to dude. And dude did not deny it. He didn't say, he just said, nigga, he basically apologizing for robbing this nigga, bro. He just basically got, that nigga literally said, nigga, I didn't want to lay y'all niggas down and take all y'all stuff, but Big U told me to. He lied to me. Like, he made me do it type shit. This is crazy work right here, bro. And the nigga asked the nigga, do you like made sure you ain't got a problem with me, right? Like type shit. Like, bro, like this nigga, and he said, you the boogeyman, nigga. Like this nigga, like sound like nigga, he don't want no smoke with that nigga loose, bro. The way he talking, bro. Like he sound like he real comfortable. He's glad he's not free, or like he's trying to make sure, like, hey, we cool, right? We good, right? Like you ain't got no problem with me, right? Like, and the nigga literally just said, sorry for robbing this dude, bro. This nigga on fucking this nigga's incredible, bro.
And then I wasn't doing what I like, you know, you can take it, you can create.
Listen to this shit.
Creator, so niggas can create and something. We could have made money millions different ways. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't the way to cookie crumbles. But shit, man.
I mean, but you sometimes because you have to stand on business. You get what I'm saying? If I'm telling you, cuz right now, today, cuz can't do nothing to you. He can't do nothing to you because he has to do something with me. But nigga, you have to also give me, you know, certain things that I'm saying because it's not a lie. You know all.
He like, nigga, you know what position I was in, nigga? I had to do that. I had to strip you naked. I had to take Wow, man, this is crazy, nasty, filthy work.
All the stuff that I was doing because who was Cuz man? Who was the right hand man? Who was the nigga that was actually in the field? Name.
Not I robbed you, but he made me do it.
Like you know, you can take it, you can create. You know what I'm saying? I'm a creator, so niggas can create and something. We could have made money a million different ways. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't the way to crumbles. But shit, man. I mean,
but you sometimes because you have to stand on business. You get what I'm saying?
Sometimes we gotta stand on business.
Today, Cuz can't do nothing to you. He can't do nothing to you because he has to do something with me. But nigga, you have to also give me. You know certain things that I'm saying because it's not a lie. You know all the stuff that I was doing because who was Cuz man? Who was the right hand man? Who was the nigga that was actually in the field?
You know, I know that. I know. You know, I can't name none of them, but we know you the go-to.
You the go-to man. The go-to boogeyman, bro.
Like, the shit that I was doing, and I didn't want to lay y'all niggas down. I didn't want to do certain things.
Didn't want to lay y'all niggas down. It's crazy, bro. Like, he's literally saying, nigga, I didn't want to rob you. I didn't want to strip you. I didn't but I had to, nigga. Sometimes we gotta stand on business. Like, bro, like, this is the most polite, like, I don't even know what do you call this? Like, how do you politely apologize to a nigga after robbing him and stripping him and taking his shit? Like, this is crazy, bro. Like, this is wow. Like, this nigga Loose Cannon is literally apologizing to niggas he's robbed because nigga he know that the nigga Big U was a piece of shit now or whatever allegedly, and he feels bad now. So is this some type of remorse? Like, what the fuck, bro? This is crazy, bro. When I think about this shit, maybe Loose Cannon's conscience was fucking with him, and maybe this is his way of clearing his conscience. I'm just gonna put it out there. I'm gonna confess my sins, all the fucked up shit I did, all the way. I'm just willing to accept it. I'm gonna take it on the chin. Because nigga, like, you think about it, right? why else would somebody literally start telling on themselves? Like, why would you put yourself in this position? Because he obviously feels like he couldn't sleep at night. He couldn't sleep right. Like he had shit that was weighing on his conscience. Think about it, bro. Like, that's the only thing you could think of that would make a motherfucker jump out the window with all this shit. Or unless you're just that fucking dumb. And we could tell he's not that fucking dumb because a nigga that's that fucking dumb can't have a conscience. Or couldn't apologize. You see what I'm saying? It'd just been fuck it. It is what it is, nigga. Fuck you, nigga, forever. Nigga, but this nigga's literally apologizing for being a fucking shitbag, nigga, or for being a stick-up kid for this nigga Big U. Like, that shit's just wild to me, bro. When you think of the motherfucking like all the shit that goes into that. Like, man, when you unpack that, nigga, like this nigga was really a motherfucking nut, man. A nut case, bro.
So y'all, you know what I'm saying? But cuz lied. You know what I'm saying? And then now you just figuring it out.
I don't feel
on both sides.
I don't feel like it was a lay down. I knew what it was. Like, nigga, it's been 2-3 months. I wasn't checking in. I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do. Someone's gonna come happen. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
I really.
And the niggas like, I don't think people understand how fucking diabolical this is, man. You got a guy apologizing for stripping, robbing you, and taking your shit. And then you got another guy saying basically like, hey, you know what? I wasn't checking in, man. I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do. So, hey, man, you know what, man? I deserved it. Like, what? Man, bro. Oh my God.
No, you know what I'm saying? I really carry no. You know what I'm saying? What can I tell you about that, nigga? Like, you know what I'm saying? I was partly wrong, partly right. But we could have made money a million different ways.
You know all this.
I knew what it was. Like, nigga, it's been 2-3 months. I wasn't checking in. I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do. Someone's gonna come happen. You know what I'm saying? So I really.
This nigga Big U had niggas so fucking shook. If they didn't check in with this nigga for 2 or 3 months, something was bound to happen to him. Like, this is wild, bro. This is fucking wild, bro. Like, this nigga was literally the Uncle Sam of the hood. Like, he was taxing niggas for just being there. Oh, nigga, you still stay at your grandma's house, huh? Oh, you still stay on so-and-so and so-and-so, right? Oh, but you ain't paid your monthly fee. Oh, shit, nigga. Hey, it's been 2 or 3 months and you ain't paid? Oh, something can happen to me any day now. Nigga, I'm due for a Big U ass whooping. I'm due for, oh shit. What's that movie, nigga, when they seen the nigga come in and the nigga just start running and shit? What movie was that, nigga? Like, nigga, forgot, man, but shit, goddamn it. Yeah, man. When you see this nigga, bro, you already know what it is, nigga. Nigga, he made that nigga take his shit. Like, hey, nigga, this belongs to you. No, I don't want that shit, nigga. Nah, this belong to you. Hey, take this, man.
Carry no. You know what I'm saying? Carry no. You know what I'm saying? What can I tell you about that, nigga? Like, you know what I'm saying? I was partly wrong, partly right. But you know, it is what it is.
No, but see, the thing is, it's like when you were dealing with Wolf, right? You should have just left it with Wolf. You should have never got Big U involved in it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no. That's where you fucked up at.
Yeah. Nah, yeah.
And then me, it's like, cuz.
But you know, man, one time,
I can talk about. I can tell you right now. Y'all got a lot to talk about, guys.
One time, Wolf must have gave me story for another day, man. But I got there with the rig.
But you remember when I came in there and I got cleaned up all the mess, dead homies, and anybody had an issue, nigga, we dealt with it. But nigga, it should have been working as a team. I didn't want to muscle niggas. You get what I'm saying? But niggas at certain times, it's like,
I ain't gotten locked up, and then I think the first day I was gone, niggas that hit the U off for like 100.
Appreciate that super chat. Run the table. He a fan. Like K-Dot say. Damn.
He was just me. and then Pop wasn't ready to run that shit yet. You know what I'm saying? So, shit, man, that was a situation where when the head of the snake go, it got to be better all around. But yeah, it didn't come out the way it was supposed to. But a lot of times niggas is doing a lot of shit. We the first ones to do it, or it's the first time doing it. So niggas always bump their heads a little bit, you know. But if the situation comes back around, niggas got a lot more knowledge and experience to deal with it a bit better.
Yeah, you don't fuck with Cuz no more, right?
I don't fuck. You know, like, yeah, I'm out the way, man. Reed will tell you, dog. I'm just licking my own.
Like, you know, I made the call like that, cuz. You know what I'm doing. You know, y'all know, right?
You better make the
if you was, he ain't. It ain't. That nigga. Look, I'm gonna tell niggas again. I don't see why niggas have to keep telling niggas what the truth is. If niggas don't want to believe that shit, that's okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know this shit.
Yeah, but
like,
that's what I'm trying to tell you, cuz ain't nobody in LA got a hard enough team like I do. You know, I run through that motherfucker. So at the end of the day, it's because if I'm telling you, nigga, you straight. Dead homie, you know that. So we don't even have
you know, I ain't gonna put you on the phone. And you know, I ain't putting you on the phone call to do like that. Like I told you, that day when I came downtown, Cannon said, "Dude, what you doing?" I said, "What y'all doing?" He was like, "Oh, niggas." I said, "He like, you protecting him?" I said, "Protecting."
Well, I'll tell you that one. He definitely instilled fear in niggas. This is wild work, bro.
I'm just here for that. Make sure Cuz straight. Promise you. I ain't scared to say it in front of nobody. Cannon, that's what I said. And I'm telling you. So if you didn't ever believe me, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, niggas, y'all both my niggas. It's like I can't do because it's not. Like, you know what I always tell you, man, it's a lot of things I can't say and can't do just because politics-wise. But I'm always going to have your back. If I have a say-so, if I can, if I'm able to, yeah, I'll make that right. Bro, this nigga been my nigga. I've been knowing this nigga since 18, bro. Yeah, he always been like that. 100%. 100%. I knew this shit even when he said it.
SBGB TV is a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
This is Tuesday from California, and I was just calling in because I was just thinking, I am so glad I accidentally ran across your channel because I just tapped on it, and you are the truth. You are literally the truth, and I hope God keeps blessing you, because let me tell you something. It's just awful what Big U did. He's been out 28 years, and he had a chance to do it right, and he helped children, and you got to think about this. Think about the children that are hurt behind they believed in him. Think about people that donated to him. They believed in him. And that guy, Whack, he's just a sick person, and he's going to get his just due punishment. Trust me. God saves the worst for last. It's coming. But anyway, I'm not going to hold you. I appreciate your channel, and I want you to just keep going because you are the truth.
I appreciate you too. Most definitely.
Have a good day.
You too. I appreciate you, Tuesday. Tuesday said we the truth. You know, we're going to keep grinding. I appreciate y'all. Everybody that rock with me.
You know what I'm saying? That's why when I picked it, I just looked at it and laughed like, well, you know what I'm saying? Niggas don't know. And then when I saw him at the shop downtown, I was like, I was like, oh, man. I was like, bro, I told you then, I was like, ain't nothing too much I could say. That's my nigga. Ain't nothing too much to say. But one thing I can.
You know, the crazy part about it is, you know, certain situations. And that's why, Monster, when you did with the shit, you should have went to and fucked with Whack, because Whack and Wolf is on the same team. You get what I'm saying? And you went the opposite way.
Nah, it was you that introduced me to Wolf.
No, I didn't. Cuz already, you owe Cuz money, bro, and I paid that debt for you.
No. I paid Wolf everything myself. I paid his money.
So I'm seeing this now, though, right? Whack and Loose game to run that extortion shit was telling, Dale that I'm gonna have to pay the debt for you. What nigga do you know is literally going to pay a debt for somebody just because? That don't even make sense. So I can see, that's the game they was running on Dale, acting like they was paying debts for him to get him to keep paying the debt. Yeah, I paid that debt for you. Who does that, though? That shit don't even make sense for somebody to say, I paid a debt for you. Like, you ain't pay no damn debt for him. You know what I'm saying? Why would you pay a debt for him? What did you gain from paying a debt? Nah, that was that reverse psychology shit.
I paid Pop's money. I paid Pep's money. I paid everybody's money. And I made him like $500,000. I don't know, but the first time Wolf gave me $60,000, I paid him back $100,000. Then he gave me back, and I did it so much.
I know the agreement.
I was late, but yeah, I paid everything. I paid $100,000. That's not why. That ain't old Wolf back
there.
then.
But then why? They go hand in hand, right?
Well, I don't know what you mean. But when we did the shop, it was like, all right, this shop can make $100,000. It's not making $100,000 a week. Here's why I started doing it. and then y'all said y'all was gonna come through with like 50 or 100, but before we got there, I got locked up. So
but you made a dumbass deal with Big U because talking about he wanted 1,000 per day. You get what I'm saying? You made that deal, and then I came and shut that down.
Never got to deal with him like that.
On 6-0, nigga, you came with that deal to 1,000 a day, bro. And
we paid $1,000 a day for Mr. Lee spot. We never paid. We never had a situation where we paid $1,000 a day. That's magic.
Shit,
there was a time when we was paying the police downtown. There was a time when we was paying the police downtown. High number, yeah. That's that. But that's back then, making it. So that's why he was trying to get so we can make that again.
Yeah, but the police, nigga, tried to come in there and hit me with, nigga, a balance of like 50,000. I told cuz we ain't giving them shit. But you had Big U in that shit, and you know it. You had niggas up there just waiting, doing shit and stuff like that. But then I turned that shit around, and then because I felt like I got fucked because at the end of the day, bro, the police hit that shit after I tell them that we not paying them. Niggas running out with product and stuff like that. So nigga, I turned that into $1 million lick. Neighborhood crib. You know what that was about.
No, I ain't got no piece, no $1 million. I ain't seen $1 million. Because it was my take. You get what I'm saying? When the nigga try to play me, that's just how it is. I took my mines or whatever like that, and everybody else, I don't know.
You know, the whole thing is here making amends. You know what I'm saying?
We making amends or whatever like that. So don't even worry about it. Monster, I'm telling you, you cool, you good with us, all right?
Like this nigga is trying to make sure he good with that nigga.
All right.
Like, what kind of fear do you have to instill in a nigga to make sure for a nigga to be like, or he told him he was good like 3 times. That nigga said, hey man, I'm just trying to make sure we good. Like, hey man, like, bruh, what did you do to this man, bro? Like, bruh, like this nigga, hey, bro, I think this nigga loose cannon, like he really, because they say, like, you know, some niggas ain't who they motherfuckers say they is. I think that nigga might really be who he say he is. To his detriment, because for one nigga, for a nigga to be talking like that, bro, like, that's like he's like concerned, like, damn, bro, like, hey, like, we good, right? We ain't got no problem, right? You know, Big, you locked up, but we still cool, right? Like, bro, like, this nigga is still fear like a motherfucker, bro. He don't want no problems with cuz, bro. That's wild work right there, bro. Wild work. www.com.
Yo, for that conversation to go like that, for that to be put out,
that's what I'm saying, bro.
It let me know, you know, these niggas was running around telling on themselves.
Man,
you know what I'm saying? They was running around telling on themselves. So it has to let you know, like, what person in their right mind would do that if they wasn't working? Like, why would you admit to shit like that if you wasn't working?
Right.
This shit don't even make no sense, man.
That's
straight
crazy,
up,
bro.
This nigga was identifying all crimes.
Right.
You know, and serious shit.
That's crazy.
They talking a lot of money, robbery,
right,
on the phone, extortion.
Wow, bro.
On the phone, and these niggas acting like nobody's supposed to say anything. That shit don't even make no fucking sense, man. Crazy.
You know,
JR gets bread. This man pulled a pipe on you and took all your shit, and y'all on the phone conversating like y'all best friends.
Not just pulled the pipe on you and took all your shit, made you strip, like, nigga, because that was Loose Cannon's thing, right? That was like what he was known for. He said, like, you know, basically, nigga, allegedly, is making niggas strip, get butt naked, nigga. Yeah, man. So he'd have a nigga on laying down, face down, in his drawers, nigga. He wanted a nigga to feel the cold concrete on his motherfucking skin. Nigga, like what type of shit? That's some real motherfucking, that's real stick up shit. Nigga, you coming off everything, taking off everything. Yeah, nigga. Them pants too. Yup, take them off. That's crazy. Man, and maybe that's part of the reason why they called the nigga Big Draws, right? Because nigga, he made niggas come up out they strip niggas down to their draws. You know what I'm saying? Like, god damn.
Is that how they get down on the West? That's some deep shit.
And that nigga Big U literally, nigga, said on the Comcast, nigga. Oh, he said this on the Breakfast Club, I believe, nigga. I could find the clip if I look for it. This nigga said on the Breakfast Club, he used to kidnap niggas for a living. That was his hustle. They kidnap niggas. Yes, nigga, kidnapping, nigga, to move a person or persons 3 feet against their will. That is the penal code definition of kidnapping. How many motherfuckers has this nigga Big U allegedly moved 3 feet beyond their will? Nigga, damn. Nigga, this nigga done kidnapped, nigga, nigga, a small city, nigga, of niggas. That's crazy work right there, bro. Like, kidnapped, nigga. Yeah, nigga, you ain't. Yeah, he tried to kidnap Nip, allegedly. Yeah, nigga, what you think he was coming to pick that nigga up for? Nigga, he wasn't taking him to Disneyland. He wasn't coming to pick that nigga up to take him on a field trip. That nigga was coming to. Hey, if it hadn't been for Black Sam, nigga, Nipsey would have been kidnapped. The great Nip. Yeah, we don't know what Big U would have did with Cuz. Allegedly. But bro was coming to discipline that nigga, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Now, what type of discipline would that nigga have gotten? He would have made sure that nigga was not respected. Nigga, he would have made sure that nigga was basically, nigga, trash afterwards, because nobody would have respected that nigga after he done got beat up and treated like a bitch. Like, discipline, nigga? Nah, man, that DP was gonna be nasty. That was gonna be nasty. Nick might not even have made it out of that. I'm just saying, allegedly. Crazy work right here, boy. As I always say, the devil is in the details. Yes, whenever you want to, when you trying to find the devil, bro, 2 things you got to do, nigga. And I mean, you shouldn't be really trying to find the devil. I'm just saying, like, if you're looking for the corporate or the culprit, whatever the fuck, nigga, just look at the details, bro. Follow the money trail and pay attention to the details. And that will lead you to your suspect every time. Because, man, don't nothing talk like money, nigga. And don't nothing taste like honey, nigga.
Right there. I don't know how Dale sat on the phone with him after he did some shit like that to him. Like, nigga, what? Nigga, shit. That shit's ill. Yeah, that's some ill shit. That's some ill shit. That's some ill shit. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you called in from.
Hey, this is Regina. I'm calling from California.
Hey, what's going on, Regina?
I just want to say salute. LA needs someone to speak up, like how you're speaking up, and call out the BS.
Facts.
Basically, there's something wrong when you're that age and you are promoted and gangbanging and promoting getting jumped on and all that.
Facts.
You know, and if you done been blessed to make it to 40, you know that's not where it's at. So for you to go around and bring other people down, other younger people down, like it's cool to, get jumped on and all that, and I think that also I wanted to say too, I think that fight outside of No Jumper was like the last straw.
Yeah. I think it's going to take Whack down with it.
Yeah, because he's an instigator. He's going around instigating it too, promoting it, just promoting all the BS. It's a deadly game. Getting jumped on a game, that's deadly. And that's, it's bringing more and more of our people down. So salute. I appreciate you taking the time out to call this BS out,
And I appreciate you too, being locked in and calling in as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to hold you.
I appreciate you.
Enjoy your day.
Yeah, man. We definitely calling it out. And it is some BS. I can't even hold you, man. Ain't no damn way that shit was supposed to go like that, But hey, these dudes is gonna be called out behind it. The decisions that they made, they're gonna have to stand on that. You know what I'm saying? SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
My name's Leslie, and I'm calling in from Northern Virginia, Arlington.
Hey, what's going on, Leslie?
Hey, how are you? I was calling because, every time I think about this whack dude, Big U, I have a son that played in the NFL. He played for the Raiders and the Jets. And, the fact that his son made it, and for him to be behaving in the way that he is, and, just to embarrass him, and the way the NFL works, they're business. My son went through a lot of stuff. And just even that bad promo that, the father is getting, affects his son.
Yeah.
And it truly does. When my son was with the Raiders, his position coach was a black man, but my son went to a small school, and he looked at him like, because he had a single mother, like he was some kid from the street, you know what I'm saying? And it's, and I just hope that his, son's okay. He's an embarrassment. And so is that Messi, what's his name? Whack.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing I was saying. I think it's just real crazy, I feel for the son.
And I appreciate you, we definitely see what it is with these guys, and we're gonna keep calling it out.
Yeah, they move differently. Throw that dude in the Hudson, you know what I'm saying? I'm not in New York anymore, but throw him in the Hudson. They're not worth it.
It's time coming.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Everything comes out, Everything comes out. And the fact that he had a lot of people sponsoring him and behind him and to keep moving the way he was is crazy. Yeah. But you guys have a good day, a good evening, and I thank you for your hard work, and I love you guys.
All right, thank you.
All right, peace.
Yeah, we appreciate all y'all that rock with me. You hear me? Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video, man. Y'all know how we do, man. And y'all know we gonna keep rocking, man, non-stop. And y'all know, make sure y'all tune in for the late night show, 12:30 East Coast time, 9:30 West Coast time, man. And we ain't stopping. You hear me? We grinding, we growing. On the way to 9K subscribers.
A whole domestic dispute going on. There's like 7 guys that live in this house. And
What's your
then,
name?
I'm sorry, what is my name?
Okay. Tell me exactly what happened.
Okay, so I'm the neighborhood watch, and basically, like I said, these guys they're like selling drugs in and out of the house. All you see is guys coming in and out of the house with guns and stuff. They holding guns in the air, and then it's like, I'm not sure if they're pimping, but it's the situation that's going on right now. This girl doesn't have on any clothes. They threw her outside. He was fighting the girl. He literally fought the girl. I'm not sure what they was fighting over. If they was fighting over drugs, that's what it sounded like. It sounded like they were fighting over drugs. And then they started shooting. 7-3.
It's crazy how fucking.
It's according to the 911 call now.
This is wild, bro.
She's saying, yo, they sell drugs there, this and that. Now people gonna be like, no smoke, but how she know all that in one day? Maybe the lady not saying this all in one day. She's a neighborhood watch lady. This is something she been watching, I guess, according to you want to put what a neighborhood watch person is. They're the type of people that watch everything going on every day. The people that look out the window every day once they wake up in the morning, get their little coffee, boop, put that little shade down, open the shade, be looking at everything you doing coming in and out your house with your homies. Doesn't mean them niggas trying to work and all that, but when she get further to this 911 call, she's saying these girls are the age, they look young, they about like 18, 21, according to how young school them niggas look, they look like grown men, this and that. Oh, she's saying shots was fire and everything over there. But why nobody else in the neighborhood ain't called either though? That's the thing that's confusing me with this whole situation. Why didn't nobody else, if they heard shots fired in that little neighborhood, didn't call police? Was this lady connected in the house? Was this lady one of the girls that left the house, ran out the house, and made a little call like that to save her homegirls in the house? Think about it. We don't know. Why would she say all this? Yo, they sex trafficking, they doing this, that, and the third. Was she trying to save her girl that was in the house? Was she one of them that ran out the house after this whole commotion that was going on in the crib that we don't know about until further notice?
Hell no, that bitch was lying like a
nasty
motherfucker.
work. Was these niggas pimping? Let's continue, man. Was these niggas pimping these girls, man? Allegedly?
Hell no.
Started shooting. She had someone
video for y'all. We have a special guest here with us today. You know what I'm saying? Nobody other than my brother from another mother be there.
Peace, brother. How you doing? And my brother, brought me back on the channel. We're going to be dropping some knowledge. You know what I'm saying? We're going to give y'all the real edification that y'all need. We're going to throw in some jokes. We're going to make it fun. We're going to make it educational. And we also going to make it, to where everybody's able to understand the information into it. You can follow me at BDL1014 on YouTube, on Instagram, BDELL1014.
Word. All right, y'all. So y'all already know, man, how we do. We're going to get straight to it. Right. Enjoy yourself. Just make sure we're not trying to convince y'all anything. Make sure y'all going out here doing your own damn research.
Now, this is the shit. As people that don't know, the pyramids, there's a major discovery found about the pyramids. You know what I'm saying? Like, they basically found out that they go under damn near is just as deep or as high as they go up, they go under. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this structure is crazy. Like, and it's like a fucking like lithium or some type of power generator or generating type of substance or whatever that's under it, and it's like going into the ground. Like, this shit is deep. Like, you know how a tree has roots. Like, basically, it's like the pyramids have roots, and this shit's crazy because like the shit or the material or whatever that it's made of, it's like generating some type of major power. And they got all these different little theories people are coming with now, but it's definitely a discovery that motherfuckers is looking at like, damn, what does this mean? And so like they're elaborating on that shit a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Because my little bro, he called me. He was in awe. He's still in awe of this shit, thinking about what that shit means. So, I mean, to see people talking about it, I want to hear what they got to say, you know what I'm saying? Because they're basically saying like it awoke something. So what is awoke? That's everybody saying woke, be woke, be woke. So what do they feel like has awoken?
And what you believe, but hopefully today you receive something that you need. Bars, nigga. But look, let's get to it.
News that's either going to make your day or potentially ruin your day, depending on your belief system.
Talking of pyramids, dude, this new pyramid shit that's just come out.
Oh, this is insane. Yeah, I was going to send this to you as well, Jamie. I'll send you one of the most comprehensive breakdowns of it on X because it's quite stunning. So apparently, through the use of LiDAR, they have discovered that there are enormous structures underneath the Great Pyramid that go kilometers deep into the earth with coils. So enormous pillars, and then these coils. They don't understand what it is because they're just looking at LiDAR images. But whatever this is a uniform structure. There's several pillars, and all of this is like very, very, very weird.
Yeah, 600 meters descending down those cylinders, and then there's more stuff below it, and then there's additional structures inside of it. Yeah, that was crazy.
It's really crazy. There's a guy, Jay Anderson, and he did a breakdown of it. Maybe this would be good. We could play this. It makes a little more sense when someone's explaining it to you.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we need somebody that's an expert here, not me and you.
Zawi Hawass, by the way, has said it's nonsense. So
already?
Yes. According to Graham Hancock. This is the wonderful thing about having Graham
I texted Graham yesterday. I was like, yeah, what's going on with this?
Yeah, so click on that and go full screen, please.
How significant of a discovery this is.
Dun, dun, dun. I love the music. And geometry, so you know it's real.
You got to appreciate the dramatic intro.
Project Unity.
What has just been announced in relation to the pyramids at the Giza Plateau and the plateau itself is so incredible, so awe-inspiring and narrative-shattering that I have been sitting here for the last hour trying to wrap my head around the implications of what we were just told. So this is pretty much breaking news because the new findings were announced on the 16th of March at a press conference held by the team who was studying the Great Pyramid of Giza with a non-invasive technology that was first developed by Filippo Bionde and Corrado Malanga, called synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography.
Fuck, that's
this
a
was
mouthful.
used to explore the internal structure of the Great Pyramid of Giza. And this method leverages the analysis of micro movements typically generated by background seismic activity to achieve a high-resolution, full 3D tomographic imagery of the pyramid's interior and subsurface components. The recent findings from deploying this technology are nothing short of mind-blowing, because what's been discovered is that there are huge structures coming down from the base of the pyramid deep into the bedrock. In fact, over 600 meters deep, which then connects to structures that extend up to 2 kilometers below the surface of the ground.
So basically, these are
massive internal
coils
structures connected to
Those
the
are
base
batteries,
of the pyramid,
bro.
extending
Look at
deep,
them. They look
deep
like
down. This is what
now.
we know so far.
What does your friend think about it?
They're batteries.
Which one?
Man.
The one that
I've been
it's bullshit.
said that.
Oh, it's like that's Zawi Hawass.
Okay.
Zawi Hawass is
pyramids
the
are
head
are
of
like big power
antiquities
generators.
in Egypt. He's like the head guy that talks to the archaeologists and gives the official narrative. In the past, he's been.
Now we have nuclear power plants, all types of shit. Modern day, right? These places that generate power. I believe that the ancients or whatever was onto that in a more efficient way, in a bigger and better way. They were like way more advanced than we are today. With all the technology and shit we've come up with or whatever, we're not nowhere near what ancient civilization were at. Like with the hieroglyphics and all that shit, we still can't even read a lot of that shit to know what it means. You know what I'm saying? Every now and then we discover something else, and that leads to something else, and that leads to something else. Like we are so fucking like I can't. What word do I use? Like human beings, like we are literally babies as far as like where we're at. We are literally a young race of people. Like we're a small, like we're like a baby compared to advanced civilizations or whatever. Now I don't know whatever you would call them, aliens or whatever, but I think that the past has surpassed the future in so many ways. Like the fact that we learn how to play or fly airplanes and shit like that, right? But we have to use jet engines. And if you look at some of these motherfucking flying saucers and shit like that, right? They're faster and bigger, but they don't make no sound, right? You hear a fucking jet pulling up. That motherfucker's loud as shit. The engine is by itself is vibrating and gonna cause a disturbance. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's just hovering there, right? If you have a motherfucking plane sitting there hovering, you're gonna hear that bitch. You're gonna fucking hear it, right? It can't creep up on you. But a motherfucking UFO or whatever you want to call them, them motherfuckers are silent. They just pop up and they're there. And then they're gone in an instant, right? So they're not using gasoline. They're not using a jet propelled engine. They're using anti-gravity type of shit, right? The same way if you take a magnet, you take two magnets and you try to touch them together, there'll be a space in between them. And they call that, I think they call that the force field or whatever. But in between that force field is anti-gravity because they want to touch, but they can't touch because they're repelling each other. So it's like, I believe that anti-gravity technology, that's what they've mastered. They mastered the magnetic, I forgot, maybe I don't know how to articulate it the proper way, but they basically mastered the magnetic frequency to things. So they know how to propel and launch and make themselves move without using these motherfucking engines and shit like that. They're on a whole different level of understanding this shit than we are as humans. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, and that's what I feel like. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just now getting to the point where we're discovering things that, I mean, come on, man, have been here for thousands and thousands of years, millions of years. You don't know how long, but I'm just saying, we've been lied to so much. We've been dumbed down so much that the truth could be in our face and we still don't realize that we're being lied to. And it's crazy, bro.
Extremely hostile to Graham Hancock, but Graham Hancock and him have now become friends.
Oh, yes. I
And
didn't
they're
know that.
coordinating. Graham is a lovely guy. I mean, people that like are enemies with him just need to get to know him and hang out with him.
When it comes to these pyramids, bro, these pyramids are basically terrestrial power plants. They have the ability.
Didn't I just say that? And I swear to God, I have not seen this. I swear to Jesus Christ, I have not seen this.
Extract ether from the magnetosphere, and then it also ciphers energy from the black sun, which is basically the etheric network of the Ethereum cosmic mother. So if you look at like some of the sigilcism and Freemasonry, it shows you the concept of as above, so below. So when
my fucking God, bro. Hey, I swear to Jesus Christ, nigga. Again, I was talking to my fucking brother, man, earlier this morning, nigga. And he was fascinated about these fucking pyramids and shit. And I swear that I quoted that to him. I said, as above, as below, right? Because he was so fascinated with these fucking, whatever it is that's going so far up under the earth. And I was basically telling him, like, hey, man, that's as above, as below, right? The same shit with roots or with a tree. A tree has motherfucking roots that go down into the dirt, basically just as far as as it reaches up into the sky. So everything that has a shadow, everything that has a upper has a lower. You know what I'm saying? Like that provides stability, right? Because if something was just standing up and had nothing else under its feet, well, it's easy to tip over. It's easy to kick over. It's easy to push over. But something that's rooted into the ground, that's like a fucking real, that's like a stable ass structure. And I'm pretty sure the Statue of Liberty or something like that, or the statues that they build, they have to have it go down a certain amount of feet into the ground just so it doesn't like wobble or tip over or something. I forgot exactly what they call that shit. But damn, you have to have a base that goes down just as well as going up, because if you don't, it's gonna motherfucking be unbalanced. It's not gonna balance. Some shit like that, basically.
Pull in these dualistic energies that gives power to the sun and the moon. It is operating from a place of
center of gravity
of a fifth dimensional construct, because it's pulling and siphoning energy from the galactic center that is in alignment with the star Polaris, which is also in alignment with the black sun at the same time. So a lot of people don't understand is that pyramids are also is a neuroendocrine transducer that is also connected to who we are genetically.
What did that nigga just say? A neurodoxin transducer. Nigga, now that sound like some shit that Bump be fucking with. I don't know. Or some shit. Oh man. That sound like some other shit, bro. That sound like some yeah, man. But yeah. Okay.
Because a pyramid, when you break down the etymology of the word, it means the fire in the middle. The fire in the middle is the energetic frequency of the soul that creates.
I didn't know that. A pyramid means the fire in the middle. You learn something new every day, man. So a pyramid means the fire in the middle. Whoa.
Tetrahedron. That tetrahedron is a triangulum effect of a hexa-alpha symbol, and it shows you like a triangle on top and a triangle on the bottom. So that's basically unifying the higher self and the lower self to activate the fire in the middle, which is Solomon's temple. Solomon's temple means the soul of man. So all that basically correlates with Christ consciousness. So then they talking about they found the Ark of the Covenant. So all this is corresponding with genetics, bro. That's all they really talking about. The same thing they do with the Bible, right? Everything they talk about in the Bible is, a lot of people look at it from an external point of view, but they really talking about the internal aspects of it, as far as like genetic upgrades, and Christ is actually Christ consciousness when you get into the esoteric aspects of it. That's what it's really talking about. But a lot of people, they just look at it from a three-dimensional standpoint. So a lot of times they're gonna get caught up into like the distractions and the technology of it. But there is monolithic structures at the bottom of the pyramid that lead to hollow earth, because a lot of people don't understand why Osiris in ancient Kemet, he was green. The reason he was green is because when you go through the Adep chambers that leads to hollow earth, that's when you have to cultivate this energy to become a master. Once you become a master, that's when the frequencies at the bottom of the pyramids is called the holy frequency. It operates at 111 frequency hertz, and that basically restores the DNA, the mitochondrial DNA, by cell growth proliferation. So it's kind of like a revitalization hyperbolic chamber, like the same shit that Goku was in. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
And you got to understand about anime. Anime tells you the truth, and then it's basically in alignment with historical context and the stuff that they put out in westernized media. So that's what that's really talking about, because when your physiology turns green, that means that you have magnesium-based blood, to where the hemoglobin cellular structure doesn't break down intrinsically because it's being repaired. And once it's repaired, that's when you get access to Hollow Earth, because you got your physiology has to have a certain G-force, because they don't have any type of gravity inside Hollow Earth.
At our highest core field,
so everything is, they have an inner sun, but the inner sun.
Basically, like, you know what I'm saying, when we're born, as a baby, you have green spots, right? Because like when you're in your mother's womb, you're basically essentially we'll just say perfectly, well, if she's, well, you're tied to her basically through the umbilical cord, but you're perfectly nourished, you're like perfectly being supplemented, right? As far as nutrients and everything, you're getting everything from your mother or whatever. But when you're in that state, you're at your highest chlorophyll state, you'll be green. So like essentially we are plants, right? We're like plants. We need sun, we need food, you know what I'm saying? We need to be watered, basically. Like we are basically plants, you know what I'm saying? In so many motherfucking words. I mean, in so many ways, we're a plant. People are plants in a sense, man. When we're not around good soil, we don't grow right. You know what I'm saying? When we're not being properly given nutrients and shit, we fucking have a tendency to fucking get weak, just like plants. Shit's crazy, bro. Like it's just crazy shit.
Sun is basically stagnant. It's stagnant, but it's also in a state of evolution. So you have to have a certain genetic format in order to get to the, go through the 8 chambers and then get to Hollow Earth.
And so they've been looking for the different blood types too, as well. One thing you pay attention to is the mortal cell lines that they're looking for, right? And it's the reason why. I don't want to say too much, but it's a reason why, and that's why it reminds you of what Henrietta Lacks.
Yep.
Those cells, and why were they doing that? Look, I ain't gonna get into it. I ain't gonna be Kanye today, but you know.
Hey, my boy crashing out right now. Kanye's going crazy.
Yeah, if y'all haven't, look, me and B-Dell was talking about the Kanye situation. We're not reacting to it because that seemed like a setup.
Yeah, thanks. Because everything that he was basically saying, I mean, you gotta watch it, but you gotta read between the lines. He's telling a lot of the truth, but it's coming from a emotional standpoint to the point he's crashing out. But you also you can't negate that Kanye is also 47. 47 is also associated with the pyramids of Giza when you're talking about the 47 problem of Euclid. That is basically Ptah or Horus and Osiris. That is the Pythagorean theorem that creates the man, woman, and child. That's why you got 3 different monolithic structures of the pyramids, because the pyramids is a representation of balance by way of the man, woman, and child. So the 47 problem of Euclid is actually the number 11, and Kanye is a Gemini. So those are the dualistic energies of Jack and Rowlands. You know what I'm saying? So right brain, left brain, everything is associated with Freemasonry. So don't be surprised if he get unalive, because he was saying too much in that interview.
Yeah, look crazy. Hey, let's keep going though. I ain't gonna keep those folks.
Facts.
A 3D model of the entire complex. The examination of dozens of tomographical images obtained from different angles using Capella space and Umbra radars enabled the 3D reconstruction of most of the objects inside the Pyramid of Khafre. Below, we present some images from our 3D analysis. The analysis of the structures above Belzoni's chamber are intensely colored spots which can be observed appearing in all tomographic images taken from different angles corresponding to the internal artificial structures. On the next page, it says that improvements of the signal-to-noise ratio, revealing the internal structure of the 5 sets, consisting of 5 horizontal levels and a sloping roof. So this is the raw pictures of the
sloping. You want to know what this reminds me of? When I see these graphs, the scan of like what's below, if you look at the Schumann resonance and the energies and frequencies that's been coming in to this planet, this look exactly like those energies coming in. So for me, that means that a lot of things are shifting into that energy that's coming into the planet, and these things are being, guess what, brought to the light. For sure.
The data that they used to create their model. And this is the model. So it reads the tomography with another cross-sectional line showing the presence of vertical structures. And if you think that was pretty mind-blowing, it then goes on to say, as observed in the 3D model below the ground level, so ground zero of the main structure, vertically aligned cylindrical structures extend for hundreds of meters beneath the Giza Plateau.
Wow.
Notably, 8 of these structures, arranged in 2 parallel rows from north to south, descend to a depth of 648 meters, merging into 2 large cubic structures measuring approximately 18 meters per side. These features are illustrated in the topographical images and models presented.
Wow.
The paper then adds to that with some even more interesting detail, which is that the 8 cylindrical structures that have been identified in the tomographical image appear as vertical wells, which are hollow inside and surrounded by descending spiral pathways. It then goes on to describe the third step, which is a lot of the analysis they've done based on all this data that they've collected. So they say the next phase involved analysing the tomographic data to determine the full extent of the underground structures beneath the Giza Plateau. The tomographic images clearly reveal that the structures exist beneath the plateau, extending below the pyramids of Khafre Khufu and Menkaure, for approximately 2 kilometers below ground. So mind-blowing as all that is, there's still more to come. And this is just a little bit of the information that they have shared with us so far. So we can look forward to a lot more to come out fairly soon. And I will keep you posted. In the meantime, this is a look at some of the models and some of the data.
Ooh.
The objections that Geopop makes to our work that we showed in Bologna a few days ago in front of 900 people and which went around the world in an instant. They are essentially laughable objections. That is, objections made by someone who is not well informed. They are objections of a person who has not read, or perhaps if he read, he did not understand the previous scientific work from 2022 that we had published in remote sensing, which used the exact same technology and had already been validated from science with the contribution of as many as 7 referees. I recall that remote sensing is a journal. It is the 4th most important journal in the world for scientific research with synthetic aperture radar. And basically, Geopop claims that we cannot look inside the pyramid because no one has ever looked inside because the radar system only has the ability to see the outside of the objects and not to penetrate inside. And this is true, or rather it was true until recently. That is until 2022. That is until Filippo Biondi discovered a methodology to transform the photonic signal into a phononic signal. And it's very simple. A small child would understand it. A small child would understand it if they had read the scientific work from 2022, already published, where everything is written, including the mathematics part. And the system that has been widely demonstrated. Why? Because before and after writing the work with
everything that's taking place right now is really the blueprint for eschatology. Eschatology is basically the science of the end times. So we're basically going through a prophetic divination. So all this stuff is when the pyramids are basically going to turn on, is going to upgrade our genetics as well. It's kind of like the same shit. You ever seen the movie Supercell?
Yeah.
Hey, so when the pyramids turn on, potentially you can get those powers that you've been talking about. Because one thing you got to understand about pyramids, they have a kinetic energy that can basically manipulate the space-time continuum by way of an interface transition, meaning that it's basically like a glitch in a system that basically dematerializes the grid system. Because
I got a question.
Yeah.
I got a question for you, right when you're in the middle of it now. All right, so look, check it out. Since we talk about superpowers and stuff, all right, are we going to have to make it to the pyramid and go to the bottom of it? Because I heard it's a chamber down there that looks directly up, and the energy, all right, goes into your body. Is that what you think? Just a thought. Is that what you think can give people abilities? Or is this energy just going to come live and it's going to shoot into the air and transform our grid and upgrade everybody? Like, how you think that would happen then?
Yeah. On the microcosmic aspect of it, yeah, that can be true as well. But when you understand, like, the essence of ancient, Egyptian mythology, the only way to reap the benefits of those energies is when you have the man and the woman together, because the man and the woman together represents the triangulum system of the pyramids, the dualistic forces of nature, the divine feminine and the divine masculine. So you got to be balanced in order to get those superpowers. Just like when you watch the last Matrix movie, in order for Neo to escape the Matrix, he needed the divine feminine. She's the one who pulled him out of the end. At the end of the movie, she's the one who put his ass out of the Matrix. So that means that your woman or your counterpart has to be conscious or socially aware about, you know, the dynamics of, you know, the world and stuff like that. That's the only way you're gonna get the apex of your abilities once you reach your higher self. So you
because I'm asking, because you don't want niggas storming the pyramids, you know what I'm saying? Look, niggas get look.
hey, it'd be the same shit. You ever see the movie World War Z when they were trying to get over that wall? Everybody going to the pyramids trying to get DNA upgrades.
I'm telling you, look, exactly.
But what they not telling everybody, everything's internal. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though they showing you pyramids and all these monolithic structures at the bottom and stuff, talking about Ark of the Covenant, all that stuff that they basically talking about is already in you. So you just got to activate it.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, look, when you start speaking about the Ark of the Covenant, like it's one thing we talked about offline too as well. I'm gonna bring it back up. It's like, all right, we're building something where we're actually gonna be boots on the ground, going to see some of these things. And the stuff that people speak about, you know me, bro. Look, if they talking about entities there and somebody getting eaten by monsters, they got guardians and stuff. I'm gonna let you know right now. I'm not gonna be the one to touch it. I'm not touching nothing.
Right. But
so I don't know how we gonna get through this, B-Dale, because I'm not touching it. I don't know. Is you gonna touch it first?
Hey, I'll touch it. I'm Indiana Jones. And you know
Hey, look. Hey, bro, I can run fast as hell. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I'm fast, bro.
Hey.
Not kind of like, all right, yeah, go ahead and touch it if you want to. Hey. I'm gonna be able to tell the story. I'm gonna be out there, John.
Hey, we got to, bro, because like you got to go against the grain. Like, we want to know the secrets. It's time that we get on, like you said, boots on the ground. We got to do these excavations because that's when you're gonna be able to see, like, hey, because you never know, we might discover some shit that, you know, the National Geographic or anybody hasn't discovered. Because a lot of the stuff that's being discovered, there's a hidden agenda behind it. Because in order to unlock some of these portals or stargates, unlock the Ark of the Covenant, you have to have a certain genetic format. So a lot of people, as far as like the gatekeepers, they don't have the genetic format to unlock some of those things. So that's why they need us. You know what I'm saying? It's like the movie Lovecraft Country.
I was just about to say that.
Go ahead.
I promise you, I was just about to say that. That's why they needed him in order to use his energy to do what they was trying to do. Facts.
So the same thing translates in real time.
And it was a reason why that was only one season.
Bruh.
You know, like, look.
Amazing show.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, and look, we could talk a lot about that, but yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going. This is crazy.
The way it's set up and laid out, if you look at the structure from beneath, and I've gone down the subterranean shaft, which goes down about 65 meters on one angle, another 30 meters straight down, another angle. It's beneath the bedrock. Now, even beneath that, you see these giant tubes that are dried out. They're aquifer tubes where the channel was there for the water to run from the Nile. When you take moving water under magnetized crystal granite, you create something called physiostatic electricity. Christopher Dunn, who is an engineer, he wrote several books about the power plant.
I get it.
Now,
it's
those
a power
ions
plant.
blow up in.
It's a power plant. Yes, these things are, man. The pyramids are like a fucking, man. It's like the biggest battery you can fucking think of, the biggest fucking generator you can fucking think of, but it's generating off of the fucking universe. Like, that's why it's in line with Orion's belt and all that shit, because it's a motherfucking generator, bro. The sun powers like the shit, like, bro, the weather, all that shit, man. It's like, bro, that shit just receives energy. It's like a solar panel, a huge solar panel. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy, bro. This is some deep shit, bro.
To the Grand Gallery, I believe there used to be resonating rods going up the Grand Gallery. The slots are there, but the rods are missing now. And that probably would step up the power until it gets into the King's Chamber. And then from there, some type of fusion, I believe, would happen. Now, why do I say fusion? Well, there's a box inside the King's Chamber that's a rose granite box. And you can tell it was added at a later date. Now, this rose granite box.
The box I was talking about, somebody got some powers and dipped.
I swear. That's the chunk they took off and created Thor's hammer with.
A huge chunk of the corner is missing. So to me, something was energetic within that box. And so I started thinking about it. So I took precise measurements of the box. I checked out measurements that were online and available to me. And it's the same exact dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant. The Great Pyramid itself at Giza.
In my view, the pyramids were just the rooftops. And what lies beneath is the real secret. No, the real mystery is why they're suddenly telling us this. They're claiming a vast underground city exists beneath the pyramids, stretching kilometers under the Giza plateau. But here's the thing, nothing reaches the mainstream unless it's been greenlit. So ask yourself, why now? Because here's what they don't teach you. Advanced civilizations existed way before us. And I don't mean bow and arrows. I'm talking high-tech infrastructure, energy grids, and precision engineering. They've spent decades making sure that kind of info stays buried. Why? Because it breaks the illusion. Now, right when people are waking up, this discovery gets dropped. And remember how recently they were all in on UFOs and so-called alien sightings. It all ties together, building toward the next big reveal that ancient humans had help from something they'll call ancient visitors. That beings from the stars came down and handed us knowledge we couldn't have had on our own. But if you've been paying attention, you already know that's just the latest version of an old narrative. These so-called visitors, they've been described in every ancient culture, just under different names. Some called them spirits, others jinn, some fallen angels.
Right.
Today, they're called greys, ETs, aliens. It's just the modern take on their deceptive branding. There was even a well-known occultist who made contact with one, called it Lamb. Looks just like your classic alien. And yeah, the place that contact happened, right inside the Great Pyramid. Coincidence? Probably not. Because this isn't just about history, it's about access. Access to knowledge we were never meant to have. Or at least not yet, so don't buy the shiny packaging. This isn't about aliens, it's about influence, control, and the long game. Because what's buried under the pyramids might not just rewrite history, it might expose the setup that's been waiting for you from the very beginning. I'm gonna go ahead and say this is just a joke for entertainment purposes. What if I told you the pyramid?
This is the secret technology hidden beneath the Pyramid of Khafre, and it was never meant to be found. In the 1990s, a team of archaeologists uncovered something extraordinary beneath the Pyramid of Khafre. 4 massive chambers, each containing a towering pillar made of an unknown metallic alloy. The pillars hummed with energy, as if they were ancient batteries. After weeks of research, the team discovered how to recharge the pillars. When activated, they emitted a low, resonant frequency that seemed to sync with the Earth itself. The hieroglyphs on the walls described the pillars as part of a defense mechanism created by an advanced civilization long before recorded history. But as the team continued their work, strange things began to happen. Equipment malfunctioned, communication devices went silent, and some researchers claimed to hear whispers in a language no one could understand. One by one, the archaeologists vanished. The project was classified as top secret, and all records were buried. In 2023, a leaked document revealed the truth. The pillars weren't just batteries. They were part of a global defense system designed to protect Earth from an unknown threat. The final note from the lead researcher read, "We awakened something ancient, and now it's watching us."
See, that's when I say, hell nah. See, look, that's why stories like that, I hope it's not true. I know it's not true in my mind because it's diabolical that these videos be capturing just one person can like just completely fuck it up for everybody. So now we all cursing something watching this because you want that shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
You ever seen in a cartoon when you hit that big red button and the whole world blow up? That's the same shit archaeologists doing. Hey, because one thing, bro, like a lot of the stuff that they finding, bro, is really like sacred stuff. And you're not supposed to put your hands on it because it will basically manipulate the ecology of the planet, which will also destroy the ecosystem. So some of the shit they finding is weakening the magnetic field. So this is why they, doing all this stuff with climate change and talking about globalism and shit like that. Like all this is like according to their timeline. So that's why it tells you in the Bible, for those who follow religion, it tells you that the devil only has the 6,000 years reigns on the planet. And, planet Saturn is a representation of the illusion, and Saturn is losing its rings. So when these pyramids turn on, eventually, it's really going to manipulate the atmosphere. It's going to manipulate the illusion because the Saturn's rings in the firmament, they both work in conjunction. That's what creates the illusion. Because the moon and Saturn is the external hard drive of planet Earth. So shit, if it takes me to hit that button to get this simulation, hit that reset button, I'll go in them pyramids and do it. I'll be the one to do it. Because like I said, we got to get to the hereafter. You know what I'm saying? It's that time that we in a fifth dimensional civilization, and we got to separate from certain individuals who is subjugating our energy. So this is why we talk about the chosen ones, bro. The chosen ones.
Hey, I know they talk about the chosen ones, but this man B-Dale said, I'm gonna go into the pyramid, I'm gonna crash out, I'm gonna touch it.
Hey, might as well. It's no time, bro.
Hey, look. Hey, I'm the other way. This nigga about to touch it.
Hey, you gotta crash out. Hey, I'm gonna crash out for the Anunnaki.
I hope I believe you. I hope it's gonna go the way that you planned it. But yeah, you got somebody got to let it tell the story. You know what I'm saying? Just in case.
Yeah. Hey, but like I said, man, we in a time period like that's why we got to get boots on the ground. Like you said, we got to start doing our own excavations, and because the creators are now they the new prophets. So we have to be resourceful enough to go out and be like, hey, we finna go to Mammoth Cave, Kentucky. That's one of the cave systems that lead to Hollow Earth. We got to go to these other places. We got to go hit the pyramids in Mexico. Stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? People want to see that. So we in that time.
Right. And then when we were talking about doing the whole Grand Canyon thing, remember when we were talking about, you know, I don't want to say too much about the things that fly in the air that's been doing this. We were talking about that. See, I always get a yellow mark when I talk about that. They shadow ban me pretty much. But shortly after that, that started happening a lot. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we couldn't really get to the stuff we want to get to. But we got other ways. We're not gonna speak on it here. How we're gonna be traveling, but we're gonna get there.
And you know they just had an earthquake at inside the Grand Canyon, right?
Oh, I know it was inside the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, supposedly it was like they said it was inside the Grand Canyon because
I'm right down the street.
Oh my God! Hey,
I'm right here.
Hey, you right by sacred energy, though. So it's not a coincidence that you know what I'm saying that you be doing these videos. So you got a certain energy to you. You know what I'm saying because you over there by the Sedona vortex. Remember when Rashad Jamal he said you can get to the pyramids of Giza through the Grand Canyon, right? Because there's interstellar vortex portals inside the Grand Canyon. And you got pyramids inside the Grand Canyon that's tether connected to the ones in ancient Egypt that was also associated with the ones in ancient Atlantis. So every pyramid structure on the planet has a cave system. There's a cave system because during after the first flood of Noah, you had many different other floods, and that's where some of other demographics of people they had to go inside the caves and get to Hollow Earth to escape the calamity. So how you know we're not supposed to be doing the same thing? How you know we're supposed to be digging underground? Hey, I ain't got
that's why they got bunkers. You see what the quote unquote elites are doing. They everybody got a bunker. Rick Ross got a bunker now. He was like, I see y'all, Elon Musk. I got mine too. But do you think? All right, so my theory is it's just a theory with the bunkers. I feel like that they're not deep enough in those bunkers, and I feel like if the land started to crack open and stuff, and you got a bunker, like I don't think there's no good. They can easily smash. They can smash those. Like I don't want to go out like that. I really take my chances up here, trying to balance myself.
Hey, the only thing that's gonna save your ass though is if you have a sacred energy, and that's when I'm talking about in terms of energy. That is what they call the seal of the Most High. So you're gonna be having a protectorate force field around you. So there's many different ways to look at it, but you ain't got to build no bunker if you chosen. If you chosen, you know what I'm saying, these new energies is coming in, they're gonna protect you. You know what I'm saying? So so only the people who's hiding out in them bunkers are the ones that was doing that dirty work and they trying to hide out from shit.
Right.
Now I was about to tell them, like, for all the people that's watching, make sure y'all share this video because everything they telling y'all about the pyramids and the Ark of the Covenant is in your genetics. That's all they basically talking about. Because the human body is a metaphysical form of art. And everything that they basically do is an emulation of the true chosen people on the planet. So that's what I'm saying. They understand that our genetics is going to enhance over time. So share the video to people who understands this type of information. Please share it.
156 feet underground, a jaw-dropping revelation that's their boldest move yet to silence skeptics and prove their wild claims of a secret city beneath the Giza pyramids. So earlier this year, this team shocked the world by announcing they detected an underground city beneath the Khafre pyramid using synthetic aperture radar SAR technology, describing a vast network of tunnels, chambers, and possibly streets buried over 2,000 feet and dated to 38,000 years ago. A timeline that flips mainstream history on its head, as ancient civilizations with monuments and agriculture only go back 12,000 years, prompting the scientific community to raise eyebrows and question whether radar could accurately map such depths without physical proof. Now, doubling down, they focus on the tomb of Osiris, tied to the Egyptian god of the afterlife, where an image produced by SAR technology revealed the known levels descending 114 feet below the surface, along with a vertical shaft and 3 distinct steps, successfully mapping these pre-existing documented structures to showcase SAR's precision, while also detecting a previously unknown structure appearing to reach an empty chamber 656 feet below, complete with a sarcophagus surrounded by running water. Nicole Sassole, the project's spokesperson and a forensic expert with 25 years of experience, explained that this presents the tomographic analysis of the tomb of Osiris, an extensively documented structure, demonstrating how satellite radar tomography has successfully replicated its features, extending to a depth of approximately 656 feet, noting that the images capture dark areas within the third level shaft, suggesting additional structures below, with a black area, possibly a small or actually large room, visible at an estimated 328 to 656 feet based on preliminary pixel calculations, a previously undocumented feature accurately replicated by SAR. Sassole called it a game changer, saying, quote, running water at that depth isn't just unusual, it's just a civilization with advanced engineering we're only beginning to understand, end quote. As the team bases these claims on ancient Egyptian texts interpreted as historical records of a pre-existing civilization destroyed in a cataclysmic event, arguing this chamber connects to a secret city beneath Khafra, forming a vast subterranean complex across Giza. So imagine a sarcophagus, possibly holding a figure like the undiscovered Cleopatra, preserved where water still flows after millennia, seen as hard evidence to validate their claims of an ancient, sophisticated society lost to time. Time to get digging, because Italian researchers have just dropped a bombshell new detail that could blow the lid off history. A hidden chamber beneath the tomb of Osiris, loaded with a...
Succeeded in stealing the Ark of the Covenant from Solomon's temple.
What
and
if
he brought it back by another ruse? All of these stories are full of characteristically legendary tricks. But he put a replacement in Jerusalem,
my mind's starting to
and
go now.
conveyed
Now I'm starting to think
the
about
actual Ark of the Covenant by air. It was taken through the air.
What if the Ark of the Covenant? Because the thing about the Ark of the Covenant is, like they said, like a regular man cannot fucking look at it, he'd die. Like it's like staring God in the face. Like just the fucking the glory of God alone. You know what I'm saying? Like a regular man could not look at God, because it'd be like looking at the sun. You know what I'm saying? If you look into the sun, just the light alone will fucking burn your retinas. You go blind. You know what I'm saying? So that would be like staring upon God. You know what I'm saying? But the fucking Ark of the Covenant was essentially like supposed to be like God's, like a piece of like God giving mankind a piece of him, something that they could communicate to him through. But it's not something you could play with. It's something that you'd have to really be like serious about. I don't know exactly like what the exact fucking use was for, but it was something spiritual, something that was, you know what I'm saying? So like this shit is fucking deep, because I'm like, if the Ark of the Covenant was essentially powering, if they put that Ark of the Covenant, like if the Ark of the Covenant in that box or whatever they were talking about, I'm thinking like, damn, that could essentially connect all of the, it's like the last piece of you know, when Thanos got the last fucking what was it, the little, not the rings, but the motherfucking y'all know what I'm fucking saying, man. It's early or late, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But god damn, that shit boggles my mind though, bro. Like fuck, to know that, like the power, like that's a lot of fucking power. And what if them motherfuckers stole the Ark of the Covenant? What are they fucking planning to do with it? That's what I'm thinking. So I'm looking at CERN and everything they doing at CERN, right? Because CERN is essentially talking about they motherfucking trying to do all this other shit and open up wormholes and shit. But I feel like they're trying to open up the key to the bottomless pit, which is in the Bible, you know what I'm saying? The opening up the abyss, which would, you know what I'm saying, release all those, like, antimatter, dark matter, whatever, demons and demonic things. I believe that they've been disguising a lot of shit. Like, the aliens are probably really demons, you know what I'm saying? But they're disguising them as aliens. They're trying to make them seem like they're extraterrestrial and all this shit, when really they're spiritual beings. Like, it's a lot of fuck shit going on, and I feel like that Ark of the Covenant has a lot to do with it. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know who's hiding it, who has the Ark of the Covenant. I mean, it could be the motherfuckers at the Vatican. They could be hiding that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because they said it had to be underground, right? Because it's so, just the glory of it alone, like, you would have to hide it underground. And you'd have to have it in a concealed place where it could contain the power of it. You know what I'm saying? That's like, it's like having a fucking crazy ass bomb that could just blow up everything, man. You'd have to have that bitch contained. So I mean, I'm thinking, bro, like, yeah, man. Yeah, my mind's going now, man. But shit, I'll let that shit ride.
At great speed to Axum. And the fact is that it is absolutely fundamental part of Ethiopian Christianity today. They still believe that the Ark of the Covenant is in Axum, and Axum is there. You can go there. They have hotels. You can stay there. You can see the building where the Ark of the Covenant is supposed to be, but you can't see the Ark of the Covenant. They won't let you in. It's between an old and a new building of Mary of Zion. This seems to be on the site of the original Cathedral of Axum, which is where the Ark of the Covenant is supposed to have gone at the beginning. At any rate, you have a curious phenomenon that the Ark of the Covenant is still, for the faithful, resident in, and the Ark of the Covenant, as I should say, is these are the tablets of the law written by God. And they are allegedly in Axum today.
The Ark of the Covenant, built by Moses to hold the stone tablets of the Ten Commandments at the command of God himself. In Jerusalem, it was the literal dwelling of the Most High, secreted in the darkness of the Holy of Holies for centuries. Then it disappeared. No one knows exactly where or when, but for more than 2,000 years, the whereabouts of the Ark have been shrouded in mystery, despite countless attempts to track it down. There are many theories as to the whereabouts of the Holy Relic. Some say it's buried under the Temple Mount. Others contend it was carried to Egypt before being lost to history. Wherever it may be, the lost Ark of the Covenant has become one of the most sought-after Christian relics in history. On a recent trip to Africa, I met up with...
I guess that was what Indiana Jones was supposed to be going after in the Indiana Jones and the Lost Ark Crusades or whatever the fuck they was doing. Like, he was basically essentially going and searching ancient Egypt for like the Ark of the Covenant and some shit like that. Like, that's where a lot of that shit comes from. You know what I'm saying? Well, the movies anyway. That shit's crazy, bro.
Explorer Bob Cornuke, founder of the Bible Archaeology Search and Exploration Institute. He's been investigating a little-known theory about the Ark for over 10 years and agreed to let me tag along on another fact-finding adventure. A former crime scene investigator in Los Angeles, Bob has made a name for himself by searching for biblical relics based on the same techniques he used in law enforcement, taking the Bible as a literal guide.
What? Setting people up and stealing their shit? Like,
he's traced the route of the Jewish exodus from Egypt, searched for Noah's Ark, and probed.
Oh yeah, then one other theory too, right? Theory is, right, the Ark of the Covenant was filled with manna, which was God's basically like monatomic gold, right? And they say real monatomic gold at its purest is a powder, right? But what's miraculous about monatomic gold is it doesn't weigh anything. And in fact, like, imagine this. Imagine you having a fucking whole bag full of powder, right? Or you having like a 10 pound bag filled with powder, right? And the bag weighs -10. Imagine that. Like, imagine you having something that's so fucking light it can't even be weighed. Like, it doesn't even make sense, right? It's like, what? But imagine that, bro. Like, you have a fucking whole bucket full of this powder, but the powder makes the bucket so fucking light that the bucket essentially floats. Like, it floats. Like, this shit like literally makes shit float. That's crazy to even think of, right? Because it defies science. And that's another thing, bro. Like, that's what lets you also know, like, you know, that's what science is for. Science is to hide God, because science offers an explanation for everything, even some shit that shouldn't and couldn't be explained, because it's just miraculous. It's just God. It's divine. But science has to make everything make sense. Some shit doesn't have a fucking explanation. Like, how do you explain that? How do you explain a powder that weighs nothing? How do you explain filling a bucket up with something and the bucket weighing less than it did before it was empty? Does that make sense? You look like, what the fuck, bro? I just filled this whole bucket up and the bucket is fucking lighter than a feather now. How the fuck does that work? It doesn't even make sense, because it can only be God, right? It can only be something that's divine beyond your understanding. And that's what basically the Ark of the Covenant is. It's beyond our understanding. It's an advanced way of thinking. We're not even prepared for what it's capable of. And it's crazy, bro. Like, I hope I'll explain that right.
The mystery surrounding the true location of Mount Sinai. His Ark theory goes like this. Just before the Babylonians invaded Jerusalem in 586 BC, Levitical priests moved the Ark to Egypt to save it from being destroyed. After more than a century there, it was moved again, all the way up the Nile River to Lake Tana in Ethiopia.
This is where they say that they had the Ark, and it's rested right into where those trees are. We're going to go by it here right now, and as we go by with the boat, you're going to see where they actually say the Ark sat in a tent, similar, very similar to the tabernacle in the wilderness.
The monks living on Tanakirkos Island haven't changed their worship or way of life for thousands of years. Even today, they dress in animal skins and live a primitive existence, farming the small island. They also spend more than 3 hours a day in prayer. The monks showed us relics that they say arrived with the Ark.
So these implements were said to be brought with the Ark.
Restricted area of the canyon, there are pyramids and caves adorned with hieroglyphics and Egyptian artifacts. This discovery, if true, is mind-blowing. What adds to the mystery is the claim that authorities have deliberately kept this knowledge hidden for almost a century. To maintain secrecy, the airspace over this specific area is even restricted. This secrecy surrounding the findings raises even more questions about what might truly lie within the depths of the Grand Canyon. Exploring the area around the pyramid and cave in the Grand Canyon is no easy task. While it's technically legal to visit, it poses significant risks due to its treacherous nature. Despite these obstacles, people continue to venture into this section of the canyon, driven by a desire to uncover its secrets. Unfortunately, over the years, many individuals have been arrested, and some have even lost their lives while attempting to reach these sacred sites. One particularly noteworthy discovery in the Grand Canyon is a cave known as Kincaid's Cave, named after the first explorer who ventured inside. G.E. Kincaid, a former Marine turned archaeologist, restricted area of the canyon.
Cities underneath the earth.
They said Atlantis.
Bro, you see that shit, bro? Fuck. Now, this is how you know that globe shit is bullshit. They're showing you right now, bro. It's a flat earth, man. Period, bro. They're showing you basically right now how the globe makes no sense, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Was a myth, but what if its people never left and we've been walking above them all along? Dolores Cannon, renowned hypnotherapist and visionary, revealed a chilling possibility. The earth is hollow, and its secrets are extraordinary.
Now, if the earth is hollow, how the fuck could it be a globe? They're showing you right now, man, that the earth is fucking flat, and we're in a fucking they're basically showing you we're in a fucking it's like a snow globe. We're in a dome. It's a flat earth, and then there's a dome that's keeping us inside this motherfucker. As above, as below. You know what I'm saying? But it's not a spinning basketball like they be making us fucking feel like it really is. Nah.
She spoke of ancient cities hidden beneath our feet, thriving civilizations that escaped the chaos of the surface world. In her groundbreaking regressions, Cannon uncovered consistent stories of advanced beings, guardians of ancient wisdom, and a hidden world where the people of Atlantis still thrive silently, possibly watching us from below. Could the pyramids be gateways to this otherworldly realm? Could the lost city of Atlantis, long dismissed as legend, exist right beneath our feet?
It's not really hollow. There are cities underneath the earth, and they've been down there. The people went down there at the fall of Atlantis. There's a whole city. It's got a sun, it's got water, it's got lakes, it's got animals. It's beautiful, and they're more highly advanced than we are. But that is
and
inside
they
of the earth.
live thousands of years old, I understand.
Oh, it's been down there since Atlantis. The survivors of Atlantis, some of them went into the hollow earth. The entrances are found underneath the pyramids of the world. They have
Project Bluebeam, right? Now, isn't it a coincidence that there's a blue beam coming from that fucking pyramid? And what are they pushing on us right now? Project Bluebeam, right? I'm just something to think about.
Had the entrances to the hollow earth, and the pyramids were built on top of the entrances. This means the one in Egypt, the one in
Look at those blue beams. Look at that blue beam shooting up there. That's no coincidence. Project Blue Beam.
South America, all of the anywhere there's a pyramid, there will be an entrance going down into the hollow earth. There are cities.
Did you just hear that? Anywhere there's a pyramid, there'll be an entrance going down to the hollow earth. So the pyramids are evidence of the hollow earth. Evidence. A pyramid couldn't go down on a fucking on a fucking globe. It had to be a fucking flat surface. As above, as below. It had to be a flat surface, right? Water would only resonate on a flat surface. Otherwise, it would spill over or spill out. So it's like all the shit they've been lying to us about is coming to the light. In this age of awakening, it's really us just motherfuckers starting to realize that we've been lied to. Because, nigga, you can't keep telling us lies when I know better. You know what I'm saying? And we're starting to know better. So it's like, bro, like, come on, man. You know better, you do better. You knew better, you do better. You know what I'm saying? And that's real shit, bro. We're starting to come up out of this fucking fog because we can't continue to be asleep while everybody is motherfucking like active around us. You know what I'm saying? Everything's waking up. The earth is waking up. We're waking up. The age of awakening.
Mm-hmm. So I got my question.
Oh, look at the little baby, man. I love babies, man. Then they grow up and be so fucking crazy. But goddamn.
Is all right. Watching those clips, why would one separate two groups of beings and know that they can help us with technologies as far as like medical and everything else like that, help us live longer, healthier lives like we're really supposed to, versus if they lived underneath the earth with better technology and they lived to be thousands of years old, why wouldn't they assist us? Like, where did the cutoff happen? What happened? Did we beef with them? Is it us against us? Like, what is the story behind the unknown people that they've been alluding to in many different movies? They did it in Avatar. They've done it in Black Panther. It's always somebody underneath.
Right. You have two different tribes called the Nako and the Shiyuk tribe. When you study that mythology in the Nubian nation, it talks about how you have different factions of extraterrestrial and outer-dimensional.
Almost like that, we're identical.
My bad.
And outer-dimensional entities underneath, planet Earth. So the reason we don't get assistance from these intergalactic beings is because planet Earth is a school, so you got to go through a process of, ranking. Meaning that, you got to go through a process. It's a step to level up. You know what I'm saying? Because as far as like, planet Earth being in a three-dimensional state, if they gave us that type of technology right now, we would actually use it for destruction. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
It's kind of like the same concept that you give, unhealed so-called Black people reparations. What they're going to do with the money? The money, they're going to use it. They're going to destroy themselves with the money.
Man, it don't fucking matter.
Like I said, it's one of the same thing. We won't get access to that because the frequencies of three-dimensional Earth is captivated by the illusion of choice.
So what happened to us though? Like, why did we get separated?
Because you got two different energies. You got the seeds of Enki and the seeds of Enlil. The seeds of Enlil. Enlil is basically God of the Bible. God of the Bible is actually Yahweh. Yahweh is Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth is Kronos, and Kronos is actually the devil that is associated with planet Saturn. So when you study the Gnostic text, it talks about how the demiurge is a prison planet, right? And what makes it a prison planet, when you go to Genesis in the Bible.
Isn't that crazy how the demiurge, he said, right? And then, even though this has nothing to do with this, the demiurge is destroying the black man, right? Isn't that crazy? That's what he said. But then, and what is the girl's name that got Scooter killed? Demi. Remember her name was Demi? Demi something? How ironic.
Chapter 1, verse 5, it talks about how
Demi Blanco was her name. So
God created the firmament. That's when Satan separated the intergalactic waters from the third dimension. So that was the spiritual cutoff. So now we're in the quarantine zone in the prison planet. So you don't get access outside firmament, and you don't get access to Hollow Earth until you complete the school of the prison planet in the demiurge. Wow. But it's only going to be a chosen few who understand that mythology to where they're going to get access to those gateways.
Ooh.
Because when you look at the diametrical difference between Enki and Enlil, you break down the etymology of the word Enki, it means Lord of Earth. So even though Enlil is running the simulation, that doesn't negate the fact that the seeds of Enki.
I don't know why I keep doing that. My bad.
No, it doesn't negate the fact that the seeds of Enki will have birthright back to the planet, to where we get access to the portals, where we get access to the pyramids, to where we get access to the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant has never been lost. It's always been found, and it's connected to your neurological faculties. The Ark of the Covenant is the sephnoid bone, which is basically the holy seat for the pineal gland, right? That's why the Pope, he unlocked the keys of papacy, the cosmic keys of the silver key and the golden key, because when he unlocked that key, that was basically the embodiment of resurrection, because there was an encryption over the pineal gland. Study the holonomic brain theory. It tells you that your brain is tether connected to the simulation. So just like you have a firmament over the planet, you have a firmament over the brain. So this is why you hear the phrase, "Oh, he can't think outside the box," because your brain is literally inside the box.
So he's saying like everything, like it's not a physical thing, it's a mental thing, like it's like a spiritual thing, like, you know what I'm saying, as opposed to just being a fucking like literal object or whatever.
Box, because we live in a pixelated simulation, literally. So that's what connects the gematria body and the brain for reincarnation purposes.
Oh, extra smart.
So that's why, so that's what, what's going on.
Using words niggas ain't.
Okay. Yeah. I hope that answered the questions, because I like to ask these questions in a way where the typical person, no matter where they came into the video, they can understand like where we're at and what we're talking about and how to think about it in different ways, so it can make sense to them.
Right.
So yeah, I like that.
Little man getting all this edification, all this knowledge.
Right, he's sleeping on it.
That's what's up.
Mars went through a huge catastrophe 69 million years ago, and even went through another war 1 million years ago. The ruins on Mars and all that, they're some of them are 65, 70, 80, 100 million years old. The space and all that is at least 1 million years old. Now, according to the Andromedans, the face belongs to a group of Orions. That complex was built by Orions. The pyramids were built by Orions. Now, I understand that there's all kinds of coding and geometrics that go with the pyramids, but according to the Andromedans, and this is something they've done in the past, and many other races do, when they find a planet that they want to inhabit or colonize, this wobble is so irregular that they can't build anything on it, because they don't know 1,000 years to the next whether or not it's going to be destroyed. What they will do to balance the rotation, the orbit of the planet, is put weights on it, like we do with our car tire. These weights are pyramids. They put them at strategic locations to balance the rotation. This is why the Great Pyramid of Giza is located exactly dead center of all the Earth mass on the planet. It's a weight. That's what it was originally designed to be, was a weight to balance our rotation. So they would have some semblance of order here, that they wouldn't have to worry about it flipping around, orbiting, and pole shifting whenever it wanted to, or wobbling so much like this, that the oceans would just change.
Boy, hey, look, I ain't gonna lie to you. If it's that, they better leave that shit. What?
hey, speaking of him, his hand guy,
yeah.
So he's on the line, bro, and because he was putting out way too much information, so he's saying that. Hey, I need to stay away from his videos, because you know what I'm saying, we trying to live a long time over here.
Well, look, man, I ain't trying to deal with no 1,000-foot wave. We ain't nothing, but like, don't run. It's over with. I don't like the way that one is sounding to me, but we gonna keep going with this jump. I don't like that though. That's crazy.
Yes, sir.
Pyramids on Earth are located in the same part of the hemisphere as the pyramids on Mars.
Yes. Yes, it is. But there are more pyramids on the Earth than there are on Mars. There are a lot in the ocean. Central America.
Right.
We have a lot. Of course, it's almost 1.5 times the landmass as well. Plus, we have water, which in itself is an incredible amount of weight. I think we have 1.2 trillion square miles of water on the planet, which is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. It's 2/3 of the Earth, and less than 1% is frequent. Another question? Somebody else? Yes, sir.
Can you give us some of your background and how you came into all this information, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes. I guess it's time for that. My contact started when I was 8 years old. I was on a family picnic in Woodstock, Michigan, which is in the upper northern peninsula. I did not remember the contact until I was at the age of 14. I knew, and my parents knew, that something had happened, and the other folks. We went out to play hide and go seek, and the grass was very tall. It was in August. It was like the second or third week of August, just before we all went back to school. And I went to lay down in the tall grass and just to hide. Okay, because we had one of our little cousins, she was a female, we made her in, so she had to run and find us. And I remember picking up the chestnuts and throwing them because they were chestnuts. And I made a place for me to lay down. Well, I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was night. It was close to 9 o'clock. Now, in August, the sun sets late. So I got up and I walked back approximately 250, maybe 300 yards from the picnic area. There was a police car there that was blocking the back, or a state police, I think it was state, from the picnic area. There was a police car there that was blocking the back, or a state police, I think it was state trooper, because the guy had a big round hat with the funny thing on the top. When I got back,
we talking about big round hat with funny thing on top with his head open up like that. That's crazy. That's diabolical. No, he's not. We're gonna keep going. I'm sorry. I couldn't spare him. I couldn't spare him, bro.
Back, at first they were all glad to see me, and then my mother walloped me. She gave me a spanking. Where have you been? I said, well, I was over there. No, you weren't. They were all looking for you. So I took them back with flashlights to where I was. And
that's why I believe him though too, because like when niggas got their head open up like that, they don't give a damn about nothing no more.
Right.
Information. He's not lying, y'all. He's not lying.
Sure enough, there was my imprint in the grass, and they swore up and down that they had been all through there, and I wasn't there.
He fucked around and said, you know what? I'm gonna walk out the house like this today.
Right. Hey, even when you look at it from a scientific standpoint, his head is opened up enough to get that transmission, get them download. So it's very important that so he get that download, bro. Hey,
right.
So you see that, that's fact. There's always an esoteric connection to everything.
Right.
Always.
It's obvious at this point. It's about the information, clearly, because he don't give a damn about nothing else about the information. Like he ain't say, "Fuck it, I'm gonna put a hat on today." No,
hey,
I'm gonna give him the information.
He just said, "I'm coming out with the rooftop."
Yeah, AKA the moral of the story: have an open mind when you listen to it.
It wasn't until age 14 that I realized what had happened. And I was asleep. We were living in Elk Grove Village, Illinois. And I was asleep, and I woke up, and I'm lying on a table, flat on my back, and I'm looking up at this light. And there's a very tall, big guy standing next to me, and a short, tiny one. The tiny one had white skin, bald head, looked sort of oriental, but he wasn't, just very old. And the other guy, the big tall one, was light blue skinned, no hair, but built like a Greek god, like this. I had instantaneous recognition of those two guys, two men. The tall one is Morine. He's 2,300 years old in our time. He's from Andromeda. The short one was Theseus. Now, they don't use names like we use names, but those are names that they gave me so that I could call them to accommodate me. That's how I relate to them. They use symbols. Theseus is 4,300 years old. Actually, he's older, but this is approximate age. They're incredible. They're absolutely incredible. They're human beings just like us. They evolved. They were part of the Lyran lineage of the human race. And Lyra itself was destroyed in a war. And everybody just scattered and migrated out to survive. And according to them, this is probably a good time I want to add this before I forget.
People don't know that's where the Thundercats came from.
Yep.
They say the Andromedans, based on stories that the ancient Draconians have recorded, that the human race was created by another race called the Batal. Mars and Earth were.
Let me give you the update from the press release so you guys can get an understanding of why this discovery is so amazing. A research team comprising Corrado Malanga, Armando May, and Filippo Biondi, and Nicole Sicolo has unveiled new findings from a synthetic aperture radar scan of the Giza Plateau, focusing on the underground structures beneath the Khafre Pyramid. This initiative is part of an ongoing Khafre research project, which utilizes advanced satellite technology to explore the site's concealed architecture. Key discoveries in this: subsurface structures, that means beneath the pyramid, beneath the actual bedrock. The SAR scan revealed 5 small room-like structures within the Khafre Pyramid, centrally located above the chamber known as the Bolonzi Chamber, which contains a sarcophagus previously misidentified as the pharaoh's tomb. In other words, it's not a tomb for a pharaoh. It's a structure that looks like a sarcophagus, but isn't a sarcophagus. It's something else. And I'm going to tell you what it is tonight. The Great Pyramid itself at Giza, in my opinion, is a multifunctional stone computer and a power generator. The way it's set up and laid out, if you look at the structure from beneath, I've gone down the subterranean shaft, which goes down about 65 meters in one angle, another 30 meters straight down another angle. It's beneath the bedrock. Now, even beneath that, you see these giant tubes that are dried out. They're aquifer tubes where the channel was there for the water to run from the Nile. When you take moving water under magnetized crystal granite, you create something called physiostatic electricity. Christopher Dunn, who is an engineer, he wrote several books about the Giza power plant. So now those ions flow up into the Grand Gallery. I believe there used to be resonating rods going up the Grand Gallery. The slots are there, but the rods are missing now. And that probably would step up the power until it gets into the King's chamber. And then from there, some type of fusion, I believe, would happen. Now, why do I say fusion? Well, there's a box inside the King's chamber that's a rose granite box. And you can tell it was added at a later date. Now, this rose granite box, a huge chunk of the corner is missing. So to me, something was energetic within that box. And so I started thinking about it. So I took precise measurements of the box. I checked out measurements that were online and available to me. And it's the same exact dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah. The Ark, shout out to Billy Carson. I'm going to be doing something with him. And then me and Dre OG, we eventually going to be doing something with Billy, over the course of time. Like I said, we're going to be boots on the ground. Like my brother said, it's time that we start, moving around. It's time to start moving around and start doing like real intrinsic, deep research in archaeology and stuff like that. But we're gonna add some sauce to it. It ain't gonna be corny.
Oh man, they don't even know what type of sauce we're gonna. I don't think they're gonna be expecting it, man. We're gonna take this to a whole another level. It's taking a little bit of time behind the scenes because you can't. We're not going for perfection, but this is gonna be a breath of fresh air when y'all get to see it and see how deep it's gonna go. Because I think it's gonna have it's gonna have a buzz to it like back in the day when we used to watch Tigger in the Basement. On BET. It's gonna be that authentic vibe. Hits from the streets when he used to do street interviews. He was the first person doing street interviews. Right. He was hilarious. It's going to feel like you belong there. You're gonna get that euphoric feeling of like, damn, I'm getting information, but also they're making this shit cool. Because we are the cool kids. Don't get it messed up.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like we're a little bit different. Well, a lot different over here. We're building on something completely different. We're building the infrastructure for everybody to find their place, to feel like you belong here, get this information and evolve and change with us. Together, we can reach that Christ consciousness. And then to wrap this thing fully into full circle, see, people were saying that Billy Carson was out of his mind and he's this person, he took this person's identity. But if you think about it, look, he's been telling the truth the whole time. Now, all of a sudden, these other scientists say that, oh, we scanned the ground and these things are really under there. Billy Carson's been saying this shit.
Facts. And even Dr. Malachi York been saying
yes. They all been saying it. But they crazy though.
Right.
Because it goes against what you were programmed to think.
That's a fact, bro.
That's how I like to, speak about this. I put that in there for a reason because people was being so disrespectful. Anybody can look somebody up and try to make them intentionally look bad.
Fact.
That's why I'm not one of those people. I have somebody do that to me within the court system. Nothing but false documents, false statements. If you was to be somebody from the outside looking in and reading that, you would think that I am a monster.
Right.
But these people have zero proof. But I have all the proof on my side and I'm presenting accurate documents and we're stepping. It's a difference, y'all. So you can't just listen to everything that you hear. You got to take the time, step back and look at the bigger picture. Now, all of a sudden, these people say this stuff is real. Now, okay.
It's been real. It's been real the whole time. But
yeah, we talked about these going out the sky. Guess what? they doing this out the sky a lot.
Right. And then on top of that, like I said, we in the age of Aquarius, so that's the age of truth. So, by way of universal law, they got to give us the truth. It's called the threefold law. They got to give us the truth, whether it's in the form of entertainment, in a movie or a cartoon. They still got to give you the truth because, that's how they balance out their karma, basically. So it's up to us to have that mental and spiritual discernment to be like, hey, this is real, or is this fake or not?
Right.
Thanks.
I hit on the comparisons to the Schumann resonance. Right. And if you look at the graph that they scan the ground with, it's the same exact thing. Minus, some of the hours that they're blocking out some of the spikes. All of a sudden they're not recording the energies that's coming into the planet. All right, my question is this energy, we have a firmament. Is this energy on the outside of the firmament getting in and coming from the inside of the planet at the same time at this point? Because that's kind of what I'm thinking. Because we see it from the ground, right? We see the colors. We see the different energies that's coming in. I ain't gonna say radiation, I'm just gonna say energies. But then at the top, it's the same thing. Are we getting a dose from the top and bottom? And is that? And then my next question is that helping speed up the process in which we're changing?
Yes. See, the star Polaris is basically the embodiment of the power supply that gives energy to the sun and the moon. And the sun and the moon operates on fractions of light and it sends a cymatic frequency to the etheric network, which is the black sun inside the planet. So that creates the sigil system of the Freemasonic symbol. So this is why they put the G inside the geometrical symbol of Freemasonry, because the word geometry, when you look at the word geo, it translates to E, which is Chi, which is planet Earth. So it's the sacred geometry of planet Earth to where it's able to stream intelligence down from the magnetosphere, which is the ethers. So those ethers is what's spiking up the Schumann resonance. So like I said, that's the God frequency. Hulk is what? The color green. He activated his power by way of gamma radiation. Gamma radiation is the God frequency because it contains quarks and leptons. Quarks and leptons is the Higgs boson particle, which is the God particle, and the God particle manipulates the space-time continuum to where you have time dilation. So that's why it seems like the time is actually speeding up. So when you have these coronal mass ejections in the planet, it basically works in tandem with the frequencies of the black sun and the star Polaris at the same time. But the energy was subjugated at one point in time because the Alpha Draconis star system was being facilitated by the moon. So now we're in the age of Aquarius. Now we're in the sun cycle aligned with the star Polaris. When the age of Aries, Pisces, and Taurus, that was connected to under a lunar doctrine. So now we're not in the lunar cycle right now. That's why you've seen the fall of religion. You've seen the fall of all these things that's connected to the three-dimensional world. That's because these new energies is coming in because we're in the age of Aquarius. This is the Great Awakening period.
Yeah, now you see pastors locking people in the churches and asking for $40,000 until they leave. That's crazy.
That should have been people's. Hey, that should have been people's time to be like, hey, I need to step away from the church.
Right, and I'm not one of those people. I don't want to tell people what to do, but stepping away from the church is not stepping away from God or nothing like that. You can pray whatever you want to do behind closed doors, but give these people your energy and your money, your currency. It's crazy. It's crazy. They locking people in churches and. Bruh, y'all got pastors that's walking, bruh, they getting slapped by pimps because they spending the church's money on street booty. It's crazy. It's diabolical. Like you're spending the church's money on street booty. It's crazy. Like
at least get one of them holy ones in the congregation. You know what I'm saying? So this is why I say, man, you find God when you lose your religion. You find God when you lose your religion because it's in you. Psalms 82 verse 6. You are gods. You become a god when you detach from the religion. That's a fact.
The microphone, man. You speaking to the microphone? Yeah, he be trying to talk too.
That's what's up.
I think, yeah, he gonna rap or something. I don't know. What's up? You got some bars for us? Yeah. I just want to come up with this agreement ahead of time, though, for real, so we can make this public. You know what I'm saying? So we do go into like explorations and stuff like that. You is gonna touch the shit first, right?
I'm touching it. I'm gonna crash out for the simulation. Like if y'all want me to George Bush the button, I'll do it. Boom.
Yeah. See, that's crazy. See, look now. See, I be talking that shit, but at the same time, if you was gonna do, I do it too. I ain't gonna let you go by yourself. Like it is.
Hey, they say that when you go to Mammoth Cave, Kentucky, there's parts in where some of the stuff is not. Even though they got the great majority of the stuff that's blocked off with fake rocks and stuff, the cave systems. Right. They said if you travel inside, Mammoth Cave, Kentucky for about 60 days. You can get to Hollow Earth.
60 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I ain't never gonna make it to Hollow Earth, bro. I ain't.
Hey, I'm with the smoke. I'm with it.
Oh, so
I'll do it. I'll take an excavation like that because I'm one of those people, man. I want to go on an adventure. I grew up watching the movie Goonies, so I
for sure.
Hey, I got get my bag, my canteen and all that, my camping equipment. I'm all in. Hey, we in that time. We got to take excavations, bro. Like you never know. Like how you not know we might not get to the what's that movie? The Center of the Earth.
I don't know. It's not like we might have our own movie, nigga. A documentary, nigga. Like they never came back.
Hey, no. I think we'd be protected by that shit. We ain't gonna go too far, too deep. You know what I'm saying? To where it's gonna put our lives in jeopardy. But we're gonna make it make sense to people to where we're able to galvanize the information from whatever geographical location that we're going to be doing some studying on, and we're going to bring it back to the people to, for them to get clarity. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to hit, all the esoteric knowledge and the hidden information that's, that basically is associated with a certain demographic of people according to that landmass or that monolithic structure or whatever. So that's what that's going to be about.
I got a question. Yeah. All right. So you know how they don't want us to access like stargates and go down there to the, the Grand Canyon and explore, right? Because when have they ever cared about people climbing Mount Everest and like freezing to death and dying? They don't stop doing that, right? I think that would be more dangerous than going to the Grand Canyon. But all right, going into the Grand Canyon, they do have security there. So they're obviously not caring too much about somebody's safety if you already have security in those places where you can't go, right? So is there a way, do you think that with our genetics,
mama sitting
we
there
can
waiting.
walk through a Stargate into a different reality? Is it home? Is it quote unquote heaven? Is it hell? Is it whatever we want it to be? Activated by our genetics.
Yep, because the sigil of Moloch is the sigil of Baal. And the sigil of Baal is actually the sigil of Lucifer. It's also associated with the Khazarian Timber. So when you look at the no-fly zone in Antarctica and you look at the no-fly zone in the Grand Canyon, it creates the sigil of Lucifer. So that means that there's an encryption over that geographical area to where you're not able to take up on those energies. Now, remember, the Pope, he unlocked those keys of papacy on New Year's Eve. So inside where the encryption was, you got the hat of Dagon. The hat of Dagon is actually Moloch, Enlil, Yaldabaoth, Satan, Lucifer, whatever you call it. It's the same entity. So when he unlocked those keys, it unlocked those encryptions that was in certain geographical areas on the planet. So now, if we go to these sacred areas, we might get a different energy there. You see what I'm saying? So, like I said, the Pope is the visor of all religions. He controls all monotheistic religion. Religion is a part of the spiritual cutoff.
Why was he so terrified when he was opening up those? Was it?
Because it's one of those things where they can't break universal law. They got to give the keys back to the owners of the planet. And
So that's what he was doing when he did that?
Yeah, he's unlocking the keys. He's unlocking the Christ consciousness. When you go back to the Galactic Center, the Galactic Center is the Milky Way star constellation. And the Milky Way star constellation was basically the home of the black sun when you had the mothership projected a sun inside the planet where the Grand Canyon is at. So that happened by way of the extraction of plutonium bombs and the inception of time. So now
pretty much they just opened up a portal of energy that's going to that speed. See, that's why once again, let's wrap that back up. That's why we're seeing those different energies coming into the planet. That's okay, and that is the per se Christ consciousness. Because I don't know if people out here in the world can feel it. Are you working through, like when they talk about your shadow work? Are you working on the things that really, really bother you, that get to you? Are you sorting through those issues? Are you trying to make that conscious effort to solve those different problems within you? And I think we all, like we've been speaking through so many years, that we have traits that came from our ancestors. It's all in the blood, our karma, and we're here to work on these things. So my question to the people that's watching this video is, are you working on your karma? Do you feel the difference between how you can speak and articulate? Like right now, I don't have to stutter. Through the history of me speaking, people have heard me stutter, stumble through words, but I'm finding more peace within myself that helps me speak a lot clearer if I want to. So that's just my question to the people. Do you feel the energy? It's not all about, me having special abilities. No, it's about, we have to fix us first before we get anything good. Like a child that's getting a present. You have to be on good behavior first before you can get this video game back. You have to get A's and B's before you can start playing a video game and get access to this online system that you like so much. So that's just how I take it, that we're tapping back in. We have to sort through our issues and grow up first.
And you only get activated by self-realization, because self-realization is an interstellar vortex portal to your level up, which is your authenticity. So when you tap into the apex of your authenticity, in order to do that, you got to have 3 different wins every day. You got to have a spiritual win, a mental win, and a physical win. Meditation, working out, reading books. So all these things going to put you in a state of evolution to where you unlock certain codons within your physiology. And when you unlock those codons, that's when you unlock that epigenetic. And that's when you start to pull out, things that was subjugating your bloodline by way of the subconscious mind. So then that's when you reverse the polarity of the dark psychology that happened by way of indoctrination. So my brother Dre OG is right. You know what I'm saying? You got to do the inner work, bro. You got to do the inner work.
That's dope, man. That's some dope ass shit, bro. Deep ass shit, bro. A lot of motherfuckers ain't prepared for this type shit, man. But I don't give a fuck, nigga. You know,
look, I don't think Trump is fit to be president. I've said that for a long time. It's very bad news for the United States and all of its friends around the world that we're going through this now. We're going to emerge with a lot of damage done to our relationships. Trump is ripping through decades of goodwill, good faith, reliance, trust.
Hi, I'm Maddie Hale, and welcome to the Trump Report. Today, we've had former National Security Advisor John Bolton on the show. He's reacted to the Signal group chat leak, what it means, what he would do if he was still in this role, how you actually handle these sensitive meetings, and the fact that they would never be done over a group chat. So we've spoken to him about the people working in Trump's cabinet, whether they're fit for the role, whether Donald Trump is fit for the role. So all that today on the Trump Report. You can watch us every day, Monday through Friday on Times Radio's YouTube. John Bolton, a former national security advisor under the Trump administration. Thank you so much for joining the Trump Report today.
Glad to be with you.
Well, it's good timing having you on the show after a big week of national security scandals. The big story, of course, this week with this Signal Group leak chat with journalist Jeff Goldberg, of course, added to this small group of senior Trump officials discussing war plans in Yemen. Now, in your professional career, have you ever seen a situation like this?
Not Young Thug.
No, it's very hard to understand how the Signal Group ever got put together. The U.S. has spent...
What? Yeah, you got a 30-year tail over your head, man.
Right.
So right now, if they want to say, we're going to violate you, give him a year. He's going back here for a year.
What is Thug thinking? I know we all knew it was a long shot. He would ride out this long probation without violating, but so soon? And to involve law enforcement in your tweet, even though you tried to be cryptic about it? Let's get to the details.
I just said they're going to violate this nigga. I said, yo, this nigga is playing. He keeps playing. Well, whatever Wham say, Wham called him the other boy rat, Gunner. I said, okay, he wasn't in jail long enough.
Oh man,
when he did this,
bro.
Yo, street guys, see, you trying to talk in a way to where you feel they can't put it on you. That could have incited.
I make treats to people. I'm a good person. He trying to say I make what they trying to threats? What they trying to say? I would never condone anyone threatening anyone or definitely participate in threatening anyone. What? I would never condone anyone threatening anyone or definitely participate in threatening anyone. I'm all about peace and love. What? Is that a double entendre? What the fuck is this nigga talking about? I don't make treats to people. I'm a good person. I would never condone anyone threatening anyone or definitely participate in threatening anyone. Oh, okay. I would never condone anyone threatening anyone or definitely participate in threatening anyone. I'm all about peace and love. What the fuck?
You can't do none of that, bro.
I know they ain't gonna send this nigga to jail over a tweet, man. Come the fuck on, man. If a tweet is a fucking probation violation, that shit's crazy, bro. Man.
But you know, and people, I guess they know Street is whatever the nigga name, right? I guess that's what they know him as too. Well, he over there playing. Bro,
what?
Yeah, you playing, nigga, you got a 30-year tail over your head, man.
Right.
So right now, if they want to say, we're going to violate you, give him a year. He's going back here for a year.
That's what it is. And so so the third slide says, okay, this is related to yesterday's post calling Verieto, I guess that's her name. It has something in front of it. The biggest liar in the DA's office. They are blaming Thug for the actions of other random people in the reply as a direct consequence of these social media posts. So it says, on Tuesday, April 1st, 2025, Jeffrey Williams, a.k.a. Young Thug, amplified this act by reposting the image with the caption, Marissa Verieto is the biggest liar in the DA's office. This post quickly went viral, amassing over 2 million views with thousands of comments and retweets, many of which included direct threats to investigator Verieto and her family. So it says direct threats. As a direct consequence of these social media posts, Verieto's home address and her parents' home address were publicly posted, exposing them to grave danger. And it says, see Exhibit A. It also says one post stated, if the hate is really real, then pull up to her mama crib. And that's in quotations alongside a photograph of her. So this came in direct response to Young Thug saying, so other people are saying this. It's a direct consequence. Exactly. So the second bullet point says, okay, one post stated, if the hate is really real, then pull up to her mama crib. In quotations, it says alongside photograph of her mama's residence. And then it says, see Exhibit A. The next bullet point says, hours later, an additional post emerged threatening the assassination of District Attorney Fannie Willis. And then it says, see Exhibit B. And so that's like
did he ever go delete his original post or he just let it leave?
I don't even know. That nigga's tripping. So the last slide, Whack, it says the state is also mad that fans are now calling the judge YSL Whitaker. So it says pattern of intimidation and court undermining. This is not an isolated incident. It is part of a calculated campaign of intimidation, harassment, and misinformation designed to undermine the legal process. Social media has been used as a tool to manipulate public perception, spread misinformation, and instill fear. The efforts have also included attempts to exploit the court's perceived stance of disdain towards the state by referring to Your Honor as YSL Whitaker. The ongoing manipulation in public perception through social media is intended to obstruct justice, silence witnesses, and threaten those who enforce law. And that's that.
All right, y'all. You can see Thug put out a response to this. I don't make threats to people. I'm a good person. I would never condone anyone threatening anyone or definitely participate in
you got hacked,
anything.
bro.
I'm
Say
all
you got
about peace and
hacked.
love. Is that too little, too late?
Say you got hacked, bro. Say you got hacked, bro. Say you got hacked, bro. There ain't no way they can put you in jail over this. Well, they can, but god damn, bro. Nah, Thug, nah, bro. Fuck. Nah, cuz, nah, you got hacked, bro. Thug got hacked. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah, nigga, I was hacked. I don't know what the fuck they talking about. I was taking a nap and woke up to everybody talking about, nigga, why you tweet that? What? I ain't tweet shit. What are you talking about? Nigga, I've been asleep, nigga. The fuck you mean?
Somebody drew up the paperwork. They try to revoke his agreement. We're going to see how this play out, man. Somebody need to take his phone, laptop too. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, man, we'll keep you posted. It's your boy, The Answer. Until next time, we out.
Big developments in the case of Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, the man accused of orchestrating the murder of rap icon Tupac Shakur back in the 1990s. All these years later, the former gang leader is behind bars in Las Vegas and is insisting the case be thrown out. And he is implicating another music legend who's making headlines, Sean Diddy Combs. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis is said to be behind one of the most infamous killings in history, Tupac Shakur. The 90s rap superstar was gunned down while riding in a car with Suge Knight after the Mike Tyson fight at the MGM Grand. And over the years, there have been multiple investigations into Tupac Shakur's murder, but there has been one man who has seemed to implicate himself in the assassination again and again and again. Dwayne Davis, also known as Keefe D. By the way, spelled sometimes with 2 F's, sometimes with 2 E's, even sometimes with a Y. Gets a little bit confusing, but Keefe D. Now, Davis was reportedly the leader of a sect of the Crips street gang in Compton, California that dealt in drug sales and trafficking. Davis eventually did time in prison on drug charges in the late 90s, but since getting out, he has been more open about his apparent involvement in Shakur's death. Davis released his own tell-all book. It's called Compton Street Legend, Notorious Keefe D's street-level accounts of Tupac and Biggie murders, death row origins, Suge Knight, Puffy Combs, and crooked cops. And he started granting interviews with YouTubers who wanted the inside scoop on what happened on that night back in 1996 out in Las Vegas. So Davis and several members of his entourage apparently attended the Mike Tyson boxing fight. But afterward, in the casino, Shakur had attacked Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson. The fight had apparently been sparked by a previous beef over an alleged stolen neck chain. So the men eventually separated. The two groups went on their way. But Anderson, Davis, and others that were with them were reportedly still pretty heated over what had just happened. And later that night, allegedly, their plan was to target Shakur and Knight. And Knight, of course, is was the head of Death Row Records, as they were all stopped at a traffic light.
Man, what's good with the collective? Y'all know we back with another banger, another reaction. I appreciate everybody who been tapping in, running up, and subbing up. If you new to the channel, please like, comment, subscribe. Hit that bell so you always notified whenever we drop them uploads. Y'all know we coming with about 4 videos every smooth 7, and this is for entertainment purposes as well. And when you like and comment and subscribe to the channel, helps collective grow, helps collective get bigger, helps more people who like this type of content tap in with this content. But even if you haven't subbed up, you're watching on your TV or whatever the case is, I appreciate you as well. I hope you're having a smooth 7. But I ain't gonna hold you. Might be a trigger warning or 2. It's a little bit of a longer video about when he talk about the collective. Well, chat GPT or AI, however you want to put it. Talk and bring up the collective. Let me know how y'all feel, man. I thought that was kind of ironic, man. But I told y'all I would try it, so I posted it for y'all. Let y'all see. Well, I posted it for y'all. Let y'all see that I did try it. Y'all let me know if y'all did too. Y'all know what it is, man. Let's get straight to the video, man. Let's go.
People that now don't have any power, and for those people that don't,
wow, people coming at me. But shout out to collective. We'll chat GPT.
Anytime in any place.
Straight to the video, man. Let's go.
People that now don't have any power. And for those people that don't know, I'm in Thailand right now. I'm just grateful that I was not in Bangkok today. I had friends telling me that was running outside in they drawers from 40-story buildings, praying that one of these buildings don't collapse on them. There's just a friendly reminder that it can go down anytime in any place. Some parts, even the ground is cracking open. The weather all over the world been acting mad weird. And the fact that this happened right down the street from me is too from home. Having multiple buildings collapse from the 7.7 magnitude earthquake. And now they telling us to watch out for the shockwaves. But y'all let me know y'all thoughts on this crazy earthquake that just happened in Thailand in the comments. And I just dropped a YouTube video that's going into detail showing y'all what just happened.
Today is March 28th, and I'm shooting this. Me and Wisdom was.
I hope that nigga Tony Hernandez is all right, man. That nigga I think he in Thailand.
Just talking on this, like literally today at like 7 a.m. I mean, he said the same thing. Like he said he good, but it's that shit crazy that it's like, damn, you see the building's collapsing? But also, y'all go run up Wisdom's channel. Run his YouTube up, man. He getting into the YouTube. Run it up, bro. Run it up, run it up, run it up. He a legend with it, man. Fire ass content. Shout out to my guy.
No, a bomb. I saw it. No plane hit nothing. That is not a plane. They don't know what they're talking about. How would you see a plane hit that? Dude, I saw the second explosion. There was no plane that hit the second building. That exploded from the inside out.
It wasn't the building, not second plane.
Not no plane, bro.
We say the second plane. That's what we're told. Second plane. We saw it on television. All right. Thanks a lot.
What happened was I was down in the basement. All of a sudden we heard a loud bang. And the elevator doors flew open. Some guy was burnt up. So I dragged him out. His skin was all hanging off. So I dragged him out and I pulled him out of the parking lot. This was what was left on it. Pulled him out. When I pulled him out, I looked up and that second blew up. Just saw a burst, a big burst.
All of a sudden,
you heard a loud explosion. So we all ran to.
That man said the second building blew up. He didn't say shit about a plane. These are people that are there and right outside that motherfucker. They didn't see no plane. All these motherfuckers saying that it was a bomb. That shit blew the fuck up. No plane. It wasn't until the motherfucking news reporters came in with that story about the planes, nigga. Crazy work, man. Crazy work right here, bro.
Look, and the first building was a big hole on the side of it, and the other side went in flame. So we stood there in shock. Everyone's screaming. A woman collapsed on me. I had to lay her down on my textbooks. And before you know it, out of nowhere, the next building blew up.
Oh,
and then all of a sudden, everybody's everyone's running all over the place. A panic attack.
Didn't say no plane.
Didn't see the second floor. We saw the explosion at the other tower.
Didn't see no planes.
Of course.
Now,
that exploded, right?
Don't you think you would hear a fucking plane coming from where the fuck they said it came from? You're gonna hear a plane. You're gonna hear the wind velocity. You're gonna hear the sonic boom. You're gonna hear all that shit. There's no fucking way, bro. Man, 9/11 was the biggest hoax of all time, bro. The biggest hoax of all fucking time, bro. Allegedly. Nah, fuck allegedly. Nah, seriously though. Wow, bro. Wow, bro. They literally made up some bullshit and fed it to the people, and we bought it. A lot of us bought it. Then they came and cleaned up all the wreckage because they knew that scientists would have been able to figure out that this was not motherfucking, there was no plane material. There was no plane material. Maybe a missile, maybe a bomb, maybe thermite. Thermite is the only thing that can burn that fucking hot to make whole elevator shafts pour out like hot lava. Even Trump said there's no possible way. I was in on building the building. And the Trump Towers have some of the same building diametrics, whatever they call it, you know what I'm saying, as the fucking Twin Towers did. So he was saying like they're made super strong to survive earthquakes and all types of shit. There's no way for Ellis. Man, this shit was the biggest hoax, bro. It's crazy, bro, how motherfuckers are just so gullible, man. Like, man, and they can just play us like that, bro. CGI. When the first time I seen that shit, bro, when they showed the shit go into the building and then it showed the nose coming out and then you see how they stopped it right away. It went black. Like, bro, the camera didn't shake because the fucking building got a plane through it. The camera didn't shake. The person that was holding the camera was at a perfectly far away distance that he could hold that camera. So why the fuck would it cut off? Because, nigga, that nose went out the other side, which is fucking impossible. There's no way possible that the nose of a plane that would be damaged by a bird. A bird. Have you ever seen a bird hit a fucking airplane nose? It damn near destroys the fucking front of the nose. So you mean to tell me that a nose of an airplane would be intact after going through a fucking building? Yeah, fucking right. It was impossible, bro. Physically impossible. Man, this shit was the biggest hoax ever, bro.
That looks like a second plane.
I didn't see a plane go in. That just exploded.
Look at that shit, bro. Look at all that water, bro.
Come on.
Where's all the water coming from, though? Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
Well, the shaking caused by the
Where's
earthquake,
all that water coming from?
Down the
Oh,
height
that's
of
a
this
swimming
skyscraper
pool.
in Bangkok.
What kind of swimming pool did they have? Nigga, what the fuck? How much water did they have in that bitch? Like a whole ocean came up out that motherfucker.
Damn, prayers to anybody affected to that.
Right. Y'all hit that motherfucking like button, man. Y'all see what's cracking. Ooh, wait. Now look at that. Now look what we have here. Oh, need I say more? XXX. That's the new Twitter logo. Yep. XXX. Shit's wild, bro. Shit is wild, bruh.
To my Elon Musk people who rock with him heavy, justify that, please. I would love to hear it. I would love to hear it. The clip before that, man. Now imagine that was 7.7. As we know, the San Andreas is gonna be worse than that. And I always say, if the San Andreas break or snap, ain't it the Cascadian? The Cascade is one of them is pronounced. I think it's Cascadian. The Cascadian fault, that one gonna break. What is it? The Real Madrid fault, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's another one. And these is in different locations, different areas. If one break or snap, it's gonna be a domino effect. I'm telling you. If it hit, so when everybody say watch out in Cali, if you in any fault line, anywhere near anything else that can, like, I'm talking about volcanoes, all that weird shit, hurricanes, it's gonna be ruckus. So if that shit snap in Cali or anywhere else, that shit just gonna be a domino effect, and there's gonna be so many other little things popping off, weird phenomenons, weather. Trust me, bro. That's what I think. If that's a reach, y'all let me know.
Influenced by the elites, know the only truth. Over 283 pages packed with conspiracies, the dark elite, control agendas, the Black Vatican, aliens, giant reptilians, and reset civilizations like Tartaria. Secrets of forbidden places like Antarctica, the truth about the Illuminati and Freemasons, and stories of people silenced by the powerful. With never-before-seen images, and more. 5 free bonus books included. Just comment, silence, to get instant access before it's too late.
There's also a big theory going around Hollywood celebrities. They're eating mermaids. I heard about this. Yeah. A guy allegedly came out and he said, I was invited to like some celebrity A-list party, and guess what they fed me? Yo, they literally fed me mermaids, and I 100% believe it. And then when he rejected it, he went into one of the coolers and saw the mermaids. No way, in the cooler? And I believe this, why? Because another fisherman, he said, he caught something that made his whole boat turn pale. Whoa. And when he reeled it in, it was like a 5-foot human-looking person, gray and fins all over and gills all over her face. Yeah. And he exposed it. He said, this is crazy because a lot of fish markets label them under exotic, right? So those exotic fish markets specifically look for mermaids because those go for the most. Because who's buying it? Yeah. The millionaires in Hollywood.
Imagine it's bluefin this whole time. You know bluefin?
Oh yeah, bluefin.
Like a really, really expensive fish.
Oh yeah.
Rich people are the only people that buy it.
We wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know. But it does taste fire. Yeah.
Now that's a rabbit hole I think I'm gonna have to dive down. Y'all, collective, please let me know if y'all interested in that too. I never heard of the fish that he's talking about. I'm new to that. Apologies, forgive me. I heard the mermaids being fed to the celebrities. I heard that shit and it sounds crazy coming out of my mouth. I heard it. And we seen it in the previous video, but it still sounds so crazy, bro. But again, truth sometimes is stranger than fiction. That's the best way I can put it. But I'm willing to dive if y'all want to. Let's do it. Hey, spam it up. Let me know. But that shit crazy. And I want to see the footage of the fisherman who pulls. Because I don't think the one they showed, I don't think that's the footage. I want to see the actual footage of fishermen pulling that thing on the boat and everything going pale, the face, the scales. I need to see it all. Y'all let me know, man. Spam it up.
Hey, did you guys hear what's happening in Antarctica right now? Not good. Shout out Kurt Russell. The thing could be happening right now. I mean, whatever. Put it on the bingo card. Scientists from South Africa are trapped with a violent God, censorship is literally killing the English language. Anyways, yes, crisis in Antarctica at the secret secluded base on top of a cliff in which 9 South African scientists are currently trapped with a insane person. Violence has broken out. Like officially they're saying, shit got violent. Someone is probably hurt right now, and they are in the most isolated part of the world possible, baby. We're talking Shining type stuff. And yes, these people go through psychological evaluations before they're sent there. But when you get right down to it, you don't know how a human's going to react to supreme isolation like that. And they are there for 13 months with like no plan. They're going to have to send like a secret mission to save them. Maybe it's some new secret sort of weapon. I don't know.
Damn.
They had other British collection. Oh my God. The ground opening up too. Just imagine you just wake up and you go into the kitchen, you making you some food. Bam! The whole house collapsed. You just sitting there watching it. Bam! A piece of roof just smashed down on your Xbox.
Damn, and y'all see it. Look, all those clips is beyond me, right? Some shit I couldn't do. But if it floats his boat, by any means, run your lane, bro. But to me, when you a man and you trying to portray an image like you pregnant I feel like that's kind of just not kind of. I feel like that's disrespectful to our women, the women who actually have to go through this, to our mothers, our sisters, you know, our cousins, our aunts, our nieces, stuff like that, man. Like that's disrespectful to women. They gotta go through a lot. They body go through a lot, bro. Like I don't know if some men even take in consideration some of the things that women gotta do. Let's just start with the fact that they give birth, and that's something I wouldn't do. If I was a woman, and I wouldn't do it, bro. I wouldn't have kids. I'm not doing it. I'm not putting my body through that. I'm sorry. That shit looked like it hurt way too bad. I'm good. Not to mention, you know, a lot of personal things women have to attend to with that their body go through. I just find that kind of disrespectful. But hey, that's me. Y'all let me know. I feel like it's disrespectful to women to portray doing that. Like, you know, and it hasn't happened. So don't I don't know. Maybe that's just how I'm looking at it. Y'all let me know y'all thoughts. And it's cool if y'all disagree. We don't got to go to war over that. We can just have a conversation and understand each other. That's how far as it go. We don't have to go to war. But let me know.
This guy right here says they looking for the chosen, and you are absolutely correct. Hey y'all, did y'all know that there are tons of studies done on various groups of mosquitoes, and the majority of those group of mosquitoes, did y'all know that they prefer type O blood type? Did y'all know that? Check this out, y'all. It says some researchers indicate that certain mosquito species, like those that carry dengue fever, prefer to feed on people with type O blood. A 2019 journal found that mosquitoes chose a type O blood feeder more than any other different types of blood. So you're telling me that they're providing these mosquitoes feeders with blood in it. And who's doing that? I want to know who's doing this. Because, you know, this indicates that these things are created. Could this be the reason why that this man found this mosquitoes with a patent number on it, a number that says 38? So when I put the mosquito into gematria, it gave me 33. And you know what else gives me 33?
Good look, bro.
Reptilians. Very interesting. Could they be the one creating the mosquitoes? I mean, who would be giving mosquitoes a feeder with blood in it? Huh? Who? We all know how very important the number 33 is. Let's do a recap. 33 is a master teacher number, symbolizing spiritual enlightenment, divine wisdom, and the bridge between material and the divine. It represents the Kundalini energy rising through the 33 vertebrae of the human spine and activating higher consciousness. In Freemasonry, the highest publicly known degree is 33 degrees, signifying the complete mastery of illumination. And we all know your boy Jesus was crucified at the age of 33, you know, symbolizing a completion of his divine mission. So now let me ask you a question. Do you think these people are trying to stop a divine mission from happening? Are they trying to stop a certain blood type from ascertaining what's called Christ consciousness or activating the higher consciousness, the higher mind? I don't know, y'all, but why is this a thing? And why are mosquitoes getting fed with blood? And how do they know about that? So yes, y'all, I just thought y'all should know that because I've been seeing the blood bust everywhere. Please protect yourself because, you know, these people are out here and they're looking for us. But nonetheless, this video is strictly for entertainment purposes only. I'm only raising awareness to interesting situations during these interesting times. Like, follow, and share for more videos like this. The shift is here. Let's continue to get it. Peace in.
I told you
Baltimore and LA had that helicopter letting off mosquitoes.
I told you 38 was on some fuck shit. Now you see, nigga. They said, nigga, motherfucking mosquito bites, the spreading viruses and shit. The little nanobite mosquitoes is motherfucking got
These
38 on them, man.
All four from Harris County, Texas.
Ain't that about a bitch?
People are out here and they're looking for us. But nonetheless, this video is strictly for entertainment purposes only. I am only raising awareness to interesting situations during these interesting times. Like, follow, and share for more videos like this. The shift is here. Let's continue to get it. Peace in.
Baltimore and LA had that helicopter letting off mosquitoes. Cap or fact, man, let me know.
These four deputies, all four from Harris County, Texas, gone within 6 weeks, and they're pitting a big ass word on
baby, man. What's
I don't know, y'all. Something about this is not right at all.
You know,
I get it. Stress is real. Mental health is real.
How are you?
I'm not dismissing that. I'm just saying, all four of these people, same county, same office, all gone within 6 weeks from unaliving themselves. Something is not adding up, y'all. It gotta be something hidden deeper behind the scenes. Were they about to speak on something? Or were they involved on something that was about to get brought to the light? Like, what the hell is going on? The thing I don't like is how fast they swept this shit under the rug. They just like, oh yeah, they all four of them unalived themselves, and that's the end of the case. But I'm telling y'all, when you see patterns like this, it's not just a coincidence. Somebody knows something or somebody saw something. I feel like they cleaning house. Something went down in Harris County that they probably knew about and they didn't want to come to light. So these people might have had some answers. I don't know, y'all. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this down below in the comments.
Hey, y'all, I want to know the backstory. Y'all know, let's dig.
If y'all been feeling some type of way for the past couple of days, that's because a massive coronal hole has opened up on the surface of the sun, y'all, and it's blasting solar winds directly at us. Here is the Earth for scale. Y'all see that? That's the size of the Earth compared to this massive coronal hole that opened up on the sun. I know plenty of you guys have heard the song Black Hole Sun. Do you believe these guys were warning us about something deeper that is to come? Let's look at the lyrics, y'all, and let's see what they're saying. In my eyes, indisposed, in disguise. Also in the sky, like it's in the sky. As no one knows, hides the face, lies a snake in the sun. I believe the first line hints at the hidden forces that shapes our reality, and how the ancients saw this place as Maya or illusion, and how they also recognize the sun as a living entity and not just as something that gives off light, as well as the sun being in disguise. No one knows hides the face, literally telling you the sun is alive, it's conscious. This is why the sun is always depicting as having human characteristics, because they know that the sun is a living entity. Look at this face. This has been a face that the sun has shown before, y'all. So the sun is conscious, is alive. Now take a look at this line over here. Lies the snake in the sun. Now the synchronicity with this is we are in the year of the snake, which represents the Kundalini energy of the earth rising. And what stimulates this is the sun. The most amazing thing is we just ended the Kali Yuga, and at the same time we sprung forward into the new spring equinox. This allows the sun to bring in new energies, and at the same time we're about to have a solar eclipse on the 29th, and currently you have the sun looking like this, and the Bible states that God will destroy the old world by fire. Could it be metaphorical for the sun? Black hole sun, won't you come wash away the rain? Well, that's a black hole right there. That's a huge black hole. The black sun is linked to Saturn, which is a force of control, time, and resets. And I just told y'all, we just ended the Kali Yuga and are entering a new age. And before the new age happens, a solar flare is emitted from the sun, the black hole sun. Sun be transforming us in a way, wash away the rain, right? Because after the rain comes the sun, here comes the sun. So wash away the rain could symbolize an esoteric cleansing. Just as we know, solar storms affect our consciousness. So could this be a cleansing of our consciousness, the Christ consciousness? I truly believe we're in a video game and we're about to have some cosmic upgrades. But in order for this to happen, the old world needs to be reset, because the new world, we're about to have superheroes. I mean, where do you think the CIA get the concept of superheroes from? Let me know down in the comments below, y'all. Like, follow, and share for more videos like this. Let's continue to get this shift. It's here. Peace out.
Y'all say conscious juice be reaching. Is that a reach on this one?
You got to stop and watch this video. Me and Tommy were just on live, and he got called by, I don't know who, but I will find out who, which you're about to witness in real time. He got called midstream during the live to stop talking about a pertaining subject previous to this call. This happens at 49 minutes within the video. Watch his face.
Hey, 1 second, I got muted. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead, mute. But yeah, man, that's some real shit. I forget his name, man. Y'all can Google it. Maybe y'all see it in the chat. Bro, I'm telling you, the world is, the truth is stranger than fiction, and the birth certificates are bought. They're purchased on the stock exchange, bro. So that just goes and tells you why they don't bring up 800,000 a year. You'll hear about you'll hear about those off topics, right? But you're not going to hear about missing children. Y'all remember when missing kids went on milk cartons? What happened to that? Right. They don't do that no more. Why not? They don't want attention to it.
You went like that?
You know what I mean? Why everybody gets in trouble for talking about it.
Facts, bro. I had a Christian say I would not bring up missing children because I love my platform. Whoa! So you're selling God on here.
Right.
You're monetized. Yeah. That shit pissed me off. What do you mean? So you're gonna say it's demonic and it's satanic and they go after God by going after children. Right. Also, I think they're chickens.
Right.
The ones saying nasty. You good?
Down.
Yeah. They are though, bro. They definitely are. 1,000%.
Dude, I know that was a phone call.
Yeah, who was that?
This is live.
Yeah, it's live.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you were muted. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, no, because someone asked me to stop talking about something.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, before we got to this subject, we were talking about children and the birth certificate thing and how it's sold on the stock exchange and Tammy Stefano. I don't know, bro. That's crazy that I was being watched. Me and Tommy both being watched. And he got a call to stop talking about a pertaining subject. If you watch this live, it's on my YouTube, link in the bio. This was a good one, not gonna lie. I will be clipping it. You'll see pieces of this on TikTok. Pieces of guys. That's
the crazy thing about that is, damn, that means somebody watching them. And I mean, damn, if we start going live, y'all gotta watch what y'all say, bro, because I can see it. I go live and we start talking about some deep shit. I could see it now. Oh man, I can see it. I can see it. And I don't even want to speak it into existence, but I know Debbie for sure watching whatever the hell we talk about. And that's why I'm like, damn, bro. Damn. All right. Hey, look, y'all. So y'all know ahead of time. Look, this for entertainment purposes. When we talk about these things, we just having conversation about things that's not gonna happen. All right. That's the deal. Y'all spam a deal. Let me know, and we agree on that. Cause if they watching that, they'll for sure watch us. If they not already, man. So that's why I'm saying this for entertainment purposes. I don't want no smoke. I don't want no smoke.
I'm in the middle of the Trader Joe's storage area because a crazy man ran in the store half naked, screaming, foaming at the mouth. And so they just made all of us come back into the storage area, and the police are on their way. So, yeah, that's great. This is, oh, you were a shopper too? Yeah, this is fun. We're having fun.
So I have lived here for a few years now in an old 1870s farmhouse. And see, this is the basement. It's a mess. But look at this right here. So this house was set to be part of the Underground Railroad. You cannot tell me that is not a door right there. Like, that is a wooden door. That is a door leading to something. I do plan on opening it, even if I cut like a little piece of hole right here. But there's a hole right there. I bet I could put like a camera scope down there and see what's behind there. You guys want to come back for part 2.
If you haven't yet, go and scroll through World Talk. Search it up here. Watch every single one of those videos. Let them play twice if you have to. And this is going to adjust your algorithm so that you start being shown videos of world news and things that matter to you, and not just things that don't.
So I did dive down that. Y'all ready?
The EU wants people to start prepping emergency survival kits, stocking up on 3 days worth of essentials like food, water, and medicine so they can be ready for any crisis that would hit them, whether that's climate change, cyber attacks, or war. So in the event that supplies are cut off, EU citizens would be able to survive until they were restored. Brussels also plans to release advice to help individual countries teach people the key skills they would need in a disaster, such as storing essential supplies, crisis planning, and finding shelter.
Damn.
The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperations, is over. Yesterday, in the latest salvo in his trade war, President Trump again imposed unjustified tariffs on our nation in violation of our existing trade agreements. And our response to these latest tariffs is to fight, is to protect, and to build. We will fight the U.S. tariffs with retaliatory trade actions of our own that will have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impacts here in Canada. Last night, the President of the United States reached out to schedule a call. I appreciate this opportunity to discuss how we can protect our workers and build our economies. I will make clear to the President that those interests are best served by cooperation and mutual respect, including of our sovereignty. It's my solemn promise that when President Trump threatens us again, we will fight back. We will fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will build an independent future for our country, stronger than ever.
This is a wake-up call, all of America, all of Europe. You are next.
How many on the terror watch list got in? We don't know the answer to that question. That is very dangerous as a national security expert, which is what the FBI Director Wray talked about coming from Hamas.
The ongoing war in the Middle East has raised the threat of an attack against Americans in the United States here on our own soil.
Some pretty incredible developing news in the past 24 hours. Breaking news coming out that things are intensifying with the U.S. and Iran, with the war going on between Israel and Hamas in the Middle East. U.S., they're saying, will be next for attacks. And we've already heard this warn from the FBI and now from hostage family members saying the U.S., you are next on the list. Take a look at the articles coming out in the past 24 hours. The U.S. forces under fire in the Middle East as America slides towards the brink. This just coming out 3 hours ago. Now, the U.S. yesterday evening carries out airstrikes in eastern Syria targeting IRGC and Iranian-backed groups' weapons storage facilities. Now, the U.S. is striking Iran, and this is happening because U.S. Reaper drones shot down near Yemen by Iranian-backed Houthi militants, defense officials say, and we're hearing that the attacks against the U.S. are intensifying. That is right. The warnings by the U.S. to Iran not to attack us, well, Iran actually has stepped up their attacks. Take a look at this. Iran-backed groups threaten to expand the Gaza war as they step up attacks on Israel and the United States. And we're hearing that Iran has taken the threats by the Biden administration as empty. And with every threat for them to stop, they are increasing their attacks on us. So take a look. Just 4 days ago, I let you know that Iran says the U.S. will be hit hard if there is no ceasefire in Gaza. And we saw the Iranian foreign minister on U.S. soil at the UN meeting tell the United States in front of all the UN that you will not be spared from the fire if this war in Gaza does not stop. And what we're hearing is this war is nowhere close to over. Things are intensifying between the U.S. and Iran. Now, I'm going to share with you the latest breaking news coming out in the past 24 hours so you know exactly what's going on. And a lot of people are saying this is going to lead to World War III as things are intensifying around the world. Now, I know this is not the news that anybody wants to hear, but if you appreciate the knowledge, and I believe that knowledge is power and knowing what's going on is half the battle, then do me a quick favor, smash the like button. Just takes a second. If you want to stay up to date, it's totally free. Why not? All you got to do is hit the subscribe button, turn on that notification bell, and if you want to support the channel, I've created a join button. You can click it, become a member, and I will cite all of these articles in your YouTube feed, but if not, that's totally fine. I cite all my sources anyways. They are in the description below. But with that being said, let's go ahead and get you caught up on the latest coming out in the past 24 hours as things are intensifying with the U.S. Warnings that the U.S. is next, and some are saying that we could be looking at World War III. Let's go ahead and dive.
So the clip before this, I was thinking, please don't say this is headed into like a World War III, and that's what they came with. Entertainment purposes, though, none of this is gonna happen. But it's like, bro, why do us humans, not nobody in particular, us humans feel like we gotta go to war to get our point across? Why do we feel like that? It makes no sense to me.
Can we talk about how the European Union is urging citizens to prepare for 72 hours of possible crisis and telling them to stock up on enough food and water to last them just in case? So yesterday, the European Commission released new guidelines urging citizens to immediately begin to prepare for what could happen in a 72-hour crisis, for a blackout, for internet communications to disappear, and for possible WAR. So this stockpile allegedly should be started immediately and should be prepared in order to last you for 3 days in the event of a crisis. There was an 18-page document that warned that Europe is facing a new reality married with risk and uncertainty, citing Russia's full-scale war in Ukraine, rising geopolitical tensions, sabotage of critical infrastructure, and electronic warfare. EU is stating that they issued this document as a wake-up call to its citizens to begin to prepare for the worst possible scenario. They're saying citizens across the continent should adopt practical measures to ensure they are ready in case of an upcoming emergency right now. This includes having enough supplies to last them for a minimum of 3 days, and in the case of extreme disruption. And JD Vance just slipped up and said that he wants troops to be prepared to go to.
So here's the basic plan. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to invest in the Marine Corps and the entire United States military like we never have before. Over $1 trillion we're going to invest in building up the manufacturing base of this country so that you guys, when you do go to war, when you have to go to war, you've got the best weapons anywhere in the world. We know from the
U.S. told citizens in Russia to leave immediately, and Russia also just readied their second nuclear hypersonic missile. They say it's ready to go. It can even hit as far as the United States, and they are sending another warning to all the Western countries that are helping Ukraine. 32-hour work weeks could be the new maximum in the U.S. soon. A new law has been introduced into Congress that would make it so employers would have to cut the work weeks for their employees at 32 hours. Anything over 32 hours would constitute a fine, and if repeated violations happened, it could even mean jail time. Now, this bill was introduced into Congress in order to make people's lives better and have a higher quality of life for people in the U.S. The senator who's bringing it to the table says that it isn't an effort for human happiness and that people should not be working over 32 hours a week. They stated that if people had more time off and more time with their families to unwind, that the U.S. would be a better country all around. So it looks like 32-hour weeks might just be the new thing. But what do you all think about this? Let me know in the comments. 32-hour work weeks could be the new maximum in the U.S. soon. A new law has been introduced into Congress that would make it so employers...
How y'all feel? Y'all rather 32?
France has just threatened the United States of America. Macron says if the U.S. tries to annex Greenland, the French Navy will stop them. Trump reiterated yesterday that the U.S. needs Greenland, and it's no longer an option. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is on the side of the U.S. and says that NATO will not get involved in any matters between the U.S. and Greenland. So that's when France stepped in and said any attack on an EU nation would result in the French coming to protect them. Denmark, who owns Greenland, has also sent naval vessels out to patrol the coast. Last month, Trump sent his son and other conservative representatives to visit the island. And today, the vice president and his wife are making a very controversial visit. Trump has hinted in the past that an annexation of Greenland could come militarily. And by the way, Russian and Chinese warships have already been circling the northern coast. Macron says that the French Navy is more than prepared to defend Greenland against the United States, and even says the French might already put troops in Greenland to prepare against such an invasion. He says the French army is strong, ready, and prepared to defend any European nation.
All this war shit, man, for no reason.
Donald Trump is preparing for an escalation, and his target are the Houthis in Yemen. The U.S. is already them, but it is also planning for something bigger. Why do I say this? Because the Indian Ocean is buzzing. American B-2 stealth are in the region. They landed in Diego Garcia. It's a remote island in the Indian Ocean. It serves as a joint base for the UK and the US, and it has been a hub of intense activity of late. The first reports came from open source flight trackers. They tracked unusual movement involving at least 7 B-2 bombers. These planes took off from Missouri in the US, from the Whiteman Air Force Base, and they flew non-stop to Diego Garcia in Africa. And they weren't alone, these planes. They were joined by 3 C-17 cargo planes and 10 aerial refueling tankers. That's some serious aerial movement. The US has 20 B-2s in total, 20 bombers. Now, 30% of that fleet is in Diego Garcia. Clearly, something big is brewing. These are not for power projection. They're meant for penetrating enemy airspace and delivering heavy payloads undetected. That is their purpose. It has been done time and again in the 2 Gulf Wars, the Iraq War, and in Afghanistan. Clearly, they've been tasked for action again, and the Houthis seem to be the target this time. But why the B-2s? Because they are well versed with the region. These are stealth bombers, and they have bombed Yemen before. The airstrikes were conducted in October last year. Trump was not in the White House then, but he is now, and Trump wants to send a message that he is serious about the Houthis and Iran.
The Houthis are absolutely on the run. The worst of them has been killed as they shoot missiles at ships, randomly shoot missiles at ships, and they make their own missiles. You know, this is not an incompetent group of people. They make their own missiles. They get the missiles also from Iran.
Okay, I got a question to anybody overseas. Y'all news, is that how y'all news is? Like where it gives y'all that type of information? Because the news here, bro, they talk about all types of, at least in the cities I've been, most of the time, when you see the news, it's a certain narrative they're trying to push, and they're trying to hide certain things from us. So they give you shit to be distracted on. Let me know if y'all news stations is like this, where they go in detail and talk like this. Because see, this world news TikTok page that I just got and understood, I'm like, damn, it's so much that they talking about that I'm like, the news ain't telling us that, bro. They not telling us that. They give you bits and pieces. If I'm wrong, if you disagree, spam it up. Tell me why you disagree.
Ever since that information came out about them air dryers they be putting in the bathroom when you wash your hands, ever since that information came out about it, I ain't used now one of them shits ever since. I know it's been at least like about 7-8 years since I used one. Every time I see them shits in the bathroom, that's the first thing I think of. And everybody, I still be watching everybody use the shit, and then go turn around and touch their face and shit coming out the bathroom, or go and eat. I don't give a damn. I'm gonna get them paper towels still, and if it ain't no paper towels in there and my hands wet, I still refuse to use that air dryer. You know what I'm gonna start doing? I'm gonna start waving my hands, letting them bitches air dry themselves. I refuse to use one of them shits.
That's facts. Hey, if y'all don't know, shit.
If you've ever used one of these hand drying machines, this is absolutely disgusting. Researchers say that the machines you use to dry your hands are actually sucking up particles of feces and spraying them onto you. A report published found that the air pushed out from these machines contains far more bacteria than any normal bathroom air. One study found that bathrooms without these hand drying machines contained only 6 pathogens, and the bathrooms with the hand dryers contained 254. As many as 60 different bacterial colonies can be blown out from these machines in just one use. So next time you find yourself using a public restroom, probably best to shake dry.
Shit's nasty.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I rise for a personal privilege comment.
Please proceed.
Thank you. If you did not hear it on the news on March 22, the Trump administration had all the flags of our 22 indigenous tribal nation removed from the Carl T. Hayden Veterans Affairs Hospital in Phoenix. This is an act of disrespect and contempt for all indigenous nations that all of us felt very personally. If you did not know, tribal nations have the highest rate of service in the armed forces, more than 5 times the national average. First, they tried to delete the history of the Navajo code talkers, Ira Hayes and Lori Ann Payestewa, from their website. Now this, Mr. Speaker, today I want to thank Governor Hobbs for providing a new home for these flags. The government has announced that the flags are now on display in the Executive 8th floor rotunda. Thank you, Governor Hobbs, for keeping these flags safe until they can return to their rightful place at the VA hospital. As Indigenous people, we are very patriotic to our country. I stand and pledge to this country's flag every day. I sometimes ask myself, why when we are denied these rights? It is time to stop the respects. And I want to say it in my own language, that how we're being treated and the Navajo people that are out there listening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to reach out to my people in the Navajo.
Okay, so I just want to know, like, why? Now, I'm not going to speak on the rest of the world. I'm going to speak on the United States. Why are we so segregated? Why are we so divided? It's like we can never come together at all. We so divided by, and it always comes down to color. Whether you want to choose the red or the blue, whether that's politically or whether that's in the street shit. This shit just does not make any sense, and it pisses me off every time. Like, and then why are we so disrespectful to everybody? Why we just can't respect another person's culture, beliefs, what they agree with, what they like, if they like something you don't like, they understand some shit you don't understand. Why are we always so against each other? Shit like it just does not make any sense to me, and it irritates me. It because the world can be so simple, but some humans make it so difficult. So difficult. And just looking at this, where it's like, okay, why was it taken down? And then I look at it even deeper. Why do we always go at it? And I see it in the comments. People get mad. We're like, well, I believe this and this and this, and then shit, man. I just don't understand why we can't show respect to one another. Why is that so hard? Why is respect so hard to give and receive back in return? Spam it up and let me know why y'all think it's so hard.
A shocking new underground discovery at the pyramids of Giza, right? An underground city and a power grid, possibly some kind of source of free energy. So obviously the experts are fighting, they're arguing back and forth, trying to figure out, is it true? And if it is true, to what extent? With all of the AI and obvious government deception, it's going to be hard to know what's really going on. All I can tell you, somebody's been lying. We're about to get to the bottom of it. Watch this. Like I said, with all the AI, it's going to be really hard to tell what's true and what's false with all these new discoveries that are coming out nowadays. So let's just hope the future isn't the media feeding us AI while the truth stays locked up behind lock and key.
Shout out to Rashad Poet, man. He coming with another one.
Did you know that your company might be playing white noise in order to distract and calm you? if you work in an office setting, allow me to show you. So when I say office setting, I mean something like this. Now, if you pay close attention, there are a bunch of these speakers in this office. It's like every other ceiling tile. And to some people, it might sound like the air coming from the vent. But check this out. So up here, there's a couple of wires, a couple of Cat 5 cables, and this is the speaker, as you can see. Now, if you listen closely, you hear a static sound, right? Sounds like air coming from a vent, but it's literally a speaker. Now, if we go over to this side and I unplug this cable, silence. Back on. Silence.
Y'all see this weird shit,
Now,
bro?
you're probably wondering, why would they do something like
Why
this?
would they do something
So,
like that?
the real reason is to increase
Frequencies.
productivity.
Yes.
So they want to help their employees help focus and minimize the sounds of keyboards clicking and pens clicking, people walking past your desk with the keys and the badges jingling and whatnot. And it's also one of those things that just help people lock in and focus. It's just one more of those psychological mind tricks that corporate companies use in order to get the most out of their employees. Follow my page for more tips and tricks that corporate companies use to get you to be more productive.
Y'all see that shit, bro?
Now, if he worked for that company and they see this, his ass is fired.
Man,
they're gonna be like obstruction the company property or some shit, something weird, something, bro. But hey, I'm glad for the gems. Thank you, I appreciate it. Q bands 0.
Now, does that make y'all wonder how many other offices is doing this shit? Because you know how you go into an office building or something, and you'll hear like it'll be a certain type of like sound, right? They pump now. What do you think they do in jails? Do they have maybe like a frequency that they can pump in and make people calm down, or make people get antsy, or make people, because they got frequencies for everything, right? Because if they got something to make people's productivity go up, they got something to make people's productivity go down. You see what I'm saying? Like, man, this shit wild, dog. Wild as fuck.
0. Appreciate it. You know that's gonna help somebody out here in the world right now. They're gonna be sitting back like, man, I'm at work right now, bro, and I'm looking at this like, bro, let me go check. Hey, it's for entertainment purposes. Y'all let me know your thoughts, man.
This music conspiracy almost got me banned off TikTok. There's 88 constellations in the celestial sphere, and there's 88 keys on a grand piano. Then there's a repeating pattern of 12 keys within an octave called the chromatic scale. Just like there's 12 constellations along the ecliptic called the zodiac signs. So we can put 12 points on our chromatic key ring. And since there's 12 tones on the color wheel, now we can see our major keys in color. Because when light passes through a medium, it creates 7 distinct wavelengths, which corresponds to the 7 scale degrees in the major scale. And those 7 scale degrees are the reason we have 7 diatonic modes. And of course, there's 7 days per week, named after the 7 celestial bodies that we can see from Earth with the naked eye. Then there's 3 notes within a triad with 4 types of triad, just like there's 3 months within the 4 seasons. And there's 3 trimesters before the baby gets here, just like it's 3 mother letters, 7 double letters, and 12 simple letters. 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, right? 22 times 4 is 88. Music is magic.
Music is magic. It just depends how you use the frequencies.
We finally found it. California black walnut. This tree is used for killing parasites, roundworms, tapeworms, protozoa.
You know what else kills parasites? Pineapple. Yes. Look it up, do your research. Pineapple juice kills parasites. Pineapple. The enzyme in pineapple kills parasites. Dead. It's like raid for fucking roaches.
Nematodes, fungal. This tree does it all. The only thing is we've been finding all the California black walnut trees, haven't we, Atlas? And they take like 7 years to produce walnuts. I didn't know that until a couple of years ago. But this, we're looking for photosynthetic non-purple bacteria, and we found a tree. Look how healthy she is. This one's very established, and she's got tons of fruit coming up. The entire tree contains a compound called juglone, and that's what the anti-parasitic property is.
Please
in
hit that
juglone.
thumbs up
But it's
button
found
if y'all
most
coming
concentrated in the green hull of the walnuts, right? The walnuts are black. It's black walnut, but before it turns black, it's green. So you get it when it's green, and
Well,
you make
man,
an
as much as I
alcohol
want to talk
extract of
about
it.
this, I had to look
And
up
this
this
is
little Young
We
Thug,
finally
man,
found the tree,
back
so
in
we'll be back
fucking
in summer,
jail.
David,
I
to
cannot
be
believe
collecting
this
these
shit.
and
I
making
knew
our
it was
own
gonna
homemade
happen.
anti-parasitic compounds and tinctures. What up?
Hey, I want to see what happens once he get it.
Story of Inky or Enlil, this is Noah they are talking about here, okay? So when you said Inky, Inky is not a name. It means key. That means in with. In with. They are describing which one that's about to get kicked the fuck out. So when you said Inky is key, that means in with what? Okay, you describing what's about to be taking place. When you said Enlil, you talk about leave. That means in the island, those that kicked out from the garden. So they become to go where? Sumer. Sumer means sur mer. That means on water. Those that kicked out that's on a boat that went on water. So again, that's why it's called Sumer. That means sur mer. That means the boat. That is Noah's boat. That is Noah's ark. That's a process they're explaining to you. Okay? They're explaining the process of him getting kicked out for what he did. And what Noah did, Noah was splicing animals that have no business existing. So he was a part of the genetically modified process.
Thug's probation revoked. Atlanta, Channel 2 Action News has learned prosecutors with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office have filed a motion to revoke the probation for hip-hop superstar Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams. A document obtained by Channel 2's investigative reporter Mark Winnie says, since sentencing, the defendant has engaged in conduct that threatens the safety of witnesses and prosecutors, compromises ongoing legal proceedings, and warrants immediate revocation of probation. The motion says the integrity of this court and the safety of those involved in its prosecution are at stake. The YSL case began initially as an indictment that charged 28 people, including rapper Young Thug, with conspiring to violate Georgia's Racketeer Influence and Corrupts Organization Act. Young Thug pleaded guilty as part of a non-negotiated plea deal in December. 9 other defendants took plea deals before the trial began, including rapper Gunna. The trial was the longest criminal trial in Georgia history. It took 10 months alone just to select the jury, and testimony didn't begin until a year ago in November 2023. Stay with WSBTV.com and tune in to WSB TV at 11 p.m. for the latest on this developing story.
I freaking knew it yesterday. It's not just about the dog. You know what?
State of Georgia versus Jeffrey Williams, defendant. State's motion to revoke probation. Sutter Page Wicker. Comes now. The state of Georgia, volume through the undersigned counsel, and moves this honorable court to immediately revoke the probation of defendant Jeffrey Williams. The defendant has demonstrated a blatant disregard for the law, the safety of witnesses, and the integrity of judicial proceedings. The state submits that the defendant's continued presence in the community under probationary supervision presents a clear and present danger to public safety and undermines the rule of law. Background. On October 31st, 2024, the defendant, Jeffrey Williams, was sentenced to probation with conditions that include no contact with the victim and victim's family. The defendant pled guilty, and the conditions of probation were imposed pursuant to OCGA 42-8-35, which authorizes courts to establish and enforce conditions necessary to protect the public and uphold the administration of justice. Since sentencing, the defendant has engaged in conduct that directly threatens the safety of witnesses and prosecutors, compromises ongoing legal proceedings, and warrants immediate revocation of probation, escalating threats and witness intimidation. Investigator, and I knew it, I effing knew it. As soon as I got sent this article, I knew it. I already knew what it was, and I started to make a video about this yesterday. Investigator Marissa Viverito is currently testifying in a multi-defendant gang murder preliminary hearing, which remains ongoing and is set to reconvene on Monday, April 7, 2025. During the hearing, the court explicitly ordered that the witness not be shown on television while testifying. Despite this order, the known blogger deliberately violated the court's directive by posting on social media she doesn't want to be shown on screen. Well, here she is, along with a photograph of investigator Viverito. On Tuesday, April 1st, 2025, Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, amplified this act by reposting the image with the caption, "Marissa Viverito is the biggest liar in the DA's office." This post quickly went viral, amassing over 2 million views with thousands of comments and retweets, many of which included direct threats to investigator Viverito and her family. Direct threats. As a direct consequence of these social media posts, Viverito's home address and her parents' home address were publicly posted, exposing them to a grave danger. See Exhibit A. One post stated, "If the hate is really real, then pull up on her mama crib," alongside a photograph of her mother's residence. See Exhibit A. Hours later, an additional post emerged threatening the assassination of District Attorney Fonnie Willis. See Exhibit B. The escalation from targeting a testifying witness to making a direct death threat against the elected district attorney of Fulton County is a grave and unprecedented attack on the justice system, pattern of intimidation and court undermining. This is not an isolated incident. Boy, I think they're gonna sit up here and probably bring up that gun stuff. Anyways, I'm just speculating before I'm reading this, by the way, literally for the first time, just y'all. This is not an isolated incident. It is a part of a calculated campaign of intimidation, harassment, and misinformation designed to undermine the legal process. Social media has been used as a tool to manipulate public perception, spread misinformation, and instill fear. These efforts have also included attempts to exploit the court's perceived stance or disdain towards the state by referring to Your Honor as YSL Whitaker. This ongoing manipulation of public perception through social media is intended to obstruct justice, silence witnesses, and threaten those who enforce law. Legal basis for revocation. Under OCGA 42-8-34, a court may revoke a defendant's probation when they engage in new criminal conduct or violations that threaten public safety. The defendant continued association with individuals actively involved in witness intimidation, threats of violence, and obstruction of justice constitutes a clear violation of probation conditions. These actions mirror the established tactics of criminal organizations as defined under OCGA 16-15-3, which are designed to instill fear, silence witnesses, and interfere with judicial proceedings. As a direct consequence of these actions, law enforcement resources have been required to provide security in response to the escalating threats and intimidation. Georgia courts have consistently upheld the revocation of probation for conduct that endangers witnesses, obstructs justice, and threatens public officials. Failure to act decisively will only encourage further attempts to threaten, harass, and intimidate those involved in the case. The state asserts that not addressing this matter directly with the defendant would fail to serve as an adequate deterrent given the gravity and escalating nature of these threats. Furthermore, as both the defendant and this court acknowledged during this plea in sentencing, the defendant wields significant influence over people worldwide, amplifying the potential impact of his actions. See Exhibit C, excerpt from the 1031 hearing. Need for revocation. The integrity of this court and the safety of those involved in this prosecution are at stake. The defendant's probation should be immediately revoked to prevent further harm, ensure compliance with the law, and send a clear message that witness intimidation and threats against public officials will not be tolerated. The state urges this court to take swift and decisive action by revoking the defendant's probation and remanding them to custody without delay. Conclusion. Wherefore, the state of Georgia respectfully requests this court schedule a hearing to address immediate revoke or modify the defendant's probation as it deems appropriate. Order the defendant to reimburse the costs incurred by law enforcement for additional protective measures necessitated by their actions and impose any further sanctions necessary to safeguard the witnesses, prosecutors, and the integrity of the judicial system. Respectfully submitted the second day of April 2025, Finding T. Willis, Adam Abate, and Simone Hilton. So we'll go through right here. We'll look at the exhibits. It says Viverito testimony footage. And basically, this is all, man, I'm going to rip into the state. Y'all know how I'm coming on this one, right? So then Young Thug retweets Biggest Liar in the DA's office. And then Young Thug retweeted the Thugger Daily Post, all my homies hate Viverito. Yeah. Dumbass used to live at altitude, got my Airbnb shut down. If the crib is really real, then pull up at her mama house. But this is a house that's been sold. I will personally make sure Finding Willis assassinated. Daredevil season 4.
What?
So this is when Young Thug has sat up there and said, yeah, but I understand, rap lyrics. I understand how it can be twisted. I understand what it can do to the mind of people. I understand all that. And I promise you, I'm 100% changing that. It's just, I'm older. I'm grown now. It's just like, I am smarter. There's more things to rap about. Like, I have experienced a lot of good things. I've experienced more bad things. But I experienced a lot of good things too. And anyway, I can go on forever. The court. Well, I appreciate it. And I appreciate that you do realize how much of an impact you have on people. I mean, it's past your neighborhood. It's worldwide, especially young people. And having come up from where you came up from and living in and around that, that gangs are damaging to our community. And it may be a whole lot of rap music and the rap industry is. I mean, honestly, it sounds like a modern day version kind of WWE wrestling that used to be on television where people would just get up and posture and act like they hated each other. And it may be that. That's a lot of what is going on in the music industry with rap. But whether or not it is feigned or not, it has tremendous
impact on kids and young people who think this is cool. This is what I want to do. Look at him. He's a millionaire. I can do that by being, a gangster in the streets. And that's not true. What you're likely to have happen to you if you're a gangster in the streets is you get shot, you get killed, or you get thrown in prison. And those are, by far the most likely outcomes. And, you've been in here watching the trial and you've seen the pictures of Mr. Ryan posing with a gun as big as he is at 15 years old and going out and shooting and killing another teenager. And that's what gangs do. And that's unfortunately a lot of what rap music does. And if you are a modern day John Lennon, he might have rapped too in this day and age. I don't know, but I know you're talented. And even if you choose to continue to rap, you need to try to use your influence to let kids know that that is not the way to go. And that there are ways out of poverty besides hooking up with the powerful guy at the end of the street selling drugs. And, I know that happens for protection sometimes, but a much better way would be getting an education and setting, hanging around with people who set a good example. And you be one of those people that sets a good example. I mean, all right, so that's my high horse on that. I could also go on. But I want you to try to be more of the solution and less of the problem. All right?
Wow, man.
All right, so it is not lost on the court that the state, had they been able to come to agreement on certain special conditions, was willing to entirely dismiss the RICO count.
And she said, if I
was willing
see
to
you
entirely dismiss
in-
one of the gang counts, and was willing to entirely dismiss this, machine gun count.
And she said, if I
was
see
willing
you
to
again,
give a sentence that permitted Mr. Williams to walk out of the door today, and therefore does not seem to be particularly worried that Mr. Williams, if on the streets, would be a danger to society. I'm taking that into consideration in crafting my sentence.
This is crazy.
And in permitting a no-low plea to the RICO count in one of the two gang counts, I would not be permitting the no-low to the one if you were not pleading guilty to at least one of them. But you are, and y'all admit a factual basis for the counts that you are pleading guilty to. I find there to be a factual basis for those counts, and for the remaining counts with which you are charged. I am going to impose a sentence, and I've taken a little bit of the suggested special conditions.
Whoever gets that 20th bite, man, I got a surprise.
Suggested by the prosecution. On count one, the court sentence is 20 years to serve 5.
Let me throw a full disclaimer.
If you
because
get the
I'm
20th
go
bite
opposite.
and
Be
can,
fair, right?
it can
This says
prove
blatant
that you got
justice
the
finding a
20th
death
bite,
threat. Please get the F out of here. And the Thugger Daily says
Let
that's
me
not
know.
what the caption said. Good job, line again, Fulton County. Thug did not put her name out there. And even if he did, why can't he publicly criticize the system that prosecuted him? We step it all over the First Amendment. And he highlighted when it says on April 1st, 2025, Jeffrey Williams, like that young thug, amplified this act by reposting the image with the caption, Marissa Viverito, the biggest slide in the DA's office. This post went quickly viral, amassed over 2 million views with thousands of comments and retweets, many of which included direct threats to investigator Viverito. So with all due respect, Thugger Daily, you're saying Thug didn't put her name out there, but he did amplify the actual post. So Thug had to make sure to come out and say this. I don't make threats, people. I'm a good person. I would never condone anyone threatening anyone or definitely participating in threatening anyone. I'm all about peace and love. The Thugger Daily goes on to say, so Viverito is allowed to call Thug a bunch of probably false things in front of the world, lie about him putting 24 million on someone's head, lie about his album cover being called a gang war, etc. But he can't call her a liar? Nah. Judge herself.
Hold on, man. Did somebody take a light back, man? What kind of shit is
Personal
that?
non-lawyer prediction out of my ass. Whitaker looks at the motion and denies it without a hearing, or at worst adds
I know
conditions to
y'all
limit
ain't playing
Thug
with me,
talking
bro.
about witnesses because she was
Somebody
a witness
just
on the
took a
stand.
light back,
Then
and
actual
that
lawyer
shit
chimed
is
in, but
cold
y'all know
blooded,
Sadie Nash, the hood lawyer. So
I
I
know
really,
y'all might
really,
have
really,
accidentally
really
hit the
tripping on
button,
that
so I
one.
ain't
Actual
gonna
lawyer,
trip.
not talking out of rat.
But
I mean,
what
out
the
of his
fuck
prediction.
going on?
Andrew Fleischman. It is not illegal to criticize the Fulton County District Attorney's Office or Marissa Viverito. It does not seem like Thug had any terms of probation to keep him from criticizing them, nor do I think the First Amendment will permit such terms.
Before you guys write in disagreements, I want you to look at the other side. The whole Sadie Nash, Fighting Willis stuff and everything like that, those rumors are about to circulate again because what I'm about to say has to be said, and I don't give a damn who's a fan. I don't care if family members. Big Jeff, I respect you. You know, we don't really see eye to eye at all, but flat out your son was wrong. Flat out. If he wasn't on probation, cool, no problem. He is still the property and state property. Do we understand this? So when they said what they said, they were actually right. He can't say nothing, not a thing. And for all you morons who are going to say, well, it's his First Amendment right, and that's how we feel, man, they want that money. That's what they slid that in there on the bottom part. Let me get the big stuff out the way quick. The big stuff out the way is they want that money. Yeah, they see Thug about to do that tour in Chicago, I believe it is, or do his first show in Chicago in about a month or two. And they see that he's gaining motion, the song with Lil Baby. They thought they ruined his rap career because they took the rap lyrics from him and said he can't rap about that. Little do they realize that Thug ain't really been rapping about gangster stuff for a couple of albums. But the problem with this is she told you, Paige Reese Whitaker told you, it's not you. It's what you do that these people think is cool. When you have fans, it's short for fanatic, but when you have fans, and this is why I'm always quick to say, I don't have fans on my channel. I don't want fans. No, I want supporters. I want people that are visionaries because I'm not above criticism. People didn't even like what I put in the last damn video when Kewan White literally said, yeah, it's over for Yella Beezy. He did. He said that the snitches that are on the case are about to tell. And I took the video and I don't care how y'all feel about my opinion. To me, it sounded like he's ready to tell it all, but it doesn't matter. When you have fans, bro, they will take it upon themselves to do certain things that you would never approve of. And then it's funny. If you do that, we'll just have a whole nother trial of people that were threatened by Viverito, like SB's wife, like Shannon Jackson's wife, Kayla Bumpus. Well, that was a threat right there while she was sitting up there testifying. And the court ain't finna go for that. Oh, we wanted to hide her identity. Well, then you should have scrubbed the internet. I put her damn picture out there as well on the internet. So that doesn't even matter. You can Google Officer Viverito. Blame y'all stupid ass police department then. Have your police department take her photos down. The photos came from y'all. All the photos that we have of Marissa Viverito is because of Fulton County. So yeah, y'all need to go to jail too. And y'all see Miss Love wasn't in on that because she gone. Told y'all she was leaving. Flat out told y'all. She gone. So there's that. But here's the biggest thing. Nigga, did you really learn anything? It's not just those tweets. When he put out the tweet that said that that Street, aka Young Scooter, was shot, that pissed off Atlanta PD. That's why they had to hurry up. That day, there's actually people who were trying to get that autopsy that could not get it. I seen the following. I can show it to y'all. Stay to the very end. I'll show you the exact pictures and everything like that. Who could not get that. So APD hurried up and sped that through and made sure to put in there he did not die from powder burns. Then here's one of the worst things, and I want you people to understand. The personal attacks that he's been taking at Gunna are unnecessary. They just are. That shit is not necessary at all. You can feel how you want to feel about Gunna. You can say what you want to say about Gunna. Hell, you don't have to like him at all. But to flat out go out of your way and say that is stupid. We understand there's a problem, but all you dumbasses, and I'm calling you dumbasses, if you're a visionary and you don't see this, you're a dumbass. He's on probation. He is the property of the state of Georgia by the county of Fulton. It just is what it is. He can't do certain things. He can't say certain things. He needs to go back into the mode of just having a regular square person, a management, whatever it is, let them run your account because, bruh, you obviously done lost your damn mind. And I know there's, you're supposed to be supporting Young Thug. She's not going to take that, man. She's not going to take it. She's literally not going to do that. But she needs to bring him in there, drag his ass in front of court, and get on his ass. She needs to drag him down to court and do that. They're going to mess around and basically say about his tweets, hey, bro, you can't do this, you can't do that. So there's going to be changes to his probation. They're not going to haul him off to prison for that stuff. He's not literally responsible for what people tweet. There are things that people tweet all the time that have nothing to do with nothing. So there's that. And I find it funny how he did the community service and they didn't care about that at all. So they're not saying he's not staying obligated to his commitments, which is funny. He has been. I know there's other stuff that he's done, but they don't want that out there, so I won't put it out there. But he's been on the right path. But this right here, this lapse in judgment, you got to get your hands smacked, bro, because that was wrong. That was wrong. Now, I'm pretty sure he didn't really think too much about it. Like, all right, but Viverito's on the stand. She's long-winded, long booty too. I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. I don't know what she looks like physically, and I don't really care. But Marissa Viverito and Fonnie Willis and Simone Hilton and Adam Abate on this one, they want to come back for that money. They still pissed. They are still pissed about that. That Young Thug and them have not messed around and just gave it all up, the money and all that stuff. And they don't want him preaching about whatever his cases is. Guarantee you probably in that program revocation that they're going for, what's going to be modified is that he can't speak on any proceedings in the courts, including his own. So when they go back to court for the rest of his things, they're going to really, yeah, they're going to mess it up, bro. They're going to try to go for the gusto. Because remember, Fonnie Willis asked, $53,000 or $55,000. You don't think she ain't going to try to get some of that money back? Yeah, all right. Say what you will, say what you want. I know the truth. This is not just about making sure that he don't say anything about the courts, which Viverito is the biggest liar. Flat out she is. I said it. But this is also about the power that he holds. They hated that tweet before. That tweet before is the real tweet that they're talking about. That, oh, he got shot. I'm still debating on if I want to go to the balloon release tomorrow. But y'all let me know in the comments what y'all want me to do, and we'll figure it out.
Man, they gonna send that man to jail. Man, Atlanta is on some bullshit.
Medical examiner's press report for Kenneth Bailey. Case number 2025-00821. That's important for you people who want the Freedom of Information Act to send that in. 39 years old, black male, date of injury 3/28/2025. Date of death 3/28/2025. The Office of the Fulton County Medical Examiner performed an autopsy on Kenneth Bailey on Saturday, March 29, 2025. Case of death: penetrating injury of the right thigh. Manner of death:
He create those wild animals. So therefore, all of his abomination, he have to packed up his shit, packed up all of his, take all of his abomination, and he got kicked out with his creation. And he settled in what we call Skull Island. Skull Island is what you call Africa today. And this was the land of the exile. They exiled people there. That's another character again, just like you just said, Pimkey. Yakub, the whole Yakub. Understand, the word Yah mean creators, God. Kub mean switching. So the creator switch, that means you are curbing God creation. So when you said Yakub, you talk about God creation, manipulate God creation. Yah mean the creator.
Somebody gonna be in the comments, gonna be an expert at this, and they're gonna disagree, and that's fine. Just be respectful. I know it's coming. I know it's because that right there gonna rub a lot of beliefs. It's going. Some people have been brought up since they was kids, thinking one thing, and when somebody else comes in and jabs at their belief, instead of being open-minded, they're gonna send some insults back, and that's not what it's meant to do. It's meant to open your mind up, question. Even if you've been told something your whole life, just step back for a second, question. And don't be so insulting. Don't be so disrespectful. And it's just like, be open-minded and have a conversation. And then by the time you finish with that conversation, if you still stand on what you believe, stand on what you believe. But don't be so close-minded. That's my advice. I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm just giving advice. It's out there for anybody who want to take it.
This movie teaches you about soulmates, okay? This movie teaches you about a soul's journey. This movie teaches you about how to communicate with your ancestors and the whole thing about like your spiritual guides and stuff. This movie teaches you about emotional intelligence. This movie teaches you about the light and dark within yourself, the duality, and also loving both versions of yourself. But this movie is also about soulmates and twin flames as well. And this movie teaches you about stepping into your power as a chosen one and how even your family will literally come at you and try to take you down because they're jealous of the power that you have. But I want to know what movies, especially kid movies, that y'all have watched that y'all realize that it's actually like a spiritual movie and it can actually give you a bunch of knowledge. Leave that in the comments because I want more stuff to watch, okay?
Hey, she ain't wrong either. That's fact. Spam it up with y'all think.
They probably going to kill me what I just figured out, but we're going to go anyway. This is called The Clouds of Humanity, and I just came up with this exactly in this introspective state that I was in, okay? And this is a whole breakdown of all the reality as you know it. Okay, now watch this. The first cloud, which majority of human beings are on, right? Depending on where you are, look, connected internet. Now they messing with my internet connection. But anyway, this is where majority of human beings are, is politics, bills, modern science, religion, entertainment, things that are all of that branch. They branch off. You get what I'm saying? The minute you get on social media, you hear them talking about politics, what's going on with Trump, what's going on with Biden, what's going on with the legislative branch, what's going on with Kamala Harris, what's going on, what are they doing behind the scenes, what's happening with the celebrities, what's going on with Ace Hood, what's going on with, you know what I'm saying, Meek Mill, what's going on with Drake, what's going on with Kendrick, all of these different names or power that they're able to pull from and extract so they can keep you in this cloud. The funny thing is, though, when you look up the etymology of these words, there always has to be a storm that comes from under these clouds, or in other words, a rain. The etymology of the word storm etymologically means convulsion. What does that mean? Convulsion means a violent convulsion, social or political upheaval, which just means a disruption, which just means that there are things that emanate that come from this cloud. Once somebody ends up questioning this cloud, the only way that you can leave this cloud is if you truly, with all your heart, question everything that's on it. If not, then you could still be on this cloud. Let's keep going. So this is cloud 2. Cloud 2 is where what? You question all of these things, self-realizations, awareness. This is what you would know as the conscious community, or in other words, the woke community, as they call it. The cloud brings what would be called woke, but still is not the complete analysis of all of reality. Once you're woke, that's good, but you still have to get ready. For example, if you're working, you have to get up, set your alarm clock. The alarm clock will awaken you. You can sometimes just sit on top of your bed, or at the side of your bed, and just sit there. Like, damn, I ain't trying to go. You got to go to work. You got to get it going. And I'm just using that as a reference to explain about how this is explained when it comes to consciousness or approaches of human beings. So once you're out of that state, you're in cloud 3. Now I put, this is where you dive deep into yourself. You realize the world is false, and there for finally see how that played on you yourself. So this is what I meant by working, or other words, what we call working on your inner world, working on the traumas, working on the fears, working on the anxiety that was put in you from today's society. I'm going through this stage now, exactly. This is where you start to understand and uncover more about yourself. Once you uncover more about this reality, this is the reason why everybody's saying that everything's a distraction. First of all, you need to realize that people can learn from the distractions what truly matters, okay? Just because it's a distraction doesn't mean that you could also not learn about yourself from it. Do you hear what I mean? If I'm listening to a song where all this artist is talking about is killing women, I can learn from the fact, yo, this is the only part of reality he's actually had access to or we ever touched. So that means then what are parts of me that I've experienced beyond that I could actually go inside and be like, y'all, way more than what he's even talking about. So this is the cloud 3. The stage can be difficult, very, causing to find the flaws in you, things that may have not been healthy for you on this journey. And okay, watch this. This is exactly what I'm talking about with what will be known as a spiritual community, or even, you know what I'm saying, certain religious sectors, or even people that are atheists, people that, anybody that has questioned this and has came to a certain reality, they end up believing that they have beat all that is to the game. Oh, the earth is flat, so now we woke into the point where we don't need to do anything anymore. Oh, we got crystals and sage and meditate now, so that means that you can't tell us that builds an ego emanating, and you're still stuck in the cloud. So this is the reason why I'm saying that people don't really ever really reach cloud 3. If you did, congratulations, where you start to reflect and look at yourself as not only that could have been a force of a problem, but now you look at yourself as a solution for all of this reality or this existence. You have to go through this cloud 3 though. This is where you're like, damn, like all of the traumas hit me, all of the pain that I went through, all of the experiences. This is way deep than any of discovering that you could have had, but there's a reason why it's structured this way, because it's supposed to be like that on this journey, right? So look, once you finally get past cloud 3, then there's the question, what are all of these clouds hiding? Has anybody ever thought of that question? Why are all these clouds built up? Well, for example, let's just use a synopsis of all reality. When you start looking up in the clouds, right? Exactly. What are they hiding? They're hiding the abode of what we know as the celestial gateway, or in other words, heaven. But like I said, some people believe that heaven doesn't exist, or that the celestial world doesn't exist because of the fact that they could have been making this up and space isn't real. Listen, this is the reason why I'm saying that they did this shit on purpose, intentionally, to keep everybody arguing about whether some damn space or not exists, or the earth is flat, and we all on something with we all here. Regardless of whatever you ascribe to or you believe, we're here for some weird reason. That's the point that they don't want you to know about. So, what I write here, why were all these clouds brought forth? It's to what? To distort the image of what truly matters. And that's the celestial gateways, or what you would know as space, or the universe, or the stars, or the supernovas. All of the things that we don't really ever talk about because of the simple fact that, well, we haven't reached that level. We're still dealing with the clouds. Our mind is clouded. You ever heard that? But cloud 9 means what? You're above and beyond all of these things. Now you're able to have that connection with what will be known is what the clouds are hiding. And now you're reaching certain levels that people aren't able to reach. So you can be able to talk and explain to people that are even stuck on cloud 1 what this is all about, because people end up doubting, or not doubting, but they down themselves for being at cloud 1. You're not supposed to beat yourself down for being a sheep or being a bot. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to look at that as a means to be able to reach and explode and communicate with others that may be going through this cloud at this exact moment. It wasn't supposed to be egotistical and be like, oh yeah, now I'm above all of you people. That's what happens. So when you let that cloud, then it becomes a storm that you can't reach anybody else up, that you can't reach anybody off of. This is all the reality that we're talking about in this exact moment. So once you reach this level, that cloud 3, you've done a lot of work. You're starting to work on yourself. You're starting to get something together, develop yourself. Because once you realize that you're the problem, you start finding solutions. You start going to the gym. You start meditating. You start praying. You start, you know what I'm saying, focusing on gratitude. You start looking up things. You even may be in debates, and sometimes you may say that you don't know just because you don't know. You ever met somebody that's in a debate and they have to keep explaining something they know ain't true just because of the fact that it's holding on to their ego and they don't want to be wrong? That's the cloud 2 that you're still stuck on. And there may be sometimes where somebody could end up reverting back to cloud 3 all the way back to cloud 1. You don't beat yourself down for that. You just know where you're at, so you can rise up all the way to cloud 9. But you see how it looks like it's a descension process? It's not a descension process. It's flipped around. It's actually you reaching a higher level. But in order to reach a higher level, you must reach the lower level of yourself. Damn, that's deep. Woo! Do you see what I mean? Come on now.
I just had this talk earlier, and these are talks me and my uncle be having.
Does anyone else feel like you're too aware of how fake society is to participate in it properly? You know that all the months are just made up by someone. All the religions are just made up. All of the street names are made up. The money's fake. The jobs are mostly fake. The government is fake. It doesn't actually serve the people. Everything is just bullshit, and you can see through all of it. And it's just too hard to participate in a full heart way. You know, the saying ignorance is bliss is so true, because once you realize all of this whole matrix that's formed around you, you can't just walk around like everyone else.
But as you can see, look at these lips and look at that nose. This is our ancestral layer. This is our ancestral layer. Don't listen to the naysayers and the ones who have a colonialized mindset that tell you that you are a freaking color. You are not Black African American. Did Black African American people, did they build this? Absolutely not. This was here before Columbus, okay? Before Columbus, way before Columbus. After the mercenaries that put on our land, we morphed into Negro, colored, Black, African American, and I don't know, give it a couple years, it'll be something else. And the people will accept those type of titles. But you must remember that if you don't claim your heritage, somebody else will. Look at all these things. Look at Thomas. I don't know the reason, but what's my nose? You know? It's like, look at it. If I used to man of my grandfather, my grandfather. You know, I don't know the reason. Just like you. Born and raised here. Indigenous. No, what's my nose? What's my nose? You know? Look at that one.
I hope that clip can stay in.
I have everything I need. I have everything I need.
I was about to say, you Indian Ari looking motherfucker. That's it. That is Indian Ari.
I have everything I need. I have everything I need. I have everything I need. Yeah. To proceed and succeed. I have everything I need. I have everything I need. I have everything I need to proceed and succeed. Yeah, I have everything I need. I have everything I need.
Well, since certain labels don't give us certain music, and some people like to say music is demonic or it ain't good, argue to that. There you go. Got your frequency in, and got you something catchy that's gonna play in your head. It's positive, not something that's negative. I'm just flipping the script. I'm just showing how the music is like really can heal if it's used correctly. Shout out to India Irie, man. I think Trey Space been sending me some of these clips that's been thrown in here. Shout out to Trey Space, man.
White people have always been at war with nature, and history proves it. For thousands of years, civilizations across the world have lived in harmony with their environments, building societies that worked with the land rather than against it. But white European societies took a different approach. They declared war on nature itself. From deforestation to factory farming, from climate disasters to outright destruction of entire ecosystems, white societies have never treated the natural world as something to be preserved or respected, only as something to be conquered, extracted, and controlled. White people saw nature as an obstacle, not a home. Early European settlements were built on environmental destruction, while indigenous societies in Africa, Asia, and the Americas built homes, farms, and cities in ways that worked with their environments. White Europeans raised forests, overhunted, and exhausted lands at unsustainable rates. White settlers in North America and Australia saw nature as something hostile that needed to be tamed, a mentality that led to rapid deforestation, soil depletion, and near extinction of countless species. Unlike African, Asian, and indigenous cultural techniques, which prioritized soil health, water preservation, and biodiversity, white European farming was built around short-term exploitation, leading to repeated environmental collapses. The climate was white people's first enemy. European history is filled with climate-related crises, from the Little Ice Age to mass famines. But instead of adapting, Europeans treated nature as something to be fought against. In contrast, many African and Asian civilizations built entire agricultural and irrigation systems to withstand droughts and floods, while white European societies barely survived their own winters. The entire colonization of the Americas was justified through environmental destruction. The land was only seen as valuable if it could be stripped down, fenced off, and turned into profit. White people did not master nature. They fought it, and in the process made their own environments worse. The Industrial Revolution was just organized environmental warfare. Europeans burned through forests, poisoned rivers, and polluted air at paces that no civilization had ever come close to before. Unlike African and Asian metallurgical techniques which often integrated sustainable resource management, white Europeans tore through resources without a second thought, leading to mass deforestation and ecological collapse. White-run factories pumped so much pollution into the air that by the 19th century, entire cities were unlivable. European capitalism saw nature as something to be bought, sold, and destroyed for profit, a total inversion of the way many non-European societies treated the land. The demand for industrialized agriculture led to monocropping, soil erosion, and mass extinction of entire plant and animal species. Instead of recognizing environmental limits, white industrialists kept expanding, leading directly to today's climate crisis. White civilization did not progress, it just burned through resources faster than anyone else. White people broke the planet, then pretended to save it. The same white societies that led deforestation, pollution, and species extinction now act like they're the ones saving the planet. Western conservation efforts often ignore indigenous knowledge, favoring white-led environmental movements that focus more on guilt than real solutions. Instead of restoring the ecosystems that they've destroyed, white environmentalists push for solutions that maintain control, like carbon taxes that don't stop destruction. They just price it differently. Indigenous land management techniques like controlled burns, rotational grazing, and agroforestry were ignored by white scientists for centuries, despite their success. Traditional African and Asian water conservation methods kept entire civilizations thriving through harsh climates, while European-style industrial farming drained aquifers and poisoned rivers. White conservationism often prioritizes saving landscapes for aesthetics, rather than for the survival of ecosystems or people. White environmentalism isn't about saving the earth. It's about managing the damage that they've already caused. If white people were so advanced, why have they spent their entire history trying to survive against the planet, instead of living with it? Cope.
Shit. Hey, yo, Trey Space. Bro, you sent that. I think you sent that to me today, if I'm not mistaken. I might have just got to it today. But damn, that's a lot to unpack. You about to have them, you gonna have people coming at me in the comments, bro. I can see that shit coming now. Hey, I didn't know he was coming like that. And I don't mean I wasn't disrespectful to nobody. I know he might have used some language and words that might rub some feathers the wrong way. Trust me. Let's just keep it respectful. How y'all feel?
No white sheep or no white anything else. The police the same way. They put their club upside your head and then turn around and accuse you of attacking them. Every case of police brutality against a Negro follows the same pattern. They attack you, bust you all upside your mouth, and then take you to court and charge you with assault. What kind of democracy is that? What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this. And it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Imagine a voice so powerful, it shook the foundations of an entire nation. A voice that spoke truth to power and ignited a fire of resistance that still burns today. Malcolm X was more than just a civil rights leader. He was a prophet, a poet, and a warrior for justice. Through his speeches, we experienced the raw emotion, the unflinching honesty, and the unwavering commitment to freedom that defined his life's work. Let's journey through Malcolm X's most powerful speeches and discover the man behind the message. But first, Malcolm X's journey began in Omaha, Nebraska, where he was born Malcolm Little. His early life was characterized by tragedy and turmoil, with his father's murder and his mother's institutionalization. But it was in prison that Malcolm discovered his true purpose. He consumed books from the prison library and converted to the Nation of Islam. Under the guidance of Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm found his voice and his mission. As he spoke to crowds of thousands, his message of black pride and self-empowerment electrified a generation. Let's listen to an excerpt from his iconic Message to the Grassroots speech, delivered in 1963.
Agree that America has a very serious problem. Not only does America have a very serious problem, but our people have a very serious problem. America's problem is us. We're her problem. The only reason she has a problem is she doesn't want us here. And every time you look at yourself, be you black, brown, red, or yellow, a so-called Negro, you represent a person who poses such a serious problem for America because you're not one. Once you face this as a fact, then you can start plotting a course that will make you appear intelligent instead of unintelligent. What you and I need to do is learn to forget our differences. When we come together, we don't come together as Baptists or Methodists. You don't catch hell because you're a Baptist, and you don't catch hell because you're a Methodist. You don't catch hell because you're a Methodist or a Baptist. You don't catch hell because you're a Democrat or a Republican. You don't catch hell because you're a Mason or an elk. And you sure don't catch hell because you're an American, because if you was an American, you wouldn't catch no hell. You catch hell because you're a black man. You catch hell, all of us catch hell for the same reason. So we are all black people, so-called Negroes, second-class citizens, ex-slaves. You are nothing but an ex-slave. You don't like to be told that. But what else are you? You are ex-slave. You didn't come here on the Mayflower. You came here in a slave ship, in chains, like a horse or a cow or a chicken. And you were brought here by the people who came here on the Mayflower. You were brought here by the so-called pilgrims or founding fathers. They were the ones who brought you here. We have a common enemy. We have this in common. We have a common oppressor, a common exploiter, and a common discriminator. So once we all realize that we have this common enemy, then we unite on the basis of what we have in common. And what we have foremost in common is that enemy, the white man. He's an enemy to all of us. I know some of you all think that some of them aren't enemies. Time will tell. In Bandung, back in, I think, 1954, was the first unity meeting in centuries of black people. And once you study what happened at the Bandung Conference and the results of the Bandung Conference, it actually serves as a model for the same procedure you and I can use to get our problem solved. At Bandung, all the nations came together. They were dark nations from Africa and Asia. Some of them were Buddhists. Some of them were Muslim. Some of them were Christian. Some of them were Confucianists. Some were atheists. Despite their religious differences, they came together. Some were communists. Some were socialists. Some were capitalists. Despite their economic and political differences, they came together. All of them were black, brown, red, or yellow. The number one thing that was not allowed to attend the Bandung Conference was the white man. He couldn't come. Once they excluded the white man, they found that they could get together. Once they kept him out, everybody else fell right in and fell in line. This is the thing that you and I have to understand. And these people who came together didn't have nuclear weapons. They didn't have jet planes. They didn't have all of the heavy armaments that the white man has, but they had unity. They were able to submerge their little petty differences and agree on one thing, that though one African came from Kenya and was being colonized by the Englishmen, and another African came from the Congo.
Welcome to Trama Unit TV. You are now rocking with the best.
When they came to the Bandung Conference, they looked at the Portuguese, and at the Frenchmen, and at the Englishmen, and at the other Dutchmen.